Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I'm done working hard. Rich sugar mommy, where are you? I want curves, luxury, and a life dripping in silk and honey. Why won't you come claim me already, H? With a scream, Shimin Ching jolted awake from the dream, one hand instinctively diving between her legs. She sighed bitterly. Still no dragon, she muttered with a mix of sorrow and dry sarcasm. Come back soon, my mighty dragon. I can't hold the line alone. She curled up in the corner of the dim kitchen, humming a tragic tune like Stephen Chow lamenting the loss of his dual-blade turkey in Shaolin soccer. One day maybe he'll just walk through the door and say, "Bro, I wasn't dead, just went for a tune-up." She chuckled sadly, then stopped. Reality didn't offer punchlines. The truth? She was the one who once shouted, "I don't want to work anymore, where's my rich woman?" And the universe, in all its twisted humor, answered. But instead of luxury, she woke up in another world, body swapped and dragonless. At first she celebrated. After all, she had nothing going for her. Fired from her job, dumped, 32 and single, and recently run over by a BMW. Honestly, death would have been an upgrade. For a hopeless otaku, transmigration was the ultimate wish fulfillment. Until she realized, she'd lost that. Not that it had ever done much for her. But still, its absence felt like a betrayal. And the universe wasn't done laughing. The body she'd inherited? Oh, it was rich. The kind of Onan Island rich. But when she finally accepted her fate and decided to let gold rot her moral compass, bam. She woke up to find 100 years had passed. All her silver notes? Useless. The bank? Long gone, courtesy of a war. Her wealth? A ghost story. Oh, and one more thing. She was now a zombie. Undead, immortal, unkillable, and permanently hungry. Modern society, thankfully, had adapted. Behind the scenes, the Mystery Alliance kept the supernatural world in check. Vampires, aliens, psychics, Taoist sorcerers, all under one rulebook. Thanks to them, she had an ID, a job, and most importantly, a monthly subscription of blood packs. Still the catch? 1 month of blood cost more than her rent. She currently worked as a kindergarten teacher. Monthly salary? Pitiful. After rent and blood, she could barely afford instant noodles. Tonight, she'd come to the kitchen looking for food, and passed out from hunger. Tap tap tap. Stomp. A-H. She shrieked as someone slammed into her foot, and then face-planted into her chest. The cushioning saved the assailant from serious injury. It didn't help Shimon's rapidly fraying dignity. Gasp. You. The girl looked up, flushed and out of breath. Shimon Ching, how dare you sneak attack me in the middle of the night? I was just looking for something to eat. I didn't plan an ambush. Shimin Ching protested, holding up her hands innocently. This chaotic ball of energy was Song Yunwoo, her landlord, a 22-year-old rich girl with a dream of becoming a famous manga artist. After graduation, instead of inheriting her family's business, she moved into this oversized villa and funded her passion through rent collection. Rent was cheap, the villa was beautiful, and she spent her days drawing fan comics and yelling at tenants. And right now, she was furious. You stole my tomatoes again. You keep saying they're the same color as blood packs, why not lick paint instead? But I'm so hungry, Shimin Ching whimpered. Let me nibble on your neck, just a little bite, no pain I promise. Biting me? Yunwoo exploded, slapping Shimin Ching's chest hard. Ah! Shimin yelped. Slap. Steal my tomatoes again. Slap. Next time I buy cucumbers and you try something, I'll feed them to you whole. Each slap caused an overly dramatic moan from Shimin Ching, who looked like a tragic heroine from a bad soap opera. Eventually, Yunwoo's arms tired out. She huffed and crossed her arms. I told you, next time you steal my tomatoes, rent doubles. Please no. Shimin Ching cried. I can't even afford snacks, let alone doubled rent. Then help me. Yunwoo announced. My manga deadline is the day after tomorrow. I need an assistant. Aren't you procrastinating? What did you just say? Nothing, I said you're super talented and smell nice. Yunwoo glared, then pointed a finger. Don't you dare suck my blood. or I'll yank your fangs out myself. Shimin Ching adjusted her disheveled pajamas, chest still bouncing. Please. I have self-control. I'm a zombie of culture. Yeah, and I'm the Pope, Yunwoo muttered, grabbing her last tomato and retreating to her studio. The upstairs villa had 4 bedrooms. Naturally, Yunwoo, being the queen of second-year syndrome, named hers Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. The moment they entered, Shimin Ching was met with chaos. Sketches were strewn across the floor like a storm had hit a stationery store. She bent to pick one up, and paused. Wow! This is pretty spicy. It's my doujin of Star Tyrant. I'm selling it at next week's fan convention. Yunwoo said proudly, chest puffed out. Shimin Ching stared at the explicit panel. So this is how you make money, huh? She sighed. Maybe I should just sell blood-scented stockings after all. Your comic is kind of wild, Shimin Ching said, flipping through a few more pages. Her expression tightened. I mean, this is just pure smut. There's no plot, just thighs, moans, and chaos. She paused at one especially spicy panel. And you've got the heroine getting ganged up on by random background characters. You're not afraid of getting stabbed at the fan convention. As someone who'd read Star Tyrant, Shimin Ching knew just how much fans adored that series. It was a military sci-fi epic by the web author Du Zitting, following a male protagonist's journey to dominate the stars through strategy, starship engineering, and war. It wasn't big on romance. The only love interest was a mysterious empress, a supreme commander in a star sector, who'd barely shared a moment of handholding with the main character after over 1,000 chapters. Fans worshipped her. Depicting her in that kind of scenario? That wasn't bold. That was a death wish. But isn't it kind of clever? Song Yunwoo asked nervously. I thought the setup was creative. Creative my ass, Shimin scoffed. Tripping and flashing her panties to trigger mass lust? That's your genius plot twist? Do you think the Empress is you, falling flat in the street for no reason? Well, then what do you suggest? Song Yunwoo said, cheeks red. She had always been praised for her artistic talent. Drawing came easily. But when she decided to become a professional mangaka, she discovered that good art wasn't enough. Without compelling stories, no publisher wanted her work. Which led to this. Let me think. Shimin Ching sat down, gears turning. The world she now lived in mirrored Earth, up to a point. But the 100-year gap from her undead nap had changed everything. During World War II, a mysterious force had appeared, wiping out the invaders of the Flower Country. The nation struck back and heavily influenced the island country of Sakura, not fully conquering it, but effectively owning its direction. As a result, the cultural exports that made Sakura famous in her old world, anime, games, adult media, were nowhere to be found here. Instead, a certain organization in the Flower Country had cornered the market on entertainment. And Shimin Ching? She used to be a hardcore otaku. She remembered every one of the 36,000 erotic manga she had consumed in her past life. She looked at Song Yunwoo, eyes gleaming. This girl. Maybe I can turn her into the ultimate RBQ. Why do I suddenly feel like prey? Song Yunwoo shivered under Shimin's stare. Shimin Ching leaned in, grinning like the devil. Yuna, you want to be a top manga artist, right? Let Big Sis help you. Slap. A sharp smack landed right on Shimin's chest cushion. Ah, she gasped dramatically, stumbling sideways. Say it properly, damn it. Song Yunwoo growled. Okay. Shimin Ching surrendered with raised hands. Let's work together. I'll write the plot, you focus on the art. What do you say? Song eyed her suspiciously. You can actually write? Shimin puffed her chest proudly. A real man never says no. You're not a man, Song sighed, rubbing her temple. But fine. Try helping with this doujin first. If it works, we'll talk long-term. Deal. Shimin beamed. While Song Yunwoo was hopeless at plot, her drawing skills were god-tier. With the right concept, she could easily become a major name in the industry. First order of business, Shimin declared. Scrap everything you've drawn so far. No NTR. No mindless fanservice. Let's aim for something all ages. But I worked on these for a whole week. What am I supposed to bring to the fan event? Shimin grinned like a con artist. We've still got a full day. You can draw 20 pages in that time, can't you? But the Alliance has rules, Song mumbled. Shoo, Shimin whispered like a devil on her shoulder. It's just us here. No one needs to know. This is a creative emergency. Song hesitated, then gave in. Fine. But you better not mess this up. Shiman clapped her hands. Perfect. Now, let's get to the good part. What are we even drawing? We focus on what Star Tyrant is really known for, not the characters, but the starships. We personify the battleships. Personify the warships. Song blinked. Isn't that just a metaphor or something? No, Shiman said, eyes shining. Make them into cute girls. The biggest, deadliest battleships become the biggest beauties. Think about it, a 180-meter-long warship? Make the girl 180 centimeters tall. High energy consumption? Big appetite? Thick armor? Huge, well, you get the idea. So, ship girls. Exactly. But don't call them ship girls, call them Genyoung. It sounds cooler. Wouldn't that be Genyo or Genmei? Song frowned. Semantics. Just go with Genyoung. Trust me. Shiman smirked and gave her a playful pat on the back. Heh. They say you shouldn't poke the tiger. Well, today I'm going to grope it. Too focused on the concept, Song missed the gesture. She immediately got to work sketching a character. Tall, sleek, fierce-looking. A personified warship. Her hands moved faster than her brain. She was hooked. Shiman Ching leaned back, watching her work with a sly grin. Let the new era begin.
Those who are on the verge of fighting, anxious as Allah. With a low drink from her, 10 paint brushes flew up at the same time, completing the entire painting at 10 times the speed. Xiamen Qing watched from the sidelines, and said with emotion, Daosho is convenient. Yes, being able to live with the zombie Xiamen Qing, and making her so scared. In addition to being a landlord, Song Yunryu is also a Taoist ant. This hand imperial object technique is very spiritual. Afterwards, the ink flew out by itself. The ink color is like a dragon, swimming quickly on the drawing paper, and quickly fills up the place that should be colored. In this way, a beautiful black and white drawing is completed. Oh, not bad, not bad. Xiamen Qing applauded. Song Yunryu's painting skills are really strong, his painting style is very beautiful, and the painting skills completed with Taoism are also impeccable. Although this newly formed shipmother is different from all the shipmothers in his memory, she is indeed very beautiful, with her figure and face, which definitely arouses the interest of an otaku. But how is this look familiar? Xiamen Qing took a closer look. Fuck, isn't this me? You violated my portrait rights? Give me money. Give you a head. Song Yunryu gave her a white look. It's just a bit like your entire woolen portrait, right? And if you sell this painting, you also have money to get it. It seems like this. Xiamen Qing also admitted. Next, the two hurried to work overnight, until 5 a.m. Finally, the remaining 19-line drafts were completed. Is this possible? Song Yunryu was a little uneasy. You even complained that I didn't have a plot. Isn't this one without a plot? There are 15 pages of 20 pages that are set by people, and the remaining 5 pages are some simple daily routines. Will readers like it? Don't worry, I know a man's mind better than you, Xiamen Qing promised, patting his chest. How do you think a fan book can be opened repeatedly, instead of throwing it away after reading it? Song Yunryu was lost in thought. Of course it can be licked. Xiamen Qing said, I will remember the plot after reading it once. What shocking plot can be packed in 20 pages to make people repeat the aftertaste? The main thing is the visual excitement, so I will draw a little with you like Huang Man. These people's drawings can be used as spellcasting materials. The 5-page plot is just to make them more lively and casually added. Believe it or not, you put some poison on the chests of these ship girls, the next day will be caught. Pop. Song Yunryu sounded reasonable at first, but his face sank when he heard the last sentence and slapped Xiamen Qing's chest with a slap. Who is going to poison? You will be caught. Xiamen Qing yelled, clutching his chest and said, it's just a chestnut. You won't be able to marry after you are so fierce, but that's good. My RBQ doesn't need other men to get involved. RBQ. Song Yunryu looked at her suspiciously. Xiamen Qing quickly looked away, whistling with a guilty conscience. However, she doesn't know how to blow, so it looks like she is blowing a non-existent balloon. Puff puff, the saliva spurted out. Song Yunryu said, although I don't know what you are talking about, I have to remind you, big sister Xiamen, you should check the time. Xiamen Qing subconsciously looked at the wall clock on the wall, and then his face changed suddenly. Fuck. It's 5:30. It's going to die. The sun is coming out. She hurried back to her room, threw her pajamas on the ground in a hurry, and put on a thick windbreaker. Putting on a pair of UV-resistant glasses and a mask at the bottom of a wine bottle, and then a peaked cap, the whole person looked like a suspicious person. After changing these equipment, she hurried out. Although she was late at 8:30, as a zombie, she was most afraid of the sun, so she set off early every day and entered the room before the sun became fierce. It's too late to go out at 5:30 today. At the door, Song Yunryu was waiting for her with a bag of sucked jelly. Take it. This is the blood bag of Zyman Ching, she is in charge of it on weekdays, otherwise the zombie will be sucked up in half a month. Zyman took the blood bag and ran out the door. I'm leaving. Song Yunryo raised her head to look at the pale sky and squinted her eyes. Well, not only is it a zombie, the sun is also a natural enemy to our cartoonists. After that, she hid in the villa. Zyman King was struggling to get on the bus against the big sun for her, and after 3 stops, she came to her place of work smoothly. Flower City Kindergarten. Yes, she is a kindergarten teacher. Greeted the door guard Uncle Chin, and she went in. Because the leader above hasn't acted as a demon recently, no one came so early except for her. Zyman King randomly found a corner, opened the blood bag and sucked it up. Gee, she made a voice. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Blood-sucking is really the supreme enjoyment for a zombie. It is more exciting than generating electricity. The feeling of warmth in the whole body almost made her go to heaven. However, the happy time is always short. A blood pack is sucked up soon. Because of the special material, there is no blood in it. No matter how hard Zyman Ching tries, he can't out the extra blood. Damn, stingy, that's it. With a daily complaint, Zyman Ching sat there and began to daze. After, colleagues in the garden also arrived one after another, and after 8:30, the children were also sent one after another. It's worth mentioning that this is a private, high-end kindergarten. Those who can come in are rich people. Therefore, the cheapest car to send children is also a high-end good starting at $1 million, although Zyman Ching also has a car logo. Just don't know it. Zyman King stood at the door of the classroom, seeming to be picking up children, but in fact she was watching the wives who sent the children to school. If you can afford this kind of high-end kindergarten, your family certainly doesn't lack money. Except for a few hostess families, most of them are children's mothers sending their children to school. These are all great beauties who can be admired by the rich. With an average height of 1.65 meters, she has good looks, long legs, and is very tasteful in her clothes. Zyman Ching feels like she is watching a model show every day. This is probably the real lady, right? She often thinks this way. Before crossing, he always felt that girls should talk about cosmetics, bags, and new clothes all day long. Since working here, she knew that she was wrong before. Only some ignorant little girls and peripheral girls would pay attention to them. Really high-class women often have only one core topic, and that is children. Thanks to the zombie physique, her hearing is much better than normal. A long distance away, you can hear some wives talking about my child has learned to draw apples and so on. They have something to talk about every day, and Zyman Ching also admires it. Good morning, teacher Zyman. When the ladies saw Zyman Ching, they also greeted with a smile. Hello, Zyman Ching said wearing a mask and thick glasses. Morning teacher. When the children saw Zyman Ching, they all happily rushed towards her. But the height problem can only hit her knees. She squatted down quickly and touched the child's head. It's all right, let's go in, it's going to go to class. The ladies also laughed when they saw it. At first, they were very worried about the teacher who wrapped themselves like a mummy all day long. They always felt that such a person was too weird. But over time, they found that Zyman Ching was unexpectedly liked by children. Their children kept saying I like teacher Zyman the most all day long, and gradually let go of their prejudices. After all, except for the thicker dress, other aspects of Zyman Ching are normal. After seeing off the wives, Zyman Ching went in to teach the children. Kindergarten is different from a formal school. It is not a lesson for one teacher. They are not so much in class, they are more like babysitters. Basically 2 or 3 teachers take a class, and then take it from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. During the period, some simple courses were arranged according to 5 fields, such as drawing, aerobics, mathematics of greater than sign and less than sign level. The most important thing is to control the children, prevent them from running around, and prevent them from bumping. For this, I often need to raise my voice, otherwise these noisy children will not hear what you are talking about. Being a teacher hurts the throat the most. Whether in high school or kindergarten, most teachers are full of breath and have a hoarse voice. High school is okay. They can use stereos. They are not allowed to use those in kindergarten because they are afraid of hurting the children's ears. Zyman Ching has an advantage in this respect. After all, she is a zombie, so a few roars are not a problem at all. With great strength and fast running, it is easy to catch those bear kids. Teacher, teacher, suddenly a little boy ran over and handed her a picture in his hand proudly. Look, I drew it. Oh, Zyman King took a look and found that the painting was an apple. As far as the level of kindergarten children is concerned, it is already very good. Maybe many high school students may not have him paint well. Not bad, Lee Zyman, you are awesome. She habitually boasted, making the children very happy. Seeing that he was praised, immediately other children came over with their own paintings to show Zyman Ching. Teacher, I painted this. I drew too, look at me, look at me. My. The essence of mankind is revealed in his childhood. Zyman love, of course, have to look at them one by one and then praise them one by one. After finally coping with it, she was also a little tired, and the pack of blood in the morning was basically consumed in such a place. At this moment, a young girl came over. Her name is Chin Yeo. She is still in college and is an intern teacher who came this semester. He looks pure and cute, and has a good body. Sister Zyman, you are really popular with children. Chin Yeo humbly asked for advice. How can I get along with them so harmoniously? I have been here for half a month, and they don't listen to me at all. Xiamen Qing looked at her up and down, and sighed, you are a girl with such a good condition. Why can't you come to a private kindergarten as a teacher? Is there anything you can't think of? What's the matter? Qin Yueo didn't expect that she would say this, and she was dazed. It's very tiring to get along with children, not just for the body, but also for the heart. Xiamen Qing picked up the painting the child had just given her and handed it over. Look at it. Qin Yueo took a look, and said in a puzzled way, the paintings are very good. These children are worthy of being the children of rich people. They are really good. Excellent, pudding. Xiamen Qing originally wanted to say egg, but thought it was uncivilized, so she processed it. You look at a few more pictures. Qin Yueo looked at the second painting after hearing the words, huh. She immediately looked at the third and fourth. This. After seeing a total of 10 paintings, she was dumbfounded. Why do they draw the same apples? Regardless of the shape or the angle, these apples are almost carved out of a mold. Xiamen said, of course, parents now like to send their children to cram schools. Unlike our kindergartens, cram schools need to grab customers. How do you think they can get more people to send their children? Where are they? How about it? Naturally, it gives the best effect in the shortest time. For example, painting an apple. Do you think they are teaching children how to observe and write? No, they only teach one kind of painting from this kind of angle. Even if you put an orange in front of them, you reading www.uukangsha.com will still draw this apple. This is too perfunctory. Qin Yueo was dumbfounded. Xiamen said, parents can't see this kind of thing, because they can only see their children's paintings, so they naturally think that they paint well. Only when we look at the same 10 or 20 pictures every day, can we feel the difference. This is simply a kind of mental torture. Qin Yueo sighed, this is not teaching children at all, but to please parents. It's all superficial skills. So, smart parents don't usually send their children to cram schools. What can such a small child learn? If you look closely, you will find that these children who draw and paint are usually driven by their mothers in the morning. What does this mean? Qin Yueo is completely adorable and doesn't understand the doorway inside. Xiamen's love may be a blunt word, and he said directly, the sign of walking to school means that he lives in this Billion Flower City. He is a real rich man, and those who drive their children to school are all from their own communities who do not have good kindergartens. Rich people, but the average family property will be one level worse, most of them are nouveau riche, and there is a high probability that they will be less interesting in raising offspring. Qin Yueo didn't expect that there were these doorways in it, so she was a little surprised. Xiamen Qing reacted and said, hey, what am I telling you for? It's just a little gossip. Regardless of the children's family background, we have to treat them equally here. Don't think about trying to please any child who can use it to climb Jeji. It's no fun. Qin Yueo shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to be a junior for those local tyrants. Xiamen Qing sighed, so I just said, I don't want to be a junior. What are you doing here? Are you messing around like me? What? Qin Yueo wanted to ask something more, but another teacher came over. It's almost time for a nap, Xiamen, Xiaoqin, you two, hurry up and take the kids to the lunchroom. Okay. Xiamen nodded. This teacher's surname is Huang. She is a senior with 10 years of qualifications. She was brought by teacher Huang when she first came. Qin Yueo thought that the children were having a good time, so she might be unwilling to go for a nap. She would definitely make trouble. However, the skinny boys in the class were the fastest to lie down on the bed. Without the other children, it was easier to manage them. How is this going? Before Qin Yueo could understand, he saw the most skinny little boys shouting to Xiamen Qing, teacher, hurry up. Come here. Xiamen Qing weakly walked to the edge of their little bed, and said faintly, lie down and close your eyes. A few children obediently followed suit immediately, which was even better than when they faced their parents. Just when Qin Yueo was shocked, Xiamen Qing moved a chair to sit by the bed and began to tell in her soft voice like cotton wool, last time we said that the grassland king Zhangji who once dominated the green grassland was dying. I mentioned the secret treasure of the prairie, and all the sheep on the prairie wanted to fight for the secret treasure. The world has entered the era of the prairie. And among so many sheep, there is a rubber sheep that ate rubber grass. His name is Pleasant Goat. He is determined to become the king of the grassland, so he also left Yankin and stepped into the prairie because he likes to wear a straw hat. So everyone calls him the Straw Hat Lamb, and there is an army on the grassland called the Wolf Army. In order to protect the grassland, the marshal of the Wolf Army, Big Grey Wolf, prevents the sheep from eating the grass and turns the grassland into a desert. He treats people who graze everywhere. The sheep issued a reward. The children listened to the story and gradually fell asleep in the soft voice of Xiamen Qing. Xiamen Qing also stopped decisively after they all fell asleep, moved the chair and left the dormitory. Qin Yueo was still complacent, and hurriedly followed. Senior, where's the next? How's the next? Did you agree to become Pleasant's companion? Behind. Xiamen Qing looked back at her. How do I know from behind? I haven't compiled it yet. Oh, I'm so curious. Qin Yueo almost scratched her head. My favorite is to listen to stories. It's hard for me to feel like you. This is what I used to coax the children to sleep. Why are you so entertaining? Xiamen Qing nodded her eyebrows. Could it be that my story has cast you down? Would you like to eat bananas? No, Qin Yuyeo felt uncomfortable. Just keep talking. It was said that it was made temporarily and there is no follow-up. Make a good blackboard newspaper. Don't be lazy, the leader will come to check it next week. Ximen Qing most directly lost a handful of chalk. The most tiring kindergarten teacher is not to take the children, but to deal with the leaders who have nothing to do after eating. If you have nothing to do, come down and inspect to see if your facility is complete and if the report is completed. It is more difficult than a bear. Qin Yuyeo sighed helplessly when she looked at Ximen Qing, who was writing on the blackboard seriously. The next day, Ximen Qing got a message from teacher Huang. Huh? Qin Yuyeo quit. Ximen Qing was dumbfounded. She won't get angry with me because of yesterday's noon, right? This young man has such a big temper. Teacher Huang shook his head. It doesn't seem to be. According to the principal, Xiao Qin claims to pursue his dream. What dream? I don't know. Teacher Huang looked at Ximen Qing. You didn't say anything strange to her, did you? No. Ximen Qing's eyes behind the sunglasses were a little erratic, and she whispered, I told her that a young and beautiful girl came to our kindergarten to be a teacher. Except for those who want to catch local tyrants, everything else is a waste of youth. Teacher Huang looked speechless and slapped Ximen Qing's arm vigorously. What nonsense? Congratulations, you have successfully fooled away your only helper. Now, you can complete the blackboard report alone. Fuck it. Ximen Qing was dumbfounded. Could it be that I have pitted myself? In the next few days, she was half-tired, and her blood packs became less and less consumed. Qin Yuyeo has been beaten with chicken blood recently. Parents have always hoped that she would go to university safely, then be a kindergarten teacher, and finally marry a good family. She has always heard her parents come here. However, after hearing Ximen Qing's words that day, she suddenly realized that she was completely wasting her youth. She is actually a girl who likes to read books very much. Not a textbook, but a story book, whether it is novels or comics, she likes it very much. Her heart was disturbed by the story of Ximen Qing, so she made a final decision that night and made up her mind not to waste time anymore. Yu reading www.yuyukangsha.com. She is going to pursue her dream. Even though she is not good at writing novels, even drawing pictures, it does not stop her enthusiasm. It took a full week, and finally, with her outstanding appearance, she was successfully recruited into the editorial department of a publishing house. Although she is only a temporary worker with a monthly salary of 1,200, she is already very satisfied, because this is the first step for her to realize her dream. The only trouble is that the workplace is too far away from the school. She actually got her credits in her sophomore year. There is no problem living off campus. The key is that the rent in this big city is really expensive. With a monthly salary of 1,200 plus the living expenses given by her parents, she can't even rent a bathroom. Just when she was worried, she suddenly saw a shared house in a place fairly close to the company. The price was super cheap, only 1,000 a month, which was still a big deal. This is simply a pie in the sky, she called the landlord without thinking about it. After learning that the other party was a girl, she felt more relieved. So, she agreed with the landlord to see the house and rent it if she is satisfied. It's just a little strange that she originally wanted to make an appointment in the morning, but the landlord said she was going to bed and set the meeting time at 5 p.m. Does this guy spend US time? Qin Yuyeo didn't think too much. After finishing busy in the editorial department, she went to the rental office with her suitcase. She has actually decided to live in her heart, saying that to see the house is to go through a procedure. The villa is on the top of a hill, and you need to climb a long circular hillside before going up. Just when Qin Yuyeo was walking on the that was dyed red by the setting sun with his suitcase, he suddenly found a person lying on the ground in front of him, and the clothes were so familiar. Hey, are you okay? Qin Yuyeo hurriedly ran over and helped her to take a look. Oh, Sister Ximen? What's wrong with you? Ximen opened his eyes laboriously, glanced through the sunglasses, and said weakly, Oh, it's Ru Yao, why are you here? I have hallucinations. You didn't have hallucinations, but can you not mistake the initials of my name, Itzy, not R? Qin Yuyeo helped her up while complaining. What's wrong with you? Where is it hurt? I didn't get hurt, just a little, minor heat stroke. You are still wearing a down jacket on a hot day. It's strange if you don't have heat stroke. Come, I'll take it off for you. Qin Yuyeo said. She was about to help Ximen Qing take off her clothes. Ximen Qing quickly stopped her. Don't? You just take me home to rest. Don't take my clothes off. Qin Yuyeo thought to herself, is it possible that she has some unspeakable concealment? When she was in kindergarten, she had always wrapped herself tightly. Maybe she had extensive burns on her body. If not, who wants to? Are you wearing that thick this summer? Thinking about it, she began to sympathize with Simon. A little tear came out quietly in his eyes. Okay, I will take you home now, but where is your home? Go straight up this road and it's at the end. Simon said with difficulty. She was complaining in her heart. She wanted to go home early while it was cloudy, but the weather forecast turned her hand overcast to cloudy. Almost home, the sun suddenly fell on her like Ma Dongmei's water, and she rushed to the street at that time. Without Qin Yuyeo, she might really have to wait until the sun goes down to get up. Qin Yuyeo was also a little surprised after hearing her say the address. Isn't the end of the road the house she was going to see? It turned out that Ximen Qing also lived there, and now she was even more relieved. She helped Ximen Qing and came to the top of the mountain with some difficulty. What appeared in front of her was a large and elegant villa with a large empty garden in front of the door. But it seems that no one takes care of it, so it seems a bit messy. I don't know whose wicked taste is. There is an LED light box standing in front of the villa. There are 4 words shining on it. Ziliang Women's Village. Qin Yueo rang the doorbell, and the door was quickly opened. Song Yunryu saw Ximen Love. I said you have the key? What doorbell should you press? Ximen King smiled. I'm not afraid of your lack of exercise for too long. Fuck off. I do 10 finger every day. I tell you don't bother me. There is a new tenant coming to see the house today, and I have no time to take care of you. Qin Yueo raised her hand quietly. I'm sorry to bother you. I actually came to see the house. Oh, it's you. Song Yunryu stepped on the slippers and came out. Quickly come in quickly. What are you doing with that thing? She will get up by herself, and I will arrange the room for you. Go in and take a look. Qin Yueo sighed Song Yunryu's beauty while lamenting her roughness. Some people looked like a goddess, but she was actually an uncle at home. After all, she did not leave Ximen Qing at the door, but at the hallway. As soon as the door was closed, Ximen Qing suddenly jumped from the ground. Haha, my Sir Ximen is alive again. While she was talking, she took off her down jacket, sunglasses, hat, mask, and prepared to go upstairs with only a white shirt and a pair of stockings. Qin Yueo was stunned, saying, what about heat stroke? What about large burns? Am I being cheated? Also, she is so beautiful. Song Yunryu didn't know the reason, and thought that Qin Yueo was scared by the people of Ximen Qing. Don't worry about her, although she is a little weird, but not aggressive. Probably because Qin Yueo would not believe it, she wanted to demonstrate it specially. She glared at Ximen Qing. Everything is packed. Ximen Qing, who had just taken off like a dog, immediately began to tidy up the clothes she had dumped everywhere, like a dog. Qin Yueo was still stunned by the beauty of Ximen Qing, so Song Yunryu took her to the 2nd floor. The 2 rooms downstairs are rented out, and one is used as a utility room. There is only 1 vacant room upstairs. Here, Qin Yueo followed behind Song Yunryu and looked at the 4 rooms on the 2nd floor. She found that each room had its own name. Looks like the Tianyunjian sign is hung on the door of the innermost master bedroom, and Wangqing Pavilion and Bei Weiyuan are placed at the door of the other 2 rooms. Song Yunryu saw her watching, and introduced, these 2 are both occupied. Yours is this one. I haven't had time to name it yet. By the way, what is your name? Qin Yueo. Rain, by the way, it's Feng Yuxuan. Song Yunryu clapped his hands. I will make you a house number tonight, and it can be hung up tomorrow. Seeing her so excited, Qin Yueo was embarrassed to spit out what she felt was the 2nd slot of Tai's Hong. Well, Fenjiaxuan just chanted Fenjiaxuan, not just put a sign, and there would be no less meat. The room is very spacious. After all, it is a high-end villa for the daughter of a rich man. Yukanshu.com's rent here is only 1,000, which is really weird. When Qin Yueo asked this question, Song Yunryu said, my house, I am happy. Although I think this is absolutely perfunctory, Qin Yueo no longer asks more, at least as far as the situation is currently seen, the environment is still very good. After, Song Yunryu took her to see other places. In addition to the 2 rooms downstairs, there are also a dining room, living room, kitchen, gym, and even a game hall. In addition, there is a big swimming pool in the backyard. It is much more tidier than the garden at the front door. Obviously someone is using it from time to time. Qin Yueo was in a trance. Although she was renting a share house, she seemed to be living in a high-end villa that she could only dream of. This is really a pie in the sky. Did you decide to live here? Seeing her nodding, Song Yunryu smiled. You are welcome to be a member of this big family, then you can pack your luggage by yourself. I will call you for dinner. Qin Yueo asked, landlord, are you okay? Hey, what is the landlord's name? Just call me Sister Yunryu. I'm going to participate in a fan exhibition tomorrow, and I'm preparing the signboard of the booth, Song Yunryu said triumphantly. I'll tell you, actually I am a cartoonist. At this moment, Ximen Qing's voice came from upstairs, the kind that rushes to the street. The 2 women looked up and saw that Ximen Qing quickly closed the curtains, and could no longer see inside. Ximen Love, you are looking for death. Song Yunryu ran upstairs angrily, leaving Qin Yueo alone by the pool. The feelings are so good. She sighed. At this time, she did not notice that layers of unusual ripples appeared in the swimming pool behind her. After the field trip, Qin Yueo felt that she had encountered a pie falling from the sky, so she set it up and paid a salute, and stayed in the villa that day. At dinner, she and Song Yunryu were the only ones. She asked, where are the others? Song Yunryu said, there are 5 people living here. Except for you and me, one is at work, and the other doesn't know where to go. As for Ximen's Love, the guy said he didn't bother to come down and ate in his room. Oh, Qin Yueo said casually, I'm still at work at 7 o'clock. They are all busy people. I can always see you in a few days, come and eat. To meet you, I will personally order the takeaway today. Song Yunryu shook his phone and said with some pride. Qin Yueo was speechless for a while. If you don't dislike it, I can be responsible for making dinner in the future. She was a little embarrassed to live in such a luxurious villa for 1,000 yuan a month, and always wanted to do more. You can cook. Song Yunryu's eyes lit up suddenly. Okay, the vegetables in my refrigerator are either stolen by Ximen King or can only be eaten raw. If you can cook, that one would be great. Yeah, Qin Yueo nodded. The landlord was so easy to get along with her that she breathed a sigh of relief, and it seems that her days here will be easy in the future. After dinner, Chin Yueo took the initiative to contract the dishes. Song Yun-woo went back to the room and was busy making her own booth sign. After washing the dishes and watching TV in the living room alone for a while, Chin Yueo went back to the room to rest. Before going to bed, she chatted with her best girlfriend on WeChat for a while. Precariously, let me tell you, the environment here is super nice. The room is spicy, so spacious. The pool is spicy, so big. The landlord is spicy, so beautiful. I feel like dreaming. Photo. Purple star bio, really? The monthly rent is 1,000? Precariously, yes. Nodding expression. Zixing bio, there will be no problems with this house, right? Generally only haunted houses are so cheap. Precariously, now, withdraw this sentence, we are still sisters. Thai boxing warning emoticon pack, you know I am most afraid of ghosts. Purple star bio, I babble, I wish you a good dream, okay. The wind and rain are swaying, me, good night. After turning off WeChat, Chin Yueo fell asleep, and Dabby Eye's high-end bed was really easy to sleep. At midnight, a sudden chill came, causing Chin Yueo to wake up from her sleep. What's the matter? She rubbed her eyes, but found nothing. But since you wake up, go to the toilet. She opened the door and was about to go to the toilet on the second floor, but suddenly she heard a squeaking sound from downstairs. What? She was so excited that she almost leaked it out. However, curiosity prompted her to walk downstairs by touching the moonlight. She didn't notice. Just after she left the room, the window of her room was suddenly opened, and then a footprint formed by drainage stains appeared quietly on the ground. Step by step, she followed her out of the room. Chin Yueo went downstairs and followed the sound to the kitchen. Because it was semi-open, she turned on the lights in the hall to see what was happening in the kitchen. As a result, a female body with a naked upper body and a black rose-patterned hollow triangle on the lower body suddenly appeared in front of her. Why is it a female corpse? Because she has a kitchen knife stuck in her back. About 1/3 of the blade has been inserted, the wound is still bleeding, the bright red color is so shocking. Chin Yueo was shocked and turned her head subconsciously and ran away. After only a few steps, he bumped into a furry wall. She stared at Venus for a while, but she quickly saw the thing she had just hit. It was a giant wolf that was more than 2 meters high and covered in snow. Her fangs were breathtaking in the moonlight, and the cold chill made her goosebumps all up. Chin Yueo took a breath, her heartbeat almost stopped. Mom. She used her hands and feet together, she couldn't control her face when she hit the floor, and ran to the gate. She recalled the chat with her best friend before going to bed. Was actually said by her, this place is really haunted. Escape? Run away quickly? No more luggage or anything? Little life matters? Finally, Chin Yueo came to the gate, and she couldn't help smiling. However, opened the door. What she saw was a white withered bone climbing on the edge of the door and making a O sound to her. Chin Yueo rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Hey, wake up, Rueo. The familiar voice and the palm of his cheeks made Chin Yueo gradually wake up. Before she opened her eyes, she subconsciously spit out, Sister Simon, don't say people's names like a pottery stove. Isn't it okay to have normal hair? After vomiting, Chin Yueo suddenly realized something was wrong. Yuyu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. She opened her eyes suddenly. Didn't I hit a ghost? Sister Simon, run. This house is haunted. Why don't you wear clothes? After half talking, she immediately covered her eyes. Oh, if you don't wear it, it won't get dirty, so you don't need to wash it, Zyman King explained. Am I very smart? Oh, I can't control that much anymore. Although Zyman Ching is very irritating without clothes, her nosebleeds are almost flowing out, but the fear of ghosts makes her not much thinking about those now. She pulls Zyman Ching just want to flee. At this time, she had also discovered that she did not know when she actually returned to the living room. Is this the legendary ghost hitting the wall? Why are you pulling me? I haven't put on any clothes yet. Don't go out. Zyman Ching stopped her. Chin Yueo is full of anxiety. Sister, can't stay here. It's haunted here. I just saw a wolf that big. Are you talking about this? While Chin Yueo was still making gestures with her hands, Zyman said with affection pointing behind her. Chin Yueo stiffened in an instant, and turned her head trembling, but she really found the white wolf she had seen before. She screamed again. Zyman King quickly reached out and pinched both sides of her cheek, and her cry stopped immediately. Don't call it. Little boy is very cute. Zyman Ching held the limp Chin Yueo in one hand, and reached out to touch White Wolf's head with one hand. The latter is as docile as a dog. This. Chin Yueo was already dumbfounded. Her mind was no longer able to process the received information. I saw a skeleton monster at the door just now, and yelled at me to eat me. Oh, you are talking about her. Zyman King pointed to the sofa again. Chin Yueo saw that there was a skeleton lying there, and the sound of "oh" was being heard in her mouth. But this skeleton is still wearing a low-cut t-shirt and miniskirt, and a white coat on the outside, which is very strange. Chin Yueo immediately hugged Zyman Ching. Why are you not afraid? Oh, don't panic, Zyman Ching said. She lives at the gate of Beiwuyuan, which is opposite to you. We usually call her a dumb man. Don't look at what she says but she is actually drinking too much. It's just vomiting there. Skull? Drinking. Chin Yueo was almost crying. What are you talking about? Why are you so calm? These are monsters, let's run away. I saw them killing someone in the kitchen just now. The knives are inserted so deep. After hearing about Zyman's love, he actually patted his forehead. Oh, if you don't tell me, I have forgotten it. Come on, this position is not right. I can't reach it. You can pull it out for me. As she said, she turned around. Qin Yuyeo's eyes suddenly widened. At this time, she discovered that the only triangle Zyman Qing was wearing was hollowed out with a black rose pattern. She is the female corpse. Mom. Qin Yuyeo ran away. This time no one stopped at the gate. She ran to the gate of the yard barefoot, but was firmly grasped by one hand. Zyman King looked at her suspiciously. I said, what are you doing with such a fuss? Why have you never seen a monster? How can a normal person have seen a monster? Qin Yuyeo cried while struggling. Please let me go. I don't want to die. Are you crazy? Zyman Qing rolled his eyes. Who wants to kill you? You can't see such a big house number when you enter the door? What's all the fuss about now? House number? What are you talking about? Qin Yuyeo was at a loss and couldn't understand what she was talking about. That's it. Zyman Qing looked aside and frowned. Hey, it's really cheap and not good. Said, she kicked the LED light box next to her. I saw that on the light box that originally flashed the 4 characters Ziliang Girl Village, a Yao suddenly lit up next to new. So almost, Ziliang Women's Village became Ziliang Demon Village. Now, Zyman Qing pointed to the light box and said to Qin Yuyeo, this is Ziliang Demon Village. It was originally a place for monsters. You are not a monster. How did you live in? Seeing the change in the light box, Qin Yuyeo almost fainted without being scared. She cried, I just saw the rental information on the internet, then made a phone call, and came over to pay the rent. I really didn't do anything else. Let me go. I want to go to the bathroom. Zyman King frowned, and suddenly reached out and touched Qin Yuyeo, then squeezed in her heart. Are you really a person? 100% natural. Have you talked about a boyfriend? No, huh? Why do you ask this? Don't pay attention to these details. Zyman King dragged her in. Since you are here, don't rush away. Don't worry, the monsters are different from what you imagined. They don't eat people, and they won't control you. Seduce men. In fact, strictly speaking, we are still human in nature. I haven't graduated from university, don't lie to me. Qin Yuyeo said in tears. She is too weak, she can't compare to Simon's love at all. The whole person was directly carried back to the villa by her with one hand. Zyman said with affection, think about it with your head, if we really want to eat you, will you have a chance to escape? Feeling the power in Zyman's love, Qin Yuyeo shook her head pitifully and helplessly. That's not right, Zyman Qing said while opening the refrigerator. Life is like being raped by someone. Since there is no way to resist, why don't you feel it first? What if it's cool? As she said, she took out a tomato and held it in her mouth, and then took out a bag of ice. She threw the bag of ice on the purple skull at the gate. Hey, wake up, you scared our new tenant. Damon Zi hummed, rubbing his head. However, the stimulation of this ice bag finally made her sober, and she turned into a elder sister with white in the blink of an eye. Qin Yuyeo watched this scene in shock, her jaw almost dislocated. Zyman Qing also said to the white wolf who had been standing by at this time, little boy, don't keep on doing this, just change back soon. Qin Yuyeo immediately looked at the white wolf, and saw that the white wolf's figure shrank rapidly, and within a few seconds he turned from a giant beast over 2 meters into a small lowly less than 4 feet tall. So cute! Even seeing her transition from wolf to human, Qin Yuyeo couldn't help but admire. Because the little lowly in front of me is so cute, this is simply the face made by the most exquisite 3D animation modeling. I didn't expect it to actually exist in reality. Her original fear of emotions suddenly reduced a lot. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com subconsciously wanted to reach out and squeeze Lori's face. But halfway through, she was immediately stopped by her other hand. No way, no way. Qin Yuyeo, are you stupid? She is a monster. But so cute. So big a wolf. Have you forgotten those teeth? I really want to kiss that baby's fat face. She is constantly tangled in her heart. Zyman Qing introduced. She is a tenant living in Pandawan on the 1st floor. She is called, what's the name? Oh, no matter what, I call her a little boy anyway. At this time, Xiao Guai coldly said, like a pigeon killer, I am not the name, also, not the feelings, and more, I am not, oh. Before she could say the word money, she was hit in the back of the head by a slipper that flew from behind, and fell face down on the floor. You have to pay me rent if you have no money. This was Song Yunwu's voice. Hearing this rebuke, Zyman King instantly stuffed the tomatoes in her hand into the middle of the purple milk at the gate, and then looked around as if she was okay, and she was still scratching her thighs. Qin Yuyeo was shocked when he saw Song Yunwu, and thought, this house is full of monsters, isn't the landlord the boss of the monsters? How did she change? Song Yunwu seemed to be aware of her thoughts, and walked over and said, don't think too much, I am a person, a yellow race, not a monster. Qin Yuyeo was dubious, but, why do they seem to be afraid of you? Of course, Song Yunwu glared at Zyman Qing, I am the celestial master who is responsible for supervising these guys. She, also celestial teacher, why don't you say that you are an angel? Zyman King whispered in a voice that can be heard in the whole house, isn't he just the last Taoist in the village? Newcomer. Song Yunryu had a dark face, and took out a sword tied with copper money from under the skirt, and gritted his teeth and said, Simon Ching, you say one more word, your head is gone, do you believe it? Hey, if you have something to say, don't use weapons. Simon King immediately hid behind Qin Yuyeo, with the cushion on her chest pressed against her back. Against violence? We want harmony. Qin Yuyeo has been confused by this series of things. She doesn't know whether she should be afraid or surprised. The monsters and ghosts in this house are very frightening at first sight, but after just a while, she is only left with thick I'm spitting out. What kind of monsters are these? Who gave the addictive attributes? Am I dreaming? Song Yunryu finished Ximen's love, and then looked at Qin Yuyeo. It seems you haven't noticed it yet. What? Qin Yuyeo was startled. Although Song Yunryu said she was a human being, she was still hesitant to believe it. Song Yunryu said, my leasing information has been specially processed and cannot be seen by ordinary people. Since you can see it, it means that you are not ordinary, but you have not found it yet. Huh. Qin Yuyeo was dumbfounded. You mean, I am not a human? It's not like that, Song Yunryu said. I mean, you may be a monster, you may be an alien, or you may be a normal human with superpowers like me. Yet, you can't be regarded as a normal human anymore, right? Qin Yuyeo vomited subconsciously. This made Song Yunryu very embarrassed and forced to change the topic. Anyway, you have no need to be afraid. No one here will hurt you. In fact, I heard that you worked with Simon Ching for a few days, and you think she is the kind of aggressive monster? No, she is a salted fish at best, or the kind that has been marinated for thousands of years. But the knife on her back. Qin Yuyeo still hesitated. Oh, you said this. Simon Ching looked behind him. I just accidentally fell in the kitchen and knocked over the knife holder. The knife fell and just got in. It was not someone who wanted it. Kill me. What are you doing in the kitchen so late? Song Yunryu keenly discovered the blind spot. Did you steal my tomatoes again? No, it was done by the dumb boy. Simon King pointed to Damonza, who was still lying on the sofa and retched, and decisively sold a wave of teammates. Song Yunryu was unmoved. Believe you will have ghosts, you will wait for me. Simon stuck out his tongue in love, indicating that he was not afraid of power. Qin Yuyeo said again, I was asleep before, and I woke up from a chill. Oh, this must be a little guy, Simon Ching said. When you didn't come, she liked to sneak into the house from your room. Today you suddenly moved in and closed the windows. I guess she just wanted you open a window. Song Yunryu looked at the water stains on the floor and sneered. This guy has probably been hiding in the swimming pool for most of the day. I thought I wouldn't have to pay rent. The little guy who is lying on the ground still pretends to be cool with his immature voice. I don't get the money. If you don't have money, you can pay for it. Song Yunryu sneered. Aren't you a wolf? Go and catch a wild boar or a blind bear. It's enough to cover your rent for 1 year. Like a pigeon killer, I only kill people. Then how many people have you killed? In the future, there will be. Oh, Song Yunryu sighed and said to Qin Yuyeo, look at this house, a drunkard, a primary school student, a slut, and finally came you, a normal person who can accompany me to dinner. Don't you go, okay, said. She also used the blink of an eye to sell cuteness that she had sealed since graduating from high school. Qin Yuyeo hadn't spoken yet, and the Ximen love behind her couldn't help but said, you are so good. Roll. Song Yunryu habitually wants to use the cushion of Ximen's love, but this time she has Qin Yuyeo's shield, so she can't help it. But how is the charter wife so good-natured? Simon Ching, tomorrow and Saturday, you don't need to go to kindergarten, so please accompany me to participate in the fan exhibition. Oh, I finally have a weekend, so I don't want to go out. I will die in the sun. Simon Ching immediately cried out of suffering. However, Song Yunryu did not move at all. This fanzine was originally created by the two of us. Don't you want to be honest? And you think you have the right to refuse? Remember the last time you stole my tomatoes? I said, have you ever? Simon Ching was shocked. Don't. Everything else is easy to say, just let the rent increase. I'll starve to death. You are a zombie, you die a wool. Simon Ching whispered to Qin Yuyeo. See you. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. This is the face of a capitalist. It is cruel to ask me to go out to participate in the show in broad daylight as a zombie. Qin Yuyeo. She was not in that mood to complain. Song Yunryu said that she was abnormal, maybe it was a monster, which made her very confused. Before today, she thought that monsters were just legends. Now that she suddenly came out, how could she accept it? She doesn't have enough brains. It would be nice if the puppies can also be used as brains. She really thought so. Qin Yuyeo did not move out of Ziliang Demon Village after all. At first, she felt that with her abilities as an ordinary person, it was impossible to escape by herself if she was entangled by a monster, and it would be worse if she angered the monster. Come second, also because of Song Yunryu's remarks, she thought, what if it was true? What if you are a monster, alien, or superpower? She wanted to satisfy her curiosity. The third and most important thing. She has a big chest and a big heart. She thinks these monsters look harmless, and where can she find a house with such a good monthly rent of 1,000? When she woke up and went downstairs the next morning, she found that De Nzi was alone on the sofa. No one seemed to remember to take her back to the room last night. There was Simon Ching's blood on the kitchen floor. She took a few napkins and wiped it. Wiping, she suddenly thought of a question. Will the monster have an aunt? With this thought, she subconsciously looked at the door purple on the sofa. She seems to be a monster of the white bone spirit. She has no flesh and blood. She should. No, so curious. I really want to open her bag to see if there are any related supplies in it. What brand do you Kai use? When Qin Yueo was entangled in the monster's needs in that respect, Song Yunryu had already brought Simon Ching to the Jijin exhibition venue. Said it was a meeting place, but it was actually renting a hall on the first floor of a building, and then dividing several areas with tables. This scale is on the same level as our kindergarten open day, Simon Ching muttered while sitting in a chair. She held the little boy in her arms, like she was holding a doll. Song Yunryu gave her a white look. Why don't you compare the private kindergarten with the first grade of Tangchang to this place? Don't talk nonsense. I asked you to come here for you to watch. Get up quickly. The sun is too big. I have a heat stroke. Simon King hugged the little Lolita in his arms and rubbed it. This materialistic world is full of irritability, and only the little Lolita still has a trace of coolness. Song Yunryu looked up at the cloudy sky outside the door, resisting the urge to take out the money sword from under the skirt, and uttered a powerful spell, Rent. Simon stood up in a whisper, and put little Lolita on the chair. I'm suddenly full of enthusiasm, hurry up. Because of not having much confidence in Simon Ching's creativity, Song Yunryu only printed 50 copies of the same person this time. In her expectation, the goal of selling 10 copies of this fan show will be achieved, and 20 copies will be a big success. There are 30 books left and she can give it away for various reasons. However, when the exhibition officially started, she found that she was wrong. She is still too naive. Although the venue of this fan exhibition is not big, there are many as I who come to participate. However, people came and went, and no one stopped in front of their booth. Simon's love doesn't matter. She is wearing a down jacket, sunglasses, and mask anyway, sucking loli there. Song Yunryu was depressed. She wanted to shout, but she was really embarrassed to speak. An hour later, she felt a little disappointed and said to Simon, am I really not suitable for this business? How do you say? Simon King turned to look at her, and found that she was really a little lost. I have been hitting a wall during this period. No matter how stupid I am, I should recognize reality. No matter how beautiful my dream, reality will not change. I may not be a cartoonist at all, she said with a sigh again. My only value is probably to go back and inherit my father's tens of billions of family business. Simon Ching rolled his eyes and was so disappointed in the front. Why did you make a sharp turn in the end? Who said you are not a cartoonist? Simon Ching said suddenly, as the king's RBQ, can you be more confident? What is RBQ? Is this the point? I want you to be more confident now. Simon Ching pointed to his head. I think you have a problem with your thinking. Is it because no one buys something because there must be a quality problem? The smell of wine is also afraid of the alley. Deep, look at your sign. What's the problem? Song Yunryu looked at the publicity board that she had made one day yesterday. It detailed the types and ideas of this work, and even fabricated 3 trivia stories. I think it's perfect. Perfect pudding? Let me summarize it for you, just the 4 words too long to read. You should feed this sign to the dog. Simon spit out mercilessly. Song Yunryu was a little wronged, but didn't you tell me not to paint those? I asked you not to paint Wumi, who told you not to sell meat? Simon Ching handed her the little Lolita in her hand. Take it to the table to invite fortune. Is that all right? Song Yunryu accepted Xiaoguai suspiciously. This is not a cat. How can I make money? Simon said with affection, if you have time to straighten your chicken coop head, and then pick off the glasses at the bottom of the wine bottle, where can I still use her? Song Yunryu would tie up her hair when she was at home, so she didn't look much, but she likes to put her hair down when she goes out. The whole head is like black marshmallow, with a pair of thick glasses, no matter how tall she is. The appearance of his will also be erased. Hearing what Simon Ching said, Song Yunryu was not happy at the time. Hey, you can say anything else, but if you insult my hairstyle, believe it or not, I'm anxious to you. It's all right, the chartered Bonu beer, it's the #1 in the world, right? Simon Ching didn't want to entangle her with her hairstyle. According to Song Yunryu himself, this hairstyle and glasses are imitating the cartoonist Sun Wahi she admired most when she was a child. I'll remember first. If I can't sell it, I will ask you to settle the account. Song Yunryu held Xiaoguai and prepared to put her on the table as a lucky cat. Come, shake your right hand. Xiaoguai emphasized, I, like a pigeon killer, won't make money. It's all right, can't I give you a rent reduction? Song Yunryu said. Xiaoguai immediately swung her right hand like a lucky cat. 10 fat houses and 9 lilicons, the remaining one is abnormal. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Such an exquisite little loli was placed on the table as a lucky cat, and naturally immediately attracted a few passing fat houses. One of them courageously stepped forward. In order to conceal his purpose, he specifically asked Song Yunryu, can you see it as a fan? Look at it. Song Yunryu was overjoyed when he saw the first customer coming to the door, and quickly handed over a book. Fei Zai originally wanted to take a peek at the little Lolita for the reason of reading the book, but when he opened it, he couldn't help but focus on the painting. He was taken aback. If he read it correctly, this booth should sell the fan version of Star Tyrant, right? Interstellar Tyrant is also called Interstellar Gay by the good guys. There are no more than 1 female characters in the book. The only one who can be called a beautiful woman is the Empress, but these two styles suddenly appeared in front of him. What's the matter with different beauties? Take a closer look. Fucking, these two girls turned out to be Zai and Wangshu? I am not wrong, right? He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. At this time, how could he care about the three-dimensional little loli? Look at the paper man in front of him, this curvy breast, this big long leg, this little lips. He couldn't help turning a page again, and it really turned out to be two sisters again? This time the style is different again. Who designed this dress? Isn't it too sexy? Actually there are height measurements. Is this data changed based on the data in the book? The more he watched, the more fascinated he became, and he turned 15 pages without knowing it, and came to the follow-up small theater. Although the ship girls in front are very sexy, they are at best an illustration. After watching the small theater, he suddenly felt that the ship girls in front were alive. It turns out that there can be such love among battleships. How much is this book? Huh. Song Yunwoo was startled. She didn't expect to decide to buy it so soon. She reacted somewhat weakly, actually. She originally wanted to say in fact, you are the first guest. You can give you a 10% discount and you will be charged 27 yuan. Although there are only 20 pages, only 50 copies are printed, and it is still full color, so the cost is quite high. Normally, a full-color comics magazine with dozens of pages cost only 10 yuan. She was not embarrassed to open it too high. Before the end, the fat house said, 70? It's so cheap. Here you are. I want 10 copies. He drew 7 red sheets from his wallet in one breath, then swished away 10 doujinshi including his own. Song Yunwoo looked at the 700 yuan in his hand, somewhat dumbfounded. I haven't finished talking yet. Zyman Love came up, smiled and said, how is it? The money from the fat house is good, right? Song Yunwoo was a little excited. I have been a cartoonist for more than half a year, and finally made money. Don't be eager to be happy, there's more. Zyman Ching patted her, and pointed to a few otaku who approached. Loli's fortune-telling technique is terrifying. The 50 books were quickly sold out, and some of the guys who were found to be sold out by Amway immediately thumped their chests and felt sorry. Song Yunwoo, who had already closed the stall, smiled like a fool with 3,500 yuan. Divide the money, Zyman King urged. As one of the original creators, I have half the money. Xiaoguai also stretched out his hand. Song Yunwoo glanced at Zyman King, and then gave her 500. As for Xiaoguai's hand, she directly patted it off. You pay the rent you owe before you come and ask me for money. This time, you can save half a month at most. You give me 500 for 3,500? You are too dark. You can't exploit the working people like this. I protest. Zyman Ching said as she raised Xiaoguai to Song Yunwoo. Bite her, Xiaoguai. Xiaoguai also cooperated to make a super fierce look. I want a small amount of money. The wolf roars. She was a bit aggressive for the first few times, but when Song Yunwoo took off her glasses and stared, she was immediately persuaded. The renter glared at Zyman Ching again. I don't need money to print the book. I don't need money to rent the venue. Do you know how much money and effort are required for the various messy procedures? I have deducted the cost and the 3 people share it equally. What are you dissatisfied with? Oh. Zyman King and Xiaoguai nodded quickly and honestly. But, suddenly, Zyman King frowned and realized that things were not that simple. Wait a minute. What's wrong? When you say that, the cost is not 2,000. But you originally planned to sell 30 copies, and all 50 copies are sold for 1,500. Are you doing a loss-making business? For the sake of fame, this loss is still within the scope of the plan. Song Yunwoo said confidently. 50 books to make a woolen fame. You are really a business genius. Zyman Ching felt that for the companies and employees under Lao Song's hands, she must also let Song Yunwoo become a cartoonist. Hey, don't praise me. Song Yunwoo took her out. Let's go to the supermarket first and have barbecue tonight. Barbecue. Xiaoguai's eyes flashed when he heard that there was meat to eat. Zyman Love is like hell. Don't take me out. It's noon now, eldest sister. I will die. I have a heat stroke. As soon as he left the house, Zyman Ching immediately rushed to the street. Fortunately, Song Yunwoo is not an ordinary person. She directly asked Xiaoguai to go to the supermarket with her on Zyman Ching. Because Xiaoguai is not tall enough, Zyman King's 2 feet are dragged on the ground. While Song Yunwoo was preparing for the barbecue dinner, the fat mansion that had bought 10 copies in one breath also ended the exhibition tour. He got into his car, took off his t-shirt with a beautiful girl in the second element, replaced it with a serious white shirt, and replaced his glasses with gold rims. Then carefully received everything related to the 2-dimensional element into the trunk. It has always been a secret that he is addicted to the second dimension. On the surface, he is actually the chief physician of a famous private hospital in this city. A doctor such a serious profession, the pressure is very great, so his pressure reduction method is the second dimension. Novels, comics, animations. He has encountered these since high school. 20 years is enough to make him a senior mansion. But no matter how advanced, the book he bought today is enough to rank in the top 10 of his own amazing list. He had never thought before that a war machine made of cold metal could actually grow milk, and it was so beautiful. Sure enough, all those who paint the same people are talents. The style of painting is also very beautiful. He wanted to go home and read the comics right away, but he got a call on the way. Dr. Liu, in an emergency situation, a patient who has just been in a car accident has just been sent, and the condition is very serious. The director of UU reading www.uukangshu.com wants you to come back quickly and prepare for the operation. What? Okay, I'll come right away. Lu Cheng immediately changed his route and rushed to the hospital. He also complained to the nurse on the other side of the phone, by the way, I am resting today. Why did the dean think of looking for me? What about the door purple? Didn't she say that she would change shifts with me? I was blackmailed by her for a supper yesterday. The nurse said, I also called the Damon doctor just now, but a little girl picked it up. She said that Damon doctor was drunk last night and was still sleeping. Damn. Lu Cheng was depressed. Isn't this cheating? There is no way, although I really want to see the Dujinban, but his life is dead. He can only go to the hospital first. When he arrived at the hospital, Lu Cheng immediately asked the nurse about the specific situation, and after he was sure he could be saved, he went for disinfection. However, just as he was about to enter the operating room, he suddenly found that something was missing on his neck. He immediately turned around and threw the car key to the nurse beside him. Go to my car and get my cross necklace. That is his belief. If he doesn't kiss his cross before the operation, his hands will tremble, and the simple operation will fail. The little nurse also ran to the parking lot quickly, and in a hurry, she opened the trunk door. Lu Kang only said it was in the car, but didn't say anything about it. Then she just started looking for it directly from the trunk, but as soon as she opened the box, she saw the 10 neatly organized notebooks. But the little nurse didn't pay much attention, just flipped through the book when looking for the cross to see if it was caught in it. Finally found it in the gap in the back seat of the car, probably where he fell when he changed his t-shirt. The operation was finally successful, and Lu Cheng also received a commendation and a generous reward. However, he wanted to go back and lick the notebook more than these banknotes. Finally, after returning home, Lu Cheng watched it again and again from various angles. Said in the last words, it's too thin, it's just so small, it's not enough to see. He turned on the phone, took 2 or 3 pictures of the ship's mother and sent it to a group called Two-Dimensional Salted Fish Concentration Camp. All members went to the exhibition today and found a fine book by accident. Now I have 7 books for missionary use. Can any cute dingmen may want it? Photo photo photo. Someone immediately replied below. Damn, the old driver is going to drive again? This is a pretty good drawing. Sure enough, the breastfeeding is justice. Wow, what is this? Wangshu? Zai? Tianv is too good looking. Fuck. The battleship has become a fine? It is said that after the founding of the country, it is not allowed to become a fine. I'm done. This is a good idea, let alone, everyone, I'm going to get on the boat. Look for resources. Green hat, I'm dating Ding Meng, I want it. Damn, the guys upstairs don't have any morals? Obviously I am the big Ding Men Mei, the green hat asks for a mission. Song Yunwu's painting skills are absolutely great, especially she is good at drawing, so the sister papers under her pen are very stimulating to men's eyeballs. The Tiano was painted in the same way as Simon Qing, and his appearance and figure were so powerful that Lu Cheng planned to scan it as a computer wallpaper and lick it every day. The screenshots selected the first 7 people who asked for it. Lu Cheng chatted with them one by one, and after figuring out the address, he sent it out the next day. This group can be regarded as a very hardcore 2-dimensional group. All of them are heavy houses. One wall of the house can buy a house in the capital. So even if Lu Cheng didn't ask for money once, all 7 of them were in a tacit understanding. Gave him a red envelope. Basically, it is around 100. What Lu Cheng didn't know was that one of the group friends was actually the webmaster of a certain forum. After he finished licking the book, he scanned 5 pictures for the first time, accompanied by his own description, and posted a post. The title of the post is, Who Said Interstellar Tyrant is a Novel? Real Men Should Do Space Battleships. After posting, I directly used my authority to come to the top. In the post, he gave a detailed introduction to the basic settings of the ship's mother's book, and then posted 4 ship's mother's personal designs and a page of 4-frame small daily. Because of this move, Jian Niang quickly caused a lot of discussion in this forum. The battleship becoming a beautiful girl is indeed a brand new direction. In addition, the painter does have 2 brushes, but the degree of licking is too high, so in a short time, the ship girl has gained a lot of fans. Everyone has posted below, in addition to complimenting Jian Yang, most of them dislike the original poster for being too short. In this regard, the host directly replied, these are only a quarter of the notebook, I will not post the rest. If you want to read it, buy the notebook yourself. After hearing this, some people immediately went to find out the source of the book. At this time, the news gradually spread outside the forum. Many people used these 4 ship maidens as autographs, avatars, and the like. Some people would ask, what anime do you like the avatar? I haven't seen it before, what's the signature? Within a few days, Jian Niang caused a wave of heated discussions in a small area. As the parties involved, Song Yunryu and Ximen Qing didn't actually know. At noon that day, Ximen Qing was dragged to the supermarket, and when she returned home, she was dying. No way, after so long in the sun, I feel like I'm going to hang up, so I just ask a little bit. After I die, can you guys not roast me? If you can say so much, it means it's okay. The stupid dog goes to the refrigerator to get the vegetables. Let's string the ingredients first. Xiaoguai went to the kitchen very obediently. At this time Qin Yuyao also came over. She originally wanted to take advantage of the day to see if she had a chance to escape, but suddenly the phone rang to startle her. The call came from Zishan at the gate, but Qin Yueo was so uncomfortable that she didn't wake up from drinking, so she helped answer it. As a result, there was a woman who asked Damonza to undergo an operation, so she had to explain the actual situation. The other party accepted it so naturally, which made her a little confused. What kind of doctor is this? She looked at Damon Zi, really wanting to complain, but in the end she held it back and planned to leave after returning the phone. Who would have thought that Damon Zi suddenly yelled, "Catch you." Then he hugged her arm. Qin Yueo was shocked. It's over, I was caught by her. Does my life end here? Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. As a result, Damon Zi just hugged her arm, sandwiched it with a cushion that was comparable to Simon's love, and then said in a daze, "Such a big fish, just to take it for drinking." It turned out to be a dream talk. Qin Yueo breathed a sigh of relief, but being so tightly held, there was no way to go. She had to find a way to let the gate purple let go. In the end, it took several hours to succeed. Before she had time to stray, Song Yunryu and the others came back. "Oh, why am I so unlucky?" Qin Yueo hurriedly hid the luggage and walked down pretending to be nonchalant. www.novelmtl.com Yueo, you are down. Song Yunryu saw that it was her and immediately smiled. "Have barbecue tonight." Hehe, Qin Yueo smiled. "Are there any good things today?" "Great thing." Song Yunryu raised her head. "My comics are sold out." "Oh, that's amazing." Although Qin Yueo's flattery is not emotional at all, Song Yunryu is still very happy. "Where is the door purple? Haven't you woken up yet?" "No, she has slept all day. I will teach you a way." Song Yunryu suddenly whispered a few words to Qin Yueo. Qin Yueo was dubious after hearing this, but still came to the sofa according to Song Yunryu's words and shouted, "Call the landlord? Grab the landlord." As soon as the voice fell, Damon Zi, who was still asleep before, suddenly sat up from the sofa and shouted, "I'll grab it." Super double. It turned out to be true. Qin Yueo was a little surprised, but this was able to call the door purple. Who wants to fight the landlord? Who wants to fight the landlord? Damon Zi looked left and right. "Huh? Who are you?" "The new tenant. Her name is Qin Yueo, and she lives next door to you," Song Yunryu said in the kitchen. "Don't sleep at the door, eat barbecue tonight, come and help." "Oh, do you have barbecue?" Damon Zi ran to the kitchen immediately. The three people in the kitchen will not appear crowded. Qin Yueo looks at the three people busy in the kitchen, as if forgetting their inhuman identities. They seem to be no different from ordinary girls. Just when Qin Yueo was thinking about it, suddenly a hand grabbed her ankle, and she was so scared that she screamed, "Ah!" I fixed my eyes, and it turned out that King was lying on the floor, muttering, "Medical soldiers, blood bags." That night, by the swimming pool in the backyard of Ziliang Yae's Wang, 5 women enjoyed a barbecue meal. Ching can maintain body functions by only sucking blood, but the sense of taste is still there, and it is okay to simply enjoy the food. She lay comfortably on the recliner, bathed in moonlight, holding red wine in one hand, and barbecue in the other, eating a piece. This is life. Song Yunryu suddenly came over with 2 skewers. "You are almost finished eating this skewers, now, let me give you another one." Zyman opened his mouth wide in love, and the barbecue fell into the middle of the valley before he had time to pay attention. Hey, fake. How could the charter wife be so gentle? Hey, what kind of monster are you? Yukai, your head, isn't it dying? After being murdered, Ching was relieved. She took the barbecue and said, "What? It turns out to be me. Scared me? Let's talk. Nothing to do. What is your calculation?" Song Yunryu sat down and said to her, "Now that the comic show is over, I should draw the next work, but I haven't decided on the subject matter yet. Didn't you say that you would collaborate with me to draw comics last time? What are your ideas?" "Oh, new comics, this is simple," Ching said, "but this time you have to draw official comics to submit your manuscript. You are always doubling up with fellow people, when are you heads?" "Well, that's okay," Song Yunryu thought for a while. "It just so happens that a publishing house in the city is currently engaged in activities, and the top 3 are eligible for serialization." "What publisher? Is it big? Isn't it Weekly Squat?" Song Yunryu shook his head. "What are you kidding? Weekly Squat is the largest comic magazine in Huguo. Do you know how difficult it is to enter the newcomer Grand Prix every quarter? I am going to vote for Weekly Manu this time." "What is that? I haven't heard of it." "Of course you haven't heard of it," Song Yunryu said. "This is a new magazine opened at the beginning of the year by the publishing house of the fashion magazine Weekly Edge. The average sales volume of a single copy is about 10,000. Weekly Edge? What is it then?" Ching continued to ask. Although I was surprised that Ching didn't even know the best fashion magazine in the city, Song Yunryu didn't have any interest in popular science. That's not the point. In short, I want to contribute to Weekly Manu. The script, I can do the storytelling by myself. What are the requirements? There are no specific requirements, as long as it is not too small. People of all ages are fine. Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow. There are too many ideas in King's mind, but they can't take them randomly. After all, Song Yunryu is still a newcomer and still has to choose. She thought that the topic would end here, but Song Yunryu suddenly said, "Actually, there is one more thing." "What else?" "What?" Ching was a little wary. Wouldn't she still remember the thing that stole her tomatoes last night? It's a pen name, Song Yun-woo said. I have always used the pen name Woo-song before, but since the two of us are working together, I definitely can't use my name alone, so let's think about it together. Pen name. Simon King showed an irritable expression. It is the most troublesome to name it. I am most afraid of naming it, or I can call it Yachin Momenjai. What's that? Tooth. What leaves? It doesn't make sense. I made it up. Are you serious? Song Yun-woo drew on the Simon love cushion. The pen name is going to follow us for the rest of my life, so I will regret it sooner or later if I get up so casually. Why don't you get it like this? Simon said. You continue to use dancing song, and then I just think of one, and use the X symbol in the middle to put it together. Song Yun-woo thought it was a good idea. Then what are you going to do? Simon de Guanren? Or call me an official, how about it? Isn't it mad and cool? Simon King shook his eyebrows and said proudly. Song Yun-woo rolled his eyes directly. I don't want to put my pen name together with that kind of thing. Are you serious? I think you steal my tomatoes all day, so you can just call I eat tomatoes. That won't work. I eat tomatoes and like to add sugar, so it should be I eat tomato sugar and add 3 spoons. Stop? Too long? Dismissed. Two people discussed, and after various compromises, the pen name was finally set as Wooking, and the X number was finally removed. The reason is that Song Yun-woo always felt that Simon King laughed every time he mentioned this symbol. Very wretched. In the words of Simon Ching, this pen name is simply a model of simple lines. On the other side, Chin Yuyeo was holding a red wine glass and was chatting with Damon Zi. To be precise, it should be the gate Zi pulling her chattering. I heard that I scared you last night? Oh, I'm sorry. I can't remember how much I send when I drink. It's not intentional. Chin Yuyeo looked at her white coat that was still wearing her low-cut dress, and reminded, someone called you for surgery during the day. I told her that you were asleep, and she died after reading the book www.uukangshu.com. Does it matter? Oh, there is such a thing. Damon Zi seemed to just remember. I have changed shifts with Dr. Liu, but it's okay. Since I haven't called a second time, things shouldn't be so urgent. Really? Chin Yuyeo was very curious about which hospital she worked in. Such an unreliable hospital must not go to the future. Damon Zi suddenly took out a playing card from the pocket of his white coat. Beauty, how about fighting the landlord? Such a monster, there is really no need to be afraid, so let's continue to live for a while. The next day, Simon Ching entered Song Yun-woo's room with the script she just finished and the original set. Now, take a look. So fast. Song Yun-woo was a little surprised. He didn't expect Simon Ching to finish the script in one night. She looked at it immediately. She is looking forward to what amazing works Simon Ching can produce. What is this? Red blood cells? White blood cells? And platelets? After reading the script, Song Yun-woo was a little confused, not because the plot was too complicated, but too simple. Simon Ching, you are too coping with people? This has no main line at all, just think of where to write a mess of stories. You can't make such a thing just because you like to blood. Song Yun-woo was a little dissatisfied. She was looking forward to a good story. Now this one is at the level of children's books. Simon Ching said, don't worry, the plot is really thin, but the point is not here. The most important thing in this comic is the personality. Do you know what I mean? This is a work that maximizes your advantages. As long as you draw the platelets cute enough, everything else is secondary. Simon Ching has no system or other plugins, all she can remember is only the things she has seen and heard. When she made up the show, many of them jumped and watched, such as One Piece. So now if she wants her to completely copy the original plot, she can't do it either. There are not many works that can be fully memorized, and she intends to save it for critical time. In normal times, I would take out those incomplete works and let Song Yun-woo fill them in. For this, she needs to cultivate Song Yun-woo's screenwriting ability. I chose Working Cell for Song Yun-woo to paint because of its simple plot. As long as you know the routine, you can almost copy it even if you haven't read the follow-up content. This kind of difficult work is the best way to practice. And Song Yun-woo's painting skills are undoubtedly a great help for Working Cell. As long as the white blood cells are handsome enough, the macrophages are beautiful, and the platelets are cute, the plot can be left aside. The storyline of Working Cells is very simple. Basically, each unit popularizes a cell or cell activity in a human body, then anthropomorphize it into a simple story. There is a surgeon at home, although it is not reliable, but the medical skills are definitely professional. Next, under the supervision of Simon Ching, Song Yun-woo began to draw the images of the most important roles in the work cell. Is the top priority first, the core of this work, platelets? After seeing the power of Lucky Loli at the exhibition, Song Yun-woo also has a deep understanding. So I simply borrowed the image of Xiaogui and designed the original platelet. Then the other characters were designed one by one based on Song Yun-woo's own accumulation. Simon Ching compared his own memory and put forward some small opinions. Although there is a big difference between what she painted and what Simon Ching remembered, it just needs to look good. Drawing cartoons is not a matter of overnight. The two people spent a Sunday deciding on the outline and personality of the contribution part. Then Simon Ching went on to work, and Song Yun-woo stayed at home to catch up on the draft. Chin Yuyeo also temporarily accepted the setting of living under the same roof with the three monsters, because she found that in fact, it had no effect on her life. The internship in the company is also going on smoothly. There are no unspoken rules in the novel. Although there is a lot of work to be done every day, newcomers should be diligent. She doesn't complain. After Damon Zi arrived at the hospital on Monday, Lu Cheng bitterly complained. The door is purple. The door is purple? I shouldn't believe you. If I wasn't there that day, the patient would not be saved. That was the mayor's grandson? Do you know how much damage to our hospital will be if you don't save it? A scum in the medical world? I want to complain to the dean for expelling you. Oh, Dr. Lu, don't you be angry. Have you cut your hair? The NZI knew that he would not be expelled, so she just pretended to be stupid. I didn't cut it. No cut? Then how do I feel that you are handsome? Yes, are you? Hey, Lu Cheng touched the back of his head. What you said is true. Of course it is true. Look at the eyes of those little nurses, and you absolutely love you. The NZI said as she covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing. Lu Cheng didn't notice this. He was a little airy with praise. When he came back to his senses, the door purple was gone. The purple solace of the gate were oiled, and she slipped to the inpatient department. She patted her plump chest. He won't be chased by him now. As soon as I turned my head, I saw an old man with gray hair looking at him. Oh, who is this guy? Why are you staring at me like this? Is it an idiot? I didn't know that the old man snorted coldly, leaving behind a sentence of crippling morals and leaving. Damon Zi looked down at his deep gully, and said in doubt, where is it? Regardless of the old man, she continued to walk forward, but after turning a corner, she saw the head nurse reprimanding a young nurse. Hi, what's the matter with you? Damon Zi smiled and greeted him. Oh, it's the gate doctor. The head nurse looked up at Gate Zi, woke up. It was the head nurse who called Damon Zi and Lu Cheng that day. Hey, Damon Zi smiled awkwardly and politely. By the way, did Xiaoya do something wrong? The head nurse shook his head. Damon Zi listened to the head nurse's narration, and got a rough idea of the whole story. It turned out that it was the mayor's grandson who was sent here for first aid in a car accident last Saturday. Lu Cheng relied on his superb technique to rescue the person. After several days of self-cultivation, the mayor's grandson has regained consciousness. It's just that he can only lie on the bed and cannot move around freely. This is undoubtedly very uncomfortable for a 15-year-old boy. The mayor who came to visit his grandson saw how painful his grandson was and asked him what he wanted. As a result, the boy said something that was basically impossible to buy. The mayor, who was distressed about his grandson, agreed in one fell swoop. Yu read www.uukangsha.com and asked the hospital to fix it after he got out of the ward. You can't ignore the patient's psychological problems. These are his original words. What a wayward old man. Damon Zi suddenly thought of the old man he met just now, dressed like a dog. Isn't he the mayor? But what does this have to do with Xiaoya? The head nurse glanced at Xiao, but Xiao lowered her head. It's all me. If I don't lend him the phone to play with, he won't know about it, so he won't make such a request. So what exactly does the mayor's grandson want? Damon Zi was a little curious. It's a comic book, Nurse Xiao said. I don't know. I have also asked about it at the newsstand before. I didn't sell it at all. I asked many friends and they didn't know. What manga? So strange. Hey, this is it. Xiao took out his phone and showed them to them. Damon Zi frowned. Why she always felt that the woman on the phone screen was a bit familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. On the other side, the head nurse uttered huh. The head nurse. I seem to have seen this. The head nurse held his chin in meditation for a while, then punched his palm. Right? I saw it in the trunk of Dr. Lu that day. There is a stack. Damon Zi looked at the head nurse in surprise. You can drive the trunk of Dr. Lu's car? Unexpectedly, the head nurse, the taste is very unique. Fuck you. The head nurse pushed her. I was helping him get things. Alas, Xiao, since Dr. Lu has won, go and ask him for a copy. Otherwise the mayor will get angry and go to the hospital. There's a few words there, but it's us who suffers, but he is our dean's hair crazy. Why am I going? Xiao was a little scared when he thought of Dr. Lu Cheng's usual stern face. But she looked around. One was her leader, the other was the chief physician, and finally she had to admit her fate honestly. Daddy's door purple? I'll kick you out of the back door sooner or later. In Lu Cheng's office, he was still sulking. Finally, he made up his mind to have a good relationship with Damon Zi, asked her to have a meal, and then asked her to help take over the work, so that the two people also had friendship. In the end, she actually let go of the pigeons. Isn't this playing him? Please come in. Hearing a knock on the door, Lu Cheng immediately adjusted his state and took a pen as he was examining the approval document. Dr. Lu. Xiao walked in somewhat restrainedly. What's up? That's it. The head nurse asked me to borrow a book from you. It is for the mayor's grandson to read. We can't find it anywhere else. Book? What book does he want to read? He did the operation on the mayor's grandson. He was naturally curious about what book the young man wanted to read and asked him a 37-year-old uncle. Is it possible that this little guy is still an easy-to-learn person and wants to read books like Compendium of Materia Medica to enrich his spiritual world? Xiao was a little confused, so he turned on the phone and handed it over. That's it. Lu Cheng took a look, his hand shook suddenly, and almost didn't remove her mobile phone. The fat on his face trembled slightly. Are you mistaken? How can I have this book, this? Lu Cheng wanted to wipe his forehead very much, he vaguely felt sweat coming out. Xiao was very nervous, but didn't pay much attention to Lu Cheng's changes, but simply said, "It was the head nurse. She said she saw a pile in the trunk of your car." Hearing this, Lu Cheng took a breath. It's over, it's over. This is a real hammering, and no amount of sophistry is meaningful. He looked at his phone again. Those pictures weren't taken by his phone. They seemed to be from a forum. He is now thinking about how to deal with it. Take it out? Deny it? Denial is out of play, just like the head nurse. If I dare to deny her, the whole hospital will know it. At this time, I should give in temporarily. Lu Cheng returned the phone, and said to Xiao, "You go back, the book is at home, I will go back and get it." "Oh, thank you Dr. Lu." Xiao left, leaving Lu Cheng with a heart. "I knew if I didn't pretend to be forced, I would just give away a few copies." He now has 3 books at home, one for preservation, one for viewing, and one for practical use. Now there is no other way but to take out the storage. Lu Kang returned home and took the notebook to the mayor's grandson's ward. Before entering the door, I heard a shout from inside, "Get out. Give me all out. Even if I starve to death, Li Yuki, I die outside. I was hit by a car. I won't eat any of you." Lu Kang opened the door and saw Xiao and another nurse standing by the bed in embarrassment. They were still holding a cut fruit platter in their hands. Dr. Lu. Seeing Lu Cheng coming in, Xiao seemed to see a savior. "You all go out." After sending 2 nurses, Lu Cheng came to Li Yuki's bed. "Who are you?" The boy with a broken leg looked at the middle-aged uncle vigilantly. To be honest, Lu Cheng in a white coat was still a bit oppressive. Lu Cheng took out his own collection of notebooks. "Do you want this?" Li Yuki, who was originally a little nervous, suddenly widened his eyes. This is. Damon Zhu walked around in the hospital when she was all right. She, the chief physician, never sits in the clinic, and she mixes with her until get off work every day, and then gets some salary. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Cheng couldn't understand her. When passing by Li Yuki's ward, she saw 2 young nurses standing at the door. "Huh, what are you doing?" Xiao Ye recounted what had just happened. Asked the door, "What's going on inside now?" "I don't know." Xiao shook his head. They didn't dare to peek inside. The door purple was different. She came up with curiosity and secretly opened the door of the ward, and the 2 little nurses also leaned forward. The heads of the 3 of them looked like arhats, looking in from the crack of the door. As a result, I saw Li Yuki obediently taking a toothpick into the fruit to eat. While eating, he smirked and said to Lu Cheng, "Oh, it's so fragrant." "Oh," the 2 little nurses exclaimed. Sure enough, it was Dr. Lu, the young master who was so difficult to deal with became docile in a while. The Ship Mother is on fire, in a small circle. Is a book with only 50 volumes, after all, there is no big fire. But all the books that were bought were basically collected as heirlooms. This book also became a legend for a time. There are too few people who have seen the real book, and most of them read photos or scans posted by others on the internet. However, the idea of anthropomorphizing battleships has been spread out www.novelmtl.com. Many fan artists have published similar books one after another. Some are even more popular than Song Yun-woo's book. There is no other way. Even if Song Yun-woo's paintings are better looking, his reputation is always bad and it cannot be promoted. She still has to honestly draw the comics and then submit them. The story of Working Cell is really simple, and it's easy for her. She didn't use Taoism this time, but painted by herself for half a month. Is a full 30 pages, an average of 10 pages of a story, that's 3. After finishing the painting, she still feels a little worried, and discusses with her after Ximenqing is off work. "Is this all right? I won't be eliminated, right?" Ximenqing turned over and found that red blood cells, macrophages, and platelets were even more beautiful and cute than the original. White blood cells are even more handsome and scumbags, and T-killer cells are also very hardline. You can control any style of painting." She sighed. In painting, Song Yun-woo is simply invincible. Those cartoonists who have been serializing for more than 20 years are not necessarily as good as her. This is not simply whether the character is good or not, but she can control all kinds of styles of painting. If you want to be cute, you can be cute. If you want to be domineering, you can be domineering. And if you want to be ergonomic, you can ergonomic. Ximenqing feels that she has found a treasure. With her, you will definitely earn enough money to buy blood packs soon. Ximenqing has already begun to dream about the life that she will be able to consume every day in the future. She patted Song Yun-woo on the shoulder. "You can take it and submit it with confidence." When, encouraged by Ximen's love, Song Yun-woo went to contribute. Then, on the 3rd day, she received a notice. "Thank you very much for your submission. We have read your work carefully. Unfortunately, there are still many places that do not meet our requirements. I hope we can cooperate next time." Chance. Qin Yueo came home from get off work, and suddenly heard the sound of glass crashing in the living room. She couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Den Zi went home from get off work so early? Actually, she was drinking alone in the living room. However, when she walked over and took a look, she discovered that it was Song Yun-woo who was drinking. "Sister Yun-woo, what's the matter with you?" Qin Yueo couldn't help asking, seeing her disappointed look. "It's Xiao Qin," Song Yun-woo sighed. "I'm reflecting on myself." Reflection. "Yes, do you think I'm too naive? I think I'm a cartoonist if I can draw a few pictures," she said with a sip of her drink, drunk slightly. "Where is this world so simple? Cartoonist? Those who support themselves are called cartoonists. I am, at most, ordinary citizens with drawing skills. What's the matter? Qin Yueo walked over and asked with concern. Song Yunwoo did not answer, but just drank booze. Qin Yueo accidentally caught a glimpse of the mail on the desktop and immediately understood the whole story. So she persuaded, "Oh, Sister Yunwoo, it's okay to be rejected. I'm working in the editorial department now, so I know very well that rejection does not necessarily mean that your work is not good. It's just that the simple subject matter doesn't match what people demanded. I've heard that someone in our editorial department brushed off a work because he didn't like Lily. As a result, they changed a place and became a masterpiece with more than 1 million sales. Don't comfort me." Song Yunwoo shook his head. "It is not only this time that I have been rejected. I think I am really not suitable for this industry, so I just go back and ask Dad to buy the weekly squat directly. I am the editor-in-chief of reviewing other people's comics." Qin Yueo. "I can't talk about this, I'm inhumane." After dark, Ximen Qing also returned. The chartered wife. "My blood bag, I am starving to death, I want a blood bag." Wow, what the hell? Seeing Song Yunwoo lying on the table as drunk as a corpse, Ximen was shocked. Immediately, her eyes rolled, her expression gradually became funny. "Hey, the charter lady is drunk, don't I let me take the blood pack? I'm such a clever ghost." Ximen Qing immediately went upstairs, rummaged through the clouds in the sky. The movement led Qin Yueo out. "Sister Ximen, what are you doing?" Ximen Qing was shocked, and quickly explained, I'm here, playing, cleaning, clean up." Qin Yueo said with a black line, "I haven't graduated from university, don't lie to me, how do you think it is getting messy? It's messy enough to, you have a sense of accomplishment, you don't understand." Ximen Qing opened his eyes and said, "Nonsense, by the way, do you know what's going on with the charterer? There was someone downstairs who was drunk and drunk." "Oh, that's it." Qin Yueo said the matter. Now it is Ximen's turn to be shocked. Impossible? Working cell is so popular that it has been rejected? Are the eyes of this editor a frog egg? It's awful, this is not good. Ximen Qing found that what she had thought before seemed a little too beautiful. A work is so popular that all factors are indispensable. It's not that if you take it out from another place, it will be as hot as before. She also worried that the works she chose would not match this era. But this is too real, the first movie hit the street, so how can I play it? Back to his room, Ximen Qing began to think about it. It seems that the path of cooperating cartoonists is a bit unworkable, and her plan to make a fortune is hindered. If this continues, she still has to return to the predicament of starving every day. You have to find another way to make a fortune. Thinking about it, Ximen Qing glanced at the computer on the side. Is it really going to make money for the fat house? Ximen Love hesitated for a long time, and decided to compromise. Forget about selling stockings, it's too low, but it's not bad to be an up owner. In recent years, the development of the two-dimensional element is booming. Among them, the bullet screen website GUP is particularly prominent, and it is not much different from the Bilibili in the memory of Ximen Qing. Of course, because of the decline of Yingguo culture, the B-stations in this world are more domestically produced, and some stocks are more domestically produced. If you can become an up host, and then gain a group of fans, then there will be another wave of undefeatable. It is also good for Ximen's Love. She didn't do it before just because it took too much time in the early stage. The accumulation of fans is not a matter of overnight. She is not some guy who likes to show a sad smile, and her fans are just like riding on a rocket. Being the upmaster is destined to have a period of power generation with Love. Now Song Yunwoo is on the street, she has no choice but to prepare to retreat. Of course she can't make a video, but some people will. She only needs to consider the content. What do you do? Anime miscellaneous talk? Let's go. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. These cartoons for children have a wool slot point. Ghosts? That's too time-consuming, put it aside. After much deliberation, her final strategy is singing. When Dalong was still there, her favorite thing was to find a nice song, then loop the single until she vomited, and then continue to look for the next one. Thanks to this, she can now recall those songs clearly. It's impossible to arrange music anymore. It's impossible to arrange music in this life, nor can I write scores. Only a cappella can do this. Ximen Qing is also very helpless. She is not a master of music, and her music knowledge is limited to Lami's harassment. Basically there is no way to reproduce the original song completely. She went downstairs and knocked on the door of Pan Dawan. After Xiaoguai opened the door, she pinched Xiaoguai's cheek for the first time. The fleshy little face is really comfortable to pinch. Xiaoguai, do me a favor for my sister. After squeezing, Ximen Qing pushed Xiaoguai into the door and closed the door, showing a weird smile. Xiaoguai is honest, just asking her, what can I help? Ximen said in love, aren't you good at computers? Can you make a video for me? I sing a song, and then you record it for me and make it into a video. Xiaoguai emphasized after listening, that is a hacking technique, used to deal with defense systems, not for making videos. Oh, everything is fine, you can do it for me. Ximen Qing knelt on the floor, so that her height was just enough to hold Xiaoguai's waist, and by the way, she could rub her at her private airport. Xiaoguai looked a little reluctant, but still agreed under the soft and hard feeling of Ximen. Xiaoguai's room is well equipped with all kinds of equipment. Ximen Qing only needs to sing directly, and all the post-production work can be left to her. Just sing to this place, right? Xiamen Qing looked at the device, which looked a bit like a microphone. To be honest, Xiaoguai has a lot of professional equipment here. She can't pay the rent, 30% of the reason is them. Xiaoguai nodded, and Xiamen Qing spoke up. I heard that Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard that Mad Hatter likes Alice. The ugly duckling will become a white swan. The song she sang is called Fairy Tale Town. The fairy tales quoted in the lyrics are basically from the Grimm's fairy tales 200 years ago, so the two worlds are connected. In another world, this song was written by Junzu, composed by Concealed Kong, and sung by Concealed Kong. The song is a good song, very nice, but it really became popular because of a cover by a female anchor. At the beginning, most of the popular online songs were female versions. Although I heard that the female anchor was dead later, it has nothing to do with this song. Xiamen loves that her voice is so good, her singing skills are not bad, and her singing effect should not be worse than that of her. In case the fire out, let all a long time ago, all come to a happy ending. Moment. And strange. Woo 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 woo. A song sings very quickly, in a few minutes. Xiamen Qing is now a zombie, and she has a strong control over her breath and voice, and she almost makes no mistakes when she sings a song. When she finished singing and was about to ask Xiaoguai if she had finished recording, she suddenly found that little Lori was looking at herself with bright eyes, her expression full of admiration. What are you doing? Are you okay? Xiaoguai shook his head and continued to look at her. It's so nice. Singing a cappella makes you feel good. Xiamen Qing smiled and squeezed her face. Isn't it going to go to heaven if it is accompanied by music? Xiaoguai nodded immediately. As a result, Xiamen's affection was overwhelming. Unfortunately, I don't know how to arrange music. I can only sing a cappella. Xiaogu was stunned, and then as if thinking of something, he said to Xiamen excitedly, I know someone who can arrange music. Do you want money? Xiaoguai thought for a while, then shook his head. Then please. Xiamen was overjoyed, not to mention Baijian a late stage, and also comes with a free arrangement. This wave of blood is really profitable. She picked up the little boy as a meal and let the little boy enjoy it. A facial cleanser. After, Xiamen Qing said to the little boy again, by the way, can you be a virtual character? Can real facial motion capture be used? Xiaoguai thought for a while, then nodded. That's great, I plan to make that. Xiamen Qing didn't plan to appear in real people, but wanted to engage in an artificial mental retardation like ZIAI, artificial intelligence, is the kind of software similar to FaceRig that can feed back real facial expressions to virtual characters. It would be a good gimmick to call himself AI at that time. Xiaoguai listened to all her requests and said that she could do it, which made Xiamen Qing, who had just had the idea of giving it a try, overjoyed. You are so good, why can't you make any money? Like a pigeon killer, I don't rely on this to make money. Xiaoguai is a very principled killer, although he has never killed anyone so far. Xiamen Qing smiled and touched her head. Well, let's do it. I will pay the rent for you if I make money another day. Xiaoguai immediately showed a happy expression, and the tail behind him was also exposed, and he began to sway from side to side. She didn't need her for the virtual character. After the recording, Xiamen Qing went back to the room and played the game. And Xiaoguai opened the communication software and contacted a friend with an ID called Shire. Yes? I have a song. Can you arrange a song for me? Attachment. No problem, boss. Promise to complete the mission, boss. Don't call me the boss. I am a killer, not a black club. Understood the boss, but stopped calling the boss. The next day, Qin Yuyeo went downstairs to go to work, and accidentally caught a glimpse of Song Yunmu's drawing that was thrown on the table. She thought about it, and took the drawing with her. She didn't mean to contribute to Song Yunmu, but she is now working in the editorial department of a large company, where there are many experienced editors. What she wanted was to find an opportunity to show this manuscript to an editor who was good at speaking, to learn from the experience, and to return to tell Song Yunmu the editor's opinion. Although she has received some preferential treatment because she is a beautiful woman, she herself did not slacken off because of this. Instead, she took the initiative to find work, which has also won the likes of many seniors. The atmosphere in the editorial department seemed a bit wrong today. Qin Yuyeo helped to print out a bunch of documents, and when she reached the office, she heard an editor shouting there, knock inside. Did you hear that? Knock inside? I told labor and management before 3 I gave the manuscript from the day, and after 3 days and 3 days, and 3 days later, it was almost a month? Tell me honestly, did you go clubbing? Do you believe that labor and management will go to your house and shut you off now? Get up, no food if you don't paint. She shook her hand www.novelmtl.com and finally heard a female editor next to her say to the phone there, well, the Ung team was in a bad mood and wanted to go out to relax, and forget about it. It's time, so this is the reason why you are delaying the manuscript. Let me tell you, if you can't get the manuscript before the deadline, believe it or not, I will publish your address to ensure that you will receive one every day. Pile of blades. Okay, so impressive. She came to work here not long ago. This is the first time that the deadline is approaching. The entire editorial department seemed to have turned into a battlefield, and everyone was busy becoming a dog. Even the single dogs who liked to peek at him had ignored her. When others are busy, she is naturally more busy as a new intern. When she is busy, Qin Yuyeo gradually forgets about Song Yunmu's affairs. At noon, Qin Yuyeo finally made time to eat. She ordered the entire editorial department's takeaway, and she brought it downstairs. Just as she was cooking there with a box of yellow braised chicken rice, a passing editor's belt accidentally brought a thick stack of papers on her desk. Suddenly, a bunch of things spilled. Sorry. The editor squatted down to help tidy up. Qin Yueo also quickly put down the lunchbox, wiped her hands, squatted down to tidy up together. It's okay, or you can go ahead. I'll just do it myself. If you change to a man, the editor may be gone, but Qin Yueo is a beautiful woman, so the editor shook his head. Where else? You go to eat first, and I will clean up, so that people don't say that I am an uncle bullying you or a little girl. Go now. Qin Yueo had no choice but to be pushed back to her seat, while the editor picked up the scattered files little by little. Suddenly, his hand paused. Duan Yangping suddenly saw a cartoon in a pile of messy files. I want to say that in this editorial department, it is normal to see a manga. It's just that what he saw happened to be the page with the close-up of platelets, and such a cute little loli was immediately imprinted in his mind. He has been in this business for 10 years. In order to maintain his professionalism, he basically knows the comics that are a little hot in the quarter, and he can recognize most of the styles of comics of various comics. And the little loli in front of him, he couldn't see which painting it was. Newcomer? Then this is too good. So out of curiosity, he pulled out the painting and looked at it carefully. It's so cute as expected. If this is seen by those nerds, shouldn't they be so cute that they have a heart attack? He then rummaged again, found the entire 30-page drawing, and read it again. Qin Yueo quickly finished eating and wanted to come over and continue to help, but found that Duan Yangping actually squatted there to read comics. Master Duan, what are you looking at? Oh, Xiao Qin, do you know which author contributed this comic? Which one? Qin Yueo leaned over to take a look, and was surprised to find that it was the comic she had brought over. This is not someone who submitted it. It was drawn by my friend. Qin Yueo didn't think too much, and said honestly, she failed to submit her manuscript and was rejected by someone, so I wanted to help her ask if there is any improvement. Yes, Master Duan, can you give me some advice? What advice do you give? Duan Yangping simply rolled his eyes. Which magazine is blind? Don't want such a good work. Is this good? Qin Yueo hadn't read it carefully either, but when Song Yunmu said so badly, he thought this work was rubbish. She thought for a while, and said, she seems to vote for Weekly Manu. Oh, that's no wonder, Duan Yangping suddenly realized. I said, Weekly Manu was originally created by Weekly Edge. They have just been established there. The editors are all transferred from the original Weekly Edge. There are not many professional comics editors. It's not surprising that a group of fashion magazine guys saw this kind of work killed. That is to say, if my friend's comic is submitted, it can be serialized. Qin Yueo asked with a glimmer of hope. I don't know. Duan Yangping shook his head. That can't. Serialization is so easy, not to mention whether your friend has the ability to change weekly. The magazine must also have a place for you to publish it. Recently halfway through, he was stunned. You wait, I'll help you ask. With that, Duan Yangping took the draft and ran to find another editor. After the two chatted for a while, Duan Yangping took the draft and showed each other, then Qin Yueo nodded when he saw the other editor who asked for money. Duan Yangping came back with a smile on his face. It's done. There is an old author on Laoqian's that was scheduled to serialize the new issue, but De Beijian was caught a few days ago, and now there is just a place vacated. You go and ask your friends to come and talk about it. If everything else passes, maybe it can really be published. Really? Qin Yueo couldn't believe it. He didn't expect it to happen by mistake. But she took another look at the money to continue working in the distance. It was the editor who just yelled 3 days later and 3 days on the phone. She thought to herself, if Song Yunmu delays the manuscript in the future, will he also lock Song Yunmu away and not feed him if he doesn't paint? By then, he doesn't know if he will be scared to death by a group of monsters. Qin Yueo vomited silently in her heart, and then immediately called Song Yunmu. It's a pity that Song Yunmu used to be out at night and had a drink last night. Now it must be impossible to be woken up by the mere telephone ringing. She had no choice but to talk to Duan Yangping and then went back to the villa. Sister Yunmu, don't sleep. Don't sleep. She held a cup of hot water and came to Song Yunmu's side, trying to shake her up. The latter opened his eyes laboriously, and then the first thing was to pressed his forehead. Oh, my brain hurts. Who made you drink so much wine yesterday? Qin Yueo handed the hot water over. Drink some hot water. I have good news for you. What good news? What good news can I have recently? Song Yunmu said while drinking water, feeling a little depressed. So Qin Yueo told her about the editorial department. Wait a minute. Song Yunmu put down the water glass and waved her to stop. I haven't woken up from drinking. You say it again. It shouldn't be my ear problem? Has an editor read my comic? Yes, Qin Yueo rubbed her temples for her. You won't blame me for taking out your drawings without authorization, right? Haha. Song Yunmu suddenly laughed, jumped out of the bed, and hugged Qin Yueo. What am I to blame for you? You really didn't lie to me? Can I serialize it in the magazine? It's not decided yet. Qin Yueo was a little dizzy by her. Reading www.uukangsha.com. There are still many follow-up discussions, so I came to call you to the editorial department. What are you waiting for? Go. You just, go like this. Song Yun-woo looked down, and she was wearing a set of underwear. It was indeed not a attire for going out. So, she immediately changed into a white t-shirt and jeans. Her hairstyle is still instant noodles, and the standard wine bottle glasses are not forgotten. Two people just went to the editorial department. In the evening when Simon Ching went home, they met Damon Zi. They walked to the door together. Before the door opened, they heard someone yelling in the house. "What are you doing?" The two looked at each other, and Simon King opened the door curiously. It turned out that Song Yun-woo, who was only wearing a white t-shirt, was holding a wine bottle in one hand, and her underwear in the other, shaking in circles. "Oh, get up high. I'm the king of comics." Simon loves his eyes and hands quickly takes out his phone and snaps a photo. De Nzi gave her a shocked look. At this time, "What do you think of doing this?" Song Yun-woo was originally quite high, but turned his head and saw Simon Ching and De Nzi looking straight at him, only then realized that he seemed a bit out of line. She put on her underwear silently, and then pretended to say hello to the two of them nonchalantly. "Oh, come back. Dinner is ready. Let's eat together. I have something to do. Go back to the room first." Then, he turned around and walked slowly to the top of the stairs. His speed exploded in an instant, and he sprinted to the second floor within 3 seconds. Simon Ching's expression gradually became funny. "Hey, I can ask for more blood packs these days." Damon Zi is curious. "What happened? I have never seen her so happy. I really want to die." Song Yun-woo buried her head under the pillow, as if embarrassed by cancer. She was uncomfortable. Today is the first time in her life that she signed a contract with a magazine. When she was happy, she drank some wine, but she became a little overwhelmed. "Bad? This is over. The black history of life is known by that idiot zombie? How can I maintain my majesty in the future?" Song Yun-woo felt wrong after thinking about it. "No, I have to go and chop the zombie." With that, she drew the coin sword from the inner thigh, aggressively preparing to go downstairs to fight the zombie. But only halfway down the stairs, she suddenly stopped, slumped on the railing, and poked her head out quietly, wanting to see what they were talking about downstairs. Signed. Simon Ching looked at Qin Yueo in surprise. Didn't it mean that the manuscript was rejected? "It's like this." Qin Yueo repeated Duan Yangping's words. Simon Ching nodded after hearing this. "I'll just say, how could such a good work be rejected? It turns out that this is the case. Let them toss the fashion magazine guys. I see how they will rush to the street." Working Cell was rejected, but she was terrified. She even did the singing video, saying that it is impossible to have no resentment towards the weekly manu. "By the way, is your magazine big?" Simon Ching suddenly thought of something and asked. "Don't be a third-rate magazine on the roadside. You won't be able to make much money when you serialize it." "Didn't I tell you?" Qin Yueo said. "I am now an intern in the editorial department of Weekly Squat." "Squat? Just that, the largest comic magazine in the whole flower country." Simon King exclaimed. "Our comics are going to be serialized there." Qin Yueo shook her head. "That's not true. There are also many other magazines under Squat. This time, the cartoon of Sister Yunwoo is Mars Squat. Mars? What is that?" Qin Yueo introduced. "Mars Squat. This is another magazine of Squat Publishing House. It was originally used as a supplement to Weekly Squat to publish some extra articles, but it became so popular that it was released as a semi-monthly magazine." Oh, Simon Love seems to understand but not understand. Qin Yueo thought for a while, and added, "Most of the current Mars Squat are extravaganzas drawn by non-original authors. Readers like to call them official fan works. Generally speaking, they are pretty cute. The main market is also elementary and middle school students. The primary and middle school students are good," Simon said with affection. "The plot is too complicated for elementary school students to understand. Working Cell is originally a popular science comic, with a weak storyline, which is just right for elementary school students." Took a bite of a tomato, she suddenly got close and whispered in Qin Yueo's ear, "How much is the author's payment?" Qin Yueo's ears were itchy by her, and her cheeks were slightly reddish. "Because it is a semi-monthly publication, you need to submit 30 pages each time, and the price per page is 200. That's it." Simon said dissatisfied. "Then it's only 10,000 in a month like this? Even if it's 50 to 50, I can only get 6,000. How many blood packs can I buy?" And with the temperament of a chartered wife, she might as well know how much she would give Simon the love. After all, the cost of manuscript and ink is all she is producing. "It's not low anymore," Qin Yueo said. "This is already higher than many newcomers. That is, Squad is rich enough to give a newcomer so much. Forget it, it's fine if you can produce it." Simon Ching didn't expect to rely on this amount of manuscript fees. What she valued was the future adaptation and the pamphlet. She knows how hot the Working Cell animation is. Even if it is as strong as the Bone King, she will be squeezed out. When she thinks about it, she feels full of money falling from the sky. Hey, what's the matter with you?" The door Zi suddenly pressed up from behind, and a pair of rested on Simon Ching's head like this, laughing so wretched. Simon King was pressed down on the table, but fortunately, she also had a cushion, resting on the table so that she would not be pressed under the table. "Is there?" I laughed awkwardly. She adjusted her expression quickly. "Illusion, definitely an illusion." Even turned his head. "By the way, the touch on this head is really cool. The dumb boy is worthy of being a doctor, and he can always bring her a cure." At this time, Xiaoguai suddenly came out of the room and walked to the side of Ximon Qing. It's done. So fast? Is the arrangement done? Xiaoguai nodded. That friend of hers is very good. It took only 5 days before and after the arrangement, and the main thing to spend time was to be the virtual character. Now that MOM happened, Ximon Qing hesitated. The comics have made money, is it necessary to be the upmaster? She thought about it, then looked at Xiaoguai again. I think that others have done it for me, so it's a bit inappropriate to choose not to do it at this time. Then stood up under the pressure of the door. Zi, go to your room and talk. Wow. Damon Zi stepped back half a step back, and the UU reading www.uukangshow.com cushion slid behind Ximon Qing's head along the back of her. Xiaoguai looked extremely envious, and couldn't help but glance down at his private airport. When will I be able to build tall buildings here? What are you doing? I want to see too. Damon Zi followed the two into Pandawan. Qin Yuyao originally wanted to join in the fun, but after looking at a table of wine glasses and saucers, he planned to organize it first. 3 monsters entered Pandawan. Xiaoguai first played the song with good music. I heard that Snow White. Ximon Qing's soft voice like cotton wool came from the speaker, and matched with the exotic BGM. It felt as if scenes of fairy tales were truly presented in front of you. The arrangement of is different from the original song. Ximon Qing feels like hearing a brand new fairy tale town. Compared with the original song, I can't say which one is better, I can only say that the comprehension of the arranger is different. Now this is a bit dark, after all, the lyrics are somewhat dark fairy tales. After listening, the overall feeling of Ximon Qing is very good, it can be said to be perfect. After all, she is not a professional music student. She just thinks that a song can be done like this is already very good. She will not force it to be the same as she remembers. This sounds good. Damon Zi looked at Ximon Qing in surprise. Qinger, you can sing. Hey, I didn't expect it, Ximon Qing said with a smug. Actually, what I do best is not singing, but 48 hands. Let's try another day. Daimon Zi smiled and did not speak. She was a hybrid of Sakura and Hua, and she naturally didn't know the 48 hands of Sakura in the Edo period. The little guy on the side looked curious. 48 hands? What is that? Is it a peerless martial arts? SHHH, kids don't ask so much. Ximon squeezed Xiaoguai's face. Has the virtual character also been done? Well, okay. Xiaoguai opened a software, and a virtual character immediately appeared in the middle of the display. This is a giant RU Lolita with a black double ponytail, wearing a white sleeveless tights, with a big opening on the chest, and a blue ribbon passing through the bust and tied to the arm. Ximon Qing took a closer look, and then nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Xiaoguai, you are such a genius. She just gave the little girl some advice based on the goddess Hestia in Is It Wrong to Seek Encounters in a Dungeon in the memory, but she didn't expect the reduction rate to be quite high, especially the iconic chest strap. Is exactly the same as in the memory. It's good if you can afford a name. Ximon Qing asked Damon Zi and Xiaoguai back. What do you think her name is better? The Queen of the Night. Plum Q. Ximon Qing directly rolled his eyes, and two named ghosts. In the end, she decided, the virtual character and the ID of Station B were all set as Tsing Yi Yeast. Hello, this is the artificial intelligence Tsing Yi Yeast. Welcome everyone to my channel. First of all, I will introduce myself to you. There was no love story for Simon, and he improvised a self-introduction to the camera, and squeezed his throat and talked about his AI setting in a tone that was higher than usual. On the screen, the virtual character made by Xiaoguai also moved with her. She blinked, the avatar blinked, she laughed, and the avatar also laughed. After the introduction, she turned around and said to Xiaogu, I will record the singing first, and you can match the voice later. What are you two doing? She discovered that Damon Zi and Xiaoguai were looking at them like ghosts in horror movies. Hey, although I am a zombie, do you need to be so scared of such a beautiful zombie? It's not the first day I met. No, Damon Zi swallowed and tremblingly said, how can you say that in such a disgusting tone? And your actions, like a young girl, aren't you awkward? I can see the goosebumps all up, vomit. Xiaoguai also said, my classmates would not be like this. She is in the 5th grade of elementary school this year. Damn. Ximon Qing said depressed, you two know what a hairy? To an otaku, I just squeezed my voice just now to talk like that is very cute. I really don't appreciate it. Let's do it, it's what you say. I'll go back to the room first. The door purple hit hatch. I have to go to work tomorrow. You, the fishing doctor, are also fighting landlords on the computer when you go to work, pretending to be busy. Ximon said with emotion. Damon Zi smirked and said, but, you have to admit that my salary is 10 times yours. Damn. Ximon King suddenly fell into autism. If I had a medical certificate, it would be great. The video was made very smoothly, and Ximon Qing was uploaded the next day. But because the comics matter has settled, Ximon Qing doesn't care too much about this, but just clings to the idea of I sang it all, and it is wasted not to submit articles. Seeing that the video was being reviewed, she left the thing behind and started the game. 3 hours later. Haha, it's hanging up again. Ximon Qing's screen turned black and white, with a record of 1/17/3 hanging in the upper right corner, but she was very happy. Because she had blocked her teammates in advance, she didn't know if anyone was scolding her. Anyway, after she was resurrected, she would go out and continue the waves and it would be over. At this time, she did not know that the video she just uploaded has passed the review. Tang Xiaotang is an upmaster in the music area of Station B. Out of hobbies a year ago, she started posting videos of her singing. It's just a simple recording with a background picture that has never changed. She didn't expect how popular it would be. However, her singing voice is unexpectedly popular. In 1 year, she is already an up-owner with 600,000 fans. At least in the music area, she can be considered a bit famous. But she is still the same, recording a song every half month, and then uploading a picture by herself. The only change is probably that the recording place has changed from my own room to a professional recording studio. After having more fans, she can occasionally receive endorsements, such as singing a theme song for a game. She receives less, but it is almost enough to make sure that she has money to record. Most of the songs she sings are covers. After all, there are too few good original songs and they are expensive, so she has only bought 2 songs. Recently, she couldn't think of a good cover song, so she ran through the internet to find inspiration. Inadvertently, she saw a video in the recently updated list. Fairy Tale Town, original song. This is a new title. The first song is the original song. It's amazing. With curiosity, she clicked in www.novelmtl.com. The melodious prelude sounded, and her ears were immediately attracted. I heard that Snow White. When came back to her senses, the song had ended, and she was awakened by a hello. Huh? Are you done? Tang Xiaotang looked at the virtual character who was introducing herself in the screen. Artificial intelligence? What is that? Her clothes are so strange, why is it with a belt? After reading the virtual character's self-introduction carefully, Tang Xiaotang also understood this Tsing Yi Yeast. It turns out that she is a computer. She is not a real person, but she sings really well. She couldn't help listening to it again. At this time, there were more than 1 clicks on the video. She saw a barrage of wow, the ears are pregnant drifting by, and it didn't take long for her to see this skin is really big. No, I mean this breast is really white. Heard it over and over again, and when Tang Xiaotang recovered, he realized that it was already very late. She thought about it, and immediately followed, collected, coined, and liked a dragon, and then sent a private message to the up-owner, which probably meant that she wanted to cover the Fairy Tale Town. When Ximen Qingguan was about to go to bed, he saw a private message prompt and found that it was a cover request. She thought about it, and simply posted a comment in the comment area and put it on top by hand. This song can be covered, but the source must be indicated. After was done, she didn't bother to worry about it anymore. Sleep to sleep. She suddenly opened her eyes. It seems that tomorrow's class is not ready yet. Well, forget it. Improvise. Chanting like this, she gradually fell asleep. I don't know about Ximen's love at this time, and my sticky comment is about to set off a wave that will sweep the music area of Station B, and even spread to the ghost animal area. On Saturday, Song Yunryu rarely left the house early in the morning. While everyone was still immersed in the retreat on the weekend, she ran back home excitedly, shouting, "Come on. Come out, come out. What are you doing?" Simon Ching yawned. "Don't you know that destroying a person's dream is like killing a parent? Unless you pay me with a blood bag." "What nonsense? Look at what this is." Simon Ching took a closer look and found that Song Yunryu was waving a thick magazine at this time. "What is this? What do you mean?" Seeing Song Yunryu's silly smile, Ximen Ching suddenly realized something. "This is our cartoon." "That's right." Song Yunryu waved to her. "Come down and have a look." Ximen Ching immediately went downstairs, and at this time Qin Yuyao and the others were also woken up one after another. Only the Dorsey Eye did not come out. She drank too much last night. Song Yunryu went straight upstairs and dragged her off the bed. The family gathered around the table, looking at the thick magazine in the center. "I'm going to open it." Like a ceremony, Song Yunryu first opened the catalog, and then turned to the page where their comics were based on the page number. Working Cell, Original Work, Dance. The colorful title page was rushed out one night after Song Yunryu signed the contract, and after that it was the official content. Mars Squat is a semi-monthly publication with about 300 pages. There are 18 works in total. Some of them are more than a dozen pages, and some are 30 pages like Working Cell. The former are mostly fan works, while the latter are serious original works. Seeing the comics he drew were printed into magazines, Song Yunryu was so moved that tears were streaming down. Even though the quality of this paper is extremely poor, it still represents her success. "Finally, I can finally raise my head and tell others that I am a cartoonist." Song Yunryu still wanted to give some testimonials, but finally saw Ximen Ching's hand stretched out. "What are you doing?" "The manuscript fee," Ximen Ching said. "You have to have 6,000 yuan for this issue, and it's $5 to $5, 3,000. Song Yunryu's emotions were instantly interrupted. She slapped Ximen Ching's hand away. "You guy is really losing money. If you have no money, you can my blood. 6,000 must be taxed. There are also costs such as drawing paper and ink. 3,000 is impossible. I will give you 2,000 at most. You cost 2,000. Okay, well, better than nothing. 2,000 can make a living." Ximen Ching now 2 bags of blood a day, each bag costs more than 300. With 2,000 yuan, she can have 13 more bags of blood, and 26 bags twice a month. Although it is still not enough, it can be considered better. "Hey, charter lady, can you discuss with the publisher how many more pages to publish each month?" Ximen asked hopefully. In the end, Song Yunmyo glared at her directly. I don't need kung fu to paint. Do you think 30 pages in half a month is easy? You have to publish a few more pages, you can do it. Ximen had no choice but to give up. Oh, it's a useless RBQ, if only I could draw another one. Ximen's love is very clear. Painting geniuses like Song Yunmyo are hard to come by. Instead of looking for others to consume those memories that she only has, she would rather look forward to Song Yunmyo's popularity one day and make a lot of money. I just don't know if this comic will be popular. After being rejected once, Ximen Qing is not so confident anymore. There are too many factors for a work to become popular. Even if it has exploded on another Earth, everything is still unknown in another world. Zhang Qiang is 35 years old and is an elementary school teacher. Saturday is the day when the students are on holiday, but he still has to correct his homework and prepare for next week's lesson plan. Ah, this guy, why does I hate less when I use the book followed by the money is not enough until the end of the month. The word painless is written in front of the flow of people? What advertisements do you usually watch? Hello. Oh my god, who taught this? Why do you think I would tick you by writing teacher, you are so handsome. Although I am really handsome. Being a teacher these years is not only troublesome, but also troublesome. Zhang Qiang has been a teacher over the years, and he only feels that the children of late have become more and more able to play. The pupils of 10 years ago are obviously very honest. Just as he took a deep breath to relieve pressure, the door suddenly opened, and a little head was sneaking around the door. Zhang Qiang's eyelids twitched. Zhang Zun, you come in for Laozi. Ah. An exclamation came from the door, and then a little boy walked in reluctantly. He put his hands behind his back, as if hiding something. What's it hiding? Show it to me. Just as the little boy wanted to quibble, he was discouraged when he saw Zhang Qiang's majestic gaze. He took out the things honestly. Zhang Qiang recognized it as a comic magazine. He collects several copies in class every month. Did you finish your homework? The little boy shook his head. Then do it quickly. He took the magazine and put it aside. Reading www.uukangsha.com. Read it when it's done. Oh. The little boy Zhangzun immediately returned to the room obediently. Zhang Qiang does not object to his son's reading of comics, and he only prevents his son from playing with things. Corrected for a while, he couldn't help but leaned on the sofa and rubbed his temples. The job of the teacher is too stressful. Just now, a guy drew a QR code for him to scan the answer. He took out his phone, wondering whether to try it. I accidentally caught a glimpse of the comic magazine just seized. Forget it, read the magazine and relax. This magazine is called Mars Squat. At the beginning, there were some derivative works that he didn't understand. He just kept flipping, turning to a page he was interested in before stopping. Zhang Qiang swears that he would never stop when he saw a beautiful woman. But this painting is really beautiful, completely different from the previous ones. Working cells? Where are the cells? He looked at it with curiosity. Oh, are these people cells? Fuck. The floor exploded. Is this just a rupture of the inner wall of the blood vessel? Wow, this knife is so powerful. Is this white blood cells? This is platelet? It's so small, so cute. Hey, why did I only give birth to a son? After reading a few pages, he probably understood the routine of this comic. The cells are personified, and the process of a bacterial invasion is shown in an exaggerated way. Seeing the place where Streptococcus pneumoniae was sent away by the sneeze, he subconsciously touched his nose. There shouldn't be rockets coming out of me, right? He wanted to see it again, but found that there was no more, but another serialized comic. Why is there no more? Damn, such a thick book, only so little. Zhang Qiang flipped through the magazine and complained, what are the other things? When you have time to publish these, leave the space free for how good is working cell. All the bells and whistles. He was a little helpless, so he turned it back and looked at it again. The platelets are really cute. That night, after Zhang Qiang's wife came home from get off work, she saw her husband staring at her with fiery eyes. What are you doing? Are your eyes inflamed? The eye drops are in the bedside table. Wife, let's have another daughter, okay, what? The next day, the old king next door came to Zhang Qiang's house to stop by. Damn, old Zhang, what's wrong with your eyes? No, it's okay, just didn't sleep well, just dark circles. I said, Lao Zhang, do you look like a fool? How can I have dark circles on the side? You were beaten by your wife, right? SHHH, keep your voice down, don't talk nonsense. Why did she hit you? Old Wang asked in doubt, you cheated. You just cheated. Zhang Qiang kicked Lao Wang, you can't cure your occupational disease? How can you think of having an affair? When Pharaoh was young, he was a paparazzi, specializing in taking photos of celebrities cheating. Later, I slowly mixed into the TV station and became a director. Hey, what do you think is the matter? Old Wang has a strong gossip heart. Seeing such a big dark circle makes him feel uncomfortable if he doesn't understand it. So Zhang Qiang told him what happened yesterday. When you read a comic, you want to have a daughter. Lao Wang looked at Zhang Qiang like a fool. Lao Zhang, are you driven crazy by the group of elementary students in your class? Go, you are crazy. Zhang Qiang took the magazine on the coffee table and turned to the page of platelet. Such a cute daughter, don't you want one? Pharaoh took a look, and suddenly stopped talking. When he finished reading, he quietly put down the magazine. Cut. Lao Zhang, isn't he just a paper man? What's so rare? You don't like to look down, because I want a daughter in my head anyway. Then you think about it slowly. I'm going home for dinner. At the Wang family table that evening. Wife, have you considered having another daughter? A week later, the questionnaire survey of Mars Squat came out. Qin Yueo brought news from the editorial department. Working Cell ranked 7th this week. 18 works, it's not bad to be ranked 7th. In particular, it is still a new manga, and the top 6 works are all outside the popular masterpieces. 7th, it's okay, at least you don't need to be cut in the middle. Simon Ching breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he can continue to serialize, he can always make money. In the end, Song Yun-woo said, this is my first serialization. It's still in the protection period. This rank has no reference value. Wait 2 months. Huh? Really? Simon Ching didn't know anything about these things. In any case, the serialization of Working Cell is gradually on track. There is no such thing as a story in Simon's fantasy, and even in the same magazine, Working Cell does not dominate. In the next 2 issues, the results of the questionnaire survey were both number 5. The manuscript fee is remitted on time every time. Thanks to this, Simon Ching's situation of being hungry and waking up in the middle of the night has been much less. And just when she thought that everything would go on so tepidly, an unexpected thing happened. On this day, the Lao Wang shows you the news column of Xiaokang TV station suddenly broadcasted such a piece of news. Next is a news about comics. The headline is, even if you feel distressed about the 37 trillion and 200 billion cells that are fighting for you, you must take care of your body. The protagonist of this news is a film called Working Cells the Comic. It's about being in a big factory called the human body. Look at this beautiful lady in red. She is actually the red blood cells in our body. Everyone knows that red blood cells are the main medium for delivering oxygen. On the surface, she is just an ordinary courier, but behind her back, she is a road idiot. Her mission is to be responsible for getting lost and waiting for the hero's white blood cells to rescue her. Then this is the platelet. Seeing such a cute platelet, do you still have the heart to uncover the scabs on the wound? Maybe you are still single, but the red blood cells in your body have already seen the white blood cells, right? The column led by Lao Wang has never been a serious news program, more like a talk show, so the copywriting is mostly skinny. After he watched the first issue of Working Cell that day, he became a fan of platelets, waiting to see platelets in each issue. Later, he even had this work of Amway in his office, and the final result was this news. The entire column team didn't think there was anything wrong with this. This is indeed an interesting news. Is it worthy of yourself if you don't mix private goods in the show? What they didn't expect was www.novelmtl.com. Because of this news, Working Cell suddenly became a hot search on Weibo. A large number of people began to contact, understand, and discuss this comic. Song Yun-woo's painting skills are really too strong. The style of this comic is also very beautiful, and it can be liked at first glance. The coolness of white blood cells, the stupidity of red blood cells, the cuteness of platelets, the of macrophages. Once you indulge in it, you can't help it. In a short period of time, a large number of users using platelets as their avatars appeared on the internet, as well as couple avatars of red blood cells and white blood cells. Related emoticons have also been produced in large numbers. The most classic is probably a dead fat house wearing a hat with platelets written on it, and the following note is, "Stop dreaming, this is the fat house platelets." The final result of this series of events is that the sales of Mars Squat have soared. Not only this issue, but the previous 2 issues of Working Cell also ushered in a wave of counterattack. When I got the information to be reprinted, the entire editorial department was dumbfounded. What happened? Why did it happen all of a sudden? Hurry up and investigate. The editor-in-chief immediately issued an order. Then, based on various investigations, everyone finally came to the conclusion that Working Cell became popular. The previous issues have not increased, but the 2 issues that started serialization of Working Cell have increased by about 70,000 volumes each. Working Cell has entered the top 10 of the Weibo search list some time ago, and now it remains at the 16th position. This issue of the reader survey is here. Working Cell is overwhelming, and it has risen to the 2nd place. After listening to these reports, the editor-in-chief made a decisive decision. The C position on the cover of the next issue will be given to a Working Cell. The money is coming. You go and notify the author to draw the color page. What's the matter? Song Yun-woo put down the phone and looked at Simon Ching suspiciously. Why do they suddenly want me to draw a color page? Isn't coloring pages rare? Didn't you paint the first time? Simon Ching asked rhetorically, sitting on the floor of Simon Ching's room with only a set of pale blue dead water. But what they want me to paint is the cover this time, Song Yun-woo said halfway, and couldn't help but said, I said you can't change to another suit. This looks like a pervert. I don't go out, what I don't wear, Simon Ching said without shame. How convenient is a swimsuit, and the water will be clean as soon as it is flushed. I tell you, only people with a dirty heart will think that others are like perverts. Yes, a truly pure person will not understand even if he sees very dirty things. Look at Xiaogua, she won't mind lending me her swimsuit. Snapped. Song Yun-woo took off his shoes and threw it on Simon Ching's chest. This is the reason you secretly changed her school swimsuit questionnaire. There are many styles of school uniforms for Xiaogwai school, all of which are customized, but when she filled out the form, Simon King specially changed the size of the dead reservoir water to her own, so that the school made a set of extra large swimsuit. Xiaogwai couldn't wear it, so she lent her to wear it. Finally she made another one. Can't you buy a swimsuit by yourself? Song Yunwoo sometimes couldn't understand the brain circuit of Zyman love at all. You don't understand, Zyman Ching said with a serious expression. The dead reservoir water of elementary school students, that is a taboo area for gentlemen. I lost the big dragon, and I always have to make up for it elsewhere to not lose money. Song Yunwoo. Zyman Ching can't give any advice about the coloring page. She is mainly because Song Yunwoo wants to discuss the second comic with her. Working Cell has gradually been on the right track, but apart from the slow pace of the semi-monthly publication, this comic can only be regarded as lukewarm, so Song Yunwoo, who is conscious of energy and remaining, plans to double open. This is an idea that most authors will have. At the beginning, I only thought about signing a contract. After successfully signing a contract, I thought about big sales. A work without fire is impossible to satisfy the status quo. Zyman Ching also understands Song Yunwoo's ideas, and her willingness to paint more is a good thing for Zyman Ching. Anyway, just give an outline and set a person, and you don't even have to be responsible for the storyboard, and it won't take much effort from Zyman. The key problem is that she is still not sure which work is better. Work Cell can be rejected, and after uploading, it is just plain and flat. She has deeply felt that she has no knowledge of the comic market in this world. Zyman thought about it for a long time. Would you like to try some old themes? Working Cell is the new episode of The Earth's Fire in 2018. Although the world here is also in 2018, Sakura's animation has not developed at all. This may cause the comics here to be much behind the Earth. If you can't get the firework in 2018, then try 1998, if not, 1978. But the problem has come again. When Zyman Ching was on the Earth, she only started to enter the second element for 10 years. She hadn't seen it much before the old fan. Even if she knew the names of and when Higurashi cried, she couldn't tell Song Yunwoo their contents. 10 years ago, I always held the remote control and watched the Manga station there. I don't know any old anime. While thinking about it, she suddenly froze for a while, or else just tried to change those TV shows into comics. The first Under Heaven, the Detective Fang Miu, The Wind and Cloud, which one is not a classic? Because of the Second World War, Asia was greatly affected. Many places have become different from the Earth. Those classic works have been replaced by other equally outstanding works. So some old domestic works are available. But the genre has changed. Will it be equally popular? Zyman thought about it, but it seemed that he hadn't thought about it before. If the TV series can also be successful, then her script reserves can be expanded a lot at once. After all, she has only been following anime for 8 years, but the TV series has been watched for 20 years. Then try it first. She said to Song Yunwoo, I will go back and think about it, and I will give it to you tomorrow. Don't be so rushed. Song Yunwoo didn't expect Zyman Ching to produce results so quickly. She originally planned to say it in advance, and her psychological expectation was to get the new script within 1 month. But Zyman Ching has already gone back to the room on her own, leaving only a big apple-shaped mark on the floor. Zyman Ching first went online to investigate popular TV series, movies, novels, and animations. She found costume dramas that resembled the Earth in the 1980s and 1990s, as well as brainstorming online novels like Interstellar Tyrant. There is no way to specifically categorize the popular comics in the comics industry. After all, the current Huguo comics are only it can be regarded as just starting. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com is in the era of blooming flowers. No one knows what type of works will be popular. After thinking about it all night, the new work decided by Zyman Ching is a more kingly story. The so-called kingly way is actually a routine. What are the adventures of falling off the cliff, the passing of kung fu from the masters, the companionship of beauties, the hatred of family and the country? This work that combines various classic routines is Dragon Babu. As the golden martial arts that feeds half of the Chinese costume drama, it has been reproduced over and over again and has been tested by the market. When you are not sure about the direction of the market, taking out Mr. Jin's works is always the most risk-resistant. Do as you think. Zyman Ching recalled several TV series she had watched. To be honest, she had read the original Dragon Babu. No matter which version of the TV series was, there were many changes, especially the big TVB, although the TVB version is the most classic, but the changes are also great. In contrast, Hu Jun Lin Jiying's version is closer to the original work, but some details are pitted, such as Wu Dang faction appearing in the lines. Forget it, no matter how you change it, the general plot is the same. Zyman Ching finally decided to take it for herself. Anyway, the main line is the same, but she needs to spend more thoughts. The next day, she took the written outline to Song Yunwoo. The plot of Dragon Babu is very long, so she only wrote the first part. It's so fast. Song Yunwoo looked at the USB flash drive in Zyman Ching's hand, and said in surprise, where did you copy it? Don't think about it, hurry up and watch it. Zyman said with affection, I did copy it, but no one will find out in this world. Tianlong Babu? What kind of weird name is this? Is it a myth? Song Yunwoo looked at it with curiosity. Everything in the 8 parts of the dragon starts with the sword fight of the Wolyang Jianzong. The immeasurable sword sect was originally divided into 3 schools, the East, the West, and the North. Although it is a pecking at each other, but also solemnly, will invite well-known people in the Yunnan martial arts to come and watch the ceremony. But this time in the sword fight, an unknown person was brought in by a tea merchant by chance. No one would notice him if he was just observing the ceremony honestly, but he happened to have a bad habit and couldn't help laughing. He laughed when he saw the strange moves when he saw someone fighting with swords. The laugh became a sandpan. When others are annoyed that he doesn't give face, he has to do it. As a result, he still doesn't know it. There is you master, my master, one will not, secondly afraid of losing, thirdly afraid of pain, and fourthly afraid of death. Causing a roar of laughter. In the end, even Amitabha Buddha came out. If we continue, maybe Taizong will come to worship him. Fortunately, the disciple of the Boundless Sword sect couldn't hold back, and interrupted his chanting with a slap. At this time, the onlookers were all dumbfounded. I thought such an arrogant guy was so awesome, but it turned out to be just a masturbation pen. Actually, it's not just them, even Song Yunryo, who read the script, didn't expect it. This guy is so useless, then why is he so aggressive and provocative? After speaking, she continued to watch. The son-in-law, who was about to be beaten into a sand pen, was rescued by a little loli. When the little loli teased the Boundless Sword East sect, the Shenin gang suddenly jumped out, and now the Boundless Sword sect, who was facing the crisis of extinction, had no thoughts about this. Two guys. But the little Lolita talked afterwards, but it led to a lot of foreshadowing. For example, Boundless Jade Bai, Misty Peak Lingju Palace, Life and Death Talisman, Tianshan Tongmao and so on. After, she took her son-in-law to leave, but because son-in-law had a heart attack, she wanted to persuade the Shenin gang. How can this be persuaded? As a result, she broke up with the Shenin gang. Little Lolita was captured. In order to save her, the son-in-law had to go to little Lolita's hometown to ask for help for 7 days. Before leaving, Lolita also reminded the son not to say her last name. The plot at the end is a kind of out-of-chapter, which arouses the curiosity of the readers and makes people want to watch the follow-up. This is a basic operation for every qualified author. No, even Song Yunryo couldn't help asking Simon Ching, why can't you say the surname Duan? Does her father have any hatred with the surname Duan? The hatred is great. Simon Ching sold her off without saying directly. This is the sad story of the honest man helping the rich second generation to take over for more than 10 years. Finally, his wife ran away with the rich second generation and the adopted daughter was also abducted by the rich second generation's son. Misery is still Zhong Wangkaio miserable, just a name can tell how bitter and deep he is. Not to mention the prairie above, the core character is still ugly, and the heart is tied into briquettes. This story. Song Yunryu thought about it. To say how wonderful the beginning of this story is, there are really not many flowers. At the most, it is to draw little Lolita cute, and the interaction between the two people is more ambiguous. For example, being struck by the surname segment, touching her face. In this kind of place, she feels that the brain can replenish the brain and replenish the book. Simon said with love, this is just the beginning, you draw first, and I will continue to write later, believe me, this is definitely a good story. From the perspective of Simon's love, The Dragon is definitely the best written among the 14 books. Although the initial foreshadowing is a bit longer, it is the characteristic of the novel of that era, and the subsequent plot will slowly reflect the advantages of this work. Okay, Song Yunryu is actually quite satisfied with the script, but it's not particularly stunning, so she's a little unwilling. But since Simon's love made her believe it, she believed it once. Simon Ching went back and continued to write the follow-up. Song Yunryu also began to paint Dragon. The two dead houses have no idea about the status quo of working cell in the outside world. Hello? Old money, I'm out. Yes, the cast on my feet hasn't been removed yet, but my hands are already clean. At the entrance of the hospital, a middle-aged man with a cane got into a taxi. After reporting an address, he started calling. I was suddenly inspired by the hospital these days. I thought of a very good story. Come out to show you, it's absolutely awesome. Huh? This, okay, then you are busy. The man hung up the phone with a lonely expression, as if he had lost hope in life. Hey, brother, what's wrong with you? The driver on the side noticed this and spoke actively. The man leaned against the back of the chair with his eyes helplessly. Master, you said that this man is unlucky, don't he have his teeth in cold water? It seems that there is a story? Why should I be a listener? Anyway, when you get out of the car, we won't see you again if we decide. Hehe, too. The man thought for a while, and then told his own story. About 2 months ago, I broke up with my girlfriend that night. She said she had no money on her, so I took a few, give her 100 yuan. Who knows that because of this, a group of police rushed in and put me on the bed, and finally arrested me and detained me for half a month. The driver was surprised and said, why do you want to catch you? Why? That's it, the man said angrily. Is it a problem for the two of us to go to the hotel and have a breakup gun before we broke up? Is it just because we only talked about love for a few hours and broke the law? I told them this way, they didn't listen at all and just detained me. Driver, is it literary to say that big healthcare these years? The man continued, after half a month, I came out, but my wife wanted to divorce me after learning about it, and her brother came to my house and beat me up. Oh, that's it, the driver said, this is a bit heavy, and the legs are broken. Even if you make a mistake, you can't be so excessive. It's illegal. Oh, no, he slapped me in the face. The swelling has disappeared a long time ago. Driver, Then your legs, hi, your brother, waste my feelings. The cecum suddenly hurt on the day of my divorce, so I went to the hospital and had my cecum cut off, the man recounted. I could have been discharged early, but the guy who lived in the bed next door didn't know what was going on that day. He shouted, Egyptian cow forced, ran around in the ward, and broke my leg. Did you think I was dropped by the pharaoh? Driver, hee. How do I know? Do you always lower your head? What do you think of lowering your head? Forget it, I have gone through so many hardships, and finally I was discharged from the hospital, but I was robbed of the serialization position. Oh, I forgot to mention that I am actually a cartoonist. Are the newcomers now monsters? Even I can squeeze. Fall? I'm not reconciled. Zhao Zhenying returned to her empty home. More than a month ago, there was its hostess here, who would clean it up every day, and make delicious meals on time when they arrived. But now, he is the only one left. On the table, the divorce certificate lay quietly. Next to it were filled with opened red wine bottles, some were already empty, some still had some left. He walked to the table, picked up the half bottle of red wine left and took a sip. It's a bit bitter. The bitter wine entered his throat, he released the crutch in his hand, and the expression on his face gradually became cheerful. Oh yeah, free at last? No one cares about me chasing in the middle of the night anymore. My figures no longer have to be hidden. I finally don't have to hand in my contribution fees. Single long live. Woho. Zhao Zhenying stood on one foot in the middle of the living room and swayed happily. A protest came from next door, weeping. It's so noisy. Zhao Zhenying is happily. Where will he retract? What are you doing so loudly? My ears are not deaf again. Do you know that you are very disturbing like this? The next door continued to protest. Then you go to the property management. Slightly. Zhao Zhenying would never dare to make such a fuss when his wife was still there, because his wife's pan would greet him before the neighbors rushed over. But now, hey, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Maid? Believe it or not that labor and capital stabbed you to death. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Zhao Zhenying has lived here for so many years, naturally knowing that he is an otaka next door, the kind who doesn't even have a wife, and he didn't take it seriously. What he didn't know was that at this moment, next to him, a guy with a height of 1.9 meters and a muscular body comparable to a bodybuilder was rummaging in the room. Where is the knife? Where's the labor knife? Mad, don't let labor and management find it. Find it. I stabbed you to death with Dogecoin. After searching for a while, I didn't find any knives other than nail clippers. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, this is at home, the strong man said to himself, touching his chest. Don't be angry, don't be angry, I'm not a killer now, I'm an ordinary otaka. Jin Kei, 30 years old, a virgin, a hobby girl, did not change his job as a magician on his birthday, and his favorite uphost is Sugar Tang Miao. That's right, Tang Tang Miao. His eyes lit up suddenly, immediately opened Station B, and then clicked on the favorites. There are full of videos uploaded by an up named Sugar Tang Miao. He clicked on his favorite one, and accompanied by a melodious prelude, a lovely voice sounded. I heard that Snow White is running away. On the webpage, the number of views of this video is 1.73 million, and the barrage is full of congratulations on discovering the treasure of the town station. Help! I can't get out, don't listen to me every day. I feel uncomfortable. More than a month ago, this song Fairy Tale Town suddenly appeared. After Tang Tang Miao rely on the cover of it to top the rankings, every up rushed to sing it. The Devil's Claws also stretched out from the ghost animal area. 1 week after, the charts were basically dominated by this song. The most popular song is naturally Tang Tang Miao. With this video, her fan value has directly risen to 700,000, and it is still rising. As for the bigger increase, it is probably the original song of this song. Xing Yi Yeast, this newcomer up perfectly interprets what is called the newcomers at the broken station are all monsters. Is just one song and one video. Her current fans have reached 290,000, and her video has reached 1.3 million. Coins and collections all exceed the normal ratio. However, the newcomer seemed to have lost contact for more than a month. Not only did not continue to upload the video, but also did not leave a message in the comment area. Opened the comment area, and one of the hot comments was the book of 10,000s of people's blood for new songs, 1/10,000. The bottom row, 10,000 people's blood book seeking new song, 2/10,000. 10,000 people's blood book seeking new song, 3/10,000. The latest comments are also let's see if the Up family has reconnected to the internet today, another pigeon has been followed by me. In fact, it's not that the Master Up is lazy, but she herself didn't realize it at all. Since Fairy Tale Town was uploaded that day, Ximen Qing has directly left the matter of Lord Up behind. The so-called whims come and go quickly, except for taking the time to write scripts for Song Yunmyo, most of the time is the same as before. Teacher, can I sing a song for you? A pink and tender young girl rushed into Ximen's arms, sticking to her and said, Oh, what new song did Xiao Yanyan learn? Ximen Qing touched the little girl named Xia Yan and said softly. Around, many children gathered around. If the kindergarten also has garden flower 3, it is definitely Xia Yan, and she is also the cutest one in the kindergarten full of collagen, perhaps because of her mother's beauty. In addition to her cute appearance www.novelmtl.com, she often sings. It is said that her mother taught her, which is also one of the most popular reasons for her in kindergarten. Ximon King hugged her and sat on a small bench. Like a concert, a group of children consciously formed a circle. Then, Xia Yan spoke, I heard that Snow White is running away, and Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. This milky song made Ximon Qing's body shocked. Huh? Why does she sing this? She had no idea that a song she threw to Station B would one day be heard in the kindergarten. What kind of transmission path is this? Suddenly, the singing was heard. Ximon Qing saw Xia Yan's expression about to cry, only the wise river knows. It turns out that I forgot the words. Little kids, it's not easy to memorize such complicated lyrics. Ximon Qing simply went on to sing. Bai Shui ran out of the castle because of playfulness. Little Red Riding Hood has a big red robe that suppresses herself and turns into a wolf. With her help, Xia Yan immediately recalled and sang the song together with the help of Ximon Qing. There is always a colorful river winding through the fairy tale town. Papa. It is customary for children to clap their hands after singing. Although they don't know the meaning of this, but adults teach so, they think they will look like adults when doing so they are very enthusiastic. Another day without wind and waves. Ximon Love routine stays in the kindergarten until the last child is delivered to the parents. Xia Yan's mother also came, and their family lives in Flower City. Seeing that young and beautiful figure go away, Ximon Qing couldn't see that she was already the mother of 3 children. Xiao Yanyan's mother seems to be 24 or 23 this year. Tisk tisk, I heard that she is still in college. Ximon King Cheokekeka smiled slightly. This kind of wife is awesome. The sun was sinking, and the sunlight passing through the eaves made her frown, and she reluctantly withdrew to the classroom. I want to say that besides the absence of a big dragon, the only thing that dissatisfied her with this body is probably that she doesn't have any trouble with the sun. Originally, she thought that her home property basically had nothing to do with the sun. Who knew that life was forced and had to work and make money? Oh, wait. She sat in the empty classroom and sipped her thermos cup. There are wolfberries in the thermos cup. In fact, in addition to blood, other foods that are red can give her a feeling of fullness. Tomatoes, goji berries, and red-skinned ducks are all listed here. It's just that the effect of blood is the best. When I was idle, Ximon Qing suddenly remembered Xia Yan singing. Speaking of the song Fairy Tale Town, I voted. It seems that I haven't been to see it. I don't know how it is now. Ximon King opened his laptop, logged into the GUP website, and entered his backstage. As a result, I was taken aback by the data in the background. Damn, what the is the message prompt 999 plus. And this number of fans is not a bug, right? 298,871? Let me count. 1, 2, 6, really 6. Mom. Ximon sent his hand to the back and grabbed his ass. He was a little unbelievable. I shouldn't have entered the wrong account just now, and then happened to log into an account with the same password as mine and the same ID as mine, right? She immediately clicked on the only contribution video, which was Fairy Tale Town. Yes, there is no reason to deny that this is her own account. The data of 140W plus playback volume is also really bright. It turns out that this song can be so popular. She has never been an upmaster before, but how can she know how terrifying the playback volume of more than 100W is? Also, the fans of nearly 30W did not do it by themselves. It is said that with so many fans, they can support themselves by receiving advertisements. So the question is, how do you realize the number of fans? Ximon Qing, who was initially just a whim, looked dazed, and the 999 plus private messages made her unable to quickly find out if she wanted her to advertise. The key is, how does the upmaster in the music zone advertise? She has seen up ads for mischievous talk and up ads for ghost animals, but in the music zone, at most, it is to sing theme songs for certain games, right? Or cover the theme song of some games. She doesn't understand very much anyway, so she just clicked private messages one by one to see the past. Most of them are reminders, some are asking for photos, and some are showing love. There are all kinds of them, but they are of no use to her. Flipped through, Ximon Qing lost patience. Look at it. She simply added a line below the introduction, business email xxxx at. So if someone wants her to advertise or sing the theme song, it will be easier to see. Before that, Ximon Qing had thought that she had no chance of making money. Who thinks she accidentally caught a glimpse of the banner ad at Station B, to celebrate the IG teams winning the World Championship. A cheering song solicitation activity is now open, and the first prize is 100,000. 100,000. Ximon Qing blinked. If she got this, wouldn't it be okay to drink 1 pack for 1 pack? She clicked in and checked. It turned out that just last month, in the current hottest MOBA-type competitive online game LoL Global Finals, the IG team in the Huiguo LPL division swept their opponents 3-0 and won the championship. This is Huiguo's first global finals champion. All Huiguo players are happy, and Ximon Love itself is also playing, so it can be considered as a better understanding. But the official celebrations after IG won the championship were horrified, as if IG was raised by a stepmother. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among many players. There are official staff members who don't like IG winning the championship because there are fans of other teams, and there are also the saying that sponsors like other teams, so IG won the championship without sponsoring much. In short, I just scolded this official event so badly. As the big boss of the IG team, the boss of Weibo ID Brother Hot Dog is naturally unable to bear this breath. He simply paid for the celebration activities by himself. In addition to Weibo reposting the lottery, he also cooperated with Cup to launch the team support song. Not only does the first place have a bonus of 100,000, but the second to 10th places have huge rewards. Zyman Love instantly moved my heart. The butterfly effect of World War II has the greatest impact in Asia. Many things in Europe and America are still very similar to the Earth, such as LOL, which is extremely similar to LOL, and Moai, which is extremely similar to Marvel, and so on. She checked the theme song of LOL over the years, and found that it was completely different from the one on the Earth, and she had a draft in her heart. To say which LOL-related song on the Earth she likes the most, it is naturally the theme song of the 2017 Global Finals Legends Never Die. This is also one of the few English songs that her singles have looped. It happened that the lead singer of the band who sang this song was also a female, so Zyman Ching had the idea to take it over. Yu reading www.youcanchu.com. There is nothing I can't steal from copying the Ninja Menmensi. She smiled under the mask. That night, after returning home, I found Xiaoguai. Come on, help my sister record the song. Oh, Xiaoguai did not refuse. Anyway, she also liked the song sung by Zyman Ching. The Dorzi, who had heard Zyman King singing last time, also came over. I actually wanted to ask last time, why are you singing so good? She is also a monster, and she knows that she can only sing just because she has a very delicate control over the body. Those who sang such a beautiful and moving voice, or wouldn't all the monsters be the queen of the singer? Hey, Zyman King laughed, zombies, nothing else, just live long enough, and I always have to learn something to enrich my life when I'm bored. Before the otaku soul entered this body, she had already learned a lot of skills. It's just that Zyman Ching didn't know what she could do. She didn't realize that she sang so well until she sang in her throat last time. Xiaoguai fiddled with the equipment, and Zyman Ching began to sing. Damon Zi was looking forward to it. The last Fairy Tale Town was really good, but she didn't know what kind of song she was going to sing this time. Legends never die, legends never die. When the world is calling you, the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming our name? You can hear your name calling. Did not sing a few words as soon as they spoke, Damon Zi and Xiaoguai felt that they had goosebumps. This feeling is completely different from last time. If Fairy Tale Town is a dark fairy tale, then Legends Never Die is a hero's battle song. Even if there is no picture in front of them, just listening to the song of Zyman Love, Damon Zi and Xiaoguai feel a breath of passion. Is a very special song. Although I don't know what Zyman Love is going to do, it will definitely be liked. After singing in one breath, Zyman Ching herself admires her singing skills a bit. The original owner of this body is simply a perfect goddess. Little boy, I will leave the rest to you. Zyman King rubbed Xiaoguai's head, and naturally left the rest to her. Damon Zi Tuko said, if you squeeze a primary school student like this, won't your conscience hurt? No, Zyman Ching said, touching her towering conscience, I am not a squeeze. If I make money, I will share it with the little guy. It seems that you said that last time, but she hasn't seen a single one yet. I haven't made any money yet. Zyman Ching felt a little guilty. Xiaoguai didn't mind herself. She sent the song to Shire just like last time, and then waited for the other party to arrange the song. Because this time when Zyman Ching was singing, there was always a camera capturing her expression, so the action of the virtual character Tsing Yi Yeast does not need to be recorded for the second time. All she has to do is to integrate the arrangement with the original singer. To be honest, everyone else just sings to the song. Zyman Ching's model of going to the music after singing is really strange. Fortunately, her friend is powerful enough, otherwise this is really not a job that ordinary people can take. A few days later, a complete Legends Never Die was produced. Zyman Ching submitted her contribution to the theme song solicitation activity, and all fans who followed her immediately received this news. My god, the salted fish turned over. Huh? Strange, who are you? Why are you on my watch list? Come on. Cheating the corpse. Grandpa, the up you are following has finally been updated. The Tsing Yi teaching congregation has gathered. Give a salute to the update of the godmother. Egypt is awesome. Egypt is awesome. Egypt is awesome. The fans who came in first were naturally fans. Some people who wanted to cycle through the original singer every day discovered this second video for the first time. As a result, the first barrage was snatched, and the first floor was also snatched. Then, as more and more fans poured in, the 77th and 250th floors were occupied one after another. The data of clicks, likes, favorites, coins rose one after another, and this song surpassed the charts for nearly 3 days in just a few hours. Because it was a support song, a large number of low players poured in after it was on the chart, and the barrage was gradually occupied by Egyptian Niobe. Summer Sky City, the headquarters of Wild Monster Game Company. This is a company specializing in the development of mobile games. Its representative work Otaku Salvation is currently ranked among the top 10 well-known mobile games in Huiguo. Xiao Zhenheng is a designer responsible for the design of game characters and props. After completing the last task of today, he stretched out a lot. Finally, I can rest for a while. No one around. No one will find out at Station B for a while, right? He quietly opened Station B, and moved to the red dynamic bar in the upper right corner with the mouse. A row of him the video posted by the up main who you follow immediately pops up. When pulling down routinely, he suddenly saw a somewhat unfamiliar ID and profile picture. When did I follow this person? Clicking on the avatar, he suddenly realized that it was the up who sang Fairy Tale Town. Surprised? She actually uploaded a new song. Xiao Zhenheng immediately clicked to play. Legends Naverdi, when Twirl Diskalinjo, is actually an English song. He only noticed that the title of the video was in English. At first, S singing was like telling a long story, deep and deep, but gradually, this story seemed to extend to himself. Legends Naverdi. With this high pitch, a numbness spread from Xiao Zhenheng's shoulder blades to his whole body, and he felt the goosebumps on his hands and feet. What an exciting song. What a passionate cry. He suddenly noticed that this was originally a support song written for the IG team. He is also a low player himself, and his rank is among the strongest kings. At the beginning, he was able to stand out among several competitors of the same level to get this job by leading the boss to open black. After playing this game for so many years, his experience with LPL is naturally precious. At this moment, along with the singing, all the impressive scenes came to his mind. After 7 years of sharpening a sword, and now finally standing on the top of the mountain, it is time for the world to see the legend that belongs to them, and at the same time, it is also the story of all low players in Huiguo. They will eventually be remembered. Anything cold and eccentric are just beaming clowns. Legends Naverdi, no one can deny their glory. The surging Xiao Zhenheng immediately planned to open the game and choose his best Tigger for a massacre. However, he suddenly noticed that several colleagues nearby were looking at him with a strange look. www.novelmtl.com. It looked a bit like schadenfreude, but he could not laugh out loud. Is the expression just too excited? Why do you look at me that way? Can you see what is on my computer from that angle? Do you know what I just heard? Oh, ignorance. Xiao Zhenheng smiled cheekily, and then he was about to close the web page and start the game. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Oh, he shuddered like an electric shock, and when he looked back, he found a figure that made him cold. Lao lao lao, boss. Hell, why is he here? Xiao Zhenheng saw the boss point to his host, followed the boss's hand and looked over. He found a very scary thing. The plug he plugs into the headphone jack is actually red. That's the microphone plug. In other words, the song was played outside, and his colleagues really knew what he had just heard. The entire floor, including the boss, heard it. Xiao Zhenheng, who understood all this, only felt that he should put a song too hardcore to himself. It's over, now the bonus will be deducted. It is only a trivial matter to complete the task to fish, but it is a big problem that affects the entire company's office. The key is still being caught by the boss, and Xiao Zhenheng feels it wasted if he didn't use it to kill the monkey. The boss said, "What song was this just now?" The boss, right? Huh? This is that, the IG support song of Station B. Xiao Zhenheng said subconsciously. Station B, the boss patted him on the shoulder, be careful next time. If you insert the wrong hole when watching a small movie, you will be socially dead. Xiaofian is 30 years old this year. He is an old player who has been exposed to LoL since college. Although the game has been uninstalled a long time ago, he will still take a look at related games when he is free. Huiguo's LPL does not have a World Finals champion. It has always been a pity for old players like him. Every year is the most promising year. Every year, I watch my own hope fall into the sand. This year, even the Ung team, who has won for a whole year and felt invincible, languished in the quarterfinals. At that time, he almost went autistic. He once forsaken this game. Every day besides work, he goes home to accompany his wife and children. Seeing his flowery wife, 2 pink and lovely daughters and a son, he gradually forgot about it. Who would think, the IG team, which no one had hoped in the beginning, actually went all the way to the end and won the championship. This development is just like a novel. He was so excited, he wanted to shout. However, he was afraid of scaring the children at home. He was the boss of the company and had to maintain his authority, so he didn't really shout Egyptian Nayubi everywhere like those college students. On this day, he was wondering whether his company's game could bury an IG egg inside, when he suddenly heard a sound of singing from outside the office. Who is so sassy? Dare to release outside in the company? Although Savage Monster is a well-known game company with a two-dimensional atmosphere, it can't be regarded as a KTV. He immediately walked out and came to the back of the guy with the speaker. He originally wanted the other party to turn it off directly, but the abrupt sentence Legends Naverdi made him curious. The voice was so good, and inexplicably passionate. What song is this? He listened quietly, and as the atmosphere blended in, he became more and more sympathetic. He just recalled his low game experience. All kinds of memories suddenly emerged, as if he saw a team, a professional player one after another on the road to the championship. In the end, IG got them under the eyes of everyone. The long-awaited trophy. He didn't blame the employee, because he also saw that the other party was because the headset was plugged in incorrectly, not intentionally. After kindly reminding him, he returned to his office, then squeezed his fist and yelled very quietly, "Egypt is awesome." That night, Xiaofian returned home. His wife took the initiative to take the briefcase in his hand, and looked at him suspiciously. "How can you be like a fool today? Haha, I can see it." Xiaofian picked up his wife and rushed into the bedroom. "Oh, what are you doing? It's not dark yet. Hey, daughter is watching. Wait a while, the door is not closed." Xiaofian hugged her to the computer in a burst of exclamation from his wife forward. He expertly opened Station B and found the song Legends Naverdi, wife, look at this song, can you sing it? Siefi and wife. This Sengzi, Ai Tingyo has always felt that she is a lucky woman. Fortunately, he has an outstanding appearance, fortunately to have two enlightened parents, and fortunately to meet him on his 18th birthday. That year, she was 18 and he was 24. After graduating from high school, she ran into Siefi Ian who came to send her brother to the class reunion. The two fell in love at first sight. 1 month later, the two naturally developed into a couple. After that, she was just about to report to Liuzhouchang Secretarial Vocational and Technical College and found out that she was pregnant. She took a 1-year absence from school and went to university after giving birth to her daughter Xia Yan. Then she won the bid again in her sophomore year, and took a year off to give birth to her second daughter, Xia Chan, and youngest son, Xia Qingtian, which resulted in her just graduating from university at the age of 24 this year. The child has not become her burden. After all, Xia Fiyan is a very good man. In the first year of establishment, this number has doubled dozens of times. Ai Tingyu does not need to work hard for a few credits like her classmates, nor does she need to worry about how she will face the huge pressure of life when she leaves the society in the future. She has a lot of time to do what she wants to do. For example, sing. Of course, she didn't want to be a star. She simply likes to share her singing with others. So she chose to become an upmaster of Station B. And her husband Xia Ian is her #1 fan. Ai Tingyu's ID at Station B is called Uncle Ai, and his fan value just broke 1 million last month. And it is the song Fairy Tale Town that is worth 1 million assists. Xia Ian saw a song and focused on the name of the song, but she noticed the publisher of the song for the first time, Sing Yi Yeast. This monster rookie who has suddenly appeared recently, the first song broke 1 million, and it has led a wave of slaughter. Naturally she will not ignore it. She has a new song again. Ai Tingyu said in surprise. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a contribution to the event. After opened and listened, Yu read www.uukangshu.com. Ai listened to the rain with his eyes gleaming. This can steal a hand. Her voice itself is relatively rough among girls. She is obviously from the south, but she is often mistaken for the northeast. That's why ID became Uncle Ai. The previous cover of Fairy Tale Town she sang was also a funny style that was completely different from the glutinous voice of Ximen Qing, but this song Legends Neverdi she felt was too suitable for her. So she immediately sent messages to Tsing Yi Yeast in the comment area, private messages, and mailboxes, hoping to get permission to sing. After about a few minutes, she received a reply, to the effect that she could cover it, but she had to wait for the event. Of course, Ai Tingyu understands it. After all, the activity is to click and click. At this time, the cover song diversion is not to cause trouble for others. She immediately opened the backstage of her B station, forwarded the song and added, Godmother Jun's new song, I have obtained the permission to sing. Everyone hurry up to vote, wait for the award, and upload your uncle version of LND. Ximen Qing looked at the sun that was about to set outside, and was about to get up to pack his things and go home. Finally refreshed the web page before turning off the computer. She was taken aback for a moment. Oh, why did the data increase so much suddenly? She hurriedly flipped to the comment area. Could anyone deliberately scan her data and then report it? After all, Legends Naverdi was in such a bad shape after it was uploaded. It squeezed into the forefront of the entries within a few days. It is not surprising to be jealous. But when she saw I came from the uncle in the comment area, she suddenly thought of something. It seems that there was a contact with the ID called Uncle AI and I want to cover it. Legends Naverdi scores very well. Ximen Qing is naturally very happy. As long as it is in the top 10, even if it is not the first one, it is still rich. What's more, there is 100,000 yuan for the first place. If you get it, tisk tisk. Ximen thought about it and submitted the manuscript to see if it was too salty. After thinking about it, she posted another post. If you can make the top 10 in this event, you will have a cover song within a week, and if you can get the #1, you will have an original song within a week. The song has been written, I will wait to sing it. After sending this, Ximen Qing packed up her things and went home. But she did not expect that after seeing this dynamic, her fans were even more excited than expected. Does the pigeon evolve into a sow? Sing Yi congregation? Don't hurry up to vote? Don't forget the triple quality. Maybe a homonym for ID unknowingly, fans of Ximen Qing began to call herself Xing Yi Jiaozhong, and she became Godmother Lord. The next day, Ximen Love rarely wakes up early and makes breakfast for the family. As an otaku, she can still make simple soup rice cakes. What's the matter with you? Song Yunryu asked, staring at her. Breakfast, can't you see it? Ximen Qing raised her brows and asked back. Qin Yuyeo tried to take a bite. Oh, it's delicious. Xiaoguai also ate very happily. Song Yunryu resisted the desire to complain, and said, who asked you about this? I mean what kind of ghost you are wearing now? Huh. Ximen Qing looked down. Very ordinary apron. What's the problem? Don't you like the pattern of this little piglet? Then I will change the steel ball baby next time. I know this is an apron, but... Song Yunryu, why don't you have anything besides the apron? Who do you want to show to? Is there any problem? Ximen Qing looked puzzled. I can't wash my clothes if they are dirty? Can an apron solve the problem? Why should I wear more clothes? To be honest, Sister Ximen, you are indeed a bit inappropriate. Qin Yueo was also embarrassed to look at her. Song Yunryu didn't say anything, but now she sees it, the more she feels that Ximen love is so good in society. Oh, I won't be seen by others at home anyway, it doesn't matter. Ximen didn't take it seriously, and then moved to Song Yunryu's side. If I remember correctly, today should be the day when the contribution fee comes. Song Yunryu looked at her. I said why you got up early to cook for us. It was for this. Hey, life is not easy. Ximen King rubbed his hands. My blood pack is really not enough. Song Yunryu sighed helplessly, and took out a blood pack from her pocket to her. Take it. The last time the platelet homepage event was very well received. My contribution fee has risen to 200 pages per month. We'll divide you 5,000. 5,000. Ximen King's eyes widened. This is 1/3 of her salary? Haha, this is really great. She immediately started to up with the blood bag. Hiccup made a voice again. Song Yunryu looked at her eyes turning white, and vomited. Can you blood just like sucking do? Don't get reported by someone another day. Oh, it's okay, we're not Chaoyang district, where are so many spies. Ximen Qing didn't care, lying on the floor in a naked apron, enjoying the aftermath of sucking blood. Qin Yueo looked at her like this and asked, actually, I have always had a question. Sister Simon, you said that you are a zombie before? Why do zombies still blood? When she asked about this, Ximen Qing immediately sat up. You think so too, don't you? Oh, I'm angry when I talk about this. I blame Lin Zhenjiao. What zombie movies are being made so I am now everyday hungry? Huh? What does this have to do with Lin Zhenjiao? This person, Qin Yueo, naturally knows, after all, it can be regarded as a shadow of her childhood. Lin Zhenjiao, Xiangjiang people, created the category of Xiangjiang zombie films at the end of the last century. He pioneered the fusion of European vampires and Eastern zombies to form a brand new zombie. Since the explosion of this series of zombie films, the notion that zombies want to bite people's necks and blood has become deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Actually, in the legends of Huiguo, zombies do not blood. Ximen Qing said with a gloomy expression, it is because that Lin Zhenjiao made a zombie movie, which made people all over the world begin to admit that Eastern zombies blood, which directly shaken the root of the myth. The physique that will make you feel uncomfortable if you blood is all him. I didn't have to go out to work. Huh? How can other people's movies affect you? Qin Yueo looked blank. Oh, by the way, I forgot to talk to you about popular science. You reading www.ukansha.com. Song Yunryu suddenly thought of something, and said to her, in fact, we told you at the beginning, though. It looks like a monster, but in essence, whether it is Ximen Qing, Damon Zi, or Xiaoguai, including all the supernatural beings in the world now, in fact, everyone is essentially human or other ordinary creatures. Huh? Then, Sister Ximen is also a human. Qin Yueo said in surprise. What are you doing? Don't I look like a human? Ximen King was unhappy. I'm just a little prone to heat stroke. More than that, Qin Yueo really wants to vomit. Normal people can't blood. In addition, normal people won't be like a okay person after being pierced with a knife. Don't interrupt, Song Yunryu continued to Qin Yueo. Take Simon's love as an example. She was also an ordinary person, but because of some unclear reasons, she suddenly acquired the characteristics of a zombie. Stiff, afraid of the sun, afraid of the seal. After years of research and integration, we have attributed this type of mutation to a different kind of evolution. For example, you may be an ordinary human for the first 20 years of your life, but since the past few days, your body has begun to evolve. Although the direction is not yet clear, it will definitely be different from ordinary people. One of the most intuitive manifestations is that you can see my leasing information. I will also become a monster. Although Song Yunryu had said it a long time ago, Qin Yueo still had no real feelings. One day she will become a skeleton like Damon Zi or a wolf like Xiaoguai, which is too far away for her. It doesn't have to be a monster, but it may also be a strange person like me, Song Yunryu said. Of course, my uniqueness is inherited from the family, and your sudden mutation type is actually very rare. A commonly accepted theory is that human evolution comes from the influence of the collective consciousness of the entire planet, and various places have different names, such as Gaia consciousness, Alaya consciousness, and heaven. It's too complicated to explain, Song Yunryu continued to Qin Yueo. To put it simply, our supernatural beings actually have their roots to be investigated. For example, zombies, Taoist priests, and bone spirits are derived from Eastern mythology, aliens and superpowers are derived from science fiction. From another perspective, you can also understand that our abilities are actually linked to these myths. In the myths, zombies are immortal and Ximen's love can be immortal. When the concept of zombie sucking blood is used by most, the recognition of people has changed the myth, and Ximen Qing has inevitably been affected, and it has become necessary to blood. Ximen's sentiment spreads, that's it. It's Lin Zhenjiao. He has changed it so well. Now everyone thinks that zombies are vampires in the East. Where is such a bad thing? Qin Yueo didn't say a word, probably thinking about what abilities she would gain after mutation. If it is Song Yunryu, it is basically no different from ordinary people, but if it becomes like Ximen Qing without seeing the sun and sucking blood, it would be too bad. Thinking about it, she suddenly felt sympathetic to Simon. She is also a victim. She could also run in the sunset to enjoy her youth, but because of this physique, she has to go hungry every day and she has to be wrapped in zongzi when she goes out. Is so pitiful. Qin Yueo thought about it, couldn't help putting down his chopsticks and got up and hugged Ximenqing. Oh, the weather had just turned cold this November, and Qin Yueo's clothes were not too thick, and when he hugged him, his plump figure was all over Ximenqing. Qin Yueo's figure is still very good, fragrant, and soft. Ximenqing holding her is a pleasure. It's a pity, the dragon is gone. No matter how comfortable it is, there is no talk of it. Her mood is constantly hovering between the joy of eating tofu and the faint sadness. Okay, let's go. After breakfast, Song Yunryu was rarely dressed neatly, and unexpectedly wanted to go out with Qin Yueo. Wow, what kind of wind is this blowing? Ximenqing asked in surprise, you actually want to go out? Song Yunryu glared at her, you idiot zombie, my old lady is going to talk about the serialization of Dragon Babu today? Are you caring about our work? Is Dragon Ba Bulletin finished? Ximenqing didn't know, then you go quickly, come on. A working cell has greatly improved her life. If there is another one, wouldn't it be possible to be well off? When she thinks of this, she feels happy in her heart. Oh haha, my senior official from Ximen will be able to turn over immediately. Song Yunryu sighed, and said to Qin Yueo, look at her, so much energy. Qin Yueo nodded, but I have to admit that this kind of sister Ximen is very attractive, isn't it? Huh? She still has something like charm. Song Yunryu looked at Ximenqing, who was only wearing an apron, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Let the gate take you to the ophthalmology clinic someday. Qin Yueo laughed and said nothing. Song Yunryu had been with Ximen for so long that he had overlooked a lot of things. After the two went out, Xiaoguai helped Ximenqing wash the dishes together. When the two of them were almost finished washing, the door was propped against the wall, and walked to the living room with difficulty. It's uncomfortable, shit, my head hurts. Zi fell on the sofa and began to groan. Ximenqing came to her with the lemon and honey water she had prepared long ago and handed it to her. Don't drink it so hard if you don't drink well. It's because your colleagues in the hospital are more persuaded. Otherwise, it will be your way of drinking. Zhen. Damon Zi rubbed his temples and took the lemonade, and whispered, it doesn't exist. If anyone dares to pick my clothes, all I can see is a skeleton. Oh, then you are a real cow beer. Ximen smiled, I am at the table for breakfast. After I finish eating, I wash the dishes by myself. I'm going back to my room. This is a rare weekend. Ximenqing originally planned to play a few games. When I turned on the computer, I found that I had a few email notifications. Click to open it. There are more than a dozen items sent by fans to express their love for her, and there are also reminders. After all these were skipped, an email caught her attention. This turned out to be an email seeking business cooperation. God, can you finally make money? Ximenqing took a closer look, and the person came from a company called Wild Monster Technology. This is a game company, mainly engaged in mobile games. Recently, their flagship product Otaku Salvation 3 has opened a new chapter, with a new plot unfolding, and a theme song to cooperate with the promotion is needed, so I sent an email to Ximenqing to invite the song. Ximenqing saw that the reward was 30,000 www.novelmtl.com and immediately agreed. Originally thought that the other party was casting a large net and then selected carefully, but she didn't expect her to reply and sent her WeChat account immediately. Isn't this fake? Ximenqing doubted whether it was a fan pretending to be a commercial partner to lie to her WeChat, but after thinking about it, her WeChat itself is not a big deal, and she couldn't help the temptation of 30,000 yuan. In the end it was added. Jokingly, is it Xing Yi Yeast? Hello, I'm Xie Yan, chairman of the Wild Monster Technology Company. Ximen official, chairman? This year, the chairman of the board still needs to be responsible for doing this? I read few books, don't lie to me. Jokingly nonsense, haha, of course not. In fact, because I am a fan of yours, I rob subordinates. Shy emoji. Ximen official, oh, when will the contract be signed? In fact, Ximenqing is still a bit suspicious of the other party so far, but the self-proclaimed chairman does not shy away from contract matters at all. He has explained everything to Ximenqing clearly, and has not made any excessive demands. This made Ximenqing gradually begin to believe that he was really not a lie. Think about it, if it weren't for this special reason, how could she get an order from such a big company? Xie Yan was also very happy, and sent over the plot outline of the new chapter of Otaku Salvation 3 before signing the contract. Ximen official, horror expression, is it okay for you to be so casual? Jokingly nonverbal, it's okay, I'm the boss, no one can slap my mouth. Ximen official, dairy cow beer. After reading the outline sent by the other party, Ximenqing probably also thought of a more suitable song. Otaku Salvation 3, commonly known as Yes 3, is a big IP mobile game launched by Wild Monster Technology Co., Ltd. With its huge worldview and fascinating storyline as a selling point, coupled with a unique gameplay, the Wild Monster has developed into a giant in the mobile game industry in a short time, earning a lot of money. In addition to the launch of the game, Just Love 3 has also been launching comics of the same name to complement the game plot. The new chapter opened this time is titled The Funeral of a Hero. Ximenqing looked at it. This time the story is probably the story of the protagonist's secret lover who sacrificed in a mission. The specific details are very tragic, which reminds Ximenqing inexplicably of the plot of Jile also died in Urinkan. Although the two are not the same, they both create a special heroic image. Xie means that Ximon Qing can create a song as passionate as LND, as the curtain call song for the heroes of the previous era. But after watching the general plot, Ximon Qing had another idea. Why must it be portrayed from the perspective of the public? The sacrifice of the mentor is indeed a heroic act and glorious, but the protagonist's heart is absolutely unwilling. She wants to portray this reluctance, this nostalgia. The point is that she happens to know that there is a suitable song. After expressing his thoughts to Xie, the other party considered it for a while and expressed that he hoped to hear the demo before deciding whether to change the copy. Because the theme song needs to be changed, it means that a lot of the previous work has to be overturned and redone, such as the script of the MV, the copy of the announcement, etc. This does not mean that you can change it. Changing to someone else might simply deny it, but Xie is fascinated by Xingyi Yeast, so he is willing to give her this opportunity. Ximon Qing immediately ran downstairs to ask Xiaoguai for help. What's wrong? Is there a new song again? The Dorzei, who had not yet woken up, also leaned over. The two of them can be regarded as the first fans of Xingyi Yeast. Ximon Qing sat in front of the camera, and the Xingyi Yeast with a chest the screen followed her movements. She spoke, Meng Na. She didn't sing the Huayu song this time, but used the cherry blossom. After World War II, the Kingdom of Sakura was forced to sign a series of agreements with the Kingdom of Flowers, making the Kingdom of Sakura completely reduced to the back garden of the Kingdom of Flowers, and most of the cultural exchanges between the two countries were exported from the Kingdom of Flowers to the Kingdom of Sakura. But after all, it is a country with a population of hundreds of millions, and some outstanding talents can appear. Especially for songwriters, if Huiguo's lyrics are #1 in the world, Yingguo's songs are at least the top 5 in the world. In the last century, many of the songs of the Huiguo Fire were actually composed by Yingguo's composer's genealogy, and then Huiguo refilled the lyrics. Under such cultural exchanges, Yingyu gradually became accepted by the people of Huiguo and became a Cantonese-like existence. So now Ximon's singing of Yingyu songs does not appear to be very abrupt, and the door purple on the side shows a surprised expression. She is a hybrid of Yingguo and Huiguo, both of which are her mother tongues, but in recent years, the number of pure Yingyu songs has become less and less, and now suddenly listening to Ximon love singing Yingyu songs, she feels very much kind. The song sung by Ximon was originally called Lemon, and it was the theme song of the TV series Abnormal Death starring Raimai Ishihara by Kenshi Yonju. Ximon Qing learned that Kenshi Yonju started from the well-known bad film Fireworks that year. The movie was sprayed from head to toe, but only the theme song Fireworks received unanimous praise. For this reason, Ximon Qing specifically checked the singer who sang the song and the creator of the song. Both are very talented, and Kenshi Yonju has a slogan of "What else can he do except having children," which shows how talented he is in the eyes of fans. This Lemon is also a song that he proves his talent. With a special atmosphere, it is definitely a tear-jerking work. The purpose of Ximon Qing this time is to make the protagonist's teacher earn enough tears from the players, so that they can never forget this hero who sacrificed for the world. After singing a song, Ximon Qing was very satisfied. Although there is a big gap between her voice and Kenshi Mizu, her excellent singing skills make up for the shortcomings, and it sounds very touching. Its most intuitive performance is that the little boy on the side has been sung by her to shut herself down, and Damon Zi didn't have the initial excitement. Your song, so sad, Damon Zi said. Xiaoguai also frowned, I don't like this. Hey, what about business needs? Ximon Qing grinned, it's not easy to eat a meal, or I will tell you a joke. What kind of joke? Said there was a man. His girlfriend's family asked him to ask for a 200,000 gift before agreeing to their marriage. Although he could not get it out, he was not very willing, because his girlfriend was not that beautiful. Girl, Yu reading www.uukangsha.com is very ordinary, and then he found out after many inquiries that it turned out that it was his girlfriend's brother who was going to get married, and that family asked his girlfriend and brother for 180,000 beauties, which made the girlfriend's house open. There is such a high demand for the bride price. Guess what the guy did in the end? Hey, he found out that his girlfriend's younger brother's girlfriend is much more beautiful than his own. The younger brother's girlfriend is married home. When it's over, he also said to his girlfriend, ha ha ha, he said that your siblings can get married and there is no middleman to make the difference, ha ha ha, middleman, ha 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 ha. After Ximon Qing said, he first rolled on the floor with his belly. Damon Zi and Xiaoguai looked at each other, both of them had this expression, crying face. Is this funny? Do not know. Forget it, just smile with you, otherwise she will lose face. Oh, haha, crying face, is so funny. Ha ha ha, crying face, dot. Ximon Qing recorded the song here, and Song Yunwoo came to the editorial department of Squat Weekly with Qin Yueo. Even though he has been here once, Song Yunwoo is still a little excited. After all, this is the place where countless cartoonists in Huiguo dream of coming. Although she is not serialized in the main issue now, she is also Mars Squat anyway, not far from Weekly Squat. After a while, a middle-aged man walked over. He is Song Yunwoo's current editor Qian Lai. Sorry, I've been waiting for a long time. Then, teacher dancing love, what's wrong with you looking for me this time? Song Yunwoo took out the drawing he had prepared for a long time, and said, I want to open another serial, and I want to bring it to the editor for you to see. Double open. An accident flashed across Qian Lai's face. The cartoonists he had previously met were more commonplace than the other, and dragging drafts was more commonplace. This was the first time I saw one that was not enough and wanted to serialize another one at the same time. However, double opening will inevitably have an impact on the quality of the work, and even cause the work to be suspended. Chien-Lai did not immediately express his opinion, but picked up Song Yun-Wu's drawing and looked at it. If it is not appropriate, he intends to refuse. 15 minutes later, after repeating the drawing and reading it for the second time, Chien's intentions were not enough to put down the manuscript, and said to Song Yun-Wu, "It is indeed an excellent comic, teacher of dance, you are really talented, but I think this work cannot be serialized on Mars Squat. Huh. Song Yun-Wu, who was still praised in front of him, suddenly heard that he couldn't serialize, and was dumbfounded on the spot. Why? Did I paint badly? No, your work is excellent, Chien-Lai said. The storyline is not conclusive for the time being, but whether it is character design or battle scene design, it is definitely one of the best works I have ever seen." The character design was discussed together by Ximen Qing and Song Yun-Wu. With her talent and Ximen Qing's memory of another world, the character design is naturally very eye-catching. Not to mention the battle scenes. Song Yun-Wu was born in a Taoist family, and martial arts is the foundation of the foundation. The battle scenes she drew were the most realistic and reasonable. Then why can't it be serialized? Song Yun-Wu asked. Chien-Lai told the reason, because the style is not compatible with Mars Squat. The works on Mars are mostly fanfare. Even if there is originality, it is your work sell kind of everyday and easy selling work. And your current Dragon Babu is undoubtedly a fairly orthodox story. Compared with Mars Squat, Weekly Squat is obviously more suitable. After Song Yun-Wu heard it, she reluctantly said, "But where is Weekly Squat so good?" She has also contributed to Weekly Squat more than 10 times before, and every time she was rejected, she was almost psychologically shadowed. NS. Chien-Lai laughed when he saw it and said, "It's just a coincidence that recently there happened to be a great who went out to collect materials on the main magazine to stop the publication. That guy won't resume the publication for a year or a half after the publication. I can find a way to help you win this one. Chance. Really?" Song Yun-Wu was overjoyed. I can serialize on Squat? I'm not dreaming, am I? It's just an opportunity," came to emphasize. "In fact, you are not the only teacher aiming for this opportunity. In the end, the winner will have to compete. It's good if you have a chance." Song Yun-Wu was not disappointed at all. "So how exactly do you compete?" Chien-Lai hesitated for a moment, and told him what he knew in advance. "Don't tell other people. This is what I heard from my friends. After half a month, there should be an additional page on the main journal, and a few copies will be serialized at the same time. New work, and then based on the response to determine which work is the last one left. General magazines add a few pages of interviews. It is very rare to add 1 or 2 cartoons directly, that is, dozens of pages. This time it was also because of the special circumstances, and it lasted a month at most, which is equivalent to 4 weekly magazines." After understanding the specific situation, Song Yun-Wu understood that he had to show the charm of Dragon Baba in 4 periods, otherwise it would only be a short-lived moment. The 4 words are enough. Song Yun-Wu pondered on the way back. It is estimated that the 4 words can just draw Mu Wangqing's place. There are 2 beauties, Zhongling and Mu Wangqing, plus Duan Yu's Bei Ming Shen Gong. It's also beginning to show its magical effect. It should be enough. Squat Publishing House Editorial Department. The editors in charge of the main journal are conducting regular meetings. So, the next article, about the no part-time job teacher's suspension of publication again. Last time it was about letting a few newcomers compete to see, so do you have any good work recommendations? Editor-in-Chief Li Jing said. The editor below, "Look at me, I look at you." Most of them didn't plan to talk. They basically have a fixed author at hand, and it's almost enough to be responsible for 1 or 2, so there is no idea to find a new author. And where are the manga serialized in Weekly Squat so easy to find? If the editor-in-chief is not satisfied, he will leave a bad impression on him. This kind of thankless thing, unless it is really found that there is a good work, otherwise it will not take the initiative to come forward. The scene was silent for about 10 seconds, and 2 editors spoke at the same time. "I am here. Head, I found one." The 2 people were half talking, and they looked at each other in the same way. www.novelmtl.com. Both seemed a little surprised. One of them gestured to the other to say first. The latter is not very polite. "It's too hard to find talented newcomers. I have an old author who has just published a new work recently, so you might as well take a look." Li Jing nodded and motioned to the editor to pass the manga to everyone. Everyone started watching. The old author's pen name is Yingzhang. The new work is about a young gangster who ran away with his boss in a help fight, but his shoulders were put on his stomach and his internal injuries were aggravated. The boss said before he died, "Put my stomach" was misunderstood as "he is my place," so he became a gang boss in a daze, and then began a series of wonderful stories. "Teacher Yingzhang? I remember he used to serialize funny comics in Mars. Li Jing said to the editor Yang Yuan, who brought the comics after reading it. The latter laughed and said, "Ms. Yingzhang was detained for the health care a few days ago. After he came out, he lived for a month for circumcision. The original serialization position has been knocked out. Some friendships," he came to me. "What does it mean to have some friendship on Mars?" "It's actually the friendship established during the health care." Another editor joked. Go, Yang Yuan immediately defended. Go you, how can you be so innocent? How can foot massage be considered a major health care? But where did you find the work? Don't be Yingzhang. Let's go down. It was another editor who teased him, and his name was Go Yu. Go Yu smiled but didn't say anything, got up and distributed the work he had on hand to everyone, then sat back and smiled. It's a coincidence that the author of this comic and teacher Yingzhang on my side are puzzled. Fate. The Indies' soluble bond. Yang Yuan asked, what do you mean? That's right, the editor-in-chief Li Jing said. Go Yu, what are you selling? Hey, Go Yu said with a smile, look at the author's pseudonym for this comic. Pen name. Everyone looked at it and found that it was Dance. Dancing, this name is a bit familiar, Li Jing muttered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, remembering that. The sales of Mars have risen a lot a few days ago. Cell right. Oh, I know working cell, an editor immediately answered. Platelets are so cute. I think the milk from macrophages is more attractive. I don't like that. The white blood cells and red blood cells give out dog food all day, and my stomach is panicking. Is it the only one who thinks those germs are handsome? Seeing that the scene was about to be out of control, Li Jing stopped it in time. Okay, let's chat and wait until the meeting is over. Go Yu, isn't Wuqing teacher's working cell still being serialized? Why is she submitting it again? Now, is it possible to prepare for double opening? That's it, Go Yu said. This is a rare hard-working writer, and the teacher of no part-time work is simply two extremes. A serialization is not enough, so I voluntarily ask for another one. Yang Yuan also reacted at this time. Isn't it the work cell that squeezed out teacher Yingzhang's position in Mars Squat? This dance is now coming to weekly squat to compete with teacher Yingzhang. What is this? What is the grudge against? Go Yu said, if you don't take it out today, who knows that teacher Yingzhang is going to contribute? It's just a coincidence. But this is a coincidence, Yang Yuan said helplessly. Are these two guys old enemies? Editor-in-chief Li Jing said at this time, don't talk about that first, let's talk about the quality of this dragon babu. The editors immediately began to read the sketches at hand. After a while, an editor suddenly said, fuck. This fight is too handsome, isn't it? Indeed, this storyboard is like a bunker. This Zhongling is also very cute, with the shadow of platelets, it feels like platelets have grown up. Lightning Mink is very cute, the surroundings of this thing are so good. I feel that this follow-up animation and live action are better, and the copyright should be easy to sell. After a group of editors finished discussing, Li Jing spoke again, so, now I vote, and I feel that teacher Yingzhang's I'm really not a big brother can be serialized. 15 of the 20 editors have raised their hands. Then pass, and then agree to raise your hand for the serialization of Dragon Babu. The remaining 5 who did not raise their hands also raised their hands. Okay, then it's finalized. Both of them will be serialized, Li Jing said. It was planned to serialize 3 at the same time. Do you have any recommendations? If not, then the 2 will be in parallel. Editors, look at me and I look at you. They all shook their heads to indicate that they were gone. The quality of the previous 2 works was too high. Even if they took out one work, they would have a high chance to accompany them. It was a waste of their own time and the time of other authors, so why not thank you? Just when Li Jing decided to join the 2 departments, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and a young man broke in. What's the matter with you, Xiaolei? An editor present hurriedly shouted. This young man is a newcomer editor and is not yet eligible to participate in such a conference. Sorry for interrupting, Lei Ming bowed, and then said to Li Jing, Editor-in-chief, I have a very good work here. I don't know if I can participate in this competition. What are you talking nonsense? Get out. The expression of the old editor who had stopped him before changed. Where did Lei Ming get the author resources for a new editor? God knows what work he produced. If this leaves a bad impression on the editor-in-chief, his life in the editorial department will be sad in the future. However, Lei Ming had the unique vigor of a young man, and boldly handed the draft at hand to the editor-in-chief. Li Jing opened it and looked at it, but said nothing. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became tense. A few minutes later, he said to Lei Ming, give it to others, too. Oh, good, good. Lei Ming immediately did. On the same day, the editorial department of Weekly Squat finally decided that starting from the next issue, the main issue will carry out a month-long page edition activity. 3 new works will be serialized at the same time. The one with the best final score will be eligible for long-term serialization. Zhao Zhenying, who got the news, put down the phone she wrote all afternoon and shouted, yeah, seize this opportunity, I will definitely be eligible for serialization. He was really short of money recently. After the divorce, the property was divided by his wife. Going to a lot of things, now I have to frugal when I want to go to a major health care. Ziliang Women's Village. It's done. Song Yunryu ran to Ximenqing's room and said excitedly, idiot zombie? We will soon be serialized on Squat. www.novelmtl.com. Oh, you're just this is Weekly Squat, the largest youth comic magazine in the country, the ultimate dream of all cartoonists. Can't you be more happy? Make a fuss, Ximenqing said while manipulating her character in the game to rush the tower. I am here, and there will be more opportunities like this in the future. If everyone is so excited, you shouldn't be exhausted. Grass, there is light. Ximenqing left the keyboard with both hands, and the screen instantly turned black and white. Song Yun-woo looked at the guy in front of him who only wears a black triangle and scratched his like an uncle. He felt a little weird in his heart. How can this guy come up with so many wonderful stories? Maybe it was because she had been staring for too long. Ching noticed her gaze. Why look at me with such an envy, admiration, and love eyes? Is this falling in love with me? Okay, then I will reluctantly accept it. Your love, after all, in this Ziliang girls' village, you are all my wings. Like a basin of cold water poured on his head, Song Yun-woo's unpredictable image of Ximen's love in Song Yun-woo's eyes was instantly shattered. Go away. Looking at her leaving back, Ching showed a wicked smile. Hey, there's something happening, little girl in the film, sooner or later the old lady will bend you all. In an old apartment building, Lei Ming excitedly tapped an anti-theft door. Open the door. Teacher Union? Open the door. Squeaking, the security door was opened, and behind the door was a beautiful young face. It's just that a pair of deep dark circles under the eyes is a bit destructive to the atmosphere. What are you doing? I'm sleeping. Don't you know that disturbing people's dreams is like killing a parent? Sleep a bird and get up. I have a happy event to tell you. Happy event? You won the lottery? Then you are actually planning to share the prize with me? But I'm sorry, I like big breasts, not sex. Fuck you. Lei Ming squeezed into the room of the young man with dark circles. Don't think about the messy things in your mind. I'm here to tell you that your king of thieves has been decided to be in its serialized on weekly squat. Huh. Li Xiaosong, a young man with the pen name Yun Yan, looked dazed. Xiao Ming, are you finally incapable of withstanding the pressure and crazy? Come on, sit here. I'll call you 120. Oh, 120 ghosts. I didn't lie to you. Lei Ming said, I took your sketches into the meeting of the editors today, and then showed them your cartoon, and finally they decided on the spot. Your comic will be serialized at the same time as the other two comics for PK, and the winner will be eligible for the official serialization. Yes, is it? Li Xiaosong hasn't been relieved yet. The surprise came too suddenly. My teeth haven't been brushed yet. Isn't this really a dream? Of course not. Lei Ming was as happy as if he had gotten a serialization opportunity. I said my vision can't be wrong. At first, he found Li Xiaosong's drawings in the trash can of the editorial department. Although the quality of the drawings at that time was indeed not good enough, he saw a glimmer of light. So I took the initiative to find Li Xiaosong in the same city based on the information of the editorial department. After get off work, I took time to study the positioning and drawing method of comics with Li Xiaosong. The final result was the pirate that he brought into the office. King of Kings. Successful serialization also shows that their efforts are valuable, and there is nothing more enjoyable than this. That night, the two opened 2 buckets of instant noodles at Li Xiaosong's house and added 4 sausages as a celebration. Double 11 is approaching, and Weekly Squat also launched the increased volume without price increase benefit on this day. Lu Kang used to buy a copy secretly when buying breakfast, and then took it to the office to pass the time. He has always been a loyal reader of Weekly Squat. He has been watching it since his high school, and it has been almost 20 years now. After so many years, he is actually more and more disappointed with Weekly Squat. The reason why he is still buying is mainly because of his feelings. The quality of the current comics is really not as good as before. Several big pillars are eating their laurels. The result of too long serialization is that they eat their own settings. There are more and more bugs. Most of the new works follow the trend. My own thing, this is a pill in the Huguo comics industry. He murmured while watching, and he flipped over many old works quickly, because it was really nothing appealing. Flipping through, he suddenly turned to an unfamiliar page. This is the new work, right? Weekly Squat hit the gimmick of 3 new works serialized at the same time. He naturally became interested. What he has now turned to is I'm really not a big brother, one of the 3 new works. Ying Zhang is an old author. He used to draw funny comics when he was serialized on Mars, and he has a lot of funny skills. After seeing it for a while, Lu Cheng couldn't help laughing. Haha, are these gangsters' brains full of cement? One is more stupid than the other. The protagonist only drinks 36 cold spirits when he catches a cold. They actually thought it was something to enhance combat effectiveness. The magic medicine, the key combat effectiveness has really increased. What kind of ghost setting? Ha ha ha. After reading these 18 pages, Lu Cheng only felt that he was still unfinished. Sure enough, the old author has the level. As long as he is not a lunatic, he can always come up with something amazing. He then flipped through and found the second new work, The King of Thieves. This is about the emergence of a pirate saint in the 21st century, with the main characteristics of 0 failure, 0 clues, and 0 points committing crimes. The police have worked hard for many years, but they have not even caught his shadow. But in fact, the real identity of the thief is a policeman, and it is specifically aimed at the leader of the theft department. Manga is a double protagonist. Thief Saint is only the second protagonist. After all, he has been famous for more than 10 years and is already an uncle. The real protagonist of the comics is a young man who seems timid and has a strong reasoning ability. The first chapter of the comic is about the process of the male number 1 catching a thief through reasoning. After reading it, Lu Cheng also felt gusto. The reasoning details were done too well. It was better than the comics that forced the reasoning. I don't know a few streets. In particular, the actor suddenly changed his face at the end, from being forced to become an elite wise man. This scene is so handsome. Only then did Lu Cheng realize that the male number 1 is not really scary, but has a black belly. Compared to the second male thief, the male one is more like a villain. This kind of evil manga is indeed exciting. After seeing two masterpieces one after another, Lu Cheng couldn't help but look forward to the third one. After all, it can stand side by side with the two. Surely the quality of UU reading www.uukansha.com will not be bad, right? So, when he turned to the title page of The Eight Dragons of Heaven, he was shocked by the pen name of those two characters. Dancing Love? Isn't this the author of Working Cell? Why did he start a new comic again? What about Working Cell? Is it going to end? With all kinds of doubts, Lu Cheng watched two modern comics one after another, and he was a little caught off guard by the antiquity of Dragon Baba. Wow, this landscape is too spectacular. Tisk, this fight is great. He was immediately attracted by the scene of infinite sword fighting. After saw Duan Yu appear on the stage, he only felt that this guy had a problem with his brain, like a sand pen. When Zhong Ling appeared on stage, Lu Cheng couldn't help but his eyes widened. The little girl was so cute, she almost shook his love for platelets. After seeing Duan Yu touching Zhong Ling's chest and her face, Lu Cheng felt all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn it, let go of that girl and let me come. Why does Zhong Ling look so familiar? Lu Cheng became more and more strange when he looked at it. He always felt where he had seen him. Is not a platelet. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have bought a book during the show before, and it was the book that made him and the mayor's grandson become good friends. The name of the book seems to be called Jian Niang. There is a Jian Niang very similar to Zhong Ling. He was suddenly startled. Is it possible that the teacher Wu Song and Wu Qing who painted the ship Niang are the same person? After all, the pen names are so similar, it is very possible. When he thought that he might be in the same city as Wu Qing teacher, and he might have met and talked to each other, he couldn't help but get excited. Oh, why didn't I think about asking her to sign me? Lu Cheng regretted it. Lu Cheng just finished reading the magazine when the phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the mayor's grandson Li Yuki calling. Lu Cheng has guessed why he called. Hey. Sure enough, I just listened to Li Yuki over there saying excitedly, hey, Dr. Lu, have you seen the latest issue of Squat? Let me tell you, there is a new comic on it. It's really beautiful. Actually I just finished reading it. There is indeed a very good work, Lu Chendeo. It's a pity that it's too short. It's not enough to watch. Yeah, it would be nice if it could be a little more. The main thing is that there are two other new works serialized together. I have to cast it and beat the other two works. I believe the author should draw more, Li Yuki said confidently. But he also reminded Lu Cheng. Yes, it is to vote, Lu Cheng said while using his office computer to open the official website of Weekly Squat. This comic is too late to end. I am really curious about what will happen to Duan Yu next. Huh? What are you talking about? Dr. Lu, why is Duan Yu? On the other end of the phone, Li Yuki noticed something was wrong. Didn't you vote for the King of Thieves? Huh? The King of Thieves? It's very good looking, but compared with the teacher of Wu Qing, it is still a bit worse, and you can see the details. Lu Cheng taught a new driver with an old driver, said the tone. But how can Li Yuki be so persuasive? What's so good about Dragon Baba? The protagonist is as stupid as a brain-cuffed person, and he can only endure being slapped in the face. It's too wasteful. I don't like that one. Much more honorary commander. This is the beginning of the story, and nothing has yet unfolded. I believe that there will be changes in Duan Yu. And what do you always stare at men when you read comics? Look at the girls, how cute. I'm not interested. The woman is so troublesome. The monitor of my school is a girl, and she urges me to hand in my homework every day. It's annoying. She thinks she can do whatever she wants if she is beautiful. In fact, if my dad didn't let it go, I would have found a few people. I hit her with a sack on her. Oh, I can't do it. Young man, you believe me, you will be orphaned like this. Lu Cheng wiped a cold sweat. This guy has a problem with his thoughts. Well, anyway, I am definitely supporting teacher Yun Yan. No one would watch the 8 Dragons, okay. Hey, let's make a bet. If I win, you will. Lu Cheng smiled confidently. This kid is still too tender. He has been in the second element for nearly 20 years. Can't you say this thing? Okay, one word is for you. At the mayor's house, Li Yuki, who had been discharged from the hospital, helped a plaster and lay on the bed with a confident expression. The King of Thieves is so good looking, how could you lose? 5 days later, Song Yun-woo looked at her mobile phone on the table like a child waiting for a birthday present, and walked around the table 3 times from the left to the right. Zyman, who had just come down from upstairs, met him and said, "What cult ceremony are you doing?" Song Yun-woo glared at her. "Fuck off. I'm waiting for the call. Also, you are still a person? Why don't you even wear a triangle?" "Oh, forgot, that was washed last night." Zyman Ching realized that she had forgotten to put on clothes, and hurried back to the room. A minute later, she came down again. This time, Zyman Ching's waist is surrounded by something like grass, which looks like a native of Hawaii. But people in Hawaii have coconut shells, and coconut shells seem to be too small. You are so weird. Song Yun-woo was already unable to complain. This is the plastic straw skirt that I personally woven when I taught the children to do handicraft last week. How about it? It's Hawaiian, right? Zyman Ching said and twisted his waist, which is not as thick as a coconut. Song Yun-woo just wanted to say something when suddenly the phone rang. She finished answering and hands-free in 1 second with extraordinary hand speed. "Hello. so fast, was a little surprised on the other end of the phone, but he still said quickly, "Is it the dance teacher? This is Go-yu. Hello, editor Go, we are dancing love." Song Yun-woo waved to Simon King as he said, motioning her to go with her. Go-yu was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Or you should call me Edit, you don't need to bring your last name." Song Yun-woo thought for a while, realized the problem, and quickly said, "Okay, Edit. Well, then I am calling you this time to inform you of the results of the survey." "Well, tell me." Song Yun-woo was very excited, but Simon Ching said to her with lips, "You better not expect too much." However, Song Yun-woo was too happy to see it at all. Go-yu Edeo, well, there are 23 works published in this issue of Weekly Squat. The ranking of Tianlong Ba Bulletin is in the middle of www.novelmtl.com, just in the middle. Song Yun-woo patted his chest, "It's okay. Okay, it's a good result for the first episode. By the way, what about the other 2 new works?" Go-yu was silent for a while, before saying, "I'm really not a Big Brother ranked 10th, and The King of Thieves is 4th. To put it simply, they are 3 new works." He thought that Song Yoon would be very disappointed, but he didn't expect that she would accept it very naturally. "Well, they are 2 good works. It's reasonable to get such a ranking, but it's okay. I will soon catch up." Coming up, Go-yu said with some surprise, "You have a good mentality. Keep it up. I read the 2nd episode of the 8 Parts of the Dragon. I have confidence in you." "Okay, thank you, editor." Song Yun-woo subconsciously wanted to call Go to edit, but he gave Go in time. When she hung up the phone, she was still a little bit unfinished. This is Squat, not the first of the 3 new works, but the first of the entire weekly Squat. Simon King quietly took out half of a watermelon from the refrigerator, and said to her as he ate, "Then you come on. Don't say that it's not as good as you are." Song Yun-woo said, "We are the 2 of us who are dancing together. Also, do you think I can ignore you stealing my watermelon if I act like nothing? You didn't make me wear clothes." Simon felt confident, "I am making bras. The coconut shell is too small. This is just right, pure natural, and pollution-free, so great. Your blood pack is gone today." I was wrong, boss." When the results of the reader survey of the first issue of Tianlong Babu came out, the final selection of the IG team's support songs at Station B was almost at the final stage. There are a total of 8 finalists, and Simon Loves Legends Naverti is among them, and all the data, whether it is clicks, favorites, etc., are among the best. Under the threat of the blood bag, Simon Ching had to agree to buy Song Yun-woo a new watermelon. Therefore, she simply took the remaining half back to the room. "This kind of thing must be on both sides. What do you want me to do if there is only half of it? Cause Cyclops? And it's the Xingtian version." Song Yun-woo is no longer able to complain. Simon Ching will let her go as she wants to. Anyway, she won't be seen by others at home. As for her, actually, she is used to it. If you abuse your body because of your good shape, you will be punished sooner or later. Simon Ching twisted his waist triumphantly. "It doesn't exist." She ran back to the room and opened Station B while eating watermelon. Taking a look at the ranking, Legends Naverti ranked first among the 8 songs, with 295,945 votes. Look at the second place Don't Fall to the Blue Clouds, 274,612, with a difference of 20,000 votes. The third place is only 200,000, and there is no possibility of catching up. This wave is stable, 100,000 yuan, how should I spend it? Simon Ching has begun to fantasize. The next day, when she was doing morning exercises with the children, the phone in her pocket vibrated. The morning exercise was halfway through, and she couldn't stop, so she had to continue. As a result, her movements were a little deformed by the shock, and the children swayed in the same way. So, morning exercises that day danced like a flurry of demons. After was over, Simon Ching ran to the corner and saw that it was Xie Yian's call. On more than one occasion, Simon Ching kept calling without answering him, and there were 8 missed calls. "Isn't this guy the chairman? Why are you so free?" When Simon was in doubt, the 9th call came, and she quickly picked up. "Hello, Mr. Xie, what's the matter?" "Godmother, go to Station B and have a look, it's exploded there." "Did it explode? What did it explode? TNT or N5? Simon Ching was startled and asked subconsciously. "Oh, no," Xie Yian corrected, "it was an explosion on the internet." "Weibo, Station B, everywhere is embarrassing you. For me? Why?" She was confused. Xie Yian was surprised and said, "Don't you know? Your Legends Naverti was squeezed down by not falling in blue clouds." Fans felt that there was a shady scene, and this made it to the bottom of Hot Dog's Weibo. Shady? What? Oh, is my 100,000 yuan gone? The amount of information is too much, and Ximen's love is a little too slow. She only understood that her 100,000 yuan flew, and the second place only had a 30,000 yuan bonus, which was too far apart. "I also think it's shady," Xie Yian said. "Since yesterday evening, your song data is a bit wrong, and it has risen like a tortoise crawl. On the contrary, the number of votes for Don't Fall in the Blue Clouds climbed rapidly, and it exceeded at 11 o'clock. Your song. Originally, fans were only suspicious, so they went to the comment section of Not Falling Blue Clouds to raise questions and discuss them in the post bar. But after the author of Not Falling Blue Clouds won the prize that night, he didn't know what was wrong. He was actually in his own Q group. You blew yourself up. The key is that there are fans of yours in that group, and you posted the screenshots directly. This time the internet has completely exploded, and you have all been searched on Weibo. Huh. Xiaomenqing never thought that she would actually search in this way. She opened WeChat and looked at the screenshot Xiaofian sent to her. That is a chat log of the Q group, in which a guy with the title of group owner has a total of 3 speeches. At all members, I will say that the 100,000 yuan is mine. If you don't believe it, just say it's awesome. Then what Xing Yi Yeast is relying on artificial intelligence gimmicks, so she wants to fight with me. Hey, how many years have I been mixing at Station B? Is there my brother in there, understand? From the beginning, the first place has been destined to be mine. Although he didn't speak out about cheating too bluntly, in the eyes of netizens, it is black enough. So, led by fans of Xing Yi Yeast, many keyboard men and justice fighters followed. It's not too much to watch the excitement. They don't care who gets the first place. Anyway, seeing the author of Don't Fall to the Blue Clouds is so arrogant that he can still get 100,000 yuan and feel uncomfortable, so why not give him a bit of fun? Of course, the core combat effectiveness of this incident is the fans of Xiaomenqing. Although the number of fans who are fans of her song circle is not large, they are very powerful. Even on Weibo, the ID of Xing Yi Yeast was ranked 18th in the hot search. Is not very concerned about whether she can get her first Xiaomenqing back. She doesn't like this kind of troublesome tearing. What she cares more about now is that because of the hot search, the data of her 2 songs ushered in a soaring www.novelmtl.com. The number of fans has also unknowingly reached 450,000. This rate of increase in fans can be regarded as very good. 2 songs are almost 500,000, then I will have 2 more songs to become a big up with millions of fans. Suddenly WeChat rang again, or Xiaofian, Godmother, is your song ready? This time is a good opportunity. Our wild demon will support you on Weibo, and then promote the theme song by the way. The effect will be very good. Not bad. Xiaomen thought for a while, opened WeChat, and asked Xiaoguai, is my song ready? As a result, Xiaoguai replied, I sent your email yesterday, didn't you read it? I patronized playing games. Xiaomenqing remembered to check his mailbox. She forwarded the song with BGM directly to Xiaofian. As soon as the latter received Xiaomenqing's song, he immediately opened it to listen to it. Boss. It happened that his assistant knocked on the door and came in. I saw Xiaofian reaching out to beg her to shut up. The assistant stood in front of the office stupidly, wondering what the boss was doing. At that moment, a singing voice came from Xiaofian's high-end speakers. The name of the song has been translated by Xiaomenqing and it is called Lemon. This song really interprets what is called kneeling. It comes up as a climax and brings people into a sad mood. Xiaomenqing's singing skills are really powerful, and his emotional appeal is as strong as that. After listening to a song, the assistant's eyes were unknowingly wet. She suddenly remembered her grandfather who had passed away half a year ago. He walked too suddenly, and there was really a lot of time to say to him, just like in this song. Xiaofian was still worried about whether Xiaomenqing wanted to change the style of the theme song, but after listening to this song, he felt confident. This song, coupled with our elaborate animation, those old players can't charge me while crying. Xiaofian immediately said to the assistant, Xiao Wang, go and call everyone to the meeting. Xiao Wang came back to his senses and asked, Mr. Xia, who do you call? Call everyone from the propaganda department. On the same day, the wild demon formulated a series of follow-up work directions according to Xiaofian's request. This is actually because Xiaomenqing greeted Xiaofian in advance, so a lot of the preliminary work has been done, so the efficiency will be so fast. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the Wild Monster official blog issued a new dynamic. The general content is to announce that the new chapter of Otaku Salvation 3 is about to be released, and then a little spoiler, these are common routines, just to arouse people's curiosity. The most important thing is that at the end of this Weibo, Xing Yi Yeast is mentioned. While clarifying that she is the singer of this theme song, she also expressed a clear attitude towards the unfairness she encountered this time. Godmother is a virtual AI, very simple, just want to make the best music, please don't tarnish her with your gloom. Xiaofian hasn't forgotten that Xiaomenqing has always emphasized that he is just a porter, and Xing Yi Yeast is a virtual AI setting. This person can't collapse. This kind of deception to children may not be believed by everyone, but fans like to act with Xiaomenqing. She said that she was a porter, and AI was real, so everyone would what you say is what you say, and pampering her like this is a tacit understanding. That night, with the help of the wild demon, this incident really made the headlines. Hot Dog Brother also spoke on his Weibo, do you think my money is easy to cheat? Although there is no clear at who, everyone can see that he is really angry. The B station official actually intervened in the investigation as soon as possible. It is not difficult to find out which insider is the inner ghost, after all, there are only a few people who can manipulate the data. The amount of 100,000 involved is already very serious. If it is really pursued, it is possible to go to jail. Not everyone has this ability to resist stress and can't admit it. But the headache of Station B now is that because of this scum, all of them seem to be villains, and how to restore the image is the key point. And although the evidence this time is solid, it is hard to guarantee that there will be a similar event next time, and some people will buy the Navy and spread rumors when they are dissatisfied with their ranking. Anyway, Station B has been labeled as fake, and it will be difficult to win the trust of others. Those keyboard guys on the internet have no brains. As long as this incident is taken out, it will always be the fault of Station B in the future. If you put the culprit out, they will say that they are temporary workers, and they can attack them anyway. Hesitate, and the matter was dragged on to the next day. In the end, the leaders above knew about it and scolded these guys severely. Are you all shy? I'm afraid of this and that, so I don't have to admit my mistakes. Honestly, hang up the matter and believe it. If you don't believe that it's someone else's business, you don't need to worry about it. I will communicate with Hot Dog Brother. Besides, I will contact Sing Yi Yeast to make some compensation for her, and give her a place for the New Year's festival. After Ximen sent a song to Xiafiyan, he basically ignored it, and played the game as usual, sucking blood to sleep as usual, as if she was not the party involved. When she got off work the next day, she received an official call from Station B. This is the phone number she filled in when she registered. Hey, hello, is it Sing Yi Yeast? No. Huh? I called the wrong number. Yes, but I am not Sing Yi Yeast. I am just a porter. Sing Yi Yeast is AI and can't answer the phone. If Xiafiyan hears this, he will definitely have to complain. How do you forget when you communicate with me? What about this person? This is too casual, right? Okay, it took a long time for the call to relax. That's it. Regarding the IG support song event, we have caused you a loss due to our work error. We are very sorry for that. After a routine, Ximen Qing probably figured out what the other party meant. Apologize, right? Is there compensation? Yes, we will cancel the qualification of Don't Fall to the Blue Clouds and move forward in order according to the existing rankings, so Tsing Yi Yeast will win the first place. That means my 100,000 yuan is back again, right? Ximen Qing didn't insist on personal setting at this time. Okay, you can make money. I should have filled in the bank card information. yo.youcanshould.com. Hearing these straightforward words, the people at Station B were also speechless, so they had to euphemistically mention that Ximen Qing could help clarify and suppress the development of the matter. Ximen Love is naturally happy to sell a favor. After all, she will still be in Station B in the future. She has no intentions to build another website and fight with Station B. This kind of secondary too is too troublesome. The other thing is, I don't know if you have time to attend this year's New Year's Eve. If you can, we hope you can prepare an original song. New Year's greetings? Of course I have time. I will prepare the song. I will contact you at that time. Ximen Qing answered in seconds. The original song for the New Year's Eve at Station B. Haha, is there anything more suitable than that? This chapter is more powerful, maybe I copied it. That evening, Station B gave a statement, stating that it was a personal behavior and had nothing to do with their entire website. The ranking has also been readjusted, and it is stated that the way of competition will be changed in the future to prevent such things from happening again. As expected, those who mocked them for losing part-time jobs appeared. But Ximen Qing also followed up and posted a dynamic, expressing the hope that everyone will not make things worse. Sing Yi Yeast is an AI that likes to sing and is unwilling to become a condiment. At the end, I also mentioned a new song. As a result, the fans of Ximen Qing began to die, and the remaining piece of loose sand, although they still wanted to do something, was suppressed by the fans of Ximen Qing. The situation has improved visible to the naked eye, but the biggest beneficiary of this incident is not Ximen Qing, but the Wild Demon Company that took the opportunity to greatly take advantage of the heat. All the players of Otaku Salvation 3 began to discuss the content of the new chapter, and the effect of this promotion is simply better than spending dozens of millions. This morning, Qin Yueo went downstairs to pick up a glass of water to drink, and saw a big white dangling in the hallway. Puff, she sprayed it at that time. Sister Ximen, did you finally even want the last fig leaf? Huh. Ximen King, who was squatting on the ground, looked back. It's you? I opened the courier. You, huh. When she was halfway through talking, she suddenly stared at Qin Yueo with a weird expression. Qin Yueo was so grossly seen by her, she subconsciously lowered her head to look at herself. What's wrong? Is there anything weird about me? It's nothing. Ximen Qing continued to turn around to open the courier. Are you Yao? I recently made a little money. Let's go to the beach together. My name is Yueo, you can call it right. Qin Yueo wondered. Sister Ximen, when are you so generous? The seaside, isn't Xiaking City just near the sea? Are you planning to take me to sea by bus? The sea. You just look down on me. I mean to go to the south, Ximen Qing said as she took out a set of bunny girl clothes from her mail bag and put it on, and then naturally put on her bunny ears and headbands. For example, Sanya. Compared to traveling, I would like to know why you wear this at home. Qin Yueo looked at Ximen Qing's long legs with charming lines outlined by black silk, and had no idea whether she should complain or envy her. I can't be a gangster if I don't wear it, Ximen Qing said solemnly. I still have to be a little bit ashamed. I think you are the least qualified to say this. Ximen Qing's eyes inadvertently glanced over Qin Yueo's head, and when she saw that the pair of beast ears on it gradually became transparent, she continued, anyway, everyone will go, so please take a vacation and come together. It's a human being, or it's the most comfortable to travel on a working day. Well, I'll try it. Qin Yueo thought about it. In fact, she is a newcomer. It is not very good to ask for leave soon after work, but she has the credit for bringing work cell to Mars Squat, so the seniors have taken good care of her. The key is to live here for a few months. She really likes everyone. Whether it's Simon Ching, Song Yun-woo, Xiaoguai, Damonzi, everyone treats her very well, just like her family, so she doesn't feel the loneliness of renting a house. This time it was Simon Ching who took the initiative to pay for a treat, so naturally she would not refuse. Well, I'll talk to the charterer. Wait, you just wear this. Qin Yueo felt that Simon Ching would be trained by Song Yun-woo 80% of the time. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. However, after Simon Ching went to the second floor, she soon came down with Song Yun-woo, and there was no sign of being scolded at all. What? Is it because Sister Yun-woo likes bunny girls? Qin Yueo was still wondering, and found that Song Yun-woo was staring at her, with a strange light shining in her eyes. What happened to you today? Why are you staring at me all the time? Qin Yueo felt uncomfortable, as if his clothes had been stripped. Song Yun-woo closed her eyes and opened them again after a while, smiling and saying to her, Yueo, do you want to come and play together? Is there any place you want to go? Don't listen to this idiot zombie. She goes to the beach mainly I want to see a bikini. Qin Yueo wanted to say what she likes, but when she saw Simon Ching's look disappointed, she said, let's go to the beach, I think it's good. Simon Ching's face turned from cloudy to clear for an instant, and a bright smile appeared. Yu Yao is really a good person. Xiaoguai also came over at this time and said to Qin Yueo, I can teach you how to surf. You can surf, Xiaoguai? Qin Yueo looked at Xiaoguai who was less than 1.4 meters tall, and asked in surprise. She wondered if Xiaoguai could afford a surfboard. Gate Zi leaned over and said, as long as Xiaoguai is good at water-related, you can rest assured, she is our lifeguard this time. Lifeguard. Qin Yueo was taken aback. Song Yun-woo sighed, neither idiot zombies nor the gate can swim, so I just want to go to the beach. I really don't know what I think. It's not that I can't swim, Simon King emphasized, I just don't like getting into the water. Qin Yueo then realized that this family is all weird, and it's not just the appearance that you can tell the ability. Then please, Xiaoguai. She smiled and touched Xiaoguai's head. Don't worry. Xiaoguai clenched his fists and said solemnly. Song Yun-woo spit out, don't you always say that you are a killer, why are you so willing to be a lifeguard? Xiaogu replied, rent, in return. Simon Ching got paid from the Wild Demon Company, Xie Fiyan was kind, and 30,000 yuan was after tax. As agreed, she paid off the rent for half a year to Xiaoguai, so in order to repay her, Xiaoguai agreed to act as a lifeguard while traveling. The family agreed to travel the next day, and each took leave. Song Yun-woo simply handed over the sketches of the two comics to Goyu and Kinlei www.novelmtl.com. Simon Ching used all of his paid holiday this year, and Damon Zi acted as a boy. Of parents, it is easy to get a vacation from the school. As for herself, it would be easier. She is a fish-catching doctor, and it is not her turn to have an operation in a month, so it is not easy to ask for a leave. Qin Yueo got a vacation without any accident. She has been doing very well since her work, and she has such a big achievement as working cell. The editor-in-chief of the editorial department is not a devil, so she was granted a 7-day leave. The next day, 5 people gathered at the gate of Ziliang and Zhuang. Simon Ching was still tightly wrapped, and they were holding an umbrella. Then, let's go. Song Yun-woo finished shouting the slogan and drove from the gate Zi, and the group set off for the airport. They are traveling here, and comic magazines are still on sale. In the first issue, the King of Thieves topped the list, and the Babu of Heavenly Dragon was the bottom. But this issue, Dragon will usher in an outbreak. Because Duan Yu was forced to fall off the cliff by a pair of dogmen and women on his way to the Valley of 10,000 Tribulations after taking the 7-day broken heartbreaker. As a result, he met Sister Shen Xian by chance and obtained 2 masterpieces, Baiming Shengong and Lingbo Microstep. Although this kind of falling off a cliff and picking up treasures is an old routine, but because his first words are really useless, so readers are looking forward to his explosion. This adventure is undoubtedly just scratching everyone's minds. Get a horse? Furthermore, Song Yun-woo's jade sculpture of the fairy sister has also been painted as beautiful as a fairy, which is heart-pounding. Lu Chang recognized the fairy sister as soon as she saw the fairy sister. I knew it. Teacher Wu King, do you still say that you are not Wu Song? This fairy sister is clearly the ship Empress Sai. As soon as the second episode of Tianlong Baba came out, it immediately aroused many discussions. After all, the first chapter described Duan Yu as a wasteful person. She is a waste person. Readers who like to substitute themselves as the protagonist naturally feel aggrieved, and at the same time envy him for being so affectionate with Zhongling. The second chapter reveals the truth about boundless Jade Bai, which is extremely terrifying to ponder. Back then, just a few light and shadow of practicing swords could create an immeasurable sword section. One can imagine what kind of superior people lived here, and this compelling style went up all at once. In terms of pretense, Jin's martial arts has always been no weaker than others. Similar to the sunflower treasure in Swordsman, it is also invincible for later generations to comprehend a fragment, which gives people an impression of the original. Infinite improvement. And the setting of knocking 1,000 times is also ingenious. It not only made Duan Yu a treasure, but also gave readers the psychological hint that he got the treasure should be, but if you don't kowtow, you may miss it. Such a setting does not make people think that the author forced the protagonist to open the hook, but he obtained it through hard work. This cool point is very reasonable. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to figure out such details. Generally speaking, readers will only feel very happy and can't help but want to keep watching when they read it, so when they find that there is no below, they will feel a sense of loss. Why is it so short? Liyuki put down the magazine with a gloomy expression. This masked girl just came out and it's over. I want to see if she is the same as another ship girl. The one who impressed him the most by saying this is undoubtedly Sister Shenxian. Song Yunryu didn't deliberately want to use people around her as a template, but the persona of Sister Shenxian is too exaggerated. Just a jade sculpture will make people obsessed. She thought about it, and the face of Simon's love appeared in her mind. As a result, I only found out that this fairy sister was extremely similar to Simon's love after I drew it out. Liyuki has always treasured the ship Niang, licked, oh no, read it dozens of times, and naturally recognized the fairy sister who is extremely similar to the Zai at a glance. The visual impact of seeing the fairy sister at first glance made him have the illusion that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. He feels that he is in love. Compared with a 3D woman, it is really better to be a paper man. How can real people be so beautiful? And they can also teach peerless magic. When he was talking like this, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and his mother came in. Xiaoqi, your classmates came to see you. Huh. Liyuki was taken aback. Unexpectedly a classmate would come to see him? He was forcibly stuffed into the city's key high school by his grandfather. Surrounded by classmates with good grades, he couldn't play with a poor student at all. He didn't bother to communicate with those who looked down on him. Alone. Contacting the second dimension is also an opportunity. He didn't want to understand why his classmates would come to see him. Is it an old classmate from junior high school? Just when he was puzzled, he saw a beautiful girl with white skin coming in. Seeing her, Liyuki showed an expression of disgust for the first time. Because this woman is the squad leader who he mentioned with Lu Cheng on the phone and wanted to have a sack. How did you come? Sengxin took off the backpack she was carrying and said to him, I will help you with your homework, otherwise you will not be able to keep up in the future. You, what hate or grudge do I have with you? My legs are broken, you don't let me go, want me to study? You kill me. Liyuki walked on the bed, showing a salted fish expression. Sen Xian pursed her mouth quietly, then walked over and took away the weekly squat he put on the bedside. It's useless to escape. I will supervise you every day from now on. It is because of injuries that you should be better off. Study well. I don't want it. Liyuki issued a call for help to his mother. Mom, you should kick her out. Pop. A slipper flew over and hit Liyuki's face directly. Why did I give birth to you, such a silly son? Classmate Xioxin has worked hard for you. If he is not obedient, pinch his waist. There is a wound that is not healed and it hurts. I will prepare cakes for you. In the evening, Sen Xian came home and saw the weekly squat in her backpack. She reacted, oh, no, I accidentally brought his book back. Forget it, I will return it to him tomorrow. She put the magazine on the coffee table and went to prepare dinner. Sen Xian's adoptive father, Sen Qianshan, is a policeman, and he was too busy to leave early and return late, so she started to take care of the housework when she was a little older. On this day, Sen Qianshan went home earlier than usual. I'm back. Sen Qianshan shouted into the kitchen as soon as he got home. Daughter, what are you eating tonight? Boiled eggplant, garlic amaranth, and your favorite borscht. Haha, that's really looking forward to it. Sen Qianshan pounced on the sofa, like a salted fish that doesn't want to move. www.novelmtl.com. Huh? What is this? He took a look at the magazine on the coffee table, and tears burst into his eyes. Your daughter, you have changed, and you can actually read this kind of book. Dad is so relieved. Said, he opened the magazine and looked at it casually. He reads this kind of juvenile magazine as an adult, and naturally many of them are unappetizing. But the King of Thieves is not bad. The police boss is actually the setting of the big boss, which makes him very emotional. This seems to be very fun. Should I also take a guest role in Thieves? Those newcomers are really lazy recently. One by one, hiding in the office and playing with mobile phones, it's good to put a little pressure on them. Then he turned down again. When he turned to the page of the fairy sister, his expression was like this, sigma, degree. It's her, it must be her. Sneeze. As soon as he got off the plane, Xiaomanqing sneezed heavily. Oh my god, who is thinking of me? Think of a ball, this is pure retribution that you usually like to run around at home naked. Song Yunyu vomited. Impossible, I'm a zombie, how could I have a cold? It doesn't exist, Xiaomanqing said and sneezed again. AQ. You must have a cold. Song Yunyu leaned over and put his forehead against Xiaomanqing's forehead. Look, you all have a fever, go to the hotel and lie down. Oh Simon said reluctantly, I haven't seen the beauty in bikini yet. Such a big sun, you are quite a corpse if you go, and our country's beaches, compared to bikini girls, you have a greater chance of seeing a swimsuit ant. Song Yunyu directly embraced Xiaomanqing with a princess. Tucked into a taxi. Xiaoman had a fever, and he was lying on the bed in a daze, with a blood bag from Song Yunyu in his mouth, aggrieved. With the money I spent, I finally came to the beach, so I could only stay in the hotel? What kind of tragic script is this? Although Qin Yueo also wanted to complain, it turns out that monsters can also catch colds. She still comforted her, Sister Ximen, or I will stay and take care of you. I'm okay, Ximen Qing said weakly, since I'm here, it's fun. I have a cold, and it's not a serious illness. I don't need to be with you all the time. Song Yunwu also followed. Yueo, you go to play with Damon, Xiaoguai, and others. I will watch this idiot zombie. But, Sister Yunwu, don't you have to go to play? Qin Yueo said, should we take turns to take care of Sister Ximen? Oh, Yueo, you don't have to worry about her. Gate Zi pulled her out. Yunwu has a private island in her house, and she's tired of playing with beaches a long time ago. It's not bad this time. Xiaoguai also nodded. I want to eat shaved ice. So the three people left the hotel, leaving only Ximen Qing and Song Yunwu in the room. Song Yunwu took an apple and prepared to peel it, only to see Ximen Qing looking at herself hopefully. Didn't the blood packs be given to you? What do you want to do when you look at me with that kind of showy eyes? One package is not enough. I am sick now, and I am so hungry. Can you bear to abuse the sick number? Ximen said pitifully. As a result, Song Yunwu put the apple in her hand directly, then got up and left. Of course, the blood packs brought out this time are limited. If you don't want to get hungry later, just bear with me. Ximen Qing made an Erkang hand action. Chartered woman, don't abandon me. My mother, go buy Sophie. Song Yunwu got out of the hotel, immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the address book, and called Dad. On the other side, after Qin Yueo's persuasion from the Gate Zi and Xiaoguai, she also wanted to open. It was not a big deal for ordinary people to catch a cold, not to mention the zombie Ximen Qing, at most it was just a rest. So she was quickly attracted by the seaside scenery. Ximen's love is pretty good. Come to play on weekdays, the experience is indeed much better than holidays. There are few people and empty space, so there is no need to line up everywhere. Xiaoguai started to teach Qin Yueo to surf as agreed, but Damon Zi, who can't swim, sits on the beach and puts sunscreen on herself. Damon Ziben is a big beauty, especially her legs are more beautiful than those of the model. At this time, sitting on the rampant beach of the ant and wearing a swimsuit naturally attracted the attention of many men. Mao Fengtai and Du Yu are two of these men by the way. Hey, Lao Tai, look over there, look at that leg, tut, I can play for a year. Mao Fengtai couldn't even care about the ice cream in his hand, his eyes staring straight at the door. Purple. Du Yushun glanced at him, and then lost interest. Cut. Old lady, where are you getting old? It looks like it's only 30, which is the most flavorful time. What is it that someone over 15 years old is not an old woman? Du Yushun said with disdain, but at this time Xiaoguai came back with Qin Yueo, and his eyes couldn't move away in an instant. Angel? I saw the angel. Brother, get up. Go. The two hit it off immediately, planning to have a chat in the past. Beauty, do you want to help put on sunscreen? The two people walked to the gate and said in what they thought were handsome poses. The three girls glanced at them, and then continued to talk. I'm a little hungry, why don't you go for something to eat? I want to eat a hamburger. Xiaoguai's eyes were shining, and I heard that I recently went to Colonel Key's shop to eat hamburgers and get toys. Damon Xiaogu said, what kind of burger? I want to drink some wine. Qin Yueo hurriedly said, let's forget the wine, I don't think it's good to drink in broad daylight. Tian knows what things will happen if Damon Zi gets drunk here. Maybe the headline tomorrow is Sanya's surprise appearance of the skeleton pirate. Mao Fengtai did not give up, and continued to move up and said, a few beauties, we know that there is a very good bar, why don't we entertain guests? Yes, Du Yushun stared at Xiaoguai, and added, you can also order food directly over there and let the boss make hamburgers. Oh, really? Damon Zi showed interest, are you really a treat? Of course. Mao Xiaotai patted his chest, showing a lavish look. That's fine, De Nzi said, let's change our clothes and come. Can you go there and order good food and wait for us to come? No problem. The two were overjoyed and ran away quickly. Beauty, we are waiting for you. Until the two disappeared, Qin Yueo asked, Sister Damon, it's not good to promise others so casually. Damon Zi shrugged, they didn't tell us where the store is, isn't it reasonable that we can't go there? Qin Yueo reacted, Yu reading www.uukangshu. Those two guys were fooled. It's just two cheating, right? Didn't those two guys notice? Let's go quickly, Damon Zi urged, it won't be good to find them after they react. So the three of them ran in the other direction as if they had done something bad. They did not eat hamburgers, but ate local seafood. Played until dark, and when she returned to the hotel, Qin Yueo also packed a lot of things to bring to Ximen Qing. Since she can't go out, at least bring some food to let her experience the style of Sanya. As a result, as soon as they entered the room, they felt a heat wave on their faces. Is it necessary to turn on the hot air conditioner in such warm weather here? Qin Yueo wondered. Dorzi glanced at the control panel on the wall and said, the air conditioner is off. Why is that so hot? Xiaoguai and Damonze hurriedly walked inside, and saw that Ximen Qing was lying on the bed profusely with sweat, looking uncomfortable. The temperature in the room seems to be caused by her. Sister Ximen, are you okay? Qin Yueo hurried over to check, but only when she met Ximen Qing's hand was shrunk back from the heat. It's hot? Big sister, what's wrong with her? Gate Zi went over to check it, and said, I don't know. Go and ask Yunwoo, she should know. But what about Sister Yunwoo? Qin Yueo was worried in her heart, and immediately took out her mobile phone and walked to the door. The room was so hot, I'll call Sister Yunwoo. After a while, Damon Zi suddenly realized something, and when he walked out the door, Qin Yueo was gone. Oops, little boy, go get her back. She can't run around at this time. Seeing Simon Ching's uncomfortable look, Qin Yueo was very anxious. She walked out of the room and called Song Yunwoo, subconsciously thinking that she, a Taoist aunt, should have a way to take care of zombies, but no one answered. So she ran to the first floor to ask the staff in the hotel lobby. After learning that Song Yunwoo had left the house more than 10 minutes ago, she planned to go out and look for it. In such a short time, she wouldn't have gone too far, maybe she was going to buy an ice pack. However, Qin Yueo, who was worried, did not realize that when the front desk clerk was talking to her, his eyes had been fixed on the top of her head, and his expression was still very subtle. After she left, the waiter quietly said to her colleagues, recently, IG has won the championship, and LoL has become hot again. There are more and more cosplayers in this game, but it's really rare to be so blatantly hanging out. You said, is this fun for her? Or is it used by the outside to raise prices? Such a beautiful girl, it would be a shame if she is really outside, the colleague said with emotion, but she is unprofessional, she doesn't have a tail, just a pair of ears. Who knows if there is a tail under her skirt? I heard that the Kozer's tail is not wrapped around the waist now. Qin Yueo is also here for the first time. She is not familiar with the place in her life. After she ran out of her brain to find someone, she lost her direction and could only wander around. At the entrance of a restaurant, two men in beach pants are standing under a street lamp. People around them sometimes cast curious eyes. The two of Gain have been standing there since the afternoon, and haven't moved until dark. Old Do, think about it carefully, shouldn't we be fooled? Don't be arrogant. Little angels are so cute, how can they be deceived? Girls, it's natural to change clothes longer, let's be patient. Yes, is that really a bit expectant? What will they wear after changing for so long? Hey, say, maybe it's the school uniform, hey. When the two were having sex, they suddenly saw a figure running by in front of them. At that moment, the expressions of the two people who were smirking instantly became serious. Old Do, did you see it? It seems to be one of the girls we asked before. I didn't expect it. I saw it, Yukai, and the monster is uncertain, it seems to have just awakened. How to say? Old rules. The two quickly caught up. At this time, Qin Yueo was very worried. She didn't realize that she was running much faster than usual, and she came to the beach without knowing it. Sister Yunwoo, where are you? I won't answer the phone. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of her. Qin Yueo stopped quickly and looked at the person in front of her in surprise. You are. She only felt a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. However, the other party didn't seem to like nonsense. The so-called villain died of talking too much. In fact, the decent is the same, so he directly held a seal and pointed at Qin Yueo. Qin Yueo felt that she could not move suddenly. It was like being with a rope. Qin Yueo struggled no matter what. She is completely confused. Is this person also a monster? Why do you treat yourself this way? Is it the kind of monster that is different from Simon Ching and the others, who can eat people? What are you doing? Let go of me. Hey, Vixen, stop struggling. Mao Fengtai stretched out his hand to grab her. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing on a vacation. This year's target is not to worry. However, just when he was about to meet Qin Yueo, a slender thigh suddenly stretched out from the side and kicked him violently. Mao Fengtai returned to the defense in time. Although he blocked the blow, he was kicked and retreated several meters. Master. Mao Fengtai took a closer look and found that the person here was the long-legged royal sister who was in the middle of his red heart. At this time, he still didn't understand that the other party was also an evolutionary like him. Damon Zi stretched out her hand and touched Qin Yueo. Qin Yueo suddenly found that she was able to move again. It is my fault that Yunwoo and Chinger made me look at you closely. You shouldn't have let you leave my sight. Don't run around in the future. Sister Damon, what's going on? Qin Yueo still didn't understand why it was like this. I'll explain to you later. Damon Zi wanted to say more, but it was too late, and Mao Fengtai did not drop the connection. Beauty, are you sure you want to fight me? Don't blame me for not pitying Xiangziyu if it hurts. On the coast, a strong wind blew suddenly and Mao Fengtai floated. Damon Zi stared at him for a while, and said, Bo Feng. Oh, I still have some insights. Mao Fengtai smiled. Since I know that I am from the mythology department, do I have to hold on? Damon Zi tisk, it's really troublesome, mythology, who isn't it? She was in a trance, and a Mori white skeleton more than 10 meters high appeared behind her. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com. Seeing this white bone, Mao Fengtai was startled, and then he smiled. What I thought it was, even if it is the same mythology, there are high and low points. I am a god, and you are a demon. Where does your courage come from before me? Can it be done? Is it because of the bigger-looking figure? The purple door didn't return to him. The huge skeleton behind him slapped him, directly defeating the wind wall Mao Fengtai used to defend, and slapped him on the beach. Puff Mao Fengtai was completely suspicious of life. How is it possible? Feng Bo's rank is obviously so much higher than that of the skeleton monster. Children, go back and read more books. Damon Zi manipulated the skeleton to grab Mao Fengtai, and then threw it towards the sea like a rock. he disappeared on the horizon in a short while. Qin Yueo was stunned while watching. Daja's sister, you are so amazing. Damon Zi smiled and said, it's just a small matter, you don't want to run around recently, she is really nothing to love, and you are more worrying in comparison. Why? You touch your head. Qin Yueo didn't understand what she meant, but still stretched out her hand and touched her head. Huh? What? She found that she had touched a pair of furry objects, and not only the hands, but also the touch on her head. It's as if you usually touch your head. She quickly took out her phone and took a photo of herself with the camera. She was shocked to find that she had a pair of animal ears on her head at some point. What is this? Even though she had been told that she might be a monster, she couldn't immediately accept the fact that she had an extra pair of ears. What's more, it's still a pair of animal ears. Don't be nervous, it's just a feature. Damon Zi exhorted. Features. Yeah, it's like I sometimes become a skeleton, and love acquires the physique of a zombie. Now, your ears should be the manifestation of your evolutionary direction. After they are stabilized, they can be freely retracted. What's the impact? Damon Zi explained to Qin Yueo, in fact, I came out to travel this time because I found that your evolution has reached a critical period. I intend to let us stay by your side to help you watch it anytime, anywhere. I didn't expect that I would let you meet you without paying attention. When it comes to this kind of thing, I am really ashamed. Then why don't you tell me directly? Qin Yueo touched her beast ears again. What will become of me? She probably wanted to surprise you, Damon Zi guessed. Looking at you like this, it should be a fox demon. No wonder he called me a vixen. Qin Yueo suddenly realized, but then her expression became a little subtle. After all, to a serious girl, a vixen would not be a good thing to say. Thinking of the physique that Simon Ching needs to blood, she was a little worried about her future. No need to have or eat human liver. At this moment, a stream of light flashed across the sky, and Song Yunwoo descended from the sky on a copper coin sword. After landing, the copper coin sword shrank quickly and got under her skirt. What are you doing here? I just felt a violent energy hedge here. What happened? Damon Zijiang said what had happened just now, and Song Yunwoo was clear. Bofeng? That should be Mao's family. Maybe they caught Yueo for the bonus. Bonus? Yes, Song Yunwoo said. I thought that we were around. These things were unnecessary to talk about, but this time the accident of Ximen's love appeared too untimely. Generally speaking, in order to prevent you from being like this, organizations, people who suddenly evolve outside by themselves have an impact on society, and they all need to take you to a special place and wait for you to evolve before they can be released. How do you sound like you are in jail? Qin Yueo subconsciously asked. Gate Zi said, it's like going to jail. You can't let you contact the outside world. You will not be released until you can freely control your abilities and make sure you are not an antisocial personality. Otherwise, think about it, if you are alone at home, sleeping, and suddenly I caught fire and burned the entire building. How dangerous is that? Or a murderer who suddenly gained superhuman power, the harm would be great. Qin Yueo is a violent spirit. I don't want to be locked up. She is still studying and her work internship has just started. If this is locked for a year and a half, God knows what it will be like. Song Yunwoo said, the work is a trivial matter. After all, the organization will also help you arrange it, just like Simon Ching, Damon Zi, and Xiaoguai's school, which were all arranged by the Mystery Alliance. We should also send you in. Yes, but in fact, there is not much difference between our Ziliang Demon Village and there are experts washing, and the people over there may not be as good as ours. The Mao family wants to arrest you, mainly because the Alliance rewards you for bringing back sudden evolutionists like you. After all, it maintains social peace, and if you are caught by any party when the forces are absorbed, he can get a lot of money as a gift, which is also very tempting. This is the first time Qin Yueo has heard of this kind of thing, and she feels that she still knows too little about the world. Then, Sister Yunwoo, why don't you send me to accept the award? Simon Ching is so poor that he wakes up from starvation every day, there is no reason to be indifferent to bonuses. Damon Zi smiled, and said to her, I and Yunwoo are not short of money, and Xiaoguai has no interest in this aspect at all. As for love, she probably likes you too much, she is not willing to give it up. You send it away. Okay, don't stand here anymore, let's go back and find that idiot zombie, it will really cause me trouble. Song Yunwoo shook his head, if it weren't for her, Yuya wouldn't have encountered such an accident. Qin Yueo quickly asked, Sister Simon really does not matter, but I think she seems to be in pain. Song Yunwoo's face changed when he heard the words, and he muttered, what can happen to her? I will suffer if something happens. Really, how strong is it? Xiaoguai also came over at this time, Damon Zi and her looked at each other, tacitly. That Mao Fengtai was not acting alone, he still had a partner, and the reason he never showed up was naturally solved by Xiaoguai. Not long after the three of them walked, suddenly a strong air current surged from the surface of the sea. Song Yunwoo, Damon Zi, and Xiaoguai all looked back towards the depths of the sea. At the same time, Qin Yueo also felt that her entire body was standing up, as if something extremely terrifying had appeared. Under the night, a huge black shadow rose from the bottom of the sea, followed by strong winds and heavy rain. The tourists on the beach ran back. Why it rained suddenly? This weather forecast is too inaccurate. It's raining too much. www.novelmtl.com. Go back soon. After a while, only Song Yunwoo and the others were left nearby. When the rain fell on their heads, they turned automatically, as if avoiding them, so the 4 of them were not exposed to the shower. The huge black shadow rose into the sky, and then poked his head from the dark clouds. Qin Yueo only then saw clearly that it turned out to be a dragon head only seen on TV. And compared to the special effects on TV, this dragon head is more majestic and shocking, and her legs are subconsciously soft. The dragon's 2 front paws were holding a person respectively, and it was Mao Fengtai who was just thrown out by the door purple and his partner Du Yushan. This violent storm is the masterpiece of the two. Staring at the 4 girls for a while, the dragon head said, I didn't expect to meet a Yuan seating and a co-worker's little girl here. No wonder my 2 ineffective little brothers would be beaten. There is nothing to fight back. Yuan Chuan? Gong gong. Qin Yueo looked dumbfounded. She recognized these words, but after they were combined, she suddenly became so strange. Song Yunryu is very calm, such a young dragon king. You are Donghai Lian Qinjun, right? What are you doing in Nanhai? Huh? Which one are you from? Can't I go out to travel? The leader looked at Song Yunryu. The rules are on the way. My little brother was beaten by someone. If I can't give them a head, where will my face be? Song Yunryu was a little speechless, and said to the door, Lian's family has always been upright, but recently we have met such a stunned boy, and it is unlucky enough to be met by us. Do you know our Lianjia very well? Shenlong said, then you should know that I hate others for saying that I am a stunned green. Are you ready to meet my anger? The powerful dragon power swept over. Xiao Guai frowned, and took a few steps back. A lot of the rain that had been completely isolated from the 4 girls also poured on them. Upon seeing the purple door, he once again called out the huge skeletons, and shielded them all under his body, regardless of the wind and rain. Shenlong stared at the huge skeleton, and suddenly said, I know who you are. The mythology is the 1st seed, the 10th in the Asian disaster list. Mrs. Bone, I remember that you have been missing for more than 10 years, and I did not expect to hide in our flowers. The country is coming. It's too ugly to say hide, Damon Zi said with a light smile. I'm just past the 2nd year of secondary school, and I intend to make a contribution to the society. Disaster list. What is that again? Qin Yueo always feels that he has heard something really bad. Upon seeing this, Song Yunryu explained to her, didn't I just tell you that evolutionary people can easily cause great harm to ordinary society? There is an organization in the mysterious alliance based on the ability of each evolutionary person. Character, environment, and other factors have arranged a ranking list of the degree of harm to society from the highest to the smallest. The full name is the ranking list of natural disasters and man-made disasters, referred to as the disaster list. Oh, then, Qin Yueo wanted to ask Nzi what exactly did she do to be ranked 10th, which is very unfavorable. She used it. Has your own big skeleton demolished the building? Damon Zi smiled at her. When I was young, I was not sensible. There was a time when I passed myself and I was listed on the list. It's a bit embarrassing to say. At this time, Xiao Guai pulled Qin Yueo's clothes corner and said to her, by the way, I am also on that list. Hey, I said you really don't exist. Lian Qinjun saw a few women in the sky and started chatting, and suddenly became impatient. It's just right to have a name on the disaster list. Harmed. Song Yunryu vomited after hearing the words, where did your face say this in the 3rd place? If it wasn't for the face of your Lianjia family, now there must be a lot of people chasing you to kill the dragon. They dare. Lian Qinjun roared, I squirted them to death with a sip of salt soda? Okay, I was almost led by you. After so long, it's time to do it. Shenlong opened his mouth and spit out a thunder, slashing on the huge purple skeleton at the gate. Damon Zi manipulated the skeleton to grab the thunder, and held it tightly in his hand like a mud loach, and then threw it aside. Boom! A huge splash of water exploded on the sea, which was also mixed with many dead fishes, shrimps, and scattered corals. Seeing this, the dragon peeked out a dragon's claw from the cloud, and the huge purple skeleton at the door also stretched out white bone claws against it. With the gravel on the beach splashing, the tree was also thrown away. The two were actually fighting together. A close match. Qin Yueo finally knows why the ranking is called the Natural Disasters and Man-Made Disasters list. The fight between these two guys is more terrifying than a typhoon. If this fight is in the city center, how many people will die? I still have some ability, Shenlong said with emotion while fighting with Damon Zi. It's worthy of being the 1st seed, and its strength is completely beyond the framework of mythology. The door purple is also easy to do. The disaster list is not a strength list. Do you think that you are ranked 3rd and must be better than my 10th? Then let you try. Shenlong suddenly ascended into the sky. Countless dark clouds gathered. Lightning and thunder continued. It seemed that it was necessary to zoom in on the move. Previously, Shi Yunbao drove people away, so that he had no scruples when he shot. However, things happened suddenly. Just when the power of Shenlong was brewing to its apex, suddenly, the rain stopped. The wind also stopped. The dark clouds that had just gathered from the dragons were instantly cleared. The white moonlight fell on him and on the faces of Mao Fengtai and Du Yushan in his left paw. All 3 faces were shocked. What happened? This is. After the cloud sold out, the temperature suddenly rose. They seemed to be in the middle of a big stove, sweat pouring out in patches. Shenlong suddenly looked aside, and saw a figure walking slowly along the coast. No, it can no longer be said to be coastal. because with her appearance, the sea is retreating rapidly, and the exposed seabed also dried up like a desert in the blink of an eye. Due to the angle of the moonlight, her face was obscured by the shadows, and only the Cyan Palace dress on her could be seen. Mao Fengtai and Du Yushun suddenly remembered a myth that their two families had passed down from generation to generation. Qi Yu served as an army to defeat the Yellow Emperor, and invite Feng Boyo Master to go through the wind and rain, and the Yellow Emperor is the next goddess. The rain stops, and then kills Qi Yu. Even Qinjun murmured, there are women in King Ai, and the name is Kishui Women's Offering. Fuck, it's her. Accompanied by this exclamation, he suddenly a dragon wagging his tail, as if he saw a cat or mouse, he leaped into the distance quickly. Mom, how come you met her here? To death, to death. Song Yunryu and the others no longer pay attention to these three guys. www.novelmtl.com. They all looked at the woman who was walking slowly. That's Qin Yueo had just awakened, her eyesight improved greatly, Sister Ximen. From this angle, she could just see the face of the woman in Xingyi, just because the coercion that even the Shenlong had to be scared off was so terrifying. It was so different from the Ximen love she had in mind, that she couldn't be sure for a while. NS. Hey, this guy. Song Yunryu quickly rushed out of the scope of the skull and crossbones, holding a talisman in his hand and sticking it to Ximen King's forehead. After a while, the originally scorching temperature dropped rapidly, and the distant sea slowly replenished it. Except for the big pits that were blown out and the big trees that were lifted up by the roots, everything was the same as nothing happened. Oh, the chartered woman. Ximen Qing seemed to be a lot more awake after putting a talisman on her forehead, and greeted her with a smile. Song Yunryu said in an irritable manner, yo what? Who made you run around all right? Ximen Qing said innocently, I wondered if I stayed in the hotel, I might become an arsonist, so I went for a walk on the beach. Song Yunryu realized that she was speechless, this time I was negligent. I didn't expect the seal to be broken so quickly, and I was unlucky. I met Lian Qinjun here, you guys. It was really me walking away for a while. No, Lian Qinjun? What is that? Ximen asked in doubt. The Dorzei, who happened to walk over, heard this and smiled. Haha, if the little dragon knew that Qinger was just walking, and didn't put him in his eyes at all, he didn't know what his expression would be. Lian Qinjun took his two little brothers and climbed all the way, ran out and didn't know how far. The three people landed on a dock. Oh my god. Lian Qinjun, who has turned from a huge dragon to a human form, is a 27th young man with a fiery red hair. He clutched his heart and gasped, no wonder the former when I went out for a few days, my second uncle said that I would meet a woman who made my heart beat faster this time. The old man is so bad. He's so accurate. My heart is about to burst right now. Mao Fengtai was also terrified, independent from the disaster list, one of the 8 evildoers that even the mysterious league dare not rank. Xingyi leader? This kind of extinct boss can be encountered. Brother, I think we can buy lottery tickets. NS. How can I buy it? I think there are not enough people in the prison. Du Yushun said, according to me, I should get the low skin. I think this time I will definitely get the iced drunkard skin. Buy your sister's lottery ticket. Pump your horse's skin. Lian Qinjun patted his little brother on the head alone, can you be a little bit after? If you don't die, you will have a blessing. In this case, you should go online to make an appointment with a girl. This time I will definitely not date a man again. Big brother is right. Brother, you are so smart. Humph, of course, can you be your brother if you are not smart? Brother, I have a question. What's the problem? Why have these people pointed their guns at us since just now? The three brothers patronized and chatted, completely unaware that the pier where they landed was gathering a large group of heavily armed people, and the place where they landed was impartial and happened to be in the middle of the group. Lian Qinjun subconsciously stretched out his hand and tried to stand up, but in the end he pressed a soft object, and when he looked back, he found that it was a big sack. Huh? Faker question mark face. After Song Yunryu put the talisman on Ximen Qing's forehead, he told her to stand still, and then touched her for a while. Ximen twisted and twisted. Hey, don't poke my armpits, haha, itchy. Don't make trouble. Song Yunryu slapped her chest vigorously, and she calmed down. After finishing the incident, Song Yunryu's cheeks flushed and he was panting. Okay, it shouldn't break so easily this time. I hope. Ximen Qing tore off the talisman paper on his forehead and smiled. Qin Yueo asked Damon Zi curiously, what are you doing? Damon Zi explained, you can see Qinger just now. Her power is too strong, and she can't control it well. If she is allowed to walk around like this, the whole Sanya will change. She became a desert, so she cooperated with Yun Wu to seal her own power. Although the side effect was that she became the lowest level zombie and feared that the sun would still blood, but she could at least live normally. Song Yunryu said, I can't seal her with my own strength, so I called my dad and asked him to send someone to send this Tianxi talisman over. I just went out to get the charm. I originally thought that I would fly faster than the person who gave the charms. Who knows that I almost put you in danger. I'm really embarrassed. No, Qin Yueo shook her head quickly, you didn't owe me anything. I'm very grateful for being able to help me, so why can I blame you? Ximen Qing said, hey, as long as you come to Ziliang Demon Village, it will be my wings, and there is nothing I owe to myself. Although I don't understand what the wings mean, Qin Yueo is still very touched, thinking that they are not just co-renting partners, but also family members. But then again, what kind of monster are you Ximen? Why are you so terrible? Even the dragon runs so fast when it sees you, Qin Yueo curiously asked. It's not a zombie, Xiamen Qing said with a smile, but there are many kinds of zombies. In the mythology, zombies can be transformed to the highest level of cultivation, you know. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Qin Yueo nodded. She is an intern editor, and she reads a lot, and she vaguely feels a little impressed. Xiamen said in love, my situation is a bit special. At first, this body was not a zombie, but was manifested as the goddess of the goddess in the Battle of the Deer. However, later generations fabricated novels to combine the gods with the females. The mixture of ghosts affected the origin of mythology, so that the female ghosts changed from a pure goddess to a zombie king. Later, it was Lin Zhenjiao's zombie film that caused me to have a strong blood-sucking demand when my power was sealed. Damon Z added, by the way, she actually possesses a part of the godhead of our Sakura kingdom's Amaterasu. Although I don't understand very well, Qin Yueo always feels very powerful, and comes out unconsciously. Then, what is the origin of Yu reading www.yukanshu.com? Why do they feel that De Zhang is inferior to them at first, and then get beaten in the face? Qin Yueo himself is a very curious person, and now it seems like just like discovering a new world. I want to ask everything to understand. Xiamen Qing feels that she is now the same as when she chased her in the kindergarten and asked about the follow-up plot of Prairie King. This is a bit troublesome to explain, let's talk while walking. Song Yunwoo took her back, while Xiamen Qing also picked up the little boy who wanted to howl under the moon to follow. We supernatural humans are generally collectively referred to as evolvers, and evolvers can be roughly divided into two categories. One is that you are directly affected by the collection of human consciousness and have evolutionary mutation, and the other is who is in your ancestors. It's an evolutionary, and then you have inherited this ability through your bloodline genes. The former is the so-called original seed. Is the genshu planting special? Of course it's special. Do you think it's very common to be affected by that abstract concept and then produce substantial changes? Yuanshu seed is very, very rare. Counted from the time Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 countries, until now the entire Earth, the number of primordial seeds that have appeared is less than 300. It can be said that the abilities of all evolvers now originate from these 300 primordial seeds, because they are all descendants or servants of the primordial seeds. And nowadays, there are even fewer Yuanshu species that are still alive, maybe less than 10. Yueo, you are probably the Yuanshu species awakening, because there doesn't seem to be a fox-related Yuanshu species in history. It has appeared, and if it is true, then you are a sweet pastry that is vying for everywhere. I'm rare. Qin Yueo, who felt that she suddenly became Tangsang meat, still had no real feelings. So, is the original seedling very powerful? Give you basic knowledge of popular science, Song Yunwoo said. Those who rely on blood inheritance and awakening of the evolutionary can only awaken a part of their abilities. Compared with them, the biggest advantage of the original seed is comprehensive. For a chestnut, one of the most famous evolving clan in our flower country, Shennong, is the Emperor Yan. There are many myths and legends about Emperor Yan. He is superb in medicine, he is proficient in music theory, and he is also the of illumination. There are too many. The bloodline inheritors can only obtain some of these abilities, and only the original seed can integrate all the abilities. In addition, as far as fighting ability is concerned, Yuanshu seed has no growth limit. Unlike the bloodline inheritor, no matter how strong it is impossible to surpass the source of one's bloodline. Qin Yueo listened with gusto. It's like a vampire in Europe. The highest bloodline of the Earl is only like the Viscount, and it is written in many novels. Don't mention vampires to me. Xiamen Qing looked disgusted. I'd have a headache when I mentioned them. If it weren't for them, I can live very comfortably with food and drink, so where can I go out to work so hard? Qin Yueo asked again, so what kind of mythology is the classification of the evolutionary? Song Yunwoo said, that's the theory that a group of militants tinkered with themselves. What mythology science fiction basic only considers combat ability, regardless of the rest, it has no reference value. After all, being a big fist is the last word, Xiamen Qing said. Think about it, even if an ordinary person becomes a billionaire, if he lives in a place with poor security and doesn't hire a few bodyguards, no matter how much money he has, isn't it that sooner or later you will be robbed and stolen? The ancients said that violence is the foundation of all civilization. Song Yunwoo asked her, which ancient person said this? Simon pointed to himself triumphantly, I said it in 1895. Song Yunwoo. Qin Yueo, wow. Sister Ximen, turns out you are so old. Ximen love. We are still good friends regardless of age. Ximen King grabbed her waist a few times. You are so young, don't you know if zombies are not old and immortal? In 50 years, you will become an old woman, too. It's still so tender and tender. Ha ha, don't tick me, Sister Simon, surrender, surrender. Ximen was so scratched that she could not bear it, and repeatedly begged for mercy. Damon Zi suddenly said, no, Yu Yao is awakened now, and she is still a vixen. 50 years later, she may still be what she is now. Really? Qin Yueo's eyes shone, and I can imagine how attractive she is to a woman. Don't be eager to be happy, Ximen Qing said. As a person who comes here, I must remind you that there is a price for immortality. An identity, even the place of residence has to be changed, which is very troublesome. Qin Yueo shook his head after hearing this, and said with a smile, that's a question that will be considered only decades later. I have nothing to worry about now. Song Yunryo smiled and touched her head. Smart boy, there are two ways for evolvers to solve this problem. One is to live hard, and to multiply into a big family without fear of being lonely, and the other is to find a few evolvers. If you live with friends, your family can stay with you for 50 or 70 years, and we can stay with you for 500 or 1000 years. Ziliang Demon Village exists for this. Well, I know. Qin Yueo nodded. Now, she has no reason to move away from Ziliang Demon Village. Although there was an accident, everyone did not intend to terminate the tour. Qin Yueo's ability to awaken is characterized by a pair of ears. As long as he wears a headband, others will think it is, not a monster. The purpose of this trip is to help Qin Yueo stabilize her abilities. This is not too difficult. Ximon Qing and the others thought that at first. On this day, Ximon Qing was lying in bed and playing with her mobile phone, and she accidentally got a piece of news. Shocked, the real hero saves the United States, the daughter of a billionaire is kidnapped, and the mysterious man descends from the sky. His true identity is, oh, when will a billionaire's daughter come and ask me to save it? I don't want to work hard anymore. Ha, she yawned lazily. I blame the renter. If she is old, it would be great to inherit the inheritance honestly and then take care of me. Click to open it. The news is about the daughter of a local tyrant who went on a trip and was kidnapped by the kidnappers. When the police were at a loss, 3 people suddenly rescued her and arrested all the kidnappers by the way. Then the news introduced that the 3 people were actually the soldiers of a certain military area. This action was an action taken by the army to cooperate with the local police and so on. At the end of the news, there was a photo of the daughter of the local tyrant and photos of the 3 kings of soldiers. www.novelmtl.com. The daughter of the local tyrants is really beautiful and looks very pure, and the 3 soldiers are kings. It's a bit hard to explain in a word. Although the appearance cannot be said to be bad, especially the guy standing in the C position can be said to be a handsome guy, but the red hair is really eye-catching. Now soldiers can dye their hair without having to shave their heads. Ximon vomited. Could it be that which gangster came back undercover just now? Incidentally, although Huiguo has stricter controls, there are basically no gangsters on the bright side. But as long as there are evolutionaries, similar organizations will never disappear. At most, the gangsters understand the culture. Ximon sent a grumpy complaint. The door of the room was suddenly opened, and Qin Yueo ran in with a look of horror. Are you Yao? Why did you come here? Is it because you have awakened the lily attribute? But this day is not so good. Ximon King sat up from the bed and said shyly. Qin Yueo was too lazy to talk about her name, and said to her in of it, Sister Ximon, what should I do? I am now walking outside and a bunch of people are chasing me, just like a zombie. There was just another one. The guy said he wanted to give me all his property, as if he was crazy. Huh. Ximon Qing took a look, and only then discovered that apart from the pair of fox ears on his head, Qin Yueo also had a snow-white fox tail behind him. This is a sign of further awakening. When the ears come out, it is only the basic ability of the body is improved. Now that the tail has the ability to be charming, Ximon King got out of bed and touched her tail. Qin Yueo was also taken aback. Wow, me, when did I have an extra tail? Ximon Qing said suddenly, hey, are you Yao? I have a bold idea. Although I don't know what you are thinking, it must be fine, so I refuse. Qin Yueo rejected Ximon Qing's idea before she spoke. I can't get out of the door now, then just be an otaku just like me. Ximon Qing said confidently, with her arms folded. Well, even if the 2 of us are house girls, right? Qin Yueo corrected it slightly. Was touched the sore spot of the dragon again, and Ximon's love suddenly lost interest. She walked back to the bed decadently and threw herself on it, weakly saying, you will be fine in a while, don't pay attention to me, I want to be quiet. Oh. Qin Yueo sat obediently on the sofa in the corner of the room, putting her hands on her knees, waiting for her power to dissipate. About half an hour later, Zi, who lives in the same room as Ximon Qing, came back. She was still holding a large bag of freshly bought food in her hand. What's going on outside? A bunch of people are desperate as if they were caught by evil. Really? It's not good. Ximon Qing said with some surprise, it seems that Ruyeo's charm is stronger than expected. Alas, with such a powerful ability, I can directly find a rich man who is dying to marry and then share it. The legacy is not just released, it's a waste of talent. Qin Yueo said, Sister Ximon, I would rather not have this kind of money. Why? Is it because you don't like old men? Then you can go to the rich lady, the female head office. No, Qin Yueo said, moreover, even if I get the money, I don't have your share of Sister Ximon. So unrelenting? Obviously I gave you the idea, can't you learn from other people's cranes to repay me? Ximon Qing was disappointed. Qin Yueo breathed a sigh of relief. If he didn't say that, maybe Ximon Qing would think of other horrible ideas. Damon Zi said, compared with those, let's first think about how to solve Yu Yao's fascination ability. Look for a charter wife, isn't she a Taoist and, who specializes in the treatment of demons and ghosts, with a single talisman, all abilities will be solved. Snapped. The door was pushed open, and Song Yunryu walked in panting, you are so embarrassed to say? Do you know how much I spent when sealing you the day before? Where can I still have the strength to solve this problem now? Just give the gang of people outside have recovered their sanity to their limit. Yu Yao's abilities are a bit beyond ordinary. I seriously doubt whether she has projected the nine-tailed fox in the conferred god list. How is it possible? Ximon Qing waved his hand. Nine-tailed fox has 9 tails, and our Yu Yao only has 1. Can my teacher who teaches children count wrong? That. Qin Yuyao raised her hand. Actually, just now, I had 2 more tails. Damn. Now Ximon's love was shocked. Is it really a 9-tailed fox? That's the beast beside Queen Mother Lixi in the myth. Come on. Our Yu Yao rubs her sister and feels a little blessed. Qin Yuyao saw the expressions of the 3 of them and couldn't help asking, is the 9-tailed fox special? It's a bit special, Song Yunryu said. After all, this is a monster with a very wide spread. Kimchi Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom have similar legends. There are countless works based on it. God knows what weird will be mixed in. Godhead. Damon Z said. Furthermore, the 9-tailed fox is a very high-ranking existence in the myth. It is stronger than my white-bone spirit. I don't know how much it is. You can see the difference between the strengths of me and Chinger. The potential is too great. Maybe someone has bad thoughts about you. Didn't it mean that Yuan Chu's strength has no upper limit? Qin Yuyao asked. No upper limit does not mean that it is easy to upgrade. Generally speaking, the stronger the existence in the myth is projected into reality, the faster the evolving strength will increase. It is not impossible for you to surpass me in the future. De Nzi said this with ease, as if he didn't care about it. Compared to these, I still want to solve my problems quickly, otherwise I can't even get out of the door, and I can only be a poor housemaid. Why, look down on the housemaid. Song Yunryu seemed to be stabbed in the pain, and said reflexively, why do you even Yunryu sister? Qin Yuyao couldn't laugh or cry. In the end, everyone discussed it, and the conclusion reached is to take a look first. In this way, Qin Yuyao's strength has been improving, at least until the 9 tails appear before reaching the peak, and then he can discuss how to solve the side effects of her ability. Before that, she could only stay in the room. For Damon Zi, this can be regarded as being in the middle. She pulled Ximon Qing and Qin Yuyao and started fighting the landlord. Song Yunryu took Xiaoguai to the next room to check information on the grounds that he could not teach bad children. You can't go out in the room. If you don't want to be bored, you definitely need to go online. It just so happens that recently the new chapter of Otaku Salvation 3 is fully online www.novelmtl.com with the opening of new maps, new equipment, and new characters. Expansion films corresponding to the plot have also been released. When players who are familiar with the game plot saw that the teacher who was in charge of the Funny Plus meat seller died in such a tragic way on weekdays, the male protagonist leaned on her tombstone and was in pain in his throat. The rain seemed to cover his tears. And after falling, the song of Ximon Qing also sounded at this time, and the atmosphere was set off to its peak. A song will feel different when you listen to it in different situations. In this scene, almost everyone's tears were pricked when the song Lemon was released. Those with low tier points have even cried into tears, and those with high tier points have sore noses, and their heart is blocked. With such emotions, there is no mood to play games. So, after watching the CG of the plot after clearing the customs, the players ran to the official blog of the Wild Monster Company to curse. You return my goddess, old thief. Shit, Xiafiyan. My daughter, I like to wear no clothes in my room. When I just cried, my brother came in and saw wet tissues all over the floor, and then silently closed the door and went out. Did he misunderstand something? How can I clarify? Wait online, quite urgent. 10,000s of blood books, please revive the teacher. 1/10,000. Xiafiyan, I'm so scolding now. In the end, he didn't charge money honestly. Your father will always be your father. After you charge money, I will recognize you as a son. Ximon King curiously left the message of my daughter and saw the following comment, it's no help, unless you push him down now, and then he will be sent to the German orthopedics department by your dad with his leg broken. Even if he misunderstands you, he can't tell others. Otaku Salvation 3 is originally a mobile game of the Fire, and the new chapter is such an exciting main character bento plot, which naturally caused a wide range of discussions. And in this, the tear-jerking Lemon is destined to be an unavoidable subject of discussion. Some players who didn't note Sing Yi Yeast just thought the song was very good and touching at first. After searching it, they realized that the original singer was an up-host of Station B and was an official support singer of IG. There are 3 songs in total, all of which are original, Fairy Tale Town, LND, and Lemon, with different styles, but with distinctive features. People will know that she sang the song. The ability of this circle of fans can be described as horrible. When Ximon Qing watched it in the morning, her fans were only 80W+, but when she opened it in the evening, she found that it was 112W. Mom, it broke 1 million? It came too suddenly, I didn't feel anything. Ximon Qing scratched his butt. I have 1 million fans, should I send a wave of benefits? Before, he saw that those up owners would send out a wave of benefits when they had 100,000 fans, 1 million fans, etc. Among them, the most up-and-coming males were women's clothing benefits. The most famous one is probably the big man in the advertising area with underwear on his head. It is said that his photos of women's clothing even appeared in his mother's circle of friends. As for the female up, do you want a swimsuit? Inexplicably thinking of Mercedes-Benz and Warhorse, Ximon Qing finally denied this request. Although she is wearing a swimsuit now, the character of Xing Yi Yeast is a virtual AI. She is just a porter, so the welfare naturally cannot let her come out. So she asked Xiaoguai. The technical difficulty of changing Xingyi yeast into a swimsuit is actually not that difficult, and it can be done in 3 days with Xiaoguai's ability. The most important thing is that a lot of tools are at home, and she can't do it now. It's not anxious, just go back and do it again. Xiaomanqing thought for a while. The swimsuit alone is a bit monotonous, and a 3D character swimsuit is not very interesting. Many fans can get it by themselves. Why don't you just sing another song, she thought. Of course, this time it won't be an original song. It's a waste to always use original songs. She can completely cover some of the popular songs nowadays. Xiaomanqing searched for a bit, and finally selected a more lyrical song, Forget About Each Other. This is the theme song of a recent costume TV series. The TV series has a lot of traffic and the quality of the theme song is very hard, so it naturally becomes the option of various anchors and up covers. At present, it has occupied 3 to 5 seats in the cover list of Station B for a long time. Xiaomanqing chose a few songs that were more clicked and survived, and found that they all have their own characteristics, and they sound very nice. She really wanted to sing consciously, and she would definitely not be worse than them. But for music, most people can't tell the difference between 90 points and 95 points. Those few discerning fans have come out to brag in some niche forums, and basically it doesn't make much difference. So, just singing well is not enough. Need to get some tricks. Xiaoman thought for a while, and suddenly thought of the offering of love by a certain bird-up vocalist before passing through the car accident scene. Fake alcohol harming people singing method mixed with sudden serious contrast, unexpectedly interesting. She thinks it's better to just learn that. It just happens to be a welfare. Wouldn't it be good to give everyone a different Xingyi yeast? Made up her mind, she went to find Song Yunryu next door. Now she and Xiaoguai can't do things, but Song Yunryu can. Chartered woman, do me a favor. What do you want to do? Song Yunryu, who was studying the myth of the nine-tailed fox, looked at her warily. This woman has a peculiar mind, and God knows what moths will come out. Regardless of the appearance of harmless humans and animals in Xiaomanqing, she can be ranked among the 8 evils in the world, and the mysterious alliance dare not even rank her. One can imagine how terrifying her deterrence is. Hey, help me draw a picture. Xiaomanqing roughly said his request. She plans to let Song Yunryu draw the 2D swimsuit yeast first, and it will be more convenient for Xiaoguai to make a model. Drawing a swimsuit? Yes, what style do you want? Song Yunryu hadn't painted for a few days, and was a little itchy, so he agreed. Dead reservoir water. Song Yunryu stared at her speechlessly. You are not saved. But in the end she still painted, because she often sees Xiaomanqing piercing through the water in the reservoir, so she completed the composition in her mind. Even if she didn't use Taoism, she roughly completed the dead reservoir water yeast within half an hour. It's almost there, the rest is enough to paint, you can see. Xiaomanqing came over to take a look, and praised again and again. Yeah, it's not bad, it's a chartered Bonnieu beer. Song Yunryu pushed her face away and said, is there nothing else to add? Remember to add the chest strap, and then it's best to have another wine bottle in your hand. What is your obsession with that strap? Song Yunryu didn't understand. Xiaomanqing said, you will know if you try it yourself. This thing is definitely a benefit for girls with big breasts. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Believe in your evil. That night, Song Yunryu sent the painted picture to Xiaomanqing, and Xiaomanqing immediately posted it on the news of Station B with text. Million fans, thank you everyone. We are preparing for million fan benefits. Let me put a preview first. Please look forward to it. Just sent it out. Xiaomanqing originally planned to grab the first floor by herself. Who knew that when she clicked publish and the page refreshed, she found out that she was on the 150th floor. Damn, what the are you guys? Do you live in Station B? Xiaomanqing, who failed to grab the first floor, decisively used his authority and forced his comment to the top. Hey, you guys can grab it. I can't get the hot evaluation and I lose. She showed a smile that is unique to a permission dog. And her fans were all excited when they learned that Xingyi yeast was going to give benefits. Swimsuit godmother? I licked my horse. Sure enough, is that strap the main body? Is this the legendary rain? You can ride it by grabbing it. The one upstairs is also a 9-year compulsory education. Why can you be such a show? Xiaomanqing accidentally discovered that the rain's comment actually got a hot comment, and decisively left a message below. You are poisonous, you have blackened. Instead of repenting, the other party immediately replied, look at what I found. A wild yeast? Quietly go around, grab the belt on her body, and you can export it like crazy. Repetitions in the bottom row, the old driver took me one. Damn. Xiaomanqing decisively chose to close the page. These are really a bunch of gentlemen. It was raining heavily, and in a dimly lit room, a dozen people were sitting around a table. There are males and females, and they differ greatly in age and clothing. Only the expression is generally serious. Among the crowd, the one sitting at the top is a middle-aged man. His name is Sen Qianshan and he is a policeman. Everyone, it's been a long time since I've seen you. The reason why you are called here today is that there is an important thing to tell you all. What's the matter that is worthy of you to use the supreme order to summon us all? We haven't seen it in 60 or 70 years, right? A lady dressed as a lady stroked a Persian cat in her arms, coldly arrive. Naturally, it's a big thing. Sen Qianshan put his hands in front of him in a G shape with 10 fingers interlaced, but before talking about that important thing, don't you think we have to solve a problem first? His eyes suddenly became sharp, and the dozens of people present also instantly became serious, and the atmosphere suddenly became serious. What do you mean? Asked a middle-aged man wearing blue overalls with some stains on his body. Does this still need to be said by me? Sen Qianshan sneered. Next to him, a girl in a high school uniform with blonde hair and heavy makeup also said, the situation is clear, right? What are you pretending to be stupid? The middle-aged man in blue overalls took out a folded handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his sweat. Okay, since you insist on this, I have no objection. What about you? Sen Qianshan looked around, everyone nodded in agreement. So, he got up and walked to the door, opened the door, and then, hey, boss? The light in our box has been broken for a while? Why is there no one to fix it? Can you move faster? I'm sorry, the proprietress came over and apologized, the rain is too heavy and the electrician is blocked on the road. Please wait a while. We are waiting for dinner, your work efficiency is too low. Sen Qianshan complained a few words, not even to change the box. I'm really sorry, the other boxes are all full, or we will give you a dish, please forgive me. The proprietress was also helpless. Well, let's serve food quickly, and then you can put a few candles for us, it's a candlelight dinner. Okay, do it right away. Sen Qianshan returned to the box and compared scissor hands to everyone. It's done? The lady boss promised to give me an extra dish. Good job. Blonde JK gave him a thumbs up. I just heard the candlelight dinner, the law protector really has a passion. The middle-aged man in blue tooling was also looking forward to it. Hey, little meaning. Sen Qianshan raised his eyebrows triumphantly. 15 minutes later. The dishes are ready, and the candles are lit. However, the imaginary mood of the candlelight dinner did not appear. The flickering candlelight reflected the shadows of more than a dozen people on the wall, like a funeral hall. All the joy on everyone's faces is gone. Yushui's expression, _. How does it feel? Different from what I said. The middle-aged in tooling said. How do I know if I step on a horse? Sen Qianshan almost wanted to lift the table. Forget it, said the lady, but let's talk about business first. So Guardian Sen, why are you gathering us together? Of course it's because of this. Sen Qianshan shot a magazine, and the blonde JK next to him leaned over to take a look. Lu Feier photo album. I'm sorry to take the wrong one. Sen Qianshan hurriedly put away the photo collection of beautiful women in swimsuits with big breasts, and took out a magazine from his bag again. Everyone can see clearly now, that is Weekly Squat. Are you sure you got it right? Blonde JK said, isn't the manga a thing for children to read? I don't even read it as a high school student. Cut, you are a 100-year-old high school student with a tender dress, and there is still a gap between a real female high school student. A four-eyed man in a suit said next to her. The blonde JK instantly picked up a chopstick on the table, pointed his backhand at the four-eyed man's hand and inserted it. The slender chopsticks directly penetrated his palm and plunged into his thigh, and the four-eyed man suddenly screamed like a pig. What happened? Hearing the scream, the boss hurried over to check. As soon as the door opened, I saw a blonde JK lying on the legs of a four-eyed man in a suit. The man was screaming and the woman's head was shaking. Sorry. The boss closed the door decisively and went out, and told his wife and employees not to open the door of the box. Wrong, eldest sister, can I be wrong? The four-eyed man repeatedly begged for mercy after the boss left. The blonde JK raised his head and said with disdain, next time I mock my old lady for being old, let you experience the taste of chopsticks into basin. She pulled out the chopsticks, the palm of the four-eyed man's stabbed hand and the wound on his thigh healed quickly, and there was no trace of it in a few seconds. Don't make trouble. Sen Qianshan stopped the blonde JK at the right time, and then opened the magazine. I know you don't read this kind of magazine, so I gather you hear www.novelmtl.com. Look here. He turned to the page of Sister Shenxian. The blonde JK was right next to him, so the angle was right, and the content of the comic was clear for the first time. Her eyes flashed in an instant. This is real shining, not a rhetorical device, this is a master. Have you finally find it? She touched her clavicle with her hands from the base of her ears, and twisted her body. Twisted away, his cheeks also became flushed. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard the words, and they leaned in immediately. After confirming the characters in the comics, they all felt a little lost. You can't go wrong. The lady slumped on the chair and lost consciousness. The Persian cat in her hand jumped on the table and shouted, it is absolutely impossible to draw such a vivid meow without seeing the master. Find this author meow. 100 years, ha ha ha, after waiting for more than 100 years, I can finally see the Lord Master again. The four-eyed man completely forgot the pain just now, and said excitedly, the glory of Might Sing Yi sect will reappear in the world. I feel inspired. Quan Yang, I might be able to update 3,000 words when I go back today. Someone sighed and said, it's strange, you have to update the author every year. Everything is for the leader. Yes, Sen Qianshan nodded, everything is for the leader. Everything is for the leader. Everyone shouted slogans in unison. Simon King, who was lying on the hotel bed playing games, suddenly sneezed. Qin Yuyao on the side of was shocked, sister, is your seal broken again? It's okay, it's just a simple sneeze, maybe some fan is yelling about me again. Alas, the charm is such a headache. Are you hungry? Do you want me to eat for you? In the room, Xiamen Qing said the same to Qin Yuyeo. Qin Yuyeo shook her head. Aren't you hungry? What are you doing, Ximen's sister? Don't you want to eat something like foie gras, pig's heart? Ximen King asked in confusion. It's strange, logically speaking, no matter which type of vixen it is, there should be a certain demand for liver and heart. Yeah, why do you have no desire at all? How do I know? Qin Yuyeo thought for a while, and said, if there is any change, my phone is broken. Sister Ximen, can you help me fix it? Her charm is out of control now, and she can't even go out to repair a mobile phone. Ximen King took her mobile phone and looked at it. Doesn't it matter if I just take it for repairs? There won't be any private photos in it. No. Qin Yuyeo rolled her eyes. I have no interest in taking selfies. Cut. Then what is the difference between you and salted fish? Ximen Qing complained about her instead. It is Fang Hua Zhenmao's great time. If you don't record it, you can only look in the mirror when you get old. Wrinkles cry. Then I will go to a decent photo studio to take pictures. Qin Yuyeo recalled the days when she was taken to the photo studio by her parents when she was a child. There is still a thick stack of old photos hidden in the drawer by her parents and recorded. She was born until she was in college. At this time, Song Yunwu suddenly opened the door and broke in. I know. What do you know? Ximen said with emotion. The charterer, don't kick the door of someone else's hotel. You will lose money. Don't be noisy. Song Yunwu glared at her, and then said to Qin Yuyeo, Yuyeo, has there been any problems with the electrical appliances around you recently? Huh? This, how did you know? Ximen Qing asked in surprise. Song Yunwu glanced at the mobile phone she was holding, and it was instantly clear. Sure enough, my guess is correct. What? Damon Zi and Xiaoguai also leaned over. Song Yunwu said, wrong, we are all wrong. Seeing fox ears and multiple tails, we all thought Yuyeo would be a kind of fox demon, but these are all interference aspects. At the beginning of the heart's disinterest, I suspected that our inferred direction was wrong, and combined with her characteristic of making people fall in love with her, I searched a lot of information and finally found other than the fox demon. Who is it? You mean it? Ximen Qing asked. The others also stared at Song Yunwu curiously. The charter wife took a sigh of relief and spit out 2 words, Chang'e. Huh. At this time, the other 4 people all looked dumbfounded. How could Chang'e be a vixen? I haven't heard of it. This is the pod of mythological fusion, Song Yunwu explained. In the myth, Chang'e is the wife of Yi, but in fact, there are 2 Yis. One is the big Yi who shoots the sun, and the other is in the Xia dynasty. There were monarchs of poor countries. The former was the righteous lord and the latter was confused for future generations. But over the years, the godhood of Yi was affected, and even Chang'e was also affected. There was a poor country's monarch Hao Yi whose wife was of pure origin. The fox family uses the 9-tailed fox as its totem, so Yuyeo has the appearance of the 9-tailed fox, but after all he is not a real fox demon, so it only affected the appearance and did not continue to project deeply. Ximen said with affection, you mean that the reason why Yuyeo is so popular is not the enchanting effect of the vixen, but because Chang'e is the #1 beauty in the myth. That's right, Song Yunwu said. Chang'e's most famous divinity is beauty and stealing immortality, so Yuyeo should become more and more beautiful in the future, and has the same ability as you to be immortal and immortal. Oh. Ximen Qing's eyes widened. This is really incredible. I finally waited for an evolutionary with immortality like me. So moved, I came to hug. Qin Yuyeo was hugged by Ximen Qing stubbornly, still digesting the information that Song Yunwu had just said. I am Chang'e? Then will I be forced to be sucked onto the moon? No, Song Yunwu said, even if you are the first seed, you are still a human in the end. There is no possibility of forcibly landing on the moon. By the way, the charter wife, what do you mean by asking if the electrical appliances are broken? Ximen Qing asked Qin Yuyeo while eating tofu. Song Yunwu said, Chang'e's godhead is very complicated, but most of them are in conflict. So once the appearance of the 9-tailed fox appears, many characteristics will not exist. Then I found related Taoist legends. Chang'e and Moon Palace Huang Hua Su Yao Yuan Jingsheng Empress Taiyin Yuanjun merged together. This Taiyin Yuanjun is the trinity of Earth Mother God, Death God, and Thunder God. Yu Yao has just awakened and may not be able to control the strength in his body. It is very likely to affect the surrounding electrical appliances, so I asked that. Mr. Taiyin Yuan? Death? Thor. Qin Yuyeo felt her head dizzy. www.novelmtl.com. This is too complicated. Ximen said in love, oh, don't think about it so much. In short, just remember that you are very good. But no matter how powerful it is, I can't control it. Qin Yuyeo looked helpless, and the 8 tails swayed synchronously behind him. Shook, and suddenly, there was one more one. Now it's all right, the 9 tails are all together. Upon seeing this, Song Yunwu immediately said to Ximen Qing and the others, quickly, the time has come, her power is about to face the first wave of eruption, and she must help her to control it at that time, otherwise her consciousness will be corroded by the godhead. What a good thing. The godhead corrodes consciousness? What is that? Qin Yuyeo said nervously. As the 4 girls arranged in the room, they explained to her, awakening of ability has a high probability of awakening together with the memory in the myth. At that time, you may not be sure whether you are Qin Yuyeo or the real Chang'e, but personality is less. Splitting is directly engulfed by personality, just like the seizure in the novel. Also scary. Qin Yuyeo became nervous. Simon Ching patted her on the top of the head and comforted, "We are here, and you will never be taken away. Many things have been prepared in advance, and the four girls just made some detailed adjustments and arranged the entire room into a formation." Qin Yuyeo was pushed to the center and sat down, and then the gate Ziai, Xiaoguai, and Song Yunmyo stood in an equilateral triangle position, while Simon Ching was watching from the side. She is now sealed, she is the most common low-level zombie, and she can't help much. She doesn't need her help either. Dominated by Song Yunmyo, Xiaoguai, and Damonza soon cooperated with her to stabilize Qin Yuyeo's strength. The ears of the fox and the 9 white tails all disappeared. Okay. Song Yunmyo wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his face was a little pale. Simon Ching hurriedly stepped forward to catch her. Sealing Ximen's love consumed a lot of spiritual power of Song Yunmyo. She was supposed to rest for a few days, but Qin Yuyeo's affairs couldn't be delayed, so she was now a bit overdrawn. Simon Ching whispered in her ear, "Do you feel that your body is hollowed out? Sorry, it's all my pot, I shouldn't make you so vain." Song Yunmyo's face was weird. "How do I feel that there is something in your words?" No, you must be thinking too much." Naturally, Simon Ching would not admit it. "Then can your hand go down?" Song Yunmyo really didn't have the energy to care about her, but Simon Ching just pressed one hand on her chest. Even if she was of the same sex, she still felt a little unnatural. "Oh, they are all girls, don't care about these details." Simon Ching would not let go of this opportunity. Losing the big dragon is also good, at least you can do things blatantly that you can't even think of before. Moreover, the charter wife's figure is really good, but this instant noodles is a bit ruinous. Simon Ching has long wanted to straighten her hair, but she just refused to dye. Qin Yuyeo touched her head, touched her back, and found that the fox's ears and tail were gone, and said with joy, "Great. Finally there is no more." Damon Zi said to her, "You should now be able to control your abilities freely, try it out." Qin Yuyeo felt curiosity for a while, and as expected, the ears and 9 tails appeared again. She moved her ears, wagged her tail, and then retracted them. "Haha, I feel that they are as flexible as my hands and feet. How could this be? It was obviously difficult to control before." "This is the development of the times," Simon King explained. "The formation just now was arranged according to your godhead. Look at the place where Xiaoguai stands, which represents the moon and thunder and lightning. Mose itself symbolizes death. I stand behind the charter wife to symbolize immortality. There are other things that basically include your godhead. In this way, you can completely tame your abilities. So that's it." Qin Yuyeo finally understood why Song Yunmyo had been working so hard to investigate the source of her power these days. Only by knowing the source, can you prescribe the right medicine and arrange the proper formation to tame it. Thank you everyone. Qin Yuyeo thanked the 4 from the heart. It's obviously not a relative, but because she is so good to herself because of the co-renting, how can she not dare to move? Simon Ching, they all smiled when they saw it. Most evolvers are lonely, and it is natural to cherish it if they can find a partner. Otherwise, why would Mao Fengtai and the others want to take Qin Yuyeo away as soon as they meet? Well, today is the 5th day, and there are 2 days left. Let's play as much as you like. Simon King took the initiative to carry Song Yunmyo on his back, and the 5 people all left the room. The sky is already dark, Qin Yuyeo's charm has diminished, and there will be no more zombies besieged. The 5 enjoyed themselves in the next 2 days, and then returned to Xiaokang City. I don't want to go to work. Simon Ching was wearing a pair of beach pants, lying on the sofa in the living room, as if a salted fish. Song Yunmyo, who was about to go to bed just after all night, said, "If you don't mind getting deducted from your salary, just stay on your stomach." "You rich woman, why don't you take care of me?" Simon King complained. However, Song Yunmyo was indifferent to this. "Remember to give me the plot behind the Tianlong Ba Bulletin. I have drawn Duan Yu and Xiao Feng to worship. It's done a long time ago, you go to my room to get it." Simon Ching finally lost to the secular, dressed in sunglasses, before dawn, caught up with the first bus. This trip emptied her pockets. Even if there was the 100,000 yuan for IG's support song and the 30,000 yuan for the wild demon, she was still ashamed. If you don't honestly go to work, you have to fillet the corners to maintain food and clothing. The good news is that Dragon Baba has been working hard since its second serialization. At first it was Sister Shen Xian and Diao de Shengong that attracted readers with the cool points, and then it was the plot of Mu Wangking and the 4 villains. Duan Yu flicked Lao San Yu into an apprentice with his mouthpiece and Lingbo's microsteps. The key point is that this martial arts high-powered guy is really so upright. It is really surprising that he knelt down and bowed his head to apprentice. The no-girl readers even gave Yu Lao San the label of stupid and cute. During the period, Duan Yu also ate centipedes and reckless clams, which not only cured the poison of the lightning mink, but also practiced part of the plot of biming magical arts in one breath. This hangs up, it's so sour. Mr. Jin's pen power is beyond doubt. After the beginning, the refreshing points are often wave after wave, and the arrangement is extremely compact, which makes people want to stop. Currently, 3 episodes have passed. Yu reading www.yukanshu.com's 3 new comics I'm Really Not a Big Brother is still stable between the 8th and the 10th. The King of Thieves has a strong momentum, the highest is the third, the lowest is also the sixth. Originally, these two books should be qualified enough to be serialized in squat. After all, a Tianlong Ba Bulletin was released. Since the beginning of the serialization, the first issue was ranked higher than the first issue. By the third time, it even squeezed out the squat pillar and occupied the first position. Readers who like the other two works are also helpless, because Dragon is indeed very good looking. The style of painting alone is already very pleasing to the readers, and the storyline is so exciting, it is understandable to take the first place. This time Song Yunryu and their two opponents are not the kind of opponents who like to play tricks, so there is no intentional black wind on the internet. Instead, everyone spontaneously started Amway Dragon Babu, which made it more famous. The higher you come, the sales of Weekly Squat have also increased. You must know that this is the leader of the Huiguo comics industry. Its sales volume has reached a bottleneck, and it will be thankful if it doesn't go downhill. Even the editorial staff never thought that the sales volume could increase further. Even if the magnitude is not large, it is exciting enough. This is the power of Dragon Babu. Although the fourth episode did not come out, the editorial department is already in a meeting to discuss it. The results of the three works are unexpectedly good. If you cut two of them and keep one according to the original plan, it would be a bit unreasonable. Indeed, I think I'm really not a Big Brother belongs to the funny category. It doesn't overlap with Den and Baba. It's okay to serialize it together. The high IQ detective route of the King of Thieves also just made up for the shortcomings of recent works on such themes, and there is no need to cut it off. Ximon Qing began to prepare for the welfare of millions of fans after returning from the trip. In fact, the fake wine singing method is very simple, just like going to KTV, you can sing as you want, and then suddenly a serious sentence or two. The style of painting is like this: I will use my whole life to make you slightly #UN%. I only hope that you will stop #UN at hashtag. In front of the camera, Ximon loves Yan Yi, and even that Xing Yi Yeast on the screen rolls his eyes and sticks out his tongue, as if he has been played badly. Xiaoguai was scared when he looked at him, and being handsome is not so messy. It's too horrible. Alright. Because this is a cover song, no arrangement is needed, so I finished the video in a few hours. Ximon love practice. After uploading the video, I added a note in the introduction: millions of fans benefits, thank you for your support, and welcome everyone to pay attention to the Weibo ad established for me by my porter. Millions of followers, it is time to try to convert it into Weibo followers, otherwise the channels for making money will inevitably be less. Ximon Qing planned to do this when she had 300,000 followers, but the fans grew too fast, but she was a bit lazy, but she became a million followers if she didn't pay attention. Little Tang, I'm going to sleep. The mother's cry came from the living room. Tang Xiaotang replied immediately, I know, I'll go to bed right away. Before turning off the computer, she habitually refreshed the page of Station B, and found that a red dot appeared in the dynamic bar. This is unbearable. The mouse immediately moved over to check, and she was surprised to find that the Xing Yi Yeast was actually updated. She has been updated frequently recently. Still remembering the long wait after Fairy Tale Town, Tang Xiaotang remembered that this time it seemed to be a good million fans benefit. So she quickly put on the headphones and opened the video. It turned out to be this song. She knew it as soon as she heard the prelude. After all, she had also sang the cover of Forgetting Each Other, and she was also following TV series recently. The girls in the class are all watching, and if they don't, they won't be able to get in. Tang Xiaotang actually cares more about the shape of Xing Yi Yeast than music. It is still the double ponytail, the chest strap and the milk volume of the next production. But what's the matter with this dead reservoir? Why does it look so familiar? Tang Xiaotang recognized it immediately, because she also had one of the same dead reservoir water. Is the godmother a student of our school? Or is it a teacher? Or a parent of the student? In any case, it must be inseparable from their school. Moreover, this dead reservoir water is unique to their grade. The dead reservoirs of other grades will be slightly different. Tang Xiaotang's eyes suddenly become sharp, as if a detective pupil. The truth is between our two classes. Their school is an affiliated school of a private high school. The number of students is relatively small, and the two classes add up to less than 70 people. She basically knows them all. In addition to the teacher, it seems that it is not impossible to find the relevant figures of Xing Yi Yeast from these people. Just when she was thinking about this, the prelude was finally over. As Tang Xiaotang, who once sang this song, naturally knows that the first sentence is it is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes. However, what entered her ears was a sentence that was completely absent from the tune of smear the fragrant meat, and paste the oily shrimp. Huh. Tang Xiaotang asked a question mark. Could it be that the headset he just bought for 4,000 had a problem? She paused quickly, then opened another video to watch. No problem. Then I went back and listened again to forgetting and knowing each other, but the first sentence was still a touch of fragrant meat. Damn, isn't it my problem? The godmother's sound card has a problem. Tang Xiaotang listened in disbelief. As a result, this song is still in this style, just like a drunkard singing with a big tongue. On the barrage, there are occasional barrages such as singing after drinking is really hammering, and 12 points are deducted directly. Gradually, Tang Xiaotang got used to it. In fact, once accepted this style, it feels unexpectedly interesting. However, when switching to the chorus part, suddenly the sentence "I can't go beyond the dragon gate, I can't forget the acquaintance" returned to the original tune of the song, and the sudden high pitch made Tang Xiaotang feel numb from his own. The shoulder blades spread all over the body. What? She was startled. "Ma, can't you sing so nicely?" This sense of gap makes the whole song very special. Obviously they were all covers. Tang Xiaotang felt that the capital he sang did not have such a deep memory of this song. "Xiaotang, why are you still awake? I saw your computer light from the crack in the door." Tang's mother suddenly opened the door and frightened Tang Xiaotang. Damn. She almost fell off the gaming chair, causing the earphone cord to be strained. The moment the socket fell off, the phrase "fragrant meat" sounded in the speaker. Mother Tang heard this singing www.novelmtl.com. Her face didn't change much. "Go to sleep." After speaking, she closed the door. Outside the door, Mother Tang's face changed suddenly, and then she speeded up and ran back to the bedroom. "Baby, her dad. It's amazing. Tang Tang may have a mental problem." Almost at the same time, Uncle AI Tingyu, who has been paying attention to Tsing Yi Yeast, also discovered this million fans welfare song. After clicked and listened, she thought it was as interesting as Tang Xiaotang at first, and then suddenly a flash of inspiration. "Hey, this can be stolen." So she found Xie Fiyan, who was taking a bath after coaxing her son and daughter to sleep. Husband. Xie Fiyan was also startled when he saw his wife burst into the bathroom suddenly. "Wow, my wife, are you going to have some excitement? May I sing for you?" AI Tingyu's eyes flashed with little stars. Xie Fiyan didn't care if the shower head was still dripping water, and there were a lot of soap bubbles on his body, so he nodded quickly. Okay, sing well, singing is interesting. Then I will start." AI Tingyu brewed for a while, then said, "A touch of fragrant meat." The weirdly sound like killing a pig caused Xie Fiyan's body to shake suddenly, and some places that had just reacted instantly shrank back. After sang a song, AI Tingyu still asked Xie Fiyan, who was unlovable, "How is it? Isn't it fun?" "Ah, that's good, wife, you can be happy." Not only these two, more fans have been brainwashed by sweetmeat after hearing this fake wine song. I don't know which empty ear great first made the fragrant flesh wipe, so that the new episodes that were broadcast at the same time began to be screened by fragrant flesh wipe, which made ordinary viewers look bewildered. 1 month passed in a flash, and it was finally time to decide to serialize the work. In fact, by this time, everyone knows which work will win. The dark horse of Dragon Baba went black to the end, and it was out of control since the 2nd episode. When the 4th episode was released, the sales of Squat Weekly even miraculously increased by 500,000 on the original basis. This is already quite a scary data. After all, the recent rapid development of the mobile terminal has caused the paper media industry to decline with an astonishing momentum. At this time, even the original leader can only barely guarantee that his fall is not so miserable. No one has ever thought that sales can rise again. Therefore, Dragon Baba must be serialized. This is something that everyone can see without discussing it. The main guesses now are the other two works. If the response is mediocre, the key points "I'm really not a big brother" and "The King of Thieves" have also reached the quality level, and the feedback from readers has been rising. It would be a shame if these two masterpieces were cut like this. It is impossible to add more pages, and temporary decision-making cannot continue forever. There are two roads before the editorial department. One is to transfer the two works to other magazines to continue serialization, but this will inevitably lead to the loss of some readers, which is undoubtedly very hurt for the two works in good condition. The second is to pick two works that are currently being serialized and cut them down, and then 3 works are serialized at the same time. The second option seems like everyone is happy, but the actual operation is still not a small problem. After all, the authors of the works that have been cut down are not at all temperamental. Although the Squat platform is so big, they dare not say anything more about cutting down their works, but there are also many human relations issues involved. Now it's up to you to see if everyone in the editorial department has enough courage. After the results of the 4th reader survey this morning, editors with a little bit of qualifications all entered the conference room and started discussing. Newcomer editor Lei Ming waited nervously outside for the results. This class is most of the day. It wasn't until it got dark that everyone broke up. Senior. Lei Ming immediately ran to his senior. The latter looked tired, and when he saw him coming, he patted his shoulder. "It's good news, the young man will do it hard." Lei Ming immediately beamed his eyebrows, and after violently thanking the old editor, he rushed to the home of the writer Yun Yan. At the same time, Zhao Zhenying's home. "Wife, give me a chance, don't leave," he pleaded to his ex-wife who came back to take some leftover items. "I know you love me, and I love you very much, but I really changed the big sword." "No way." When his ex-wife heard the words, he rolled her eyes and kicked the ex-husband who hugged her thighs vigorously. "I know you are a weird thing, but I never expected you to be so weird. What kind of mentality did you say just now? I can only tell. I have a brain hole to continue wasting my life with you? Want me to remarry with you? Okay, don't you have a work that competes with Dragon Babu? As long as you can win, if you serialize it in Squat, I promise you." The ex-wife used to be a fan of Zhao Zhenying, and later he took away Zhao directly after 1,000 miles away. So she has always been very knowledgeable about comics, and she knows very well how it is impossible for Zhao Zhenying to win Dragon Babu. Zhao Zhenying was also a little desperate when he heard that. He felt that he was really guilty of being too old. Dabayajian was arrested and the serialization position was robbed. Finally, I drew a self-confident work inspired by chatting with a habitual criminal in the detention center. As a result, I ran into 2 new monsters. If there was only one union, he could still give it a try, but the advantage of dancing love was really too great, it was completely crushed, and he could not see the hope of victory at all. It's the same as not seeing the possibility of the ex-wife's change of mind. Don't go. At this moment, Zhao Zhenying's cell phone rang. Wait, wife, you wait, I will answer the call. He let go of his ex-wife's legs and connected the phone. Seeing this, my ex-wife scolded an idiot secretly. Who would be here waiting to be held by you? She raised her leg to leave, but couldn't help but want to listen to the call. Hey, hello, teacher Yingzheng? This is Yang Yuan. Oh, edit Yang, is there anything wrong? Can you stop the abbreviation? It always feels weird. Forget it, just talk about business, and tell you the good news. Your I'm really not a big brother has been decided to be serialized on Squat Weekly. Huh. Zhao Zhenying looked incredulous, and his ex-wife also leaned in curiously. He turned on the speakerphone, and then moved his ear to the phone. I seem to have a problem with my ear. Could you please say it again? It's better to speak up. I said. Yang Yuan also yelled out loudly over there. Zhao Zhenying's tinnitus shook his ears. You reading www.youcanshould.com's 2 eyeballs became cross-eyed. Your manga is going to be serialized? It's Weekly Squat? Not other magazines. Is this true? You didn't lie to me, Zhao Zhenying asked with a trembling voice. Ex-wife also had an expression of this guy is lying to me with others. Of course I didn't lie to you, Yang Yuan said. Anyway, you should prepare the following sketches quickly. Now I have the 2nd chapter sketches on hand, which is seriously not enough. Oh, good. Zhao Zhenying nodded quickly, although the other party couldn't see it at all. Ex-wife pushed him, then gave him a look. After being married for many years, he naturally knew what she meant, so he asked, why did I serialize it? What about Dragon Babu? Oh, of course that will also be serialized. This time the performance of the 3 of you is too good, so after everyone discussed and decided to cut down the other 2 works to make way for you. That's it. I'll just say it. It should be like this. Zhao Zhenying reacted. In fact, his years of experience as a cartoonist misled him. In the past, publishing houses were so hungry. They said they cut it and cut it. They didn't care about your grades. Anyway, good writers caught a lot of them. But today, unlike the past, publishing houses are gradually declining, and they are paying more and more attention to outstanding talents. That's why it broke the original regulations this time. Haha, wife, did you hear that? I can serialize it. Zhao Zhenying was as happy as a child. That's it? You are not allowed to go. His ex-wife didn't expect things to develop like this. Looking at Zhao Zhenying who was cheering, she seemed to see him who was still very immature 10 years ago. A letter from a reader at that time can make him happy for a long time. But, it's impossible to remarry. Well, I see, thank you for editing. Song Yunryu hung up the phone, gradually showing a smile on his face. Is it finished? Damon Zi asked. What do you need to say? Simon Ching stood up and pierced his waist. The 2 of us are invincible together. As long as those guys are not blind, they will definitely choose us. Song Yunryu gave her a white look, but still smiled and said, yes. Tianlong Ba Buledin has finally officially won the serialization position on Squat. And just now, the editor Go Yu called me and let me prepare to draw the cover color page. The next issue will be serialized 3 words in one go, as a celebration. Because of slapped face, none of the 3 works were cut down. The rescue strategy that the editorial department finally came up with was that in addition to the 2 cut works, it also found 2 other cartoonists to let them suspend the publication of 1 issue. In this way, it makes room for 3 chapters in the 8 parts of the dragon. The editorial department with the manuscript in hand naturally knows that the next step is to go to Tianlong Temple to ask for the 6th edition Excalibur, and Duan Yu learns the story of the first exquisite sword of the Tianlong. This passage can be regarded as a big climax in the original work. Previously, the 6-channel magic sword was forced to spread so high. First, the only missing 6-channel magic sword in the Fairy Sisters cave had a comment with the word really regrettable. It was Mirongbo's lifelong regret, and then he described Kumo. Ji took out several Shaolin unknown learnings to exchange swordsmanship, and in the end, he needed 6 masters to practice 1 vein alone to practice the full 6 veins divine sword. At this point, the 6th edition Excalibur is almost deified. But Duan Yu actually learned all the 6 meridians just by watching others practice, breaking the situation that Dolly had not practiced all 6 meridians alone for 100 years. This life is pretending to be bigger than the sky. Duan Yu suddenly evolved from the silly boy who first appeared on the stage to the peerless genius today, and the coincidence is simply breathtaking. From the reader's point of view, it is absolutely hearty. The publishing house has made up its mind to make Dragon Babu a new pillar in order to save the industry's downturn. Song Yunryu will naturally not refuse. Although she has recently sealed the love of Ximen and helped Qin Yuyeo restrain her strength, drawing cartoons is still unaffected. The next issue of the serialization is all saved manuscripts. Now she only needs to fill in the saved manuscript slowly, and there is no need to really drive out the contents of the 3 episodes within a week. Ximen said in Love, serialize more, so you can publish a single copy. It's just that the monthly fee for manuscripts can't satisfy her. She is shy in her purse and is hungry for the past few days. Growl. Although comics come with a lot of money, the rhythm is not too fast. A single book basically has to make up 8 to 10 words, and then a series of processes such as printing, promotion, sale, statistics, etc., can get the money. Even if it is announced now that the bill will be issued, the money will not be credited until the coming year. Xiamen Qing can't wait that long, she intends to make some quick money. So, she approached Song Yunmu and rolled her finger over the latter's instant noodles. The charter lady, don't you have a film and television entertainment company in your house? Go and ask me to see which movies and TV shows are missing. The theme song, tell me about it. Fuck off. Song Yunmu refused directly. I said that after I asked for this house, I wouldn't use any of the resources in the family, even if it's not a network. I believe in Song Yunmu, and I will never break my word. You're so merciless. Xiamen Qingran was weeping, like a little lady who was always abandoned by others. Song Yunmu would not have been deceived by this level of acting. Isn't Ruthless the pen name you think? Right. The pseudonym dancing love of the two has become relentless among fans. They have no objection to this. Damn it. Xiamen Qing was also upset when she saw that she couldn't lie to the charter wife. She looked at Song Yunmu's face close at hand, and suddenly leaned over and licked her face. Song Yunmu looked dull. What does this mean? Xiamen Qing had already escaped. Haha, this is called ruthless sister-in-law, didn't you expect it? Xiamen Qinju are dying. Song Yunmu immediately chased after him, still clutching one of his own slippers. Qin Yuyeo just came back and saw the two playing in the villa. She had already greeted Damon Zi and Xiaoguai a long time ago, and then naturally went to make herself a cup of coffee. During that, Xiamen Qing and Song Yunmu ran in front of her, bringing a gust of fragrance, and she also ignored them. After both of them were tired from running, Qin Yuyeo handed the coffee to Song Yunmu. Sister Yunmu, come to rest for a while and have a cup of coffee. Or hello Yuyeo, this idiot zombie is really annoying. Song Yunmu took a sip of coffee, and the next second, her facial features shrank into a pinch, and her tongue was stretched out. Tang. Sorry, is it too hot? Qin Yuyeo quickly took the coffee and apologized. Xiamen Qing poked her head from the second floor at this time. Haha www.novelmtl.com Ru Yao, the charter wife is very afraid of being hot, you have to add ice to her coffee first. You have little luck you and #%, and ouch. Song Yunmu scolded Xiamen Qing slurly, then comforted Qin Yuyeo, no just drink some sui. Damon Zi just handed over the ice water, Song Yunmu put his tongue in and soaked, the expression on his face finally eased. What then? Did you find me to have an SI? Song Yunmu asked Qin Yuyeo, looking at it. The two sat in the living room, and Qin Yuyeo said to her, Sister Yunwu, I find that my painting skills are getting better and better recently. You see, this is what I painted before, this is what I painted recently. The second one, I know, is an idiot zombie. What is the first one? Song Yunmu looked at it and asked. Sister Ximen? She looked at the picture that was almost like Picasso's style. If you say it is a portrait, it is a bit subtle, but when you look at the second one, it is already very good. It is hard to imagine that a person's painting skills can improve so much in a short period of time. Qin Yuyeo said, I'm wondering if it is related to my ability awakening. I checked. There is a legend about Chang'e painting 9 horses by the Li River in the Zhuang people. Song Yunmu suddenly said, that's it. The abilities acquired by Yuan Shu tend to be many, not to mention 100%, at least 70% of the myths will appear in some form. Since there is a legend that Chang'e is good at painting, then your painting skills it's not surprising to get better. Qin Yuyeo said with joy, then Yunwu sister, do you think it is possible for me to become a cartoonist? She started as an editor because she liked comics but couldn't draw well. If she can draw, she would definitely want to give it a try. You ask me this question. I also. Song Yunwu was a little embarrassed. Not long ago, she was still on the street, and once wanted to give up the comics and return to her hometown to inherit the family business. How can she give Qin Yuyeo some correct opinions? She looked at Qin Yuyeo with an earnest look, and couldn't bear to disappoint her, so she told her, you'd better go talk to the idiot zombie, and then ask your seniors in the editorial department to give some advice, and wait until you are ready to start drawing. I can help you with painting. Oh, yes, thank you Yunwu sister. After Qin Yuyeo thanked him, she went to the second floor to find Ximen Qing. Do you want to draw comics? Ximen Qing said to her in her room, wearing a V-shaped bikini bought in Sanya. No problem, as the wings of the deity will naturally help you. Really? Qin Yuyeo was overjoyed, but Sister Ximen, you are already writing Dragon Baba. Will writing other stories make no difference? Just kidding, who am I? You look down on me too much. Ximen Qing's expression can be said to be quite swollen. In fact, her inner subtext is, just copy the book, what's the difficulty? Qin Yuyeo, who doesn't know the truth at all, has a look of admiration. Sister Ximen, you are amazing. Haha, I know I can't let my sister hug me. Qin Yuyeo did not step forward, and the atmosphere suddenly seemed a bit embarrassing. Ximen Qing coughed, and then asked her, Rieo, do you have any ideas about what you want to paint? No specific, but I hope the general direction is adventurous, not purely cute. She knows that the scripts of Working Cell and Dragon Baba all come from Ximen Qing. Compared with the former, she obviously prefers the latter. Zyman's love thought for a while, and then stared at Qin Yueo for a while, suddenly a flash of inspiration. Yes. Huh? What's there? Qin Yueo was planning to go back and wait a few days, but Zyman Qing suddenly said that, making her somewhat unresponsive. This is only a few minutes? It's not so fast to make up stories. However, Zyman Qing really has already thought about it. When it comes to adventure, she did think of a very interesting comic with a lot of stalking. And like Dragon Baba, it is an old work of the 20th century. Come on. Zyman King grabbed Qin Yueo's left hand, went around her head, and put his thumb against her lower lip, 5 fingers open, keep this position still. She then squeezed Qin Yueo's right hand to place her fist on her right chest, and finally adjusted her stance to twist her waist and hips as coquettishly as possible. Sister Zyman, what is this? Qin Yueo was very uncomfortable, but still obediently assumed such a weird posture. Don't move. Zyman Qing took several photos with her phone. Look at it. Qin Yueo looked at it, still at a loss. This action is so strange. This is the action of the model in other fashion magazines, very fashionable. Zyman sighed emotionally. You really don't understand. But what does this have to do with my comics? Of course there is. I can't draw these silly JoJo's. How can you paint the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that I will give you next? Uncle's Bizarre Adventure? Why not Uncle? You don't understand what I said. Anyway, let's wait first. I will write the story and then tell it. Zyman Qing pushed Qin Yueo out of the room, and then began to rush to the draft. S mind is full of JoJo stories. She can't wait to present this work to the world. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This is a comic that has been serialized on Juvenile Jump since 1987 by Hirohiko Araki. By 2018, there have been 8 movies, and the protagonist of each movie can find 2 Jo from the name, so it is called JoJo. The painting style of this work is very characteristic of that era. In the true sense, it depicts what is called face like a knife cut. At first glance, you may feel outdated and ugly, but after you really understand it, you will find that Araki Hirohiko is not unable to draw beautiful characters. There are also many beauties in JoJo, and the figure is even better. He simply wants to draw his own unique style. This point coincides with Oda, the author of One Piece. Another feature of JoJo is probably that strange-shaped JoJo was established. This is the most distinctive point of JoJo's work. Many stars, such as Sakai Masato, and anime, Love Live Nishiki no Maki, have played JoJo stand. It can be described as far-reaching. In addition, JoJo has also created countless stocks, which are widely used. For example, but I refuse, use your invincible platinum star to find a way, your next sentence is. And so on. Qin Yueo is lucky. Zyman Qing thinks of JoJo because of Working Cell, making her first work of debut is such a classic and wonderful comic. Little Rieo www.novelmtl.com. Don't blame me, if you don't meet my requirements, I won't let you publish it. Although Zyman Qing wants to make money, she likes some of her the requirements of the works are quite high, and will not allow the phenomenon of overcharging. Just when Qin Yueo was about to become a cartoonist, the 5 people in Ziliang Yea's Wang did not know that a car came to the foot of the mountain. According to the survey, it should be on the top. The driver was a young man in his early 20s, and his appearance was unremarkable. He said to the beautiful young woman in the passenger seat, "How about it? Do you want to go up and have a look? You can go up if you are not afraid of death," the woman said. "Ain't evil, you haven't seen it before. Didn't you just go into shock last time? Do you want to experience it again this time?" My blood sugar was a little low, so I was not shocked, the young man emphasized. However, it is unconvincing. The woman said, "All in all, let's find a place nearby to live. This time I found one of the 8 culprits in Sanya, the leader of Tsingyi, is really shocking. Before we have formulated the countermeasures, we just keep it under surveillance. I heard that the members of the Tsingyi sect are also a little bit eager to move recently. Do you think this Tsingyi leader is going to do something?" said the young man. "She hides her whereabouts so secretly, even we have worked hard. There must be some conspiracy in the clue that I just found. How do I know? Anyway, you just don't want to die," the woman said and opened the car door. "Hey, why are you going? Don't leave me alone in the car. I'm a bit square. Take me with you. I'm going to pick flowers. Do you want to come?" Forget it, then bring me a bottle of iced tea, woman." The news of the serialization of Dragon Baba was soon released on Squat's official website. Although this was expected, the information of 3 episodes in a one-time serialization to celebrate the victory greatly stimulated readers. There was an upsurge in discussing Dragon on the internet, and even the hot search on Weibo of the day. Many people are very strange. What is this Dragon Babu? It sounds like a Buddhist scripture. Clicked in and took a look, only to realize that it was a comic. Here, some people who are interested in comics and those who are attracted by Song Yun-woo's paintings will click in to try them, and eventually some will become fans of comics. As the leading paper media leader, Squat will naturally not miss the online platform in the internet era. The comics serialized in all of its magazines are updated simultaneously on the internet, but the current model is the latest 8 episodes and you need to pay to watch it. If you can wait, then you can wait 2 months to see it for free. If you can't wait, just pay to see the latest. Because I only read a single comic, the cost is much smaller than buying a magazine every week. This mode is still very popular. Of course, the format of the magazine itself still has meaning. For example, for a student who cannot surf the internet at will, he can often become a popular character in the class if he buys a magazine and circulates it in the class. Zhang Jun plays such a role in the school. His father, Zhang Qiang, is the head teacher, so there is no kid in the class who dares to bully him. On the contrary, he can always bring some interesting magazines and he has a high status in the class. Elementary school students also have classes, but they are naive in the eyes of adults, so they never pay attention to it. In fact, this set is strictly enforced among them. Zhang Zun is undoubtedly a standard incumbent in the class, but unfortunately he is in the 5th grade of elementary school. Except for a small number of precocious boys at this age, most of them are still in the period of pulling girls' pigtails. Whoever plays well with girls is going to be everyone looks down on it. So he is still a single dog. Zhang Jun, who has been in the middle and upper class position for a long time, has always felt that he is more mature than others and thinks more. When other students are still excited about toy cars and remote control cars, his eyes have shifted to the girls in the same class. Child. Swimming lessons every week is undoubtedly the time he looks forward to the most, because then the girls will change into swimsuits. And he, although standing on the other side of the pool, can still see the beautiful scenery with 5.0 eyesight. The 5th grade of elementary school, logically, is a pile of washboards. But in their class, they don't know whether it's too good nutrition or something. There are two standout groups. Use the vocabulary in the comics to describe, they are class flowers, school flowers. One of them is Tang Xiaotang, who is very beautiful and cute, with a sweet smile on his small face, a bone-sweet voice, and a pair of double ponytails. Zhang Zun has been secretly in love with her. As for the other one, Zhang Miao Miao, although he is also very cute, he never laughs, and he is a little nervous. The boys in the class reject her a bit. At first, there were even people who wanted to bully her, but they were all beaten and cried by Zhang Miao Miao. Since then, Zhang Miao Miao has gained a lot of popularity among girls. The main reason is that if you play with her, no boys dare to bully them. Zhang Zun doesn't like Zhang Miao Miao, because Tang Xiaotang always sticks to her, so that he can't find a chance to be alone with Tang Xiaotang. Just like now, Tang Xiaotang stood beside Zhang Miao Miao, smiling as if saying something. And Zhang Miao Miao has a wandering expression on his face. Miao Miao, is there anyone in your family who can draw cartoons? No. What is a comic? I seem to have heard someone tell me that my stomach is so hungry. When will the get out of class end? Oh, does anyone want you to show him this swimsuit? No. I wear one. Oh, okay. Tang Xiaotang gave up asking Zhang Miao Miao about the comics, and instead said, have you learned the swimming method that the teacher taught you just now? Swimming is still necessary to learn? That's great. I don't know how. You can teach me. Said, she pulled Zhang Miao Miao down into the swimming pool and asked her to teach herself swimming. The latter is completely at a loss. Why are you pulling me into the water because the teacher is clearly beside you? What can I teach you about swimming? I haven't learned it. How can I teach this? Isn't it natural to swim? She was very helpless, so she had to hold Tang Xiaotang's 2 hands and let her twitch randomly in the water. Ah, this is like an angel. Looking at Tang Xiaotang Gihu's swimming style, Zhang Zun was fascinated. Zhang Zun, what are you looking at? Shezhij, Zhang Zun's tablemate, walked over. Haha, Tang Xiaotang looks funny swimming, just like a dog in the water. Zhang Zun glanced at this guy helplessly, thinking that this guy is probably the legendary Zhu Lonsheng. But as a buddy who grew up in a community www.novelmtl.com, he has always been adhering to the principle of hardship, just hee to echo. Shezhij didn't notice anything, and continued, oh, did you buy this week's squat? I really want to know what happened to the dragon babo. That Duan Yu ate a toad and it was so powerful. I plan to go back on the weekend and let my mother buy a few bullfrogs back to eat. Maybe I will become a master after eating. The clams they eat are called mangu clam. Zhang Zun corrected it. Isn't it a red-skinned toad? I think it's similar to a bullfrog. Shezhij disagreed. As said, he began to rehearse Lingbo slightly. In the middle of the comic, Yu's vain footwork that can drag out a series of after-images is so handsome. Many boys are eager to walk with waves. In this way, mom can't catch up when she wants to smoke herself. However, Shezhij has forgotten one point. This is by the swimming pool and there is a lot of water. When he bounced around in his mouth, he suddenly slipped and fell into the water. Fortunately, the teacher on the side fished him up in time. There was no major problem, but he was reprimanded by the teacher, others called Lingbo Weibu, who stepped on the water. You are a drowning dog. Since then, Shezhij has not been able to get rid of the nickname Dog Xiao until he graduated from high school. And on this day, no one noticed that at the other end of the pool, Zhang Miao Miao, who had been expressionless, had his mouth slightly raised. Miao Miao, I feel like I can swim. Tang Xiaotang suddenly raised his head and said excitedly, I just swam for so long and haven't eaten a mouthful of water. I usually eat several mouthfuls of water. I won't be here in the future. You don't practice swimming. If you don't control the water, your stomach will burst. The new week is coming, and the 3 episodes of Tianlong Ba Bulletin will be released at the same time. For a time, the readers are cheering and excited. The editorial department of Squat is all anxiously watching the sales of the magazine. The emergence of online platforms has undoubtedly had a huge impact on the sales of magazines. Coupled with repeated prohibitions on piracy, the physical publishing industry has long been a dead end, without the glory of the beginning of the century. Originally, everyone was accustomed to this for a long time, and turned more attention to the network and IP building. The most common sentence is, who buys books for reading now? They are all bought back and put on the bookshelf to pretend to be forced. The old editors who have been working hard for more than 10 or 20 years in this line do not want to see this magazine that has poured their youth, dreams, and sweat in this way, but they are helpless. Until the appearance of the dance, a Tianlong Ba Bulletin gradually set off a wave of martial arts. The general to help the building fell, turned the tide, forcibly let weekly squat go against the laws of the market and come back to life. How exciting is this can't be said in words. Everyone is looking forward to Dragon can create another miracle, at least let weekly squat not die in their own hands. This kind of sentiment is probably only understood by the loyal and old readers of the magazine for more than 10 years. For example, Lu Chang. He originally planned to buy a copy of Weekly Squat as before, but when he arrived at the newsstand, he found that it was actually crowded with a bunch of students. There are elementary school students, junior high school students, and even 1 or 2 high school students. What is this doing? He leaned over and found that they were shouting to buy a Weekly Squat. The magazine that the boss had just pulled out from behind would soon be snatched away by a hand who didn't know where it came from. It's over, it seems that I can't buy it today. Lu Chang had no choice but to leave with regret, but there was still a smile on his face. After having liked the magazine for so many years, he finally became strong again. But I can't see the latest issue, I always feel so uncomfortable. This is a series of 3 episodes in one breath, I really want to know the story of the follow-up of Dragon. He felt that there was a hand in his heart that was always scratching, which caused him to feel a little confused during his work all morning. Fortunately, he does not have many patients today, and they are all consultations for postoperative rehabilitation, which is not a major problem. The itchy Lu Chang immediately ran out to buy magazines during his lunch break. What made him stunned was that several newsstands nearby were all sold out. I really want to know the plot going forward. How exactly will Duan Yu and Mu Wangqing develop? As Lu Chang walked to his office, he suddenly walked over to him and almost ran into him. Hey, be careful. He stepped back quickly, and the other party apologized again and again, and then walked away. It turned out to be a food delivery company. I don't know who it is. There is a cafeteria in the hospital. He looked forward and immediately understood that it was Damon Zi. Lu Chang walked to the door purple office and looked inside. As expected, this guy was eating a bowl of ramen. Damon Purple is a hybrid of cherry blossoms, and has always had a soft spot for some dishes from Sakura country, such as cherry-style ramen, sushi, and sake. Lu Chang looked at her mouth full of noodles, his eyes widened. Damn. The corner of the door's purple mouth was covered with green onion and looked up and found that it was Lu Chang, and then continued to lower his head to eat noodles. People in Ying country are used to sucking noodles, even if they choke their throats, they still have to them forcibly. The same goes for Damon Zi. Just this suck, the soup is easy to splash, and Lu Chang screamed for this reason. Because he clearly saw that the thing that Damon Zi used to pad the soup bowl was Weekly Squat that he couldn't buy anywhere. You. Lu Chang walked up to her, pointed at her, and said everything was uncomfortable. What are you doing? The NZI looked blank. Are you going to invite me to drink again? Please? Please? Anyway, you hand in squat to me first. Lu Chang was so distressed that she used a magazine that could not be bought everywhere, and was actually used as a cushion. The key point is that Weekly Squat is so thick that it is not suitable for padding. This is for you, then what mat should I get? Damon Zi only felt that this guy was inexplicable. Then, this is for you. Lu Chang casually took out the paper he put on his body to prepare for the afternoon meeting and handed it to her, and then forcibly snatched the magazine. Oh, don't spill the soup. Damon Zi quickly held the soup bowl. Really, is this book so important? Of course. Lu Chang couldn't wait to run back to his office with the magazine. Was in a rush just now, and almost forgot that he is still in the hospital now. His image as a serious doctor cannot be destroyed. After closing the office door, he started to read. After dismissing the South China Sea crocodile god, Mu Wangqing accidentally discovered that Duan Yu's mother was actually Dao Beifeng www.novelmtl.com and immediately shot and assassinated. Later, it was revealed that she was Duan Zhenchun's daughter, which led to the lover becoming a brother and sister. This dramatic change also caught Lu Chang off guard. This operation was a bit irritating. He had always thought that Zhongling was Duan Zhenchun's daughter, and he didn't expect Mu Wangqing to be too. This period of Zhenchun is too capable of giving birth, right? He won't have several daughters. Continue to watch. Duan Yu ran away from his body because of Baiming's divine art, and in order to save him, Duan Jingming took him to Tianlong Temple. So it led to the story of the Tubo national teacher Kuma's Haikyuu Jianpu. Lu Chang couldn't help but see his blood boiled when he saw the scene of the 6-my sword array fighting the flame knife. This picture is really wonderful. The author must have martial arts skills, otherwise it is impossible to draw so realistic and handsome. It seemed as if there was a battle actually happening in front of my eyes. After, Duan Yu used the 6 Meridian Excalibur, which was even more amazing. Others have been practicing the Yi Yang finger for decades to barely develop a line, but Duan Yu easily trained a full set, which is too awesome. 6 Medician Divine Sword, this is invincible. Duan Yu had been criticized before and could only hide and hide, without any means of attack. It's alright now, with the world's #1 swordsmanship in hand, who can stop him from becoming an ADC? Lu Cheng wanted to keep reading, but turned the page, there was nothing below. Mom, do you want to break in this place? Lu Cheng growled, broken dog? Broken so ecstasy, I really want to send you the blade. Coincidentally, after reading this issue of Squat, most of the readers have their legs broken by sudden out-of characters when their blood is boiling. On the internet, they will either beg the dance teacher to do more, or someday the knife will be in hand and kill you. The world is out of chapter dog and so on. Cold it, scold it, anyway, my dragon is gone. No matter how you scold me, there is nothing to be afraid of. Ximon King watched the comments on the internet complaining about the out-of-page Tianlong Ba Bulletin at home, with relish. Out of chapter, this is the foundation of a creator, and an author who doesn't even know how to break out of chapter is obviously unqualified. Even other movies will bury eggs in the second part. If you don't leave something at the end to seduce readers to continue watching, they will easily be abducted by the glamorous outside. With the advancing of the plot of the work, the popularity of Dragon is getting higher and higher, and this is only the first protagonist to appear on the stage. There is a more popular Qiao Fang who hasn't showed up yet. You can imagine how excited this group of readers will be after the appearance of the Qiao gang leader. The news has come from the editorial department. This week's weekly squat continues to rise against the trend in the generally declining paper media industry. The weekly sales volume has increased from 7.6 million in the previous issue to 8.8 million. The final sales volume is included in the subsequent increase. It may stabilize at around 13 million volumes, which is quite scary data in this era of smartphones everywhere. Look at the second selling magazine again. The weekly sales volume is only a mere 4 million copies, which is not at the same level at all. However, the success of Weekly Squat this time gave other colleagues a glimmer of hope. It turned out that it was not a pill in the industry, it was because they didn't work hard. If you can come up with enough amazing works, readers are still willing to buy it. It's just that Dragon Baba now has a tendency to evolve into a phenomenon-level work. To find another work comparable to it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. As a result, other publishers who were desperately trying to save their jobs came up with a shortcut: follow the trend. This is actually a common problem in the industry. Just follow the trend, and plagiarize the shameless ones. Some people copy the beginning first, and then follow up with their own original, so that the fans who stay will naturally clean up the author, saying something like just learn from the beginning and other shameless words. It is very difficult for authors to defend their rights in this regard, and often the gains outweigh the losses, so few people will do it. As a result, a large number of works that imitated Dragon Babu appeared on the market one after another. In the eyes of those old oilers, isn't this just a story of Long Aotian who fell off a cliff and picked up treasures and accompanied by beautiful women? There is no difficulty, and it is very easy to copy. Some of them even scratched the corners of their names, such as Ba Bulletin of Heavenly God, Legend of Tianlong, or the protagonist's name is Duan Yu, Mu Wangking, etc. Some readers or retailers may not understand it. It was directly misled. Qin Yuyao has not resigned from the editorial department, so he learned the news for the first time. After returning, he complained to everyone, "This is really too much. It's just holding my sisters and sucking blood. These people are shameless." However, to her surprise, the two guys who were the parties didn't seem to care about this, and even Song Yunmu seemed a little happy. "Sister Yunmu, aren't you angry?" "Ah, angry? Whatever," Song Yunmu waved his hand. "Compared to that, I am now the target of plagiarism by everyone. Doesn't that mean that I am already a great god?" "Oh, the godhead came too suddenly, I am not mentally prepared yet." Ximon Qing said, "Let them copy it. People who are really capable will succeed if they don't copy. Even if the waste is copied, it's just a bit of scum. It's just a clown, and it seems that we are down when we care about them. Share. But I'm still very angry." Qin Yuyao bulged her small mouth with a very cute expression. She was originally a beauty with a score of 85 or more. Since the awakening of Chang Yi's blood, her facial features have changed in a very small range. Although she still looks the same person, if you compare the photos of the two periods, you will find that she is much better now than before, at least 90 points, and this score is still rising. Based on Ximon's situation as a standard of 100 points. "Ah, so cute." Ximon King leaned over and rubbed Qin Yuyao's face. "Are you Yao? Come to my room tonight. Let's talk about some adults." "Sister Ximon, can you stop talking about the comics discussion so emotionally? Xiaoguai, watch it." Ximon loves to see that Xiaoguai sitting on the sofa is wiping a shiny silver dagger with a handkerchief. "Little boy, what are you doing? Maintaining weapons, nests, like pigeon killers, this is basic." Qin Yuyao whispered to Ximon Qing, "Xiaoguai, the second disease is very serious. There are still this kind of toys. If they are found outside, will they be treated as controlled knives?" Ximon Qing glanced at her and asked, "You still think she is only a secondary disease?" "Huh?" Qin Yuyao asked in surprise, "Is it true? But, isn't she in elementary school? You want to ask why I and the charter-in-law are letting go?" Ximon King guessed what she wanted to say. www.novelmtl.com. Quietly Mimi squeezed Qin Yuyao's chest. "Hey, take you out to watch something tonight. Fun." Xiaoguai ignored the two of them, and continued to maintain his short swords, with a serious expression. Qin Yuyao followed Ximon Qing to the room and got the first part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Ximenqing also thought about whether to take out the next few parts first, such as the third part where the concept of substitute was introduced for the first time. But after thinking about it, I gave up. Although each part of JoJo is an independent story, there are always inextricable relationships. It's still the most flavorful from the first one. The first part of JoJo is the simplest. It tells the story of a rogue who got into the home of a nobleman in an attempt to seize family property. After failing, he became a legendary vampire and was finally defeated by the protagonist JoJo. The second half of the first part is basically a mode of breaking through. In the era when the original work was created, that was the most popular routine. The most famous of this kind of routine is probably the Zodiac chapter of Saint Seiya in the same period. To be honest, the first part of JoJo can only be regarded as quite satisfactory. The most outstanding is probably this villain. Stuffs like "It was me the first time" and "JoJo, I'm not a man" are all from the first part. As a newcomer, it is quite suitable for testing the water. The charm of the whole series will gradually show up until the second part. De Qiao's gentlemanly demeanor, Er Qiao's resourcefulness, San Qiao's Euler, all kinds of protagonists with different styles have formed a unique landscape. In addition, there are various supporting roles that are also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But is it a bit out of tune to let you draw this kind of manga as a girl? Ximenqing hesitated again when she was about to give the script to Qin Yueyao. JoJo's painting style is very hardline. Ximenqing is not sure whether a girl Qin Yueyao can perform well. If she brings her own style into this work, then JoJo may lose some of its characteristics. After experiencing the previous works, Ximenqing is not as confident as it was at the beginning. It's like the same painting. Once it is crowned with the gimmick of a masterpiece, there will naturally be a group of people to interpret it in depth and to praise it. However, it is not so easy for newcomers to get ahead. This is a very metaphysical problem. The reality is that there is not so much chicken soup for the soul, and the deceitful words of gold will shine sooner or later, and as long as you have the strength will get the corresponding treatment will be torn apart in front of the market. Even the best creators can't guarantee that their next work will be popular. At most, they rely on their accumulated loyal fans to keep the bottom line. Thinking of JoJo's work is just a whim. Ximenqing originally didn't plan to let girls draw this kind of comics. But now if she wants to think of a new work for Qin Yueyao, there is no inspiration at all. Too bad, afraid of her going to the street, too good afraid of waste. Qin Yueyao seemed hesitant to see Ximen's love, and said to her, "Sister Ximen, don't worry, I will definitely draw a work worthy of your script." Ximenqing looked at her, and finally gave her the manuscript. "Hey, what do I want to do so much? It is better to paint than nothing. Xiao Rueyao, I am optimistic about you." "Well," Qin Yueyao nodded, "Sister Simon, I'm going back." "Wait a minute," Ximenqing stopped her. "Have you forgotten? I said I would take you to see some interesting things." Qin Yueyao was puzzled. "What?" "Don't ask, just follow me." Ximenqing took her to the sky and clouds. Song Yunwoo seemed to have known that the two would come, and took out 2 talisman papers to Ximenqing. "Since Yu Yao is following, then I won't go. Watch it." "No problem, wrap it on me." Ximenqing smiled. Said, she gave one of the talisman papers to Qin Yueyao. "What is this?" "The invisibility talisman perfectly shields one's own breath, voice, and figure, and it's perfect for mixing into the female bathhouse," Ximenqing said and sighed suddenly. "It's a pity that my dragon is gone. Now I don't need this to be fair and honest. Enter the women's bath. Alas, it's too late to meet." The more she thought about it, the more angry she got. She suddenly threw the talisman on the ground. "Bah, what use do you want?" "Just threw it out." She quickly picked it up again. "Just kidding, kidding. Are you Yao? Let's go." "Where are you going?" "Oh, just come with me. I'm all dependent on you today," Ximenqing said and took her to the door of Ziliang Demon Village. "Put it." She stuffed the talisman paper into the ditch on her chest, and then helped Qin Yueyao do the same thing, wiping away some oil without a trace. "Are we invisible now?" Qin Yueyao looked at her suspiciously. "But how can I still see you?" "Of course," Ximenqing explained. "Don't you find that I have been holding your hand since just now? Once you separate, you won't see me anymore." Said, she tried to let go of her hand. Sure enough, she instantly disappeared from Qin Yueyao's sight. "Oh, it's amazing," Qin Yueyao exclaimed. At this time, Ximenqing's hand squeezed back again, clasping her fingers, and the figure gradually appeared. Once the two holding the talisman have physical contact, after the energy exchange, even if they become an individual, it is like you can see your hands and feet. Naturally you can see me. But what are we doing with the invisibility talisman? Qin Yueyao still didn't understand. Ximenqing said, "You just wait and see." After a while, the door suddenly opened, and a figure walked out of the door. Is not a little guy. Who is it? Why is she going out so late? Qin Yueyao wondered. Ximenqing said, "The day she took care of the sword was when she was on mission. In the past, I followed the charter wife or the silly girl. Now that you have awakened your ability, let's take you there. Indispensable." Qin Yueyao vomited. "How do I feel that you are a bit like a mother who is secretly following the kid who goes out to get soy sauce for the first time. If you can, I hope you call Dad. Qin Yueyao did not answer this question. Xiaoguai was already downhill, and Ximenqing quickly brought Qin Yueyao to follow. Xiaoguai's footsteps are not fast, and the two of them have been following from a distance. Thanks to the invisibility charm of the charter wife, they were not discovered. After waiting for the downhill, Xiaoguai suddenly took out a piece of paper from his arms, and then looked around. What is she doing? It's probably looking at the task list, but it's a bit dark and she is looking for a street light. Doesn't she have a mobile phone? Qin Yueo couldn't help but complain again. Xiamen said, this child is very principled. The task list was originally sent to her mobile phone, but she printed a piece of paper. Yu read www.uukangshu.com and brought it with her when she went out, without looking at her mobile phone. Just look at the paper. What kind of honey persistence is this? Qin Yueo looked surprised. Look, she found the street light. Xiamen Qing said suddenly. I saw Xiaoguai walking to the street light, looking at the task list carefully in front of the light, and then carefully folding it in half 3 times and putting it in his pocket. Then she stood by the side of the road and waited. What is she doing again? Wait for the bus, Xiamen Qing said, although her missions are all in Xiaokang City, but the location is usually not near home, so many times you need to take the bus, and sometimes you need to change. Take the bus. Qin Yueo opened her mouth wide. What kind of operation is this? Did the killer actually take the bus to get out of the mission? And it's the evening shift. No way, a taxi is too expensive for her, Xiamen Qing explained seriously. At this time, our task is here. What mission? Of course, to make sure that Xiaoguai won't take the wrong bus. Sure enough, you are watching your children go to make soy sauce. Qin Yueo had a premonition that she would vomit tonight. The bus is coming. She got on the bus? Hurry up. Xiamen Qing pulled Qin Yueo and ran down the slope. The physical fitness of the zombies at night is still very strong, and Qin Yueo is the first seed of the mythology that has just awakened. Both of them ran faster than the bus. Chased the bus all the way for a few stops. Xiaoguai finally got off the bus. Is she the destination yet? Qin Yueo asked. Xiamen Qing observed. His face suddenly changed. No, she is going to transfer. The worst is coming. Yu Yao, let's go and see her destination. Don't let her sit in the wrong place. Xiaoguai took out the task list from his pocket again, and confirmed it with the light of the light box at the bus stop. At this time, Xiamen Qing and Qin Yueo also came to her back, and did not dare to get too close. After all, the invisibility talisman is not omnipotent. If they are within 1 meter, they will definitely be discovered by Xiaoguai. Thanks to the zombie's night vision ability, Simon Love can clearly see the content on the task list. The mission target was a teenager. The mission requirements were blocked and I didn't see clearly. The address was clearly marked on the top, number 8 Zhuang Community. Xiamen Qing of Zhuang District knows that it is a villa area, where people live in dignitaries. You can't get there by bus, but you can get to the TV station by bus, but you can get to the TV station by taking the 11th road, and then it will be there in 5 minutes. Xiaoguai ran under the stop sign and took a look at the stop sign. He walked across the stations one by one, nodded when he spotted the TV station, and then stood there waiting for the bus to come. Oops. However, Xiamen Qing and Qin Yueo were not very happy, because Xiaoguai forgot to look at the direction of the round trip. If she gets in the car here, she will only get farther and farther away from the TV station. If she just sat down to the terminal station like this and found out that everyone had gotten off, but the TV station hadn't arrived yet, she would definitely be hit hard, Xiamen Qing muttered. No, she has to find a way to make her aware of this. Just click. But what should I do? Qin Yueo asked. The two of them couldn't directly come forward to remind the little boy. Xiamen Qing looked left and right, and then showed a weird smile at Qin Yueo. It's really right to bring you out this time. It's your turn to play, Yu Yao. Huh. Qin Yueo was still at a loss. She was dragged to the corner of the street by Xiamen Qing, and then she randomly found a man. It's him, Yu Yao, go up and charm him, and then let him remind the little boy. Xiamen Qing stretched out his hand, as if commanding a Pokemon. Huh. Qin Yueo obviously didn't expect this to happen. She was a little reluctant. I haven't had a boyfriend yet. It's shameful to seduce a man. It's okay, just say a few words, Xiamen Qing persuaded. Do you want to see Xiaoguai looking sad? That, okay. Qin Yueo settled down. She never thought that one day she would seduce a strange man. I saw her take out the invisibility charm from her chest, then walked to the man and said a few words. The man's eyes widened when he saw her. Without blinking, he ran towards the bus stop after hearing her words. Xiamen Qing hurriedly stepped forward to hold Qin Yueo, and the two followed him to take a look. I saw the man come to the bus stop pretending to take a bus, and walked up to the stop sign to look at it. While watching, he said, the TV station, have it, why is the direction wrong? You have to sit opposite to get to the TV station. Said, he walked away. Xiaoguai naturally heard his self-talking, and hurried to the stop sign to confirm it, and finally found out his mistake, and then looked around. After confirming that no one had noticed, the little face blushed, and then walked across the street. Went to the other side and waited. Yeah. Xiamen Qing and Qin Yueo gave a high five, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Xiaoguai and the guy who was confused by Qin Yueo waited for the 11th bus, while Xiamen Qing and Qin Yueo sneaked in through the back door. I grew up so old, this is the first time I took the bus without paying. Qin Yueo whispered to Xiamen Qing. Excitement, Xiamen Qing smiled. The ability of the evolutionary can be said to affect the society of ordinary people in all aspects. The key point is that our number is too small to live alone without ordinary people, so how to properly integrate into society, it is a topic that we have been studying for thousands of years. Qin Yueo thought about it. When gaining abilities beyond ordinary people, there are often various problems that accompany them. In this world, there is no such thing as taking benefits without paying the price. About half an hour later, the TV station arrived. Xiaoguai and the man got out of the car, while Xiaomenqing and Qin Yueyao got out of the rear window. No way. When getting in the car, you can enter from the back door and keep a certain distance from Xiaoguai, and when you get off the car, Xiaoguai also walks through the back door. If they wait for Xiaoguai to get off before leaving, the driver will close the door. Xiaomenqing rubbed his chest and grinned. Oh, it hurts me to death. Sometimes I still envy those washboards. Qin Yueyao did the same movement as her, and nodded in sympathy. Do you hurt? I'll rub it for you. Pop. Qin Yueyao patted Xiaomenqing's hand. No need, thank you. Rieo, you have changed, Xiaomenqing said sadly. You are no longer the one crying and wanting to take a bath with me. I haven't done that before. Qin Yueyao rolled her eyes, and then looked to the side. Sister Xiaomen will keep up. Xiaoguai is going away soon. I saw Xiaoguai walk to the right after getting out of the car. When the two talked, she had already walked out several hundred meters. www.novelmtl.com and the man who was charmed by Qin Yueyao stood in a daze. Huh. Why am I here? What did I just want to do? The two continued to walk, only to see Xiaoguai walking forward purposefully, turning around without hesitation when encountering a fork in the road. Qin Yueyao sighed. Have she been here before? Why is she so skilled? No, Xiaomenqing noticed the problem. Didn't you realize that she has been turning left since just now? Huh? Could it be? Yes, she's lost. Xiaomenqing held his forehead and said uncomfortably. She wasn't a fool before. Then what's going on? Xiaomen pointed to the top with affection. Look at the sky. What's in the sky? Airplane? No, I just saw a moon. It's the moon, Xiaomenqing said. She's an old problem. What is it? Qin Yueyao just asked. She saw Xiaoguai suddenly jump on top of a street lamp, and then yelled at the sky. Woo. This is... Qin Yueyao was stunned. Don't you say that Xiaoguai is a co-worker bloodline? Isn't the wolf just her mimicking it? How can the human form still imitate the wolf now? Xiaomenqing explained. She grew up in a wolf den before she was 8 years old. She always mistakenly thought that she was a wolf. I have worked hard for several years with the charter-in-law, but we have not been able to completely change her habit of howling to the moon. Oh, I see. Qin Yueyao knew. It's just like you have always imagined that you are a man. No wonder you always do things to us. That's not a fantasy. I used to be a pure man? The 5 centimeters in diameter? Fuck you. Simon was crying without tears, and it was all sad to say. Xiaoguai howled at the moon for a while. After the addiction, he seemed to remember that he had to perform a task. But after she jumped off the street lamp, she looked left and right, her face gradually showing a confused, pitiful and helpless expression. What's wrong with her? Qin Yueyao asked. Xiaomen wondered. I wonder, this should be lost. What should I do? Xiaomen, you think she is about to cry? Qin Yueyao said nervously. Xiaomenqing made a decisive decision. Hurry up and look for it. There should be street signs around. The two hurriedly searched both ends of the street, and successfully found a street sign pointing to Zhuang community. Xiaomenqing ran over and pulled out the street sign from the concrete floor, then went to the corner near Xiaoguai to adjust the angle, and then inserted the street sign heavily. There was a loud noise on the ground, and the street sign that had just been pulled out entered the concrete ground again. Sister Xiaomen, you are so strong. Qin Yueyao sighed. Hey, zombie. Xiaomenqing smiled. Basic operation. Don't call 666. I didn't plan to shout. Qin Yueyao rolled her eyes. Xiaoguai was startled by the sound, and ran over to take a look, and found that it was a street sign pointing to the Zhuang community, and he instantly beamed with joy. I even ignored why there was such a loud noise, and ran directly in the direction pointed by the street sign. A few minutes later, she successfully arrived at Zhuang community. Huh, it's not easy. Xiaomenqing wiped off his sweat. Qin Yueyao asked her, are you always so strenuous? It depends on the situation. There are more methods for the charter house, which will be easier. She is a little tired with the dumb boy. Sometimes she is often distracted by the roadside food stalls. It is better to be with you. At least you can seduce someone. Man or something. Qin Yueyao's cheeks were red. Sister Xiaomen, don't say it. This is the first time I have talked to a strange man when I grow up. It feels like this is a dark history. Well, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Xiaomenqing patted her shoulder, and Qin Yueyao was relieved. She said again, such a good threatening material must be used by myself. Qin Yueyao. Next to Xiaoguai, she came to the gate of Zhuang community. The security of this high-end villa area is naturally very strict, but it is not difficult for her. I saw that she suddenly turned into a puddle of water with people and clothes, and went straight into the community through the gap in the fence. Xiaomenqing and Qin Yueyao used the invisibility talisman to directly enter the long jump. They followed Xiaoguai to Villa 8. Although it is a high-end community, the villas here are luxurious enough, but compared with Ziliang Ye's Wang, they are a bit worse. Qin Yueyao realized now that the house she rented for 1,000 yuan a month seemed to be more advanced than she had imagined. Xiaoguai entered the villa in the form of water, and then successfully found her mission goal on the second floor. Xiaomenqing, they went directly into the house through the door of the backyard. There was only one nanny working in the lobby on the first floor, and the two of them avoided her and went to the second floor. Xiaoguai was about to follow the crack in the door to enter the room, but the door was suddenly opened. The goal came out at this time. Xiaoguai quickly stopped moving, but the result was that the target stepped on the water, slipped and fell to the ground with a bang. Oh my god! The target screamed. What's the matter? The nanny hurriedly rushed up after hearing the sound. Oh, why did this one fall on the ground? Lord, this is the cute attribute you have been talking about recently, right? Fuck off. I didn't fall on the ground. The target rubbed his head and stood up, complaining, Mother Wu, why did you leave such a large puddle of water on the ground that made me slip and fall? My head hurts. Hihi, Sao, don't tease you, you fell a butt, you should have a pain in your butt, not your head. Wu Ma smiled, do you want to eat something again? I will buy it for you. I really bumped my head. Target said annoyed. But if you want to buy something for me, just buy this weekly squat for me. I don't know what's wrong recently. If you want to buy a magazine, you have to get up early in the line. Well, I'll help you line up tomorrow morning. I'm professional in queuing. I used to help people line up to buy train tickets. Wu Ma patted her chest and agreed. Didn't you last time you said that you were in the foot washing room to help people do reflexology? DEI, once a customer asked me how much money was for the night package. I scolded him 62, and then he gave me 62 yuan to let me stay up late to buy a train ticket for him. Wu Ma recalled the past year. From there at the beginning, I discovered that helping people buy train tickets can actually make money. Later, once I sold scalper tickets to your father, he fell in love with me and brought me home. My dad is a bad guy, don't say it as if he wants to take care of you. The target boy vomited vigorously. That's it www.novelmtl.com. You should treat this puddle of water soon. No, what did I want to do just now? It's you, which disrupted my thinking. Forget it, let's go back to the room and continue surfing the internet. The target returned to the room, and the nanny took the absorbent cloth to soak up all the water that the boy had turned into, and then twisted it against the bucket. Qin Yueo nervously said at the end of the corridor, it doesn't matter little boy, it's okay, she is immune to physical attacks when she becomes water, and don't look at the big beach of water, in fact only one drop is her body, and the others are just ordinary water. The nanny turned around to get the mop. Xiaoguai took the opportunity to become a white puppy and crawled out of the bucket, then shook it vigorously, and hid in the next room after drying the water. Strange. When the babysitter came back, he found water splashing everywhere. After uttering a word, he wiped it again, and then went downstairs with the bucket. Wait until she leaves, Xiaoguai prepares for the second raid. But this time she only got to the door. Before she could melt the water, the door suddenly opened again. I remember? I just wanted to go downstairs to drink water. At the same time, the puppy was hit by the door and flew out. Huh. Target looked at Xiaoguai in surprise. Dog? When did our family have a dog? Hey, don't run. Seeing being discovered, Xiaoguai immediately wanted to run, but the target subconsciously chased him up. Xiaoguai left water stains on the floor while running, but the target's feet slipped again, and he rolled all the way from the stairs to the first floor. Nanny Wu Ma was just wiping the handrails, and the bucket was placed under the stairs. His invincible Hot Wheels came down, and his head plunged directly into the bucket. Oh, I'm scared to death. Wu Ma exclaimed, Master Sao, you want to drink water in the refrigerator, why drink this? I don't want to drink water. The target boy pulled his head out and shouted, can't you see that I fell in this position? Mother Wu thought for a while and said, then you are too precise. The target boy felt a little wronged. It was the dog that killed him. Madam Wu, did you bring it in? Me? How come I will keep a dog? Wu Ma shook her head. My foolish daughter is enough for me to have a headache. Where is that dog? Huh? Wu Ma, you have a daughter. The boy's attention suddenly shifted. Why haven't she seen you? She is in high school. Where does she have time? Every day she wakes up in the dark. It's different from you. Wu Ma explained as she wiped the boy's head. Are high school students busy? I am relaxed from 9 to 5 every day. The boy said, you will bring her to see me another day. She must have lied to you. I will help you break her. I don't know that Madam Wu suddenly looked at him vigilantly. Master Sao, don't you have any thoughts about my daughter? No, you will be incestuous like this. You can't save your illness. The boy rolled his eyes suddenly. This Wu Ma always fantasizes about being taken care of by his father. After so many years, everyone has been used to it, and there is no desire to complain. Wait a minute, what do you use to wipe my head at the beginning? Smoothly. Mother Wu hid the rag with amazing hand speed, and then took the boy to the bathroom. You should take a shower, and I will help you get your clothes. On the second floor, the little guy who barely escaped was hiding in the corner and gasping for breath. She was a bit unwilling. She was just an ordinary teenager. Why did she miss it again and again? When she heard the babysitter downstairs saying that she would take the teenager to the bathroom, her eyes suddenly brightened. The bathroom is where her abilities can be used. She didn't have to go downstairs, she just found a place with a faucet and got in. She is going to assassinate along the water pipe. Xiaomanqing and Qin Yueo are going downstairs to have a look. Who wants to meet the nanny who came upstairs to get the clothes? Qin Yueo subconsciously wanted to go around her, but she couldn't hear them walking anyway. However, Xiaomanqing grabbed her and stuck it to the corner. What's wrong? Simon emotion over her mouth, then stared at this dignified nanny. I saw that the babysitter did not enter the house immediately after coming to the corridor, but stood there and closed his eyes. Suddenly, her eyes opened, her pupils turned blood red, and a pair of fangs appeared in her mouth. Qin Yueo was shocked when she saw this and seemed to be frightened. Zyman held her tightly, eliminating her anxiety. Ma Wu looked left and right, then leaned forward. Her nose fluttered a few times as if she was sniffing the smell. Then, she frowned. Is it because of me? At this time, the voice of a teenager came from downstairs. Mother Wu, hurry up. Don't wait until I'm naked before you break in. Oh, come right now. Mother Wu instantly returned to her normal appearance, went into the house to fetch clothes for the teenager, and muttered, when I was a child, I didn't see any place when I breastfed you. Waiting for her to go downstairs, Zyman Ching let go. Qin Yuyeo gasped loudly. Zyman's sister, what was she just now? A vampire. It's a zombie. Zyman said with affection. Huh? Zombies? Are there other zombies in this world? Qin Yuyeo asked in surprise. According to Song Yunweo and their popular science, Qin Yuyeo understands that the same kind of ability must be the descendant of the same original seed, and Zyman Ching is the original seed of zombies, that is to say. Don't think too much, Zyman King probably guessed what she was thinking. Zombies are different from normal evolvers. They don't need reproduction and can create other zombies by just biting their necks. Then I don't know her, Zyman King shook her head, it should be the offspring of someone I bit her neck. The ability to bite the neck and create the same race is only available to her, the first species. The other second-generation zombie evolvers can only create new zombies through normal reproduction. It was because Simon's emotions had reached the zombie bloodline in the opponent's body. Qin Yuyeo was stopped in time. This Mother Wu is very strong. If she just walks past her by rubbing her like this, she will be found out if she is not sure. That little boy will be fine, right? Let's go down and take a look. Since just now, there has been no special voice from downstairs, and Zyman Ching is also curious as to why Xiaoguai hasn't done it yet. Logically, she would be able to reach the bathroom downstairs by following the plumbing in a few seconds. The two went to the bathroom downstairs and found that Ma Wu had just come out of the bathroom, and the boy was humming and taking a shower in it. There was nothing unusual at all. This is weird, Zyman thought for a while, and pulled Qin Yuyeo to the outdoor exhaust window. Let's look inside. No. Qin Yuyeo blushed. It's so shameless to watch boys take a bath or something. Oh, how much is a gin for the festival? Zyman King jumped directly to the window and grabbed it with his hands, looked in the bathroom for a while, and then let go and came back. Qin Yuyeo marveled at her calmness, thinking that Sister Zyman must be an old driver. How? He is not as big as me. Zyman Ching showed a triumphant expression. Who asked you about this? Qin Yuyeo couldn't laugh or cry. Where is the boy? Zyman Ching shook his head. There is no shadow of Xiaoguai www.novelmtl.com. She doesn't know where she went, so she won't get lost in the pipe. While was talking, the two suddenly saw a figure drilled out of the drain in the yard. It was the puppy that Xiaoguai had become. I saw her transform back into a human form, tugging at the dirty stuff on her head, aggrieved as if she wanted to cry. What's wrong with her? Qin Yuyeo looked at this scene in surprise. I see. Zyman Ching suddenly showed the expression of a famous detective, and pushed the black-framed glasses that didn't exist. It's so cold. You must put cold water for a while before taking a bath. Little boy may move too fast. Too much. Directly from the shower head into the sewer. What should I do? Cold salad, Zyman Ching said, looking at her like this. I'm probably about to give up. The charter wife and I have set an entrance guard for her. If she doesn't leave, she won't be able to keep up. Ouch, it hurts so much. As she said, Xiaoguai's mouth was sullen. Although there were tears in her eyes, she did not cry after all. She stood up and patted her butt, and then left the yard somewhat lonely. I've been here once, but she didn't get lost anymore. Xiaoguai fell to the ground and returned to Ziliang Demon Village. Zyman Ching and Qin Yuyeo returned home before her. I am back. Zyman King pretended not to know anything. Oh, come back, why are you so dirty? I fell down. That's it, come and wash. Zyman King took her into the bathroom. Qin Yuyeo shouted in the kitchen, little dear, I made a supper, and I will eat together after the shower. Supper. Xiaoguai's lost expression disappeared instantly, and a tail appeared behind him and kept shaking. Private Kafeng High School is a famous aristocratic college in Xiaking City. There are only 3 kinds of students here. One is a student who has excellent grades that can easily be admitted to a key university. The other is a Miss Young Master who has at least one upper-class person in the family. As for the third type, that is naturally rich in academic performance. Really aristocratic again. This is simply the favorite setting of the TV series, but there is no F4 bullying here, because the principal of this school is the most distressed one. If you dare to do things on his site, even a high-ranking official in the capital can take you. Get to jail. As the mayor's grandson, Li Yuki naturally went to school here. More than a month ago, he was in a car accident and broke his leg. He thought he would not be used for class this semester. Who knew that his injury recovered surprisingly quickly, and he could go to school normally since last week. Fortunately, the classmates don't know his specific injury, only if he is recovering normally. Morning. Li Yuki walked into the classroom, returned to the same table, and lay down on the table. He didn't sleep well last night. Li Yuki, what's the matter with you? Squad leader Sen Xin suddenly exclaimed, why are there so many black spots on your face? It's okay, but I accidentally fell down the stairs yesterday. Li Yuki waved her hand, motioning her not to make a fuss. Really? Sen Xin was suspicious. How can you fall off the stairs even as a big person? Is the injury still not healed? No. There was a lot of water on the floor, and then a dog suddenly appeared. I accidentally slipped and fell. Liyuki told the truth. However, everyone had an expression of "you are an idiot," thinking that he wanted to save face, so he lied so blindly. What I said is true. Liyuki was depressed to death. To be honest, nobody believed it, which was too annoying. However, at this time, they did not notice that a girl wearing glasses in the corner quietly took out the phone and opened a certain page. At the top of the page is a photo of Liyuki, and then down is a series of text. Mission target location, number 8 Zhuang community. Task requirements, beat him up. Task reward, 5,000 RMB. She pulled to the bottom, clicked the confirm complete option, and gave her a 5-star praise. Ding! A dialog box popped up. God's prank, thank you for your patronage, and welcome again. Hey, I didn't expect this website to be real. Xylio, sorry, who made me only have your photos in my phone for the time being. I just tried to see if this website is real, so when you were a kid, I dragged me the 2 ponytails shouted drive for retribution. Huh. When eating at noon, Xiaoguai turned on his phone, and found to his surprise that his task was completed, and he also received a 5-star praise. How is this going? Didn't the mission fail? I obviously didn't do anything? She was at a loss. But after another thought, forget it. Anyway, the praise and the money have arrived. I just recently wanted to change a graphics card and almost paid the money. The 5,000 yuan came at the right time. Meow meow, what are you looking at? Tang Xiaotang leaned over and pressed her face to her face. Wow, you are playing on the phone, so you are not afraid of being handed over by the teacher. Don't be afraid. Xiaoguai said calmly. She can turn her mobile phone into water at any time. How can the teacher hand it in? You are amazing. Tang Xiaotang sighed. My mother wouldn't allow me to bring my mobile phone to school. I originally wanted to record a dance by the pool. Dance. That's right. Tang Xiaotang nodded. She originally posted dancing videos for welfare when she had 500,000 fans, but she never found a chance. She has not recorded more than 700,000 fans until now. It would be great if you could come and dance with me. If the two of us form a combination, it must be invincible. How about the name of the combination is syrup? I cannot dance. It's okay, I can teach you. 3 days later. Sister Ximen, I'm done? Take a look. Qin Yuyeo ran to Ximen Qing's room with a stack of paintings in her hand, looking at her expectantly. So fast. Ximen Qing was a little surprised, and only then gave her the script for a few days, and it was actually finished. Look at the thick stack in her hand, at least 30 pages, it can keep up with Song Yunmu's workload for half a month. Qin Yuyeo said, I don't know, I feel that the movement is very smooth when I write the pen, and I finished painting without knowing it. It seems that your painting ability is passive. Ximen sighed emotionally. Unlike Song Yunmu's painting technique that needs to be driven by incantation, Qin Yuyeo's painting ability is completely effective anytime and anywhere. So even if she doesn't use the ability, she paints there naturally, the speed is much faster than normal people. Now this is still the result of her unskilledness when she just started to paint. Ximen Qing looked at it, and then returned it to her again. There are still some problems with the storyboard, like here, the sentence I was not JoJo for the first time should obviously be featured in the close-up. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com. Why did you take it with a small grid, and you can only see the back of your head, and... She pointed out the problems one by one, and then asked Qin Yuyeo to correct them. When Qin Yuyeo gave her the drawing again 2 days later, the result finally satisfied her. Okay, that's it. You take it to the editorial department, Ximen Qing said, but I don't recommend you to contribute to squat. First of all, the Mars where you work is mostly cute works and comrades. JoJo is obviously out of place. As for the main journal, they have recently been focusing on Dragon Baba. It is estimated that they will not use any resources on you, and they have already chopped down 2 works in one go. I heard from the charterer that many readers are scolding. I won't get new works so soon. Where shall I go to submit my paper? You ask me what do I understand? Ximen Qing shook his head. Go and ask the seniors in your editorial department. Oh, that's right. So Qin Yuyeo went to the editorial department and found Duan Yangping. Duan Yangping's opinion is similar to that of Ximen Qing. We are indeed not very suitable for new works lately, and your work is quite satisfactory, and the style of painting is somewhat unpleasant to readers. The possibility of popularity and rejection is about 50-50. I can't say that. I have 2 suggestions. One is to vote for more publishers. Now all parties are vigorously receiving new manuscripts in an attempt to imitate the success of Tianlong Ba Bulletin. Someone should ask for your work. Well, it's just a little bit of my selfishness. You can actually serialize on the internet. Squat's official website has no serialization limit. You can contribute freely, but this method is hard to get ahead. Thank you, senior. Qin Yuyeo considered it for a while, and finally chose to submit the article. If all of them are rejected, she will prepare to serialize it online. The development of web comics is still in its infancy. Even the charging model is copied from web novels, which is not very mature yet. Therefore, cartoonists who want to make money now generally do not choose to publish their works online. Although Qin Yuyeo did not have that great need for money, she grew up reading comic magazines and naturally hoped that her work could be published on tangible paper, not on a virtual network. She got the submission methods of several publishing houses from Duan Yangping, and then each of them contributed 3 stories. Cast a large net. If you are lucky, you should be able to catch one or two. However, the reality is that since the third day, she has received notifications from various publishing houses one after another. The content is much the same, but the simple summary is 2 words: never pass. The beginning of the first part of JoJo is really not amazing. The biggest gimmick Ripple is still new to Islanders, but it is too common in Huiguo, and it is still Kigong if it is too mysterious. The original author first started serializing JoJo after drawing the accumulated popularity of other works and the trust of the editor, and she was a newcomer. Naturally it would not be so easy. There should be no accidents, it should be the end of annihilation. Qin Yueo had to find Ximon King to discuss whether or not to start serialization on the internet. Online serialization. Ximon Qing thought about it and said, it's not impossible, but this is the same as online novels. There must be a period of popularity accumulation in the early stage, and there is really no benefit during this period. And it doesn't mean that you will succeed after this period of time. It's like gambling. Maybe after it's on the shelves, it's a big fish wrapped in tender molds, but it may also be rushing to the streets to eat the dirt and work in the sea. Of course, the chance of JoJo hitting the street is definitely very small, but this is a comic after all, not an online novel. According to the current development, it may require you to use love to generate electricity within a year or two. The internet is a very magical place. Here, getting rich overnight is not a fantasy, and you can even see some cases of sudden popularity. To describe it with the words of the internet literary circle is a book entrusts the gods. However, in reality, there are so many books and gods, and many great gods have not shown the mountains and the water, and have been diligent for 6 or 7 years and 7 or 8 years. This is the more common pattern. Where can anyone last for so long in general? 99% was eliminated in the first 3 years, and 99% was eliminated in the next 3 years. Among the remaining people who persevered, a few truly talented people became gods, and many of them worded a lot of time and gained nothing. Ximon Qing is not against Qin Yueo's online serialization, but in that case, she can't be a full-time cartoonist like Song Yunmyo. She must continue to work in the editorial department to stick to her dream, which will be very hard. Well, I will consider it carefully. Qin Yueo didn't rush to make a decision, at least until the remaining publishing houses rejected all of them and completely cut off her expectations. Weekly Comics Division of Edge Publishing House. The editors are in a meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was not good, and the editor-in-chief sitting at the top made a calm face. Who can tell me, how many sales of Weekly Manual last week? 5,000, someone whispered below. You knew it. The editor-in-chief suddenly raised his voice. The comics division was opened up to open up new markets, not for your retirement. Half a year ago, our sales volume was still 10,000. After half a year, you got only half of it left? You are really talented. An editor beside said, Editor-in-chief, the decline of the paper media market is a general trend, and it is not only our family's sales decline. Don't you think I don't know? The editor-in-chief shouted directly at the person, but you can see for yourself the decline of other people's homes. Is there such an exaggeration as ours? In a few months, are you planning to increase sales? It's 500? I won't mention people's weekly squat. Why can people turn up against the wind, when other families are down, only their family is going up? And it's still skyrocketing. Vision, vision, vision. How many times have I said that? Don't always use the aesthetics of your fashion magazines to select works. Isn't squat turned over because of a dragon babu? Let's look at you again. What are these things? Dan Miai, Dan Miai, Dan Miai, or Dan Miai who stepped on a horse? The editor-in-chief smashed the magazine in his hand and said, the beauty of your horse? How niche this thing is, don't you have any idea about it? Within 3 issues, I cut all of this. But the editor-in-chief, a female editor, said immediately, we started the publication so late, and we only relied on Tan Miai to open up the market. Wouldn't it be a bit sorry for the readers who have been supporting us now? Are you a philanthropist? Huh. The editor glared at her. You reading www.uukangshu.com want to do charity and go to the Red Cross as soon as possible. Our purpose is to make money, you know? Don't tell me any feelings, cross the river and break the bridge. In short, if I see another Dan Miai work next month, if it appears in our magazine, you will all be damned. Well, also, don't use the name Weekly Manu. Now the market has long positioned it as a Dan Miai magazine. If you want to change the image, change the name first. NS. The editor-in-chief left after speaking, leaving only a group of editors with heavy expressions. The female editor even started to cry. Another female editor on the side persuaded, oh, Xiaomei, look at the starting point. The new official has 3 fires. He is specially sent by the department to save our performance. Didn't we foresee drastic reforms a long time ago? If you raise an objection at this time, he will definitely target you. The female editor named Hiromi Nida said a bit aggrieved, but he is too much. It is not wrong to like Tan Miai. Many readers have been silently supporting us, and now it is too much to abandon them like this. There is no way, after all, we also have to eat, another male editor said. I heard that the editor-in-chief was digging from other places with great effort. I think it should be a bit capable. I hope, the female editor who advised Hiromi Nida sighed, if we don't save this magazine, we will really be laid off. They were originally dispatched by the headquarters, and now the headquarters has been filled with newcomers, and there is no place for them to go back. If weekly manu is cold, they will not be far from being unemployed. The reality is so cruel, even if they are reluctant, they still have to look for new comics according to the editor's will. Nita Hiromi is a native of Sakura country. Because she has always yearned for the country of flowers, she chose to study in the country of flowers when she was in college. After graduation, he stayed in Zayakang, the most prosperous city in the country, and became an editor. She likes this job, especially when she sees the letters from readers, she feels a sense of accomplishment. However, upon the order of the new editor-in-chief, she had to go against the expectations of those readers to find more popular comics. Although she is very reluctant, she has the traditional obedience of the Sakura people. Instead of protesting to the editor-in-chief, she carefully reviewed the comics one by one and selected works suitable for serialization in the revised weekly manu. The reason why there are so many works is not how well received their magazine is, but because many authors have contributed more than one manuscript, and like Chin Yueo, they have the idea of casting a net on a large scale. So, when she fancied a work and then contacted the author, the response she got was often, "Excuse me, I have signed a contract with XX magazine." Just because they never thought that they would cut so many works at once, the vacancy became very large, and it was far from being able to make up for one or two works. Reluctantly, she and other editors had to lower their standards repeatedly. They didn't want to find a good work. They only hoped that they could collect the quantity of a magazine in 3 weeks. Flipped through, she saw a comic called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. To be honest, the name is very ordinary, and there is no desire to attract people. But she still watched. It's just that the hardline style really makes Nita Hiromi, a person who is used to reading Tanmei comics, a little unbearable. What is this? Why are there so many strange lines on the face? And this shadow is too casual. If it was before, Nita Hiromi would definitely choose to refuse. However, nowadays, the comics are seriously inadequate. Although the comics are quite satisfactory, at least the plot is fairly smooth. Suddenly she thought of the editor-in-chief yelling at a meeting, and she suddenly became a little angry. "Don't you like Tanmei? Then I see if you like it or not." With a hint of anger, Nita Hiromi chose to contact the author of this comic. In fact, as she expected, this work was not signed with any publishing house, and she successfully obtained the consent of the other party. It's just a surprise that the author of this manga is actually a girl, and the sound is pretty good. This surprised Nita Hiromi. "I'm tired." After completing an indicator, Nita Hiromi twisted her neck, and then looked at her phone. God, it's 10 o'clock. She quickly looked out the window, and the sky was already dark. And it seems to be raining. I didn't bring an umbrella. She hurriedly packed her things, then went downstairs, praying that the rain would not be too heavy. However, the pouring rain outside completely shattered her fantasy. In such a cold day, if the rain rushes out, you will definitely catch a cold. Just when Nita Hiromi was at a loss, suddenly a cold thing lay on her head. Oh. She hurriedly reached out and held it, then took it down and found it was a folding umbrella. She looked back and exclaimed, "Editor-in-chief? Why are you here? Nonsense, what else can you do in the company besides work?" The editor glared at her. "Then, this umbrella. Here you are, I don't need it anyway." The editor-in-chief finished speaking, then turned and walked back to the company building. Nita Hiromi looked at his leaving back, and was suddenly moved. He obviously only has an umbrella, so he actually gave it to himself. In this way, he doesn't seem to be too bad. Maybe it's just that the work attitude is a little harsher. Thinking of this, Nita Hiromi bowed to the door where no one was visible. "Thank you." She walked into the rain under an umbrella. The rain was so heavy that even if she had an umbrella, she would inevitably get caught in the rain. If two people hold an umbrella together, then they must be wet, and she feels that the editor-in-chief is a good person more and more in her heart. However, at this moment, a sports car stopped beside her, and the splashing water directly wetted her stockings. "Ah!" Hiromi Nita exclaimed, then looked at the sports car. "I saw the window of the sports car slowly lowered, and the person sitting in the driver's seat was the editor-in-chief. Remember to return my umbrella tomorrow." After he said, he raised the window and drove away. Only Hiromi Nita was left messy in the wind and rain. Yeah. Chin Yueo happily hugged Ximen Ching on the side. "Sister Ximen, finally a publishing house is willing to sign me." Who? So insightful. Ximen Ching also didn't expect that there are really people who have the eyes to know the beat. Is it because his perception is too one-sided? In fact, the beginning of the first part is also attractive. Chin Yueo replied, "It's weekly manu. Why does this name sound familiar?" Simon was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly returned to his senses. "I remember, isn't this the blind publishing house that rejected the renters' working cell?" The success of work cell shows that it is not that the work is not suitable for this era www.novelmtl.com but that the editor of that publishing house is blind. This has made Ximen Ching, who was once an upmaster with fear and fear, has always been brooding about it. "You will not be deceived, will you?" "No." Chin Yueo shook her head. "I recently did an internship in the editorial department, and I was able to get in touch with something. The sales of weekly manu has been declining severely in the past 6 months. Recently, it was when they planned to reform. Fresh blood is needed, so it is not impossible for our comics to be signed. So, that's almost a plan to use you to refill the count? That's really a treasure." Ximen emotionally expressed the luck of this magazine. Maybe they are just using JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to make up the number now, but in the future, they will definitely find out how big a golden egg they picked up. I'm going to paint. Qin Yueo, who had successfully signed the contract, was full of enthusiasm and immediately rushed to the room to start painting. Ximon Qing looked at her like this, and couldn't help but sigh. It's nice to be young. Not counting the actual age of this body, it has been more than 100 years since he entered this body. She is already a veritable old man. But old people can also have sunset red. Being infected by Qin Yueo, Ximon Qing felt that she could not always be so salty. Manga matters, just leave it to two wings. And she is now preparing a new song for Christmas. There are still more than 2 months before the New Year's Eve. Christmas, what song should I sing? Mom, there is it. Ximon Qing watched the heavier and harder rain outside. Suddenly his eyes lit up. This time just happens to be the season of white albums, it's better to. Do you think Ximon Qing is going to sing Unexpected Love? Non-existent. This song does not match the plot, the appeal is greatly reduced, and it is not suitable for posting alone. She only thought of snow because of the rain outside, and when it came to snow, she subconsciously thought of an old song that used to be popular in another world. Maybe it's because the 8 parts of the dragon is a bit too hot. Now Ximon Qing often thinks of some older things in his mind. Do not misunderstand. Of course, what I'm talking about here is not the first snow in 2002, but serious snow. Aside from the controversy of the original song itself, this song alone is definitely a childhood memory of a large number of people. How popular was this song back then? As long as you are not at home autistic all day, just go for a walk on the street, the probability of hearing it is so horrendous. That's really all the video shops, barber shops, shoe shops, all in them. Turn on the TV, the music channel is also playing, even when I call someone, the ringback tone is the song. Is read all over the streets and alleys, that's how it is said. When that era was really full of classics, serious snow, damn tenderness, has anyone ever told you, 1,000 miles away, even after many years, some people still remember it. Unlike the later Chinese music scene, there were a lot of mixed English and rap. They looked very hot when they first released it, but after the heat passed, there were not many people who could remember. If you want to choose, Ximon Qing is naturally more willing to sing those classics that have passed the test of time. And Christmas is a big winter festival, singing snow-related songs is naturally perfect. But there is a problem, that is, Xiaokeng City is located in the south, and it has not snowed for many years. I have to think of a way to get a snowfall. Ximon murmured love. So, he went up to the 2nd floor and found the gate Zi, sweet boy, here, help me. Ah, this is surprising. Damon Zi was reading, and it was a little surprised to see Ximon Qing coming in. What can you say about it? Ximon Qing did not rush to say, but glanced at the book in her hand. What book are you reading? Oh, there is an operation, Damon Zi said. A young girl got cervical cancer before she graduated from university, and it spread. There are too many places to be cut, but it will affect her future life. It's too big, so I have a headache now. Then you come on. Ximon Qing can't make any good suggestions in this regard. To die is to take a bite and turn the opponent into a zombie, so that most of the diseases can heal by themselves. Stop talking about this, I will think of a way later and tell me about you. Damon Zi straightened her temples and said to her, oh, that's the case. Haven't you been the eldest sister in Ying country before? I want to ask if you know someone in Xuenu's line. Damon Zi is a little embarrassed. Please don't mention my dark history. What kind of big sister? That was ignorant when I was young, but I really know one Xuenu. What do you want to do with Xuenu? Hey, I just want her to help make a snow. Ximon Qing rubbed his hands. Of course, I will go to the Mystery League to register in advance, but if you are an acquaintance, can you give a friendship price? Ximon Qing is poor now, so she will try to save a little wherever she can save money. Yes, Damon Zi nodded. I think she can be invited to our side for a while. As a trip abroad, you only need to be responsible for her round-trip air ticket. Really? Oh, I really love you. Ximon Qing hugged Damon Zi, kissed her on the face, and hurried downstairs. Little boy, come on, I want to record a new song. Ximon Qing was preparing a new song, and Qin Yueo went to the Weekly Edge publishing house after the rain stopped the next day and signed a serialization contract with Hiromi Nida. In this way, she has officially become a cartoonist. Then, please take care of me in the future. Please contact me if you have any questions. Hiromi Nida smiled and said to Qin Yueo. Originally, the original author of this kind of comics was a girl, which surprised her very much. I didn't expect the real person to be so beautiful, and Nida Hiromi was really amazed. With that, her mood of getting exploded by the editor-in-chief in the past few days has also improved a lot. Okay, then let's get in touch more in the future, and come out for tea if you have time. Qin Yueo got up and prepared to leave. Just then, a man passed by the door. Seeing the two of them talking inside, the man stopped and looked at Qin Yueo. Qin Yueo has long been accustomed to this kind of sight. She waved to Nishin Hiromi and left, without seeing the man directly from beginning to end. It was the man who stared at her back until she disappeared in the corner. Nida Hiromi really couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over to him and said, Editor-in-Chief. Have you seen enough? You are so rude. www.novelmtl.com. Yes, this man lent her an umbrella yesterday. Jo Hong, the editor-in-chief who left the sports car. Jo Hong was not moved by Nida Hiromi's mockery, and instead asked her, who is this person? It is a cartoonist who just signed a contract with us, and her JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has been confirmed to begin serialization in the next issue. Hiromi Nida reported on work matters as usual. A cartoonist. Jo Hong's eyes lit up when he heard this word. Okay. It's a pie in the sky. You will contact her later to see if she is willing to be the model for the cover of our magazine after the revision. Beauty cartoonist, isn't it a fool if you don't hype up this kind of resource? Huh. Nida Hiromi obviously didn't expect the editor-in-chief to say so. So, you just looked at her. Are you thinking about the cover? What else could it be? Jo Hong asked back. Weekly Manu is half dead. If you want to save it, how can you do without a few strong medicines? You are lucky, and you can actually dig such a treasure. You haven't read her manga yet. Hiromi Nida whispered. Well, what you said is right. Send a copy of her work to my office, and I will see if it might become the main work of our new magazine, Jo Hong said and walked to his office, but didn't take a few steps. Suddenly turning around, by the way, when will you return the umbrella to me? Nida Hiromi felt her mentality collapsed. Chin Yueo just got home when she received a call from Hiromi Nida. What? Cover model? But isn't this a manga magazine? That, may I think about it? Chin Yueo put down the phone and ran to Ximen Qing's room. Sister Ximen, it's okay. The cover model? Isn't that good? Ximen said to Chin Yueo after correcting the nurse's hat on his head. Sister Ximen, why do you wear a nurse's uniform in the room? Chin Yueo's complaint about the advantage he wanted to gain was really unhappy. Oh, I asked the dumb boy to borrow it, Ximen Qing said. Don't care about these details, let's talk about you as a cover model. Is there any problem? She would not tell Chin Yueo that this dress was actually prepared when she was too poor to take photos and sell it. However, since the comics and songs have made money, she did not take action. But this is a comic magazine. Is it okay to use me as the cover of a real person? What's so bad? Ximen said with emotion. Are there more otaku watching comics? Using beautiful women as covers will definitely increase sales. In my memory, girl idols such as AKB on the island country often appeared on the cover of magazines. Many of them were swimsuits, which caused a berserk rush by otaku. Thinking of this, Ximen Qing said, if you really want to shoot, you must first explain it. The cameraman cannot be a man, nor can he take a swimsuit. When changing clothes, be careful not to be secretly photographed, and the makeup artist cannot be a man. Especially the kind of gay. Now there are people who pretend to be and cheat guns, and there are. Oh, I know all of this. I haven't decided whether to go. You have already thought of such a back. Chin Yueo still hesitated. I just want to draw cartoons. Why do I want to take pictures and be a model? Woolen cloth. Ximen Qing enlightened. This is easy to understand. Of course, it is to let more people see your comics. Do you know the shipwife of the charter wife? Look at the hottest on the market right now. Which one of those ship women can compare to the exquisite paintings of the charter women? But they are more popular than the charter women. Why? It is nothing more than the charter women was not famous at that time. She was just a little author, and no one could see her paintings. There is no shortage of talented people, but only channels for the world to see talents. Then, I'm going to take a picture. Chin Yueo was persuaded by her. She herself is not so hypocritical, and she doesn't have to look at the connotation from the outside. People who often talk about seeing the inside are often the least inside. And she doesn't care about these at all. Who stipulated that the fans who are attracted by the beauty are not fans? Smart, Ximen praised. You have such a big advantage, it would be a waste not to use it. Then I will reply to them. Well, go, take the picture and remember to bring it back to me to see. Ximen Qing added at last, remember to protect yourself. Don't be taken advantage of. Chin Yueo rubbed her fingers to count money, and at the same time a string of electric sparks appeared at her fingertips. Sister Ximen, do you think I will be taken advantage of now? Seeing her like this, Ximen Qing was relieved. Taiyin Yuanjun, a trinity of death, water, and thunder, Chin Yueo's potential is quite terrifying. Reaching the same level as the Gate Purple is just around the corner. As for whether it can become an 8 evil level existence like Ximen Qing, this Ximen Qing is also uncertain. After all, among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers around the world, only 8 can reach this level, and this is only so many that have been accumulated over thousands of years. 8 evil, by no means just a mere grading of strength. Even Ximen loves herself. It can only be said that Chin Yueo has the hope of being the 8 evil spirits. After several days of rainy weather, the sky finally turned clear. On a sunny afternoon, Ximen Qing was holding an umbrella and struggling to walk uphill to the villa. It's fine in the morning. How can I stop it? It keeps raining. She was pitted by God again. I thought she wouldn't be able to turn on the sun, but when she got off the bus, the sun suddenly appeared, and she was caught off guard. Which, do you need help? A clear voice suddenly came from my ear. Ximen Qing turned around and found that standing next to him was a woman in her early half of a meter. Some can't tell her age because she wears bright lipstick, heavy eyeshadow, and her hair is dyed golden and she has 2 drill-like double ponytails. But judging from the sound, it should not be a little girl. While she was speaking, she had already walked over and took the initiative to support Ximen Qing. Thank you. Ximen Qing felt that her hands were cool and comfortable, and she didn't have the pungent perfume smell she imagined, but a very fresh smell. As a straight man of steel, she doesn't have the skills to smell the brand, she just smells good. Are you going to go up? The woman seemed to be talkative and took the initiative. It's a coincidence, I actually plan to go up too, but speaking of it, it seems that there is only one resident on it. Are you a person living in Ziliang Demon Village? Do you know Ziliang Demon Village? Ximon Ching was taken aback. www.novelmtl.com. It seems that she is also someone who has contact with the evolutionary, or she is an evolutionary self. Yes, the eldest sister asked me to come. The woman nodded. Big sister head. For some reason, Ximon Ching suddenly remembered the instant noodle head of the charter wife. Who is it? Tell me about the name, I should recognize it. The big sister's head is the big sister's head. What about your name? My name is Hashimoto Hikari, I come from Sakura country. Although she claims to be a native of Sakura country, her flower language is quite fluent and she can't tell that she is a foreigner at all. Sakura countryman. Ximon was taken aback for a moment. Aren't you a snow girl? Shouldn't all the snow girls wear white kimonos and match them with 3 non-attributes? Look at Hashimoto Hikaru again. His upper body is red down jacket, the lower body is creamy white stockings, the head is gold double drills, and the lips are still red. There is no element of the snow girl at all. Yes, how do you know? However, the fact cannot be denied, she directly admitted, and then she stared at Ximon Ching and said, Aren't you, Lord Amaterasu? It's me. As a female ghost of Yuansho, she was influenced by a mixture of myths, and she also possessed part of the goddess Amaterasu in the kingdom of Sakura. It's really Amaterasu. Hashimoto stood up immediately and bowed to her at 90 degrees. I have seen the big sister. Big sister. Ximon Ching was dumbfounded. Who taught you flower language? I taught myself. Hashimoto Hikaru immediately held on to Ximon King after saying hello, and his gaze became frenzied as he watched her. Ximon Ching was stared at by her and her whole body was uncomfortable, so she had to speed up and hurried back to Ziliang Demon Village. At the entrance of the villa, the gate Zi had already been waiting there. Big sister head. Seeing the gate purple, Hashimoto immediately let go of Ximon's love, rushed to the gate purple in 3 steps and 2 steps, and then bowed sharply at 120 degrees. Her hands were close to her thighs, as if she was standing in a military position, and her head was almost on the ground. Damonze was embarrassed by her. How long has it been since? Do you still have this set? Hashimoto Hikari immediately raised his head, looking at her with a fanatical expression. No matter how many years have passed, my respect for my eldest sister will never decrease. Damon Zi sighed. Whatever you do, yes, long time no see, how are you and your boyfriend? We got married 3 years ago, Disu. At the time, I wanted to contact you, but I couldn't get in touch, Hashimoto said excitedly. I thought I would never see you again. What? Are you married? When Ximon heard this, he quickly followed the shade of the door and came to Hashimoto Hikaru to look at her. There was a strange light in his eyes. Really? Knowing that his former junior is actually married, Damon Zi is also a little trance. Hashimoto Hikaru entered the villa together with the two. Opposite Xiaoguai's room on the first floor, there was an empty room. After entering the house, the door-to-door Zi and Hashimoto Mitsu, who had not reunited for a long time, talked about many short stories of their parents, while Ximon Ching listened quietly without interrupting. At the end, Damon Zi talked about Ximon's love asking Hashimoto Mitsu for help. I'll just call you Akalin. It's actually very simple. I want you to help me get a snowfall in Xiaokang City. Yingguo people like to add katakana to Chinese characters to indicate different pronunciations, so the same a Chinese character often has many pronunciations. For example, Hashimoto Hikari's Hikari is pronounced as Akalai, so her nicknames are generally Akalai Sauce, Litan, and Akalin. It's snowing, Hashimoto thought for a while, and said, no problem, the snow in the area of Natsuko City is still within my abilities. It's just that I have to submit an application for this kind of weather change. Oh, that's okay, just go through the procedure and leave it to me. Ximon Ching patted his chest and believed. She is one of the 8 dignified evildoers, who would dare not give her this face if she wants a snowfall. Are you crazy? Song Yunryu slapped Ximon Ching's cushion. It's snowing? Why don't you hail? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. This is impossible. Song Yunryu sighed. I said, do you know how much snow affects the road? Especially in places like Xiaokang City where it has not snowed for more than 10 years, many measures have not been tested, and accidents have occurred. There is a high probability. What should I do if there is a car accident and there will be deaths? And the sudden drop in temperature caused by the snow is also very dangerous for those who are weak and may be fatal at any time. The dead are indeed a little bit troublesome, Ximon said in a whisper. Is the inspiration that I have burst out so much that I will die like this? Am I considered a miscarriage? You entangle yourself. Don't bother me. Ximon King pushed her out of her room. With this idle time, you should write me more of the plot of Dragon Ba Bulletin, and you sent me a private message recently. There are more and more fans. Boom. The door between the clouds in the sky closed, and Ximon King stood in the corridor blankly with his chest in both hands. It's a pity, she found Hashimoto Hikari. Akalin, forget about the snow. You will be responsible for eating and drinking and having fun these days. Why is this so embarrassing? Hashimoto Hikaru hesitated. I didn't do anything, I just ate for nothing. It's okay, you are a guest, you should. Xiamen Qing pretended to be generous. Anyway, the house was rented out by the wife and not hers. By the way, I heard that you are very popular in Yingguo to meet frankly, and it happened that we also came to deepen this way. Feelings. Of course Disu, let me rub my back for the eldest sister. Hashimoto said solemnly. This stunned green appearance made Simon Love a little embarrassed to take advantage of her. As a result, on this day, she and Ren Kigsu Nahen just rubbed their backs and took a bath in the bathtub, and did nothing extra. And Xiamen Qing also verified a guess, Xuanu will not melt in a hot bath. Although the snow can't fall, Xiamen Qing didn't plan to change the song. Big deal, let Xiaoguai add some snowing special effects in that time. And just as they were preparing a new song, Dragon Babo was also serialized in full swing. As the main new pillar of Weekly Squat, Yu reading www.uukangshu.com can be said to have done enough publicity for this work. And the work itself is quite good, and its popularity is increasing. After Duan Yu was taken to Yanziwa, another protagonist Xiao Fang finally appeared. This is a protagonist who is completely different from Duan Yu. It can be said that the personality charm of Xiao Fang in the whole Tianlong is definitely the top. Duan Yu is still an unknown kid, and Xiao Fang has long been famous. The beggar gang leader, North Xiao Fang and South Mirong, is such a big man, who actually fell in love with Duan Yu, and finally became brothers. This episode of the plot is also very cool to watch. Especially when two people fight for wine, Duan Yu cheats with the six-made Excalibur, and there is a light test. Duan Yu's Lingbo microsteps show his magical powers. Through these, everyone clearly realized that Duan Yu was no longer the weak chicken who was slapped to the ground by a slap. Even though he was caught by Kumazi very stubbornly, none of the martial arts he possessed was the top of the world. At least when the six-vein Excalibur did not fail, he was able to compete with top masters. This passage can be said to be another climax after Duan Yu learned the 6th edition Excalibur. The refreshing point is set just right. It is when the readers are depressed because Duan Yu ate in the hands of Kumazai, it makes everyone feel refreshed again. And then, the real highlight has just begun. Liyuki entered the classroom, and a group of boys immediately gathered around. How is it? How is it? Did you buy it? He shook his head a little disappointed, and when everyone was disappointed, he suddenly took out a magazine from his clothes. You lie to you. Who am I? There are no magazines that I can't buy. Oh. The men yelled immediately. Flick open, open. Seeing the boys squeezed into a pile, Sen Xian was also a little curious. But I was too embarrassed to get close, so I could only look there from time to time. The boys will exclaim from time to time in the pile. Wow, fuck. Xiao Fang is so strong. I rely on me to think he is a reckless man, so the methods are so sharp. Wow, this is too domineering. I just kneel down Quan Guan Qingzhen and force him to admit his mistake, and point others dumb acupuncture points. How can I play this? The whole crown is so pitiful. It is obvious that he has come here like this, but when he meets a brash man, he can't speak directly. How can I play this? Xiao Fang is so handsome. When Xingxin focused on the boys, she didn't notice a girl with glasses in her class approaching her. What? Are you also interested in those boy manga? Sen Xian was startled at first, and when she saw the person who came, she let out a sigh of relief. Su Qian, you scared me to death. Su Qian pushed her black-rimmed glasses and smiled and said, could it be that you are not interested in comics, but someone in it? Is the squad leader also in premature love? Xingxin's face turned red all of a sudden. I am not, don't talk nonsense. Hey, Su Qian didn't say much, but got close to the boy and suddenly shouted, hello teacher. Almost instantly, all the boys dispersed in an instant, just found a place to sit down and pretended to be sleeping. Occasionally a few would secretly look up and look for the teacher's figure. Su Qian covered her mouth and snickered, and the boys almost all reacted. Damn, Su Qian, you are sick. Scare you take me to the hospital. Hey, ignore her, let's continue. The boys continued to gather around to read the comics, and the attractiveness of the comics was much greater than that of Su Qian. Seeing that she was quickly ignored, Su Qian was also a little depressed. Are you not pretty enough or are these guys floating? Are there such good-looking female classmates who don't look at them, but they gather around to look at those paper people? Bah, I deserve to find a girlfriend. Coincidentally, at this time, many Tianlong fans were also amazed by seeing Zilin's story. Weekly Squat was originally intended to have one story in each issue of Tianlong Babu, but the last time he celebrated his victory, the effect of releasing 3 episodes in one breath was amazing. Later, I discussed with a few cartoonists and asked Song Yunryu to keep 3 changes in each issue. This is why she asked Simon Qing to follow up the script so quickly. The first half of Seeing Zilin's plot was released in one breath. It was about Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan who happened to encounter someone in the beggars who rebelled and wanted to force Jiao Feng to subordinate. The result was directly suppressed by Jiao Feng with a sharp knife. Wisdom, domineering, etc. are all revealed, and an image of a heroic and dry cloud is immediately established. Miling is a man from a rotten country. Because of his longing for the culture of Huiguo, he gave himself the name of Huiguo and has settled in Huiguo for more than 20 years. He is a freelance writer and a well-known critic on the internet. Weibo has more than 3 million followers, which is 3 million people who have not bought zombie fans, and is full of dry goods. He is deeply loved by fans for his spicy words and unique Western humor. He will share some novels or comics or movies and TV shows he has seen with fans on Weibo every other time, and will make Tuko videos, which will be posted on major video websites. Incidentally, besides Weibo, his biggest fan gathering place is Cup. Some time ago, he had already determined that the target of his new video was Dragon Babu, and the main reason was naturally that he wanted to get hot. After all, this is a magic work that pulls the entire market on its own. He originally complained about the Dragon Aotian attribute of the protagonist Duan Yu. Because Duan Yu's luck was so good, he got into his stomach when he fell off the cliff to pick up treasures, lay on the ground, and he got into his stomach. Others beat him and even happened to help him practice Northern Ming Shen Gong and so on. The protagonist's halo is too dazzling. But he didn't have a character that fits these adventures at all. At the beginning, he was a Jia Beiyu-like character when he flirted with Zhong Ling. Later, Wang Yuyan's dog-licking behavior was even more offensive. Mei Ling can be said to have annoyed Duan Yu to death, and wanted to spit out this guy fiercely. However, after Qiao Fang appeared on stage, he silently deleted the copy that he had written for a week. You can't lick a dog's house, take you into the hottest comic nowadays. After thinking about it, he used the keyboard to type out a new title. A character who snatches all the protagonist's scenery after a few words on stage will show you how Dragon Babu is a god. Once the title was determined, Mei Ling felt like a torrent of thoughts, and over 3 hours he produced a 13,000-word copy in one go. Big sister, did you paint this? Hashimoto held the magazine in his hand, read it with gusto, and cast an admiring look at Ximenqing www.novelmtl.com. I did not paint the painting. Dance Love, it's my pen name together with the charter-in-law. She is responsible for painting? Ximenqing curiously asked. Why? Do you also like to read comics? Hashimoto nodded. When we were young, we were a bad girl. At that time, we didn't go to school every day. Instead, we read comics, ate hot pot, and fought in groups. It can be seen. Ximenqing nodded. This heavy makeup, this golden double drill bit is not a good baby when I was young. This manga is really interesting. Hashimoto praised. This turmoil looks a bit like my husband. He likes to fight outside with people all day long, but he never starts with ordinary people. Masculinity. Ximenqing obviously didn't expect her attention to be on a supporting role. Speaking of fighting, she suddenly reacted. Did Menzi often go out to fight with you before? Of course. Hashimoto Hikaru said proudly. The eldest sister led us to dominate the entire Osaka high school, standing at the top of the legend for 5 years. Wait a minute, did I misheard it? Or is Sakura Country's high school for 5 years? No, it's a 3-year system, Hashimoto said with a look of course. But is it not a matter of course to repeat bad grades? My husband and I are also in their 20s and graduated from school. Okay. Ximenqing didn't want to complain in such a place. She suddenly thought of something and asked Hashimoto Hikari, do you have any awesome nickname or something? For example, the King of Beasts? Kind. Ah, nickname, Hashimoto thought for a while. If you count the cracked Ghost Slayer, it should be this one, but the eldest sister doesn't seem to like this nickname. What did she do to have such a terrible nickname? Knowing that Damon Zi was ranked in the top 10 on the list of natural disasters and man-made disasters, Ximenqing knew that she was not a simple character, but everyone lives on weekdays. Under the same roof, Ximenqing, who often uses her knee pillow, did not feel how cruel Day to Zi was, so she was surprised when she heard her nickname. It happened that a bone spirit with a headache after drinking was passing by the living room, and she subconsciously said hello, oh, Devil Slayer. Hearing this name, Damon Zi's expression instantly became very, horrified. It was this word that Ximenqing thought of anyway. She ran to Ximenqing in 2 steps in 3 steps, holding her still-awake head with one hand, and grabbing the latter's arm with the other. How do you know that? Don't call me that. Said, she seemed to notice Hashimoto Hikari on the side. You told her, right? That's right, Hashimoto nodded. Big sister, I'm talking about our high school story with Big sister. Don't say it. Damon Zixiang screamed as he tried to cover up his dark history. Please, don't say a word. Why? Hashimoto Hikaru looked puzzled. Damon Zi groaned. I finally crossed the ocean and came to a place where no one knew me. Please don't bring the black history here. Hatsukei-sai, if there is a seam in the floor, I really want to get in. Does not look like it. She is just covering up her dark history. Ximenqing patted her and laughed. Isn't it just some past events? What's so shy? But I really didn't expect you to be so wild when you were young. The ghost of Ghost Zanji. Tisk tisk. How many people have you broken your stomach? I haven't done anything like that. De Nzi wanted to cry without tears, and had to explain. This nickname is not what you think. What's that? It's an error. I used to like eating groups. I always held rice in my hands when fighting. Over time, they called me the rice balls. Damon Zi explained, but then I don't know which one it was. The idiot made a mistake and understood an ijiri-ji as guizhanji, and another time when I was fighting with someone, ketchup was sprinkled on people's clothes. There were rumors that I was the guizhanji who likes to break my stomach. Wait for this. After the nickname spreads, I can't explain it anymore. In Sakura language, rice ball and gui/ are pronounced similarly. Oda Iyakairo once named Soran's one-sword technique based on this. Ximenqing didn't expect Damon Zi's nickname to come from this way. Rigongji, why do you feel a lot of low in an instant? Ximenqing felt that the slot was so big, and it's a little cute. So I want to seal this kind of thing? Damon Zi glared Hashimoto KO. It's all you, why do you want to say it? Hashimoto was puzzled. Big sister, that's our youth, why should we seal it? I have a big brain pain. Zi fell on the sofa, moaning weakly. Xiamen King looked at her slender thighs, and touched them without a trace. Don't be so shy, I don't know how to laugh at you when I know what happened to you before, am I? But how do I see that you are smiling from ear to ear now? Damon Zi is also somewhat familiar with the character of Xiamen Qing. This kind of dark history is the worst development she knows. Have it. If not, why don't you dare to look at me directly? In the end, Damon Zi paid the price of a month of goji berries in exchange for the promise that Xiamen Qing would not mention her nickname again. Xiamen happily returned to the room to play a game with a thermos cup, but in the living room, there was still a hangover in the living room and Hashimoto Hikari who continued to read the manga magazine. If the previous Dragon Baba was only very popular in the comics world, then after Qiao Feng's debut, this comic began to have an impact outside the circle. Almost overnight, many people can see in their circle of friends and on the Weibo homepage that some girls have posted a picture of a manga man, and added that Qiao Feng is his own male god. Many people directly changed their avatars to Qiao Feng. The term Qiao Feng even entered the top 10 in search. For a time, many people wondered, who is Qiao Feng? When I learned that he turned out to be a character in a comic, I would naturally look it up curiously. As a result, he was given a fan naturally. The 18 palms of the dragon descending, the name is so majestic. What a sturdy hand. Wang Yuan, the humanoid martial arts encyclopedia, is already very bug, and her command is exactly the same as being able to predict the future. She was hailed as the strongest support in the first few weeks. However, even with such Wang Yuan's help, Fengbo Evil and Bao are still not Qiao Feng's opponents. When Wang Yuan said the phrase he moves too fast www.novelmtl.com I can't say it at all, Qiao Feng's power was immediately brought out. Can you predict my next move? Okay, then I'll be so close that you can't tell if you can see it. How domineering is this? This is definitely a refreshing point. It can only be said that Mr. Jin is really too subtle in arranging cool points. Coupled with Duan Yu, a plus licking dog, Qiao Feng instantly captured the hearts of a large number of female readers. Qiao Feng? What is this? Xie fished and swiped Weibo when he was at work. Because he is the boss, no one can say about him, so he did it grandly. When he saw that his wife had liked a Weibo, I want to introduce you to everyone, this is my husband, he suddenly went in with some curiosity. That is the Weibo of his wife and girlfriend. Like his wife, this girlfriend also likes the second element, and addicted to it, claiming to be disappointed with men in reality, so I only love paper people. Song Yunwu's Qiao Feng's face value is very high, and it is not the kind of custard niche, but with a strong and tough temperament. After learning that this character is a character in a comic, Xie and other netizens also went to watch the 8 parts of the dragon. As a result, I got stuck in this look. The content of this comic is wonderful, and as the boss of a game company, he is especially concerned about the magical martial arts in the comics. This can definitely be made into a boutique game. Xie Yan's instinct told him so. Xiao Wang. Thinking of this, he immediately called his assistant, help me contact Squat Publishing House to see if they can sell the game copyrights of Dragon Baba. It is best to buy all of them. The authorization to travel is also good. Game? Okay. When I heard from Song Yunwu that the game copyright of Tianlong Ba Bulletin was acquired, Xiamen Qing readily agreed. She is too poor now, just waiting for a large sum of money. When I learned that the acquirer was a Wild Monster game company, Xiamen Qing also had to express his fate with this company. But, there seems to be something in it. Xiamen Qing immediately contacted Xie Yan. What? How did you know that we were going to acquire the game copyright of Dragon Babu? Xie Yan was taken aback. This is already considered a trade secret, and most people can't get accurate information at this time, unless she has a special relationship with the publishing house. As expected, Xiamen King told him that the author of Dragon was actually her roommate. There is no need to say that you are one of the authors, this is enough to negotiate with Xie Yan. So since you bought the copyright of the mobile game this time, do you want to buy a song from me by the way? It's good to hear. Xiamen Qing is like a salesman who sells insurance. Xie Yan heard it, and his eyes lit up. The Last Lemon can be regarded as earning enough tears from the players, and relying on this song, it has earned a lot of popularity for the game. So he still has confidence in the quality of Tsing Yi Yeast's songs. But in business, he said he had to listen to the demo before he could make a decision. No problem, you can just wait. Xiamen King immediately ran to Xiaoguai's room to record the song. Although there is a computer in her room, the equipment is not as good as that of Xiaoguai. A sound card is worth tens of thousands. The song Last Time is finished. Xiaoguai thought Xiamen Qing was here to get serious Snow, who wanted Xiamen Qing to pick her up from the chair, then sit on it, and then put her there. On his lap, it's not in a hurry, you can adjust it for me first, I'll record a demo. Oh. Xiaoguai obediently pressed a few times on the keyboard, the interface jumped in a mess, and he entered the recording interface. She was always isolated from the world when she was a child, and she couldn't even talk about people's words, but it is strange that she learned quickly in computers. In just a few years, she has become a hacker-level master. This made Xiamen Qing wonder if she had the blood of the first kind of science fiction origin such as aliens in addition to the blood of Gong Gong. Xiamen King began to sing. The theme song she wanted to sing for the mobile game of Dragon Baba is called The Difficult Sutra. It is a Cantonese song originally sung by Wakin Chao. Her Cantonese is not as neat as Sakura, but it is still possible to imitate it according to the singing voice in her memory. It's not that she doesn't want to change to the Mandarin version, but Lin Shi's words really can't be changed, so she can simply sing Cantonese. Laughing at you, I'm scheming in vain. Love to compete for the beauty of the mirror flower. I'm afraid that luck will pass away in a blink of an eye. Fascinated by greed, hatred, joy, evil, anger, Xiaoguai was held in her arms, and the singing sounded in her ears. She heard it most clearly. It is a pleasure to listen to Xiamen King singing, because she is really good at singing. The goddess Yun, who has lived for so many years, has a lot of extra skills, and it is obvious that she has reached the pinnacle of singing. Because of the demo, Xiamen King is only half of the song. Xiaoguai was still young and didn't understand this song, but he also felt a little enthusiastic. This song will definitely be popular. Well, it's okay. Xiamen King was also satisfied with her performance. The next step was to wait for Xiaoguai's friends to arrange the music and then she could take it to Xie Fiyan and ask for money. She looked at Serious Snow again. Christmas is 1 week away, so let's make a notice first. In the past, Xiamen love videos were very casual, and there was a feeling of your godmother suddenly appearing, which is obviously not good for gathering popularity. So, she decided to post a notice. The text trailer is too simple. She decided to record a video. Of course, the Tsing Yi Yeast with the chest strap is on the spot. Xiamen King pointed the camera at herself and started recording. Now Xiaoguai's equipment is not enough, so Tsing Yi Yeast can do only limited actions temporarily, and it seems to be a bit repetitive. If you want to truly achieve the degree of freedom of artificial mental retardation, you must at least buy a complete set of motion capture equipment, and then put iron sheets on your hands, feet, and chest. How the person moves, the characters inside move. Hey, I'm seeing you again. I'm Yeast. Do you think I'm going to post a new song? Haha, this is actually just a preview. The new song will be officially released on Christmas as a Christmas gift for everyone. Xiamen King recorded a random episode and sold a few cuties during the period. If the charter wife is around, he will definitely complain about why are you so proficient. After the recording, she checked it again. Well, it's me. I hope there won't be any dead houses that I die cutely. Click to upload. 1 hour later, the video was officially passed. In almost 10 seconds, the first floor has been snatched away. Confess my godmother. I'm coming to see the chest strap again. Xing Yi teaches the world #1. Wife? I came to see you. Expression of tongue licking. Licking tongue. Licking tongue. Licking tongue. 777,777. A series of comments. www.novelmtl.com is almost a blink of an eye, and there have been hundreds of comments after refreshing. These are the guys who grab the floor without watching the video. As time goes by, the content of the comments gradually becomes richer. Everyone was very excited when they learned that the new song would be released on Christmas. Oh, my godmother loves me. Knowing that my single dog has no appointment that day, I can hear your song at least not so sad. Ha 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 ha, the host is so pitiful. Although I also want to listen to the godmother's song with everyone, but I will be dating my girlfriend that day, so, you know, funny. Damn, we have a traitor. Come and kill him. There is a new song by the godmother. What else is there to make an appointment? The second floor is so silly, like I just cancelled the date with my boyfriend. I'm on the second floor, the owner of the floor. I'm here to accompany you, and my girlfriend just said to let me dove. Xiamen King took the time to read the comments, and was shocked by the row of tongue-licking expressions. Damn, these guys are not only repeaters, they are also abnormal. What do you want to do with this expression? She thought for a while, so she sent a asterisk, omega, emoticon, and added, licking and cutting all of your tongues. However, what she didn't expect is that the comments below this comment are all. The front row strokes the calf of the godmother. Hold your godmother's ankle tightly. Grab the heel of the godmother. Stick to the solace of the godmother's feet. God cue ball? Successfully caught. This group of perverts are out of help. Next to the left side. Very good. Just relax a little more. Yes, that's it. In the studio, Qin Yueo put on a set of high school student uniforms and kept placing them in accordance with the photographer's requirements. In various poses. According to Xiamen Qing's advice, Qin Yueo asked a female photographer. After all, Weekly Edge is one of the best fashion magazines in China. This small request will not make them embarrassed. Nita Hiromi and Jo Hong are watching. She's really beautiful. Hiromi Nita looked at Qin Yueo enviously. The skin is good, and the makeup artist just put on some foundation cream and foundation, and didn't even apply lip balm. Isn't this natural beauty? Have she had plastic surgery? Jo Hong asked. What are you thinking about? Hiromi Nita couldn't understand the editor's thoughts at all. Where do you see that her face seems to have been touched by a knife? I just asked if you can't see it. Are you stupid? Jo Hong said mercilessly. I just want to make sure that if she doesn't have plastic surgery, a pure natural beauty without dead ends, this gimmick will definitely attract a lot of traffic. Nita Hiromi feels a bit painful with his broad brain. How can this editor-in-chief be full of business experience? Seeing a beautiful woman thinking about it is not to start but to hype. Can this strange flower really find a target? Although only one photo is needed for the cover, the shooting continued all morning, and Chin Yueo felt that her face was about to smile stiffly. Are you finished? She complained to Hiromi Nida, please don't ask me to do this kind of thing in the future, I almost forget that I am a cartoonist. It is indeed a waste of resources for you to be a cartoonist, Jo Hongdeo. If you can enter the entertainment circle through cartoons and establish a personality with both talents and appearances, you should be able to become a good traffic star, and then pick up a few good scripts. Wow. He was only halfway through, when he was kicked hard in the calf by Hiromi Nida, and the pain was so painful that he couldn't speak. After Nida Hiromi finished this extremely courageous and promising thing, she pulled Chin Yueo aside. This person has done a tricky business. You should just listen to a joke, don't take it seriously. Chin Yueo nodded. In fact, even if Nida Hiromi did not stop her, she would not be persuaded by Jo Hong. Sister Simon is so nagging to take a cover photo. If she really wants to enter the entertainment industry, she must not blow my head. After Chin Yueo left, Nida Hiromi took the clothes she changed and planned to return, but when she walked to the door of the locker room, Jo Hong blocked the door. It's over. She thought that this guy 80% came to her to settle the accounts. If she dared to kick the editor like this, she would be deducted bonus or even fired. Jo Hong did not speak, and walked towards her with a calm face. Nida Hiromi retreated with a guilty conscience. As a result, the more she retreated, Jo Hong pressed harder, and the two of them retreated all the way from the door of the dressing room to the other end. Nida Hiromi hit the wall behind her back, only to find that she was unable to retreat. The two followed the unclosed door and entered the dressing room. Snapped. Jo Hong slapped the wall with a slap, and a strong wall came, and Nida Hiromi subconsciously shrank her neck. You were very powerful just now, my feet were swollen by your kick. Jo Hong said solemnly. Ah, I'm sorry. As a native of Sakura, Hiromi Nida subconsciously apologized. Apologize? Can an apology reduce my swelling? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Nida Hiromi kept apologizing, leaving the place unique to Sakura country. As a result, her mouth was suddenly blocked by something, and when she opened her eyes to see the face close at hand, Nida Hiromi's head went blank. Jo Hong got into an inch. Nida Hiromi instinctively cooperated because of a short circuit in his brain. As a result, when she recovered, Jo Hong's hand had reached some indescribable places. She just wanted to resist, but he took the lead to withdraw and put his tongue back. I just wanted you to buy me a box of muscle plasters. I blame you for being too noisy. Nida Hiromi, 0v0, remember to buy me plaster. After that, Jo Hong had limped and left. The high heels she wore today are sharp. Weekly Man Friends has a brand new revision, with a new name called Youth Man Friends, and the first issue is released. In fact, the name change did not happen so quickly. The name of the magazine in this issue is actually Weekly Man U. However, they played a little bit carefully. They shortened the word weekly to a very small size when typesetting, and then put two brightly colored, large fonts of the word junior on it. In this way, readers will subconsciously think that this is a young man friend. With drastic reforms, all Tan Miai comics were abandoned by Jo Hong and replaced with a batch of new comics with mixed good and bad. Among them, the main feature is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Chin Yueo's painting speed is extremely fast, so the first issue directly serialized 4 episodes and 60 pages www.novelmtl.com. This is also one of Jo Hong's strategies. How can serialized works become popular? In addition to quality, update volume is also an important indicator. Many readers will dislike that 15 pages a week are too few and do not want to follow it. And 4 changes a week, regardless of the content, in short, it is a lot of stuff. This will naturally attract a lot of readers. Together with the last heavy hammer, Chin Yueo's explosive appearance on the cover will definitely stand out in many comic magazines. Even with curiosity, many people will buy it. In fact, although Jo Hong has a venomous tongue, it is not unreasonable for the headquarters to send him to save the comics department. That week, the sales of Young Man Friends were in the early 4,000s. Although it looks lower than before, it cut off most of the pillars and forced away many die-hard fans. It is equivalent to starting from scratch, and being able to achieve such a result is already a perfect answer. Especially, Chin Yueo's enthusiasm has also risen. Many people came to their official Weibo to verify Chin Yueo's specific information, because they did not believe that such a beautiful girl could actually draw JoJo. Of course, some have already announced that Chin Yueo has become his new wife. She is so beautiful and can draw comics. This is simply the perfect goddess of an otaku. The stunts of beautiful cartoonists are still very useful. At least 3,000 of the 4,000 sales were brought by Chin Yueo's face. But this kind of enthusiasm will dissipate sooner or later. Some people in the editorial department are not optimistic. Regarding this, Jo Hong put his feet on the conference table with his back leaning on the chair, and then dropped a document in his hand. After reading the reader's evaluation of JoJo, let's say this. Xiaoyu is an internet writer. He has been writing since high school. When he graduated from university, he concentrated on becoming a full-time author. In order to find inspiration, he needs to always pay attention to the changes in the outside world, such as current affairs news, popular film and television dramas, new fans. Gup has naturally become a website he frequently visits, because here can already be regarded as the largest two-dimensional website in Huiguo. He followed many up owners at Station B, among them there was an up with an ID of There is a Merlin. This is a foreigner who speaks a bit of mutton skewers in Mandarin and recorded some commentary and recommended videos of film and television dramas and animation works. Because Tuko is very interesting, and it also saves him a lot of time to find popular works nowadays, so he usually sees this update and he will go in and watch it as soon as possible. On this day, he routinely clicked on the latest video of this up. Hello everyone, I'm Mei Ling. In the last video, I recommended the very beautiful martial arts comics Dragon Baba. Then let's talk about a comic with a Western background in this issue. The manga recommended by Up is called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The comic begins with a story about the Aztecs, a cannibal tribe in Mexico in the Middle Ages, and introduced the setting of a stone mask. Next, the first to appear is a teenager called Dior Brando. It stands to reason that the protagonist should be the first one to appear on the stage, but the author did not follow the routine at all. After seeing it, I realized that Dior turned out to be a villain, but there are many comics with the villain's whitewashing routine. I don't know if Dior is the same. Personally, I really don't want to see whitewashing, because the most attractive thing about him at the moment is that this person is really bad, the kind that is bad to the bones, and it is considered shameless. Praising. Mei Ling briefly introduced the content of the manga, and then expressed his opinion. Because it's only the first time serialized, so I can't say the follow-up direction, and his comments are only there. Xiaoyu was puzzled while watching. Why would he even dare to recommend a comic with such a little content? Is it to collect money for advertising? Seeing this, you must be surprised. Is this issue actually impossible to guard against? No, absolutely not. Mei Ling uses love to generate electricity, never advertises, and I don't know how to advertise. I recommend this comic. There are two main points. First, the author of this comic is really non-human. Others update 20 pages a week. She is very productive. She updates 60 pages a week. She is crazy. Is she a human printer? As for the second point, the highlight is coming. Please look here. Do you see this beauty on the cover? Yes, she is the author of JoJo. It's not a woman's dress or 3D, this time it's a real beauty cartoonist. I'm so licking, lie. In the video, Mei Ling sticks out her tongue and licks the cover from the air, with weird onomatopoeia in her mouth. The barrage drifted over in a timely manner, perverted up. I called the police, and Uncle Policeman, this is the guy. After watching this video, Xiaoyu was moved, and he also wanted to buy a copy. He swore that it was definitely not because the cover was too beautiful, he was simply curious about the comics. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Hard to get out of the way, he bought the magazine back under the long-lost sun. It was actually the second week when he saw this video, so he bought the latest issue in one go. In the second time, JoJo also played 4 episodes and 60 pages in a row. Just like what Mei Ling said, it was a human flesh printing machine. On this amount, even if the comic content is average, it can attract a lot of readers. After bought home, Xiaoyu did not rush to open it, but stared at the cover of the first book in a daze. Because this is really beautiful, it is not surprising to say which star she is. Is such a man really a cartoonist? Will it be a hype? Xiaoyu will inevitably think so. In fact, there are many similar comments on the internet, and many people do not believe that cartoons can be so beautiful. After watching for a long time, Xiaoyu officially started to read the comics. He has already learned some of the content of the first 4 episodes from Mei Ling, but when he saw it for himself, he was still impressed by Dior's badness. This person is really despicable. In contrast, the protagonist JoJo is a little cowardly. Dior had always targeted him, and then he silently endured it. Even the girl he liked was snatched by Dior for her first kiss, and the dog who had saved her life was burned to death. I really want to hack this Dior. JoJo's father is really too stupid. The family is idiots, making Dior and his son play around. How did this family pass down? Xiaoyu, as a web writer, naturally, I hate this kind of abuse of the master the most. According to him, if this kind of plot is written at the beginning of the novel, it is really a hit. Yu reading www.yuukayangshu.com. However, the tolerance of comic readers is always greater than that of novels. After all, there are really not as many comic works as online articles, and although JoJo's style of painting is unique, it also has a unique charm. He continued to look down, the preparation was finally over, and the main line began. Dior seeks to seize JoJo's family business and poisons Laojo. As a result, he was exposed by JoJo, desperate and shouted, "I'm not a man." JoJo. Dior killed old Joe, then put on a stone mask, and was shot to the ground by random guns. When JoJo was grieving for the death of his father, Dior unexpectedly came back from the dead, and became an immortal vampire. While his combat power was greatly increased, he launched a counter-kill. At this point, this comic has finally entered the category of superpowers from the ordinary medieval plot. In fact, there were scenes of Dior being chased by a vampire before, but it was too inconspicuous, and it was far from the shock of this scene at this time. Seeing this, the second episode 4 is also over. Xiaoyu couldn't help but start looking forward to the next episode. Somehow, this comic seems to have a special charm that makes people want to keep reading. What is the origin of this stone mask? Dior has become too strong this time, can JoJo defeat him? Just as Xiaoyu was thinking about the plot in the comic, the phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that the caller ID was brother. Hey, Xiao, today is Christmas Eve. Anyway, you are a single dog alone. Just come over to our house and help me with the baby. My sister-in-law and I are going to go out and live in a two-person world. I'll send you one. How about 1,111 red envelopes? Brother, don't you think your words are very heartbreaking? Xiaoyu came to his brother's house, and the elder niece cheered and threw into his arms. For nothing else, just because she knew that every time her uncle came, he would bring her delicious snacks. Xiaoyu, you are here. A woman of his age came over and grabbed his ears. You dragged it out again yesterday. Why are you so salty? Ah. Let go, it hurts, it hurts. Xiaoyu screamed. At this time his brother also came over. My wife, come on, time is too late. There must be a traffic jam on the road today. We have to leave early. Oh, okay. The woman who grabbed Xiaoyu's ears immediately let go and began to change shoes, and patted him by the way. Remember to update. I will suffer from insomnia if I don't read 2 chapters every night. Hi, call me over and take the kids to update me. Are you 2 demons? Xiaoyu protested. However, this has no practical significance. His brother said, anyway, you are also a single dog, so much energy is useless. Doing more and consuming more energy is good for your body. Sister-in-law said, yes, if you have a girlfriend, I won't urge you to change it. The two went out after speaking. Xiaoyu looked at the back of her leaving, and silently said in his heart, I may not be able to have a girlfriend. 3 years in high school, the two have been at the same table for 3 years, and he has a crush on her for 3 years. 6 years ago, at a high school graduation party, he planned to confess to her. But after all, I still lack courage. When she waited for goodbye, she was already standing next to her brother. Her belly was big. He joked with a hippie smile that she liked the uncle, and he was still fighting with her as before, but in fact it was a poor bug who was crying behind holding a picture of a smiling face. Xiaoyu closed the door, adjusted his expression, and turned to look at the 2 nieces and the nephew who was still in the cradle. Okay. What do you want to play? Say okay first, don't let me be a horse. I want to ride a donkey. Xiaoyan, who was so true to a certain teacher, raised her hand and shouted. Late at night, Xiaoyu, who had finally coaxed a few children to sleep, lay on the bed and opened the notebook. The unscrupulous couple booked the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel for Christmas Eve, and they will definitely not be back tonight. He is alone in a dark room, and only has to go to Station B to be lonely. Speaking of it, the godmother seems to say that Christmas is coming. The time in the lower right corner shows that it has passed 0 o'clock. Xiaoyu looked at the news and found that Xing Yi Yeast had released a new video. Serious snow. Xiaoyu read the name of the video title and clicked. The snow fell so deep and so seriously. Reflected my scars lying in the snow. Maybe it's just the right mood. Xiaoyu's mood was immediately affected by the singing. Love so seriously, love so seriously. But I still heard you say it's impossible. When a song was finished, Xiaoyu was suddenly shocked that there were 2 lines of tears on his face. Godmother, do you want to be so cruel? He said in a low voice. I have been so miserable, and now I will be abused even if I listen to your songs. He kept wiping his tears, but it was a pity that they couldn't stop at all. When Xie Fiyan and Ai Tingyu came back the next morning, they saw Xiaoyu whose eyes were swollen like buns. Wow, are you okay? Yesterday they quarreled you out of sleep. Okay, I'll cook an egg for you. No need. Xiaoyu shook his head. I have to go home to update it. You can do it yourself. After finishing speaking, he left his brother's house with a thought of escaping. Just went out, he suddenly found that it was white outside. This is snow? It will snow in Xiaking City too. Xiaoyu was in a daze. He has lived here for 6 years and has never seen snow once. Suddenly remembered the sentence in the lyrics of the song last night. Suddenly snow in the summer sky that hasn't snowed for more than 10 years. He just thought it was too appropriate. Does God also hint at me? Xiaoyu showed a bit of bitterness on his face, and shook his head. What are you thinking about? Go home and update. Ziliang Ye is Wang. Xiamen Qing raised his hands high, and said aggrieved, I didn't do it. Song Yunryu was looking at her. Xiaking City hasn't snowed in more than 10 years. It happened so suddenly this time. Your suspicion is too great. It's really not me. If you don't believe me, ask Akalin. Simon Qing pointed to the golden double drill on the side. Hashimoto Hikari also followed. I don't use the ability. This snow seems to be the natural weather. Really? Although Song Yunryu was still a little skeptical, since they all said so, she couldn't ask any more questions. After all, she has no evidence. Is it really that coincidental? It's just such a coincidence. Simon King smiled. It seems that God is blessing me. If I want a snow, it will really give me a snow. I feel that I am very swollen now. Could it be that I is the protagonist in the novel? Okay, www.novelmtl.com. Don't think about it. I have something to discuss with you. Song Yunryu pulled her into the room. What's the matter? Song Yunryu said, the publishing house has decided to publish the Working Cell separate book. Upon hearing this, Simon Qing suddenly showed a surprised expression. Haha, is it finally going to issue a single book? Royalty? I want to have royalties. Out of the single book, it means that there will be a large sum of money in the account, which is what Simon Qing has always longed for. It's just about getting rid of poverty and getting rich. Don't get excited, Song Yunryu said. The publishing house contacted me to discuss signing the matter with me. Signed sales can increase sales, especially the other work of Dancing Love Tianlong Ba Bulletin is now on the rise. If they open a signing meeting, they may be able to queue up, and then they can properly hype. So Mars Squad editorial department definitely wants to hold it. What Song Yun-woo wants to say is, at the time of the problem, the dancing relationship is the two of us. Will you go or not go to the signing meeting? Don't go, Simon King shook his head decisively. I won't go to sunbathing. It's fine if you have you. However, my dance is incomplete. Song Yun-woo is still struggling with these. She didn't want to write the pseudonym Wu King by herself. She always hoped to bring Simon Ching with her. Simon's love doesn't matter. Don't care about these details. I have another better suggestion than if I go with me. What? That is to burn your instant noodle head straight. Simon Ching threw Song Yun-woo onto the bed. You will be the face of the dance from now on. It's not good to wear this hairstyle all the time. Simon, the high officials will save your appearance today. Don't move my hairstyle. Song Yun-woo struggled vigorously, but Simon Ching pressed her tightly, and a pair of cushions directly covered her face, making her almost breathless. I've seen your instant noodles upset for a long time. It's obviously so beautiful, but you use it so mischievously? It's a waste of my heart. Simon Ching pressed her two hands with her hands, her fingers intertwined and pressed firmly on the bed. It was as if the two were wrestling. The friction between the body and the body was constant. Simon Ching only felt a body scent pouring into the nasal cavity, which smelled very good. In fact, Song Yun-woo is the same. Simon Ching's body is softer and more fragrant than her. She feels that her bones are weakened, so she can't struggle with Simon Ching at all. Sister Yun-woo, is Sister Simon here with you? Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Chin Yueo walked in. As soon as she walked in, she saw the two disheveled people on the bed panting heavily, their faces red and ears entangled, and the whole person was stunned. Chin Yueo shut the door silently, then turned and left. I didn't see anything. Don't you see anything? Simon Ching was confused when she heard this through the door. Song Yun-woo seized the opportunity to kick Simon Ching away, and finally escaped from the devil's claws. She stepped back to the corner and stared at Simon Ching vigilantly. Don't come here. Don't move my hair, or I will poke you with a sword. Hey, Simon saw that the chance was gone, and he was also stunned. You are so beautiful, so why don't you act like ugly? Song Yun-woo's cheeks turned red when he heard the words, but because he had struggled violently before, I couldn't see it clearly. This is faith? Without this hairstyle, I don't have a soul. I'll straighten your soul sooner or later. Simon Ching was already wondering where to buy that kind of spray that fainted. But today is out of play, so she left the sky in the clouds. Wait a minute, Song Yun-woo shouted from behind. You really don't go to the signing event. I won't go this time, Simon Ching said. I will be able to control this power freely someday. She was afraid of the sun only when she was sealed by Song Yun-woo's power. Otherwise, in the heyday of the celestial goddess, who merged with the divine nature of Amaterasu, she is equivalent to a sun god, and she is not afraid of sunshine at all. Song Yun-woo didn't say much, but frowned slightly. It has only been a few years since she knew Simon Ching, and her strength has been increasing over the years, so that Song Yun-woo had to strengthen the seal time and time again. This is proof that she is gradually mastering her power, but can her own seal really persist until she completely masters her power? Song Yun-woo wasn't sure. When the drought comes out, the legend of Chi Ji Kin Li is not just for fun. In case Simon Ching really couldn't control his own power, the entire Xiaokang city would instantly turn into a piece of scorched earth. I'm still not strong enough, Song Yun-woo said to herself. Simon Ching came to Chin Yueo's Fanjiaxuan, who was sitting there with a blushing face at this time. Did you just find something to do with me? Chin Yueo was startled by the sudden appearance of Ximen's love, and then quickly adjusted her mood and said to her, Sister Ximen, I have finished drawing the first part of JoJo. I want to ask when you will give me the first part. 2 scripts. So fast. Simon Ching was also taken aback. She gave Chin Yueo a month or so to write the script. She actually finished the first one, which is too fast. Sure enough, things related to the abilities of an evolver really cannot be measured by common sense. She thought for a while, since you have finished drawing, I will give you the second script this weekend. The real excitement of JoJo only started from the second part. The personality of Chiao is completely opposite to that of De Chiao. The overall combat power has not been the strongest, but IQ has always been above everything. So in the end, the big boss cats even issued a shout, is this all within your calculations, JoJo? In the third part after the stand-in setting appeared, it perfectly combined wit and combat, which once pushed the popularity of the work to its peak. Now Chin Yueo has gained a lot of attention with the stunt of her beautiful cartoonist, and the first part of JoJo also has a lot of fans. Once the second part begins serialization, the surge in popularity is foreseeable. Simon Ching returned to the room to start the code word. The content of the second part of JoJo in her memory was constantly converted into words by her. Thanks to the blessing of the zombie physique, her code word speed is extremely fast, and she does not feel tired. Almost 40% of the content was coded overnight. Zisser, the 3 brothers under the moon, German science, the roles and plots were recalled by her, and she herself seemed to watch JoJo again. Such a classic, no matter it is repeated several times, it will not get tired. But it's a bit boring to always carry it like this, Simon Ching thought suddenly. If I don't copy it, but create a comic based on the routines on the Earth www.novelmtl.com, will it be successful? This idea was out of control. Even on the way to work, she couldn't help but think about it. But if you want to create, what should you write? It is very simple to create a story about divorce flow, or it may be an infinite flow or an escalation flow. These are all routines that can be made quickly, and there are many others. There are too many related routines. It's not that Simon Ching can't think of it, but can't decide what to use. Finally, she decided to make a short story and try the water first. Then the goal should not be placed in novels and comics, but should refer to movies. Soon, Simon Ching chose the works for her reference. It's decided it's you. Your name. Since he was replaced in a woman's body, Simon Ching decided to engage in a routine of exchanging bodies between men and women. After she got off work, she went to the internet and searched it. There are related themes, but the types of stories are very different from what she intends to write. At least, in the comics industry, she is definitely the first to use this routine. So how do you write it? She began to think. The so-called reference to your name is actually to use the male and female protagonists to exchange their bodies, and then use their gender advantages to solve the other's difficulties. Xian Heiken applied this routine to a rural girl and an urban teenager to solve the problem of interpersonal relationships in life. But Simon Ching didn't plan to do that. If it is set, the male lead is set to be an otaku in the third year of high school. He has a poor academic performance and has no female relationship. He does not like to communicate with others. He always plays games alone at home and suffers from severe second-degree sick. As for the heroine, just set it in the fairy world. But it can't be an ordinary fairy world, otherwise the protagonist and an otaku won't be famous even if they hang up, so just set it as the fairy world in a standalone game. The heroine is a side story in this standalone game. The character, the tragic life experience, the more miserable, her parents died, she was bullied by the same family since she was a child, and finally was disfigured, blinded with one eye and pushed down the cliff, and then there was no adventure at the bottom of the mountain. She was finally caught at the bottom of the cliff. A giant python eats it, and the protagonist, butchering the python, obtains the relic to draw a branch line. After finishing the hostess design, Simon Ching couldn't help but sigh, wow, it's so miserable, but it must be so miserable to highlight the protagonist's pleasure in helping her avenge her after crossing. Both were originally unsatisfactory people. The heroine crossed to the male lead, and obtained the ordinary life she dreamed of. Living with a grateful heart, she was humble, polite, positive, and sunny, which greatly improved the male protagonist's original social circle, and in order to protect this peace, she used the male protagonist's body to begin to practice the exercises of the immortal world. A plot of urban cool text can be developed here, and because it is from the perspective of the heroine, it is a little fresher than the average cool text. The female protagonist using the male protagonist's body invisible to tease her sister will not make people feel scumbag, but will only find it very funny. Of course, the main event is still on the hero's side. He crossed into the body of the heroine, was seriously injured at the bottom of the cliff, and was dying. The strong desire to survive made him use the pollen of a flower unique to the fairy world to create a dust explosion and kill the monster python at the moment of crisis. Then, the most important thing came, because he killed the monster, he activated his golden finger. And the setting of this golden finger is actually mixed with Simon Ching's own selfishness. Because she doesn't just want to create a comic, what she wants is to realize the complementarity between comics and her main up business. So, the golden finger she gave to the hero is B-Station System. Simple and rude name, the function is also very simple, that is to randomly select a video from Station B, and then obtain the relevant abilities in the video. For example, if you draw a new superpower series recently serialized at Station B, then the male protagonist may be able to obtain any superpower that appears in this episode. Of course, Station B is not only the Xinfan district, but also the Science and Technology district, the Game district, the Ghost Animal district, the Music district, the Entertainment district, and even the Advertising district. So there are many things that can be drawn, and there are many tricks to play. For example, draw out an aircraft carrier to fight the Sword Fairy, draw out a Ghost Beast song to perform the sound attack, draw out the video of the Huanong brothers to acquire the skills of raising spirit beasts and so on. There is no Huanong brothers at Station B here, just an analogy. Because the first main mission after the crossing is revenge, the first ability set by Simon Love for the hero is an assassin type. Speaking of assassins, she immediately thought of the clown who had just blasted her on the list of happy handsome men. It's you? Simon Ching naturally thought of that song. The character of the clown composed by Gui Pirate V. Ling Yuan Yusa wrote the lyrics and sang. This is a very brainwashing song. Simon Ching didn't know how many times the single was looped at first, and Ling Yuan Yusa herself seemed to like this song so much that she later changed her profile picture on Weibo and Station B to this. The girl who plays the clown in the song. Haha, I don't even need to set up the character here. The heroine can use Lenganeo's head directly. Simon Ching was full of inspiration, and soon the 2 lines of the previous plot were drawn out, but after writing it, read it. She frowned again. This seems to have written a little too much. She was only planning to write a short story, but before she knew it, the frame of the whole story was enlarged by her, and she probably couldn't finish it without a dozen volumes. But in the end, she thought about it, and decided to just write it like that. Anyway, the storyline is longer, which is just right for her to release some related works. If the comics become popular, people will naturally come to listen to her songs. If the songs become popular, they can also drive everyone to read the comics. I'm so witty. Xiamen Qing took this story and JoJo's second part to Qin Yueo. No way, the charter lady is now very strenuous to paint Tianlong Babu and working cell at the same time. She doesn't want to use Taoism to paint, so the speed of painting can only be said to be faster than ordinary people. Unlike Qin Yueo, who is as buggy as Qin Yueo, painting can be better than others for 1 or 2 years. Here, the second part. Xiamen Qing first handed over the script of JoJo's second part to Qin Yueo. Qin Yueo couldn't wait to watch it. She was a person who liked stories very much, especially after she painted the first part of JoJo. She has been looking forward to the second part. She saw it very quickly, and her physique now far exceeds that of ordinary people. And unlike Simon's love, her power was originally her own, so she mastered it very skillfully. It is almost a glance and 10 lines www.novelmtl.com, but it still maintains the level of unforgettable memory. How is it? Interesting. Xiamen Qing asked. It's not just interesting, it's really interesting. Qin Yueo said excitedly, Sister Xiamen, how can you write such an interesting story? I feel that the second one is better than the first one. Well, as long as you like it. For Qin Yueo's praise, she doesn't have much pride. Some are just the satisfaction of being recognized by the works she likes. After all, this story is not really written by her. Then, Xiamen Qing took out his original script again. Since you draw so fast, please help me draw this story by the way. What is this? Qin Yueo read it again and said to Xiamen with affection, Sister Xiamen, is this also written by you? It is completely different from JoJo. How did your mind turn around? Because I'm great, she casually said. Which one of these two stories do you think is better? Qin Yueo thought for a while, then said, JoJo. Xiamen Qing regrets a little bit, but still asks, why do you say that? It just feels that JoJo's script is more attractive and will make me want to keep watching. Besides, this one is actually very good looking, but it is almost as good as JoJo. Qin Yueo only regarded these two works as Simon Love written, so I feel honestly after reading it. Let's do it. Xiamen Qing didn't expect to surpass the master at once. At least Qin Yueo found it interesting after reading it. That's it. You draw JoJo first, I'll take it back and polish it. Qin Yueo's comment still played a role after all, and Xiamen Qing decided to go back and optimize it. Although Qin Yueo has already started to paint the second part of JoJo, in fact, the first part is just beginning to be serialized. Along with Dior's transformation into a vampire, the story gradually entered a climax. JoJo also met Qi Bailin and learned the ripple qigong that restrains vampires. The plot officially enters the battle mode. However, it seems that Qin Yueo has received more attention than the comics itself. After all, she is such a high-profile and talented cartoonist, she is very easy to get fans. Coupled with Zhou Hong deliberately pushing behind her, she has gained a lot of attention. The sales volume of Young Man Friends is constantly increasing. In the first issue, there were only more than 4,000, but after that, it continued to increase. By the time of New Year's Day, the sales of the first phase had reached 20,000. The latest single-day sales volume also reached an exaggerated figure of 10,000. You must know that the total sales volume of a single issue of Weekly Manu was around 10,000, but Zhou Hong was able to turn this number into a single-day sales volume in just 3 issues, which is really scary. Of course, this is also inseparable from Qin Yueo's face value bonus and the quality of JoJo's bizarre adventure. But I still have to admit that this guy does have a hand in marketing. This also makes Zhou Hong's prestige in the editorial department higher and higher. At the same time, Qin Yueo's editor-in-charge Nida Hiromi has also won everyone's envy. I thought that if I could find such a cartoonist, it would be great. However, Nida Hiromi herself was not so happy. She has been thinking about the kiss that day for the past few days, so she was so dazed that she could hit people on foot. I'm sorry. Hiromi Nida fell to the ground, but still apologized quickly. The other party stretched out her hand, and she subconsciously said thank you, but when she stood up with that hand, she realized that it was the editor-in-chief Zhou Hong that she had hit. She exclaimed, subconsciously trying to escape. However, Zhou Hong pulled her into the next room, closed the door, and once again forced her into the corner. You have been avoiding me lately, why? Am I a ghost who can eat people? No, I don't have one. Are you still lying? Zhou Hong stepped forward and gagged her mouth. Nida Hiromi was stunned. What's the matter? What is he doing? What am I doing? Why is this happening? Her little brain is obviously not suitable for handling such complicated things. When Zhou Hong stopped, she had become dizzy due to lack of oxygen. You are not allowed to hide from me anymore. Zhou Hong took out his handkerchief and wiped his soaked hands. By the way, my house was recently renovated upstairs and the water pipe was pierced. I can't live for the time being. I heard them say you are alone. Live, shouldn't it matter for me to stay for a few days? Nida Hiromi didn't understand what he was talking about at all, just a little bit of his head subconsciously. When she got home in the evening, she sat on the bed and listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Then she suddenly came back to her senses. Why is there a man in my room taking a shower? How could I let him in? Pick it up? What will happen next? Zhou Hong walked out of the bathroom around a bath towel, looked at Hiromi Nida who was sitting on the bed in a daze, and walked over. What do you think? He looks stupid. Nida Hiromi was taken aback first, and was shocked when he saw the six-pack abs. But it was too late. Seeing her like a frightened chick, Jo Hong couldn't help but aroused his thoughts of bullying her. Damn, does it need to be so loud? Liang Xinyu scolded, the soundproofing of this broken apartment is really bad, which made her cartoons not good at drawing. As a creative artist, she is used to turning day and night upside down, and when the night is dead, it is the time for inspiration. However, the hint of inspiration she finally suffocated was directly washed away by the waves next door. Are you bullying my single dog? Liang Xinyu was itchy by the cry, and she threw away her pen. Damn, I won't draw anymore. I'll go into the bar and find a handsome guy to post it. Who will pay? Can't find a man. She put on her clothes and a scarf, and slammed the door out. A quarter of an hour later, standing in front of the bar, she hesitated, turned and walked to the barbecue stall across the street. Forget it, I'm still a virgin, virginity matters. Chastity matters. She didn't think she was being counseled, so she raised her throat and shouted to the boss, "Boss, here are 10 big waists." Okay, wait a minute, there are a lot of people now, why don't you fight off the table? Liang Xinyu nodded, found a table with only one person sitting on the other side. As soon as she sat down, her eyes lit up. Hey, there is a handsome guy. Opposite sat a young man eating grilled eggplant, who looked about the same age as her. Half of the table was filled with beer, half empty. The key is that this man is very handsome and looks a little melancholy while drinking. Liang Xinyu was attracted by him right away. Chun Xin, who had just been stirred by the waves next door, suddenly rippled again. She plucked up the courage, and for the first time in her life proactively approached the opposite sex. Hello www.novelmtl.com. Do you mind if I sit here? Huh. Xiaoyu raised his head and looked at the girl opposite, with a round face with a ball head. Because of the cold, his cheeks were slightly red and looked very cute. Because he was drinking, his mind turned a little slow, and he paused for a while before he said, "Didn't you already sit down?" Liang Xinyu found that she couldn't take it anymore. The air was suddenly quiet, a bit embarrassing. She was thinking hard, and when she saw him drinking, she asked, "Are you drinking alone?" "Yeah." Xiaoyu nodded. "Something sad. Can you tell me to make me taller? It's not right, let me solve it for you." Xiaoyu looked up at the girl again. Liang Xinyu didn't know where she had the courage to say this. "Look, you don't know me anyway, I don't know you, and you may never see each other again, so it doesn't matter if you say something that you can't usually say to the outside world." Well, Xiaoyu thought for a while, and felt that it made sense, so he chose to continue drinking. Liang Xinyu was so angry that he wanted to poke him with a baking sign. After thinking about it, she felt that this matter was all right by herself, so she should ask her girlfriend for help. Purple Star Bio, 100,000 hot. There is a handsome guy drinking boring wine opposite me. How can I make friends with him? Xiaoman Qing was watching TV, and suddenly heard a sound from the coffee table, and it turned out that Qin Yuyeo forgot to take his mobile phone. She expertly unlocked the lock screen password, and it turned out to be a WeChat for help. As a result, Simon, who was willing to help others, helped to return to the past. Wind and rain are shaking, it's very simple, get him drunk, drag him to the hotel, and then you can do whatever you want. After Xiaoman Qing sent WeChat, a bold idea suddenly appeared in his heart. What's in Qin Yuyeo's phone? To be honest, she is very curious about girls' mobile phones. Isn't it normal for some very private selfies? But it's always inappropriate to peek at other people's phones. She hesitated in her heart, but the body moved honestly. Liao Liao Liao, you got me drunk, you dislike it. In order to cover up her guilty conscience, she sang in a low voice while staring at the stairs to prevent Qin Yuyeo from suddenly going downstairs. On the other side, she expertly opened Qin Yuyeo's photo album, sliding her fingers quickly. Qin Yuyeo's photo albums are mostly photos she used for her work as an editor intern, such as the contact information of some cartoonists, and some real photos she took to draw cartoons. In addition, Xiaoman Qing did not find a selfie. This kid is too sincere, right? Xiaoman said emotionally, beautiful girls who don't like to take photos these days are rarer than pandas. But could it be encrypted by her? Xiaoman Qing suddenly thought that nowadays mobile phones have some secret folders. Could it be that she hides some things that she doesn't want to be seen by others? Thinking of this, she tentatively swiped down the file management page, but a rotating reading symbol really popped out from the top. Damn, it's true. Xiaoman Qing seemed to have discovered the new world, and after the page popped up, it showed that the password of the safe should be entered. She thought about it, typed in Qin Yuyeo's birthday, and it succeeded all at once. Oh, pure baby. After opening the safe, she found that there was only one folder containing more than 100 photos. However, these photos are not Qin Yuyeo's selfies, but of a man. From the shooting point of view, it seems to be a sneak shot, or to be precise, the man is giving a speech on stage, and then she takes a picture below. Isn't this a secret love? Xiaoman Qing's expression became awkward, as if there was a green light on her head. No, I don't believe it. She felt that there must be a misunderstanding in it, and even if it is not a misunderstanding, if you enter my door, there is no reason for others to take it away. Although the dragon is gone, Xiaoman Qing's resistance to green light remains unchanged. She intends to find an opportunity to ask exactly who this man Qin Yuyeo is. If it's her cousin, or someone else takes her cell phone to take a photo, that's fine. But if she really likes her, then there is only one answer for Simon's love. Click. She broke the cucumber in her hand. Even if it is hard, my old lady will bend you. At this moment, Qin Yueo's voice came from the stairs. Sister Ximen, what are you doing? Why do you have a cucumber in your hand? Ximen King was too focused that she didn't notice her appearance. Fortunately, the phone had been put down, otherwise she would really be caught in bed. No, nothing, I'll just use a cucumber. Use it. Qin Yueo's expression became a little weird, the car drove a bit off guard, and it was too late for her to get out of the car. That's right, Ximen King nodded, slice it as a mask. Slice? Oh. Qin Yueo suddenly realized that she couldn't help blushing because of her own desire. Sister, did you see my phone? Mobile phone? Here it is. Ximen Qing returned the mobile phone to Qin Yueo casually, without letting her find anything wrong from beginning to end. I really fell downstairs. Qin Yueo spit out her little tongue. I just wanted to call the counselor and found out that the phone was gone. Ximen King touched her head and smiled. You can't be so confused outside. What if someone sees the selfie on the phone? I don't have that kind of thing. Qin Yueo immediately complained. By the way, what can you do with the counselor? This is not the end of the semester. Although I have no classes, I still have to submit the internship report, Qin Yueo said, so I thought about going back to school and handing in the internship certificate stamped by the editorial department. Speaking of it, you seem to be a senior in college. I almost forgot. Ximen Qing pretended to chat casually, and asked her, did you have a boyfriend in school? Or do you like it? Boy. No, Qin Yueo shook her head decisively. Why ask? Ximen Qing is in a good mood, but on the surface he still has to pretend that nothing has happened. Just ask. I seem to have never heard of any boy you are interested in. It sounds like this is true. Qin Yueo seemed to have only noticed. I communicate with my roommates in the same dormitory the most in school, and all other friends are women. The only opposite who communicates more often is from the editorial department. Senior Duan. Well, Yu reading www.uukangsha.com is pretty good, and it's not a bad thing. Ximen Qing almost burst into laughter on his face. Ximen Qing no longer mentions Qin Yueo's mobile phone, and Qin Yueo, because of her busy work, did not notice that there was an extra record in the chat between herself and her girlfriend. That evening, Liang Xinyu, who received the strategy from Ximen Qing, looked up at the handsome guy who was eating barbecue on the opposite side. There was only one thought left in her mind, get him drunk. It's so boring to drink alone, come here, let me drink with you. Liang Xinyu ordered a dozen beer again and tried to drink Xiaoyu. However, she seems to have overestimated her drinking capacity. As soon as I listened to the beer, the scene in front of me gradually became blurred. When her consciousness was awake again, she found a strange ceiling in front of her. She quickly sat up and checked her clothes. Seeing that everything was intact as before, she couldn't help but sighed for a long time. Bah, beasts are inferior. She heard the sound of typing on the keyboard, followed the sound and found that it was the handsome guy she had fancied at the barbecue stall. He was at the code word in front of the computer at this time, very focused, and he didn't notice Liang Xinyu's arrival at all. She came quietly behind him, intending to scare him, but the attention was attracted by the words on the screen. Damn! Liang Xinyu yelled, scared Xiaoyu almost fell off the chair. What are you doing? It's terrifying. He clutched his chest and couldn't help saying. Liang Xinyu didn't care about this at all, staring at Xiaoyu and said, so you are the salted fish who wrote the Burning Heaven. It's so big. Let me catch you? I want to send you a blade for a long time. You salted fish, why is the update so slow? New Year's Day came quietly, and 2018 finally ended. On the first day of 2019, Xiaoking City was still white. The snow that started on Christmas Day, intermittently, remained unstopped for the next week. This white touch didn't have much impact on the fast-paced Xiaoking City. Classes were still taken, and classes continued to be taken. The long line in front of the comic booth grew longer and longer. Dragon Baba has been advancing all the way since Jiao Feng's debut. The sales volume is like a wild horse that rushes up, pulling away a lot of other comics. This has almost become a phenomenal work. Even outside the circle, there are few people who don't know their names. Xiao Feng's hidden identity was revealed, and then one after another mystery followed, making it extremely difficult for him to explore his life experience and the truth of the year. The real climax came when this depressing plot made the reader's mood a little irritable. In order to treat Azu, Xiao Feng drank his friendship and fought all over the world in Juxian Zhuang. The plot of this paragraph is a strong stroke even in the entire dragon. Zhou Gang's main character was originally a highly popular character. After this battle, his image has been elevated a lot, attracting fans who don't know how many. Great. Someone bought a magazine, and couldn't wait to go home, so he opened it on the street and read it. Regardless of the snow in the sky, I couldn't help shouting when I saw the wonderful place. Others who bought the magazine, some were itchy by his yelling, and couldn't help but open the magazine. At this point, even if it is snowy weather outside, everyone still feels enthusiastic. Joe's helper, domineering? Hello everyone, this is Merlin. Since I made a video, there has never been a work that allowed me to shoot twice in a row, but today, this exception appeared. That's right, it is this Dragon Babu. It's the character of Xiao Feng that is so charming. After reading this issue of the serial, I have 10,000 words in my heart. It's a pity that my Chinese is not good, so I can only condense it. Xiao is the master. On the latest video of There is a Merlin Incredible on the B station up, the barrage on the screen is full of Chiao Gangzo Nayubi. Even after a while, the barrage is like a virus spreading, almost captured most of the B station. The last time this scene appeared, it was the IG Awesome when IG won the championship. This night, Mei Ling gained nearly 50,000 fans, and the sales volume of Dragon Babu reached a new high, with a single day sales exceeding 2 million. And this 2 million is not the limit of sales. Many places are sold out, so the data can't go up. Treasure digging. Looking at the statistics, the editor-in-chief of Squat laughed so much that the black tea in his mouth leaked out. Xiaogo, good work, the editor-in-chief praised Goyu. It's the end of the year, and your bonus this year will double, no, triple it. Thank you, editor-in-chief. Goyu didn't smile much. What's the matter? The editor-in-chief was puzzled. Are you upset by giving you a bonus? Goyu shook his head. It's not this, I'm just a little worried. Worry? What are you worried about? Wait a minute. Goyu turned to leave, returned to his desk and took a manuscript to the editor's office. This is the follow-up manuscript of Dragon Baba. Please take a look. Although the editor-in-chief was puzzled, he still read it, and as he turned down page after page, the smile on his original face gradually disappeared. How could this be? Azu was actually beaten to death by Qiao Fang? To be precise, it is Xiao Fang. Goyu corrected. Is this the problem? The editor-in-chief patted the manuscript on the table. Why did Mr. Wuking paint Azu to death? Now the readers must be blown up? Oh, my stomach. When the editor-in-chief thought about the reader's reaction after the content was released, his head suddenly became a little big, and even his stomach began to cramp. Goyu said, this is what I worry about, how much readers like now, and how uncomfortable they will be when they see Azu is dead. Maybe someone will rush to our editorial office to smash the glass. Don't say it. The editor-in-chief covered his head. Could you please contact the dance teacher to see if you can change it? For example, Azu was secretly rescued by a mysterious master. Goyu was also non-committal, but dialed Song Yunryu's phone in front of the editor-in-chief. Hello? Who? It's me. Oh, Gobian? How are you? Just call me an editor. Wuking teacher, I have something to discuss with you. Well, yes, you can tell me something. That's the one. Can Aju not die? This won't work. If she doesn't die, the following plot will not develop. This is a very necessary part. But if this is the case, readers will be emotional. If I make trouble, I don't know who I am or where I live. You forgot, you are going to attend the signing event in a few days. It's okay, I just wear a mask without showing my face. At that time, Azu was still alive. You can sign up for Dragon Babu sooner or later www.novelmtl.com. You can't always hide, right? Hi, it seems to make sense. Song Yunryu thought about it. Forget it, I won't participate in the signing ceremony in the future. Don't. The editor-in-chief on the side hurriedly shouted, Teacher Wuking, don't refuse the signing event. In fact, it's not that exaggerated. The readers are still very tolerant. It's a good thing to be even more impressed. Well, I'm relieved if you say that. Is there anything else? It's okay, I'll hang up. After speaking, Song Yunryu had already hung up the phone without waiting for Goyu's answer. In the editorial department, the editor-in-chief and Go Yui stared at Xiao Yan. Editor-in-chief, wouldn't your conscience hurt after you just said that? It hurts to death. The editor-in-chief gave him a fierce look. Not only the heart hurts, but the stomach hurts even more. Go and gather everyone to find a way to overcome this storm. Go rolled his eyes more and more. He wouldn't be so annoyed if this thing was so easy to overcome. Almost half of the current squat sales are based on Dragon Babu. If this part of the readers riots, God knows what it will be like. Ziliang Ye is Wang. Song Yunryu hung up the phone, then picked up Qin Yuyeo's manuscript and read it. Qin Yuyeo is still a newcomer, and her comics will be reviewed for Song Yunryu and Ximen Qing before submitting the manuscript. And Song Yunryu became obsessed with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This comic is indeed magical. Tisk tusk tusk, that idiot zombie really spoils you, and actually wrote such an interesting story, Song Yunryu said with emotion. If it wasn't for me to paint the 8 dragons here, I would be a little bit too busy with you. Sister Yunryu, according to what you said, Sister Ximen really loves you. Right now, the 8 parts of the dragon is so popular, I feel that you are already a book called God. Qin Yuyeo is also quite envious of Song Yunryu. She is now at the level of a small internet celebrity, and her status is completely incomparable with Song Yunryu. With the popularity of Tianlong Ba Bulletin now, Song Yunryu can already enter the circle of first-line cartoonists. This is a real god. The work has radiated from a single comic to the surroundings. Games, movies, and doujin, all aspects are under hot development. Feng Shen, me. Song Yunryu didn't have much real feeling about this. After all, she still stayed at home to draw comics every day as before. At most, more money. Yes, after my current editor-in-charge knows that I know you, he still begs me to ask you for a signature. Isn't your current editor-in-charge a sister? Song Yunryu asked. She also likes Dragon Babu. Why can't my girl like Dragon Babu? Sister, you have a lot of female fans, Qin Yuyeo said, but my editor is really not a Tianlong fan. She likes working cell. Oh, that. Song Yunryu suddenly realized, I have a headache when I talk about it. In a few days, there will be a working cell signing event in the downtown gymnasium. Normally, shouldn't the signing event be held in the bookstore? How many people are you planning to let in the gym? Qin Yueo is very envious of Song Yunwu's troubles. It would be nice if I can hold a signing event anytime. Song Yunwoo patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be envious, trust me, you can do it soon, it's just the quality of JoJo, sooner or later." Yeah, Qin Yueo nodded. She also had faith in the story given by Simon Ching. Time flies, and soon, the day of the signing party has arrived. Song Yunwoo is fully armed, wearing a thick down jacket, thick glasses, and a mask, and a knitted hat on her head. "What the are you dressing up?" Simon spit out, "Are you going to be a terrorist? Go." Song Yunwoo pointed outside. "This snow has been falling for almost half a month. The weather is so cold. Is it a problem for me to wear a thicker one?" "Come on, you think I don't know?" Simon King smirked. "You are afraid of being recognized. Last time the editorial department called you to discuss the affairs of Azu, I heard everything. You're so embarrassed to say. Whose pot is Azu's death? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Song Yunwoo pulled down his glasses and glared at her. "Be careful I give you out and let all those people spray you." "I don't care," Simon Ching shrugged. "Anyway, I'm not afraid of blades. She is a person who has nothing to do with a knife." Song Yunwoo was too lazy to care about her, turned around and said to Qin Yueo, "Look at Yueo, is there anything wrong with me?" "Nothing," Qin Yueo said. "Sister Yunwoo, just go like this, it's okay." "Well, I'm leaving." Song Yunwoo looked around again. "Are there 3 more?" Simon said with affection. Xiaoguai was called out by her classmates, and Menzi planned to take her to have fun in Xiaokang City before Akalin went back, so he left early in the morning. "Oh, then I'm leaving too." After Song Yunwoo went out, Simon Ching and Qin Yueo were left in the house. Simon Ching is writing her own original story, and Qin Yueo is returning to the room to paint the second part of JoJo. Only an hour later, she suddenly went downstairs. "Are you going out?" Simon Ching couldn't help asking as she watched her changing shoes in the hallway. "Well, I have something to go out." Qin Yueo left after speaking. Compared to Song Yunwoo, she wears a lot lighter weight. She wears a t-shirt and a sweater on her upper body, a short skirt and a pair of tights on her lower body. Chang Yi lives in Guanggan Palace, so naturally he is not afraid of the cold. Simon King frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple. Well dressed so well and see the door, shouldn't it be to meet a man? When she thought of the man she saw on her phone before, Simon Ching suddenly had a premonition that she was going to be green. No. In order to prevent that from happening, she decided to follow Qin Yueo. Fortunately, it has been snowing these days, and the sun is covered by clouds. She can basically move freely outside with an umbrella. Simon Ching followed Qin Yueo to the foot of the mountain. Instead of waiting for the bus, he went to a nearby subway station. This subway line was opened on New Year's Day. Thanks to this blessing, Simon Ching doesn't have to get up early to catch the bus to go to work. It walks directly from the underground and is not afraid of the sun at all. She surreptitiously followed Qin Yueo into the subway station along the way, but did not find out. In fact, she was also with a man and a woman behind her. These 2 people are the people who were sent to monitor Simon Love, but Simon Love hasn't been out except for work these days, so they have not gained much. Until today, Simon Ching went out www.novelmtl.com. They naturally followed up immediately. After waiting so long, she finally moves. The young man said to the woman beside him with some excitement. The woman looked serious. "If I can, I would rather she never go out. This level of existence makes trouble, and the first to die is the 2 of us." "No, it won't be." The young man shook unconsciously when he heard the words. "Should we stay farther away?" "No matter how far away I can catch the second subway." The woman pulled him into the subway car. The 2 of them entered the last quarter, while Simon Ching entered the middle quarter, and Qin Yueo was ahead of her. Because it is snowing outside, people who travel are more willing to take the subway. Now that there are a lot of people in subway stations, they have not found themselves being followed. Simon Ching was hidden in the corner between the 2 carriages, secretly observing whether Qin Yueo got off the car. However, more and more people came up on the way, and she was too crowded to observe secretly. Simon King blocked the umbrella in front of her chest to prevent any who tried to eat her tofu. But fortunately, her part is basically women, and there are not many men. Her worry seems to be unnecessary. At another stop, Qin Yueo still didn't get off the train, but the carriage in Simon Ching was crowded up and down again. Simon Ching, who was having a headache, suddenly realized that the 2 lovely high school girls who were squeezed in front of her were actually wearing school uniforms. This is very vain. She took the initiative to put down the umbrella and let the 2 sisters lean against her. "I'm sorry." One of the sisters found that she had hit someone and turned around to apologize. Simon Ching took a look and found that she was quite cute. "Hey, earned it." Li Yuki didn't want to go out, but Su Qian ran to his house and forcibly pulled him out of the bed. "Come out with me? Do you want to waste in the bed on this great weekend? It's so cold outside, go out for a ball." Li Yuki wanted to resist. "How did you get into my house?" Mother Wu opened the door. Su Qian urged, "Hurry up, I won't be able to catch up with the signing ceremony of Wuking teacher anymore." "Huh? Who?" Li Yuki, who was originally reluctant, was taken aback. "Is the Wuking teacher you mentioned the one who painted the 8 parts of the dragon?" "Yes," Su Qian said, "but she is not signing for Dragon Baba, but working cell today. I really like white blood cells, but a person can only get 1 sign. You accompany me to help. I'll get 1 more copy. Can you really see the Wuking teacher?" Li Yuki was a little moved. After Su Qian turned out the official website announcement to show him, he immediately changed his clothes and went out with Su Qian. Only when I walked to the gate of the community, I ran into Sen Xian. Why are you here? Li Yuqi had a vague premonition in his heart. Sengzin said, I'll help you with your homework. Did you forget that you scored 36 points in the math test yesterday? You have nothing to do if you're full, right? Li Yuqi's head is getting bigger. You still want me to study on weekends? You might as well stab me to death with a knife. Learning is for your good. Sen Xian still insisted. At the same time, her gaze couldn't help but glance at Li Yuqi's left hand, which was pulled by Su Qian, a little bit envious in her heart. Just as Li Yuqi was at a loss, Su Qian stood up and said, Oh, monitor, you see that he has recovered from a serious illness and his health is still not healthy. If he keeps studying under pressure, he might relapse. But didn't he hurt the bones? Sen Xian asked in doubt. There must be psychological trauma after the car accident, but you haven't noticed it before, Su Qian said of the lie without blinking her eyes. That's why I took him out to relax and treat his psychological problems today. Really? Sen Xian was a little shaken. Li Yuqi nodded when he saw this. Yes, I need to relax. Sorry, I didn't realize this. Sen Xian felt guilty. I patronized his study and never considered his mood. Li Yuqi secretly gave Su Qian a thumb. Su Qian blinked mischievously. Just when the two people thought that Huya was successful, Sen Xian suddenly said, Then I will accompany you to relax. What? In this way, the three of them set foot on the way to the gym. They originally planned to take the rental, but the snow is a bit big, and they have not waited for a long time. So I took the subway instead. There were so many people in the subway. As a boy, Li Yuqi took the initiative to block outside, and the three of them were squeezed to the corner of the carriage. There was already a person standing in this corner, and Sen Xian quickly turned back and apologized after realizing that she had hit someone. Seeing that the girl is beautiful, Simon said softly, It's okay, there are so many people, there is no way. Hearing her voice at close range, Sen Xian couldn't help sighing that this sister's voice was so good, as if silk was gently sliding across her body. Su Qian also turned to look at Simon Qing. She was more courageous. Sister, your voice is so good, do you do sound-related work? Simon Qing saw that the spectacle lady was so cute. She pulled off her mask and replied, Forget it. As a teacher, there is no such thing as an easy job. Although she still wears sunglasses, she still amazes the two girls. Just like Miss 2B, sometimes covering a part of it will produce a special sense of beauty. Wow, you are so beautiful. Su Qian praised. Sengzin also saw her. God, is it what star? There are indeed many celebrities who go out with masks and sunglasses, which is very similar to Simon Qing now, and she is so beautiful, it's no wonder that Sen Xian thinks of that in the first time. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Xiaokang City is an international metropolis. Here, it is not uncommon to meet celebrities when going out. I am not, Simon Qing denied of course. She took off her sunglasses and said to the two of them, Have you seen this face on TV? No. Sengzin and Su Qian stared at her and found that they weren't really celebrities. But compared to those stars, Simon Qing is obviously more beautiful. But why do I still feel a little familiar? Sen Xian frowned, always feeling that she had overlooked something. Just as the three of them were talking, a thrust suddenly came, squeezing the two girls into Simon's feelings. Despite the thick clothes, she still enjoyed the feeling of JK in her arms, and she still hugged left and right. Oh, Li Yuqi, please stand firm. Su Qian stood up again and complained to the boy behind her. What can I do? People can squeeze in. Li Yuqi, who had been acting as a human wall, said back. Yu reading www.uukangshow.com. At the moment when he turned his head, he saw Simon King's face, and his expression froze in an instant. The subway arrived at this time, and the crowd just now was because someone got up to get off the train. Simon Qing Yuguang glanced at Qin Yuyao and got out of the car. She also quickly put on a mask and sunglasses and got out of the car. The three high school students also followed her out of the car, but they soon lost sight of Simon Qing. Oh, where was the older sister just now? Su Qian felt a little pity. I still want to talk to her a few more words. She looks so beautiful. If only I could be friends with her. Sengzin also agreed and nodded. I always feel like I saw her somewhere, but I can't remember it all of a sudden. Su Qian looked back and wanted to say something, but when she saw Li Yuqi there in a daze, she pushed him. Why, seeing beautiful women lose their souls? Haven't you always been troubled by women? Or you like them? The older one. Sengzin was also surprised when she saw this. Is Li Yuqi going to like other women? But seeing Li Yuqi being pushed, there was no reaction, but his mouth moved slightly, as if he was saying something. Su Qian leaned closer and heard him repeating 4 words repeatedly. Sister Shenxian, Sister Shenxian, Sister Shenxian. Simon Qing followed Qin Yuyao out of the subway station, but by a coincidence, the sun suddenly came out and she quickly hid back to the subway station. When the cloud covered the sun again, she had already lost Qin Yuyao's trace. Damn it, Simon Qing looked around. Since I got off the bus at this stop, the meeting place shouldn't be too far away. I don't believe I can't find you. So, she began to look for Qin Yuyao in the surrounding places that seemed to be dating places. In order to prevent the sun from suddenly showing his head, Simon Qing has been walking along the shadows of those buildings, looking like a crappy assassin. This behavior made the two people who were following her bewildered. What is she doing? I don't know, it looks a bit like a shadow stepping game played by children. If you lose the shadow, you will lose. The young man analyzed it in a serious way. Is she a child? The woman couldn't help but complain, I haven't heard that she is so childlike. Who knows, isn't it common sense that the 8 evil spirits have pitfalls? Please refer to your grandpa's grandpa for details. I can tell you this as it is. Don't. The young man's face changed when he heard the words, and immediately knelt down and hugged the woman's thigh. Yachudi. The woman did not get rid of it, but she was afraid that the movement would be too loud to attract Ximon Qing's attention, so she shouted at the young man, you let me go? Shameless. Fate is almost gone, what kind of face do I need? I'm not really going to say, you get up first. The two of them used a snowman at the entrance of a restaurant to cover their bodies, but the restaurant door suddenly opened and 4 people walked out of it. 1 man and 1 woman in front, 2 men behind. If Song Yunryu were here, he would definitely recognize the 3 men who they met in Sanya, Lian Qinjun, Mao Fengtai, and Du Yushan. At this time, standing beside Lian Qinjun was a girl in her 20s. I'll just say that the food here is really delicious, will we come again next time? The girl said coquettishly, holding Lian Qinjun's hand. Lian Qinjun was as stiff as a wood, and said with a smirk, hey, okay. When I finished speaking, I bumped into a man and a woman hiding beside the snowman. Lian Qinjun looked at the man kneeling on the ground holding his thighs, while the latter looked at Lian Qinjun who looked like Brother Pig. Both sides showed surprise. Why are you here? Asterisk 2. Almost in unison, the two said the same thing. Brother Qinjun, is this your acquaintance? The lovely the side asked. Lian Qinjun was a little embarrassed, but still said, my second uncle's son, Lian Feng. Lian Feng ridiculed the words, hee, I didn't expect that the wildest wolf in our Lian family turned into a docile husky, and was led by others to swagger through the market. Do you have any misunderstandings about huskies? Lian Qinjun rolled his eyes. Also, where do you have the confidence to mock me by kneeling on the ground and hugging a woman's thigh? I'm just warming up. If you lose the battle, Lian Feng is completely shameless as he said before. Lian Qinjun turned to the girl and said, I'm sorry, my brother has had some problems with his brain since he was young. Let's leave him alone. Didn't you just say you want to go to another meeting? Oh, yes. The signing of the dance teacher will begin soon. The girl exclaimed, and then nodded to Lian Feng and the woman who was holding her legs, pulling Lian Qinjun and running. Hurry up, don't be late. Hey, Lian Qinjun, whose hand was held by the girl, showed a happy smirk again. Lingyu, run slowly, and be careful not to slip. Mao Fengtai and Du Yushan also followed. Seeing that Lian Qinjun is gone, Lian Feng said, yesterday my dad said that I would have an unexpected gain when I went out today. As a result, I ran into this guy. It was really unlucky. The bad old man sometimes missed it. I don't know what your dad counts, but I know if you don't let me go, you will die soon. The woman drew an ice blade from the snowman beside her, and she was so frightened that Feng quickly loosened it, opened her legs. The woman blushed and lifted her pants. She was almost torn off the long trousers by Lian Feng just now. Quickly keep up. The two continue to follow Ximen's love. Fortunately, Ximon Qing had been stepping on the shadows, so she did not leave their surveillance range. Xiao Ruiyao, where did you go? Ximon Qing hid under the shadow and walked forward while observing around. Suddenly, her eyes lit up because she found Qin Yuyao. At this time, Qin Yuyao is on the 4th floor of a building. It was a restaurant, and she was sitting by the window, seeming to be talking with people. And her opposite is, a man? Ximon Qing's expression instantly became as if he had eaten a fly. Damn. Could it be that I really want to be green? She wants to go over and take a look, but the building is across the street. If you want to cross the street, the sun will definitely shine. Ximon Qing tried to hold an umbrella to get out of the shadows, but was still dizzy from the sun, so she had no choice but to return. So how does this count? She complained. He was obviously wrapped like a zongzi, and his only exposed face was in front of an umbrella. How could he get stunned? It seems that the rule zombies are afraid of the sun does not follow the laws of physics at all, but a very metaphysical thing. As long as she meets the judgment, no matter how thick she is, she will still be sunburned. www.novelmtl.com. But it's okay to walk around in the shadow of the building. No way, Ximon Qing had to find a passing taxi, let the car take him around the back of the opposite building, and then go in. Qin Yuyao glanced out the window inadvertently, and happened to see a familiar figure getting into the taxi. What's wrong? Asked Nita Hiromi, who was sitting across from her. Oh, nothing, maybe you read it wrong. Qin Yuyao also thought it was impossible. How could Ximon Love go out on such days? Then let's continue the topic just now. Zhou Hong sat next to Hiromi Nita, who likes the position by the window like Qin Yuyao. Wangshu teacher, you also have an signing meeting. Wangshu is Qin Yuyao's pen name. Because Chang'e lives in the Moon Palace and is the Moon God, she uses Wangshu, which also represents the Moon God. Qin Yuyao didn't expect that Song Yunryo would be able to hold a signing conference a few days ago. Now such an opportunity has come, but, like me, there is no one at the signing conference. Bring it on. Zhou Hong shook his head. Teacher, you underestimated yourself. You are our pillar now, and even if you don't look at the work, just looking at your face, there will definitely be a large number of people coming. Really? Qin Yuyao didn't feel hypocritical enough to think that Zhou Hong was insulting herself by saying this. Instead, she looked forward to it. Is it really possible? It's the first time I don't know how to do it. So today we called you out, Jo Hongdeo. Let's go to see the signing ceremony of Wuking teacher, so you can be a reference. Good. Qin Yueo nodded. Soon after they left, Xiamen entered the shop sneakily, and looked at the empty space with a dazed expression. Where are the people? Xiamen Qing searched the entire store but did not find Qin Yueo, so she had to leave to look elsewhere. Just as she walked to the door of the store, a person hurriedly walked up to her, seeming to want to squeeze her out of the store first. However, the physical quality of zombies is not comparable to ordinary people. So this man who seemed to have a high affinity with Simon seemed to hit a wall and fell to the ground with a thud. Xiamen Qing looked back and saw a young man lying on the ground looking at herself with a dazed expression. Her heart was also tight. What are you doing? Touch porcelain? Is it possible to enter the industry at such a young age? However, the other party has no plans in this regard. Although he was stunned, he quickly got up and squeezed out from Xiamen Qing on his side. Xiamen Qing looked at the back of this guy's departure, and couldn't help cursing. Insane. As soon as she finished cursing, she heard another rapid footstep coming from behind. Depend on? Is there still a chain that touches porcelain? She quickly stepped aside and looked behind her vigilantly. I saw a middle-aged uncle walking hurriedly with a half-eaten hamburger. He didn't pay much attention to Ximen's love, and hurried out. From the beginning to the end, he never said a word to Ximen Qing. However, Ximen Qing's face under the mask and sunglasses showed an extremely horrified expression. Damn it! Sen Guardian? What is he? Ximen Qing's almost jumped out of his throat. How can she forget her whole face? After all, 100 years ago, it was this guy who used the technique of Achilles' mother to grab him and enter the Tsingyi sect, which still gives her a psychological shadow. The first thing Ximen Qing thought of was to hide quickly, and could not be discovered by him anyway. But looking back, no, my costume is so perfect, he has no reason to recognize it. In fact, he just passed by Ximen Qing and didn't notice it. Ximen Qing thinks that maybe she can still make waves. So, she switched sides and left through the back door. Sen Qianshan did not realize that he had just passed by the person he had been looking for 100 years. His attention was all focused on the man in front. Chen Guangming, male, 24 years old, a graduate student in XX University. On the 24th of last month, I was irritated and suspected of awakening blood because I saw my secret goddess and other men go to open a room. The snow that has fallen from the early hours of Christmas morning to the present is very likely to be the ghost of this guy. At present, his abilities are unknown, his purpose is unknown, and the degree of harm is unknown. Some people in the state agency advocated not rushing to arrest him, but secretly observing, assessing his potential and temperament, and finally deciding how to deal with it according to the score. Sen Qianshan was tasked to monitor Chen Guangming in secret. It is necessary to keep a record of all his actions, but also to ensure that he is stopped in time before he uses his ability to cause harm to others. Actually, Sen Qianshan wanted to vomit. The snow was already very harmful. There have been several car accidents in the past few days. Fortunately, there were no dead people, but it would be too late if someone died. The key to this ability to scale climate intervention is of great strategic significance. The above judges that Chen Guangming is of high value, so the police are not allowed to arrest them until sufficient data is obtained. It's really a bunch of guys standing and talking, Sen Qianshan vigorously complained to the leaders above him. If I don't want to raise a daughter, I will beat all of your heads and watch them. I watch your horses. Life is not easy, and he still needs to have the right meal. Now he can only follow the target honestly while recording each other's every move on his mobile phone. Including the incident that just hit someone is also recorded. Followed, Sen Qianshan followed Chen Guangming to the gate of the gym. His expression suddenly changed. It is not what happened to Chen Guangming, but Sen Qianshan accidentally saw his daughter. She was holding a boy's hand with another girl at this time? Fuck me. The burger in Sen Qianshan's mouth spouted out, and the little angel who worked so hard to pull the big angel was going to be abducted by a stinky boy who didn't know where it came from? Where can I survive this? What kind of work? He just left him behind, and he immediately followed and killed the who dared to kidnap his little angel. However, he may be too excited. He rushed straight over and didn't notice anyone else. He accidentally ran into a girl and spilled a cup of coffee in her hand. What? Only heard the girl's exclamation, and then a hand was heavily pressed on Sen Qianshan's shoulder. A male voice rang, "Hey, I hit someone and want to leave without saying I'm sorry." Sen Qianshan is now burning with anger. Where will he look good when he is suddenly dragged by someone? Huh. He turned his head and glared fiercely at the person who was holding him. Lian Qinjun only felt inexplicable. He accompanied his sister to attend the signing event, but suddenly an uncle knocked over the coffee in her hand www.novelmtl.com and even dared to stare at them fiercely. Who is he? The evil Dragon King ranked 3rd on the list of natural and man-made disasters? How can you be afraid of it than staring at the bead? So, he stared back fiercely. What are you looking at? Look at your place. Sen Qianshan only felt that the guy in front of him was fluent, and at first sight it was not a good thing. Judging from his instinct for more than 20 years as a police officer, this guy definitely has a criminal record. So it's not polite to speak at all. Will you take another look? Lian Qinjun would not be polite when he saw this. He pressed his hand on the opponent's shoulder and wanted to press him down. However, to his surprise, Sen Qianshan was not pressed down by him at all. Instead, he grabbed his wrist and moved his hand away. The young man is quite strong. Lian Qinjun's hand is a dragon claw. With this press down, the SUV can be pressed into a skateboard. Sen Qianshan, feeling this power, finally wakes up and begins to look at the person in front of him. He quickly remembered the other party's background. Lian's little dragon king? I remember that you submitted an application before, so I don't have to catch you, but since I'm here in Xiaokeng, the rules still have to be followed. Don't do something for me. Lian Qinjun realized that the opponent's strength was unexpectedly great, and he was also alert. Of course, on the surface it is definitely not possible to recognize counseling rules. Huh? There is no such word as rules in my dictionary. Then you might have bought a pirated dictionary. Sen Qianshan let go of Lian Qinjun's hand, and if he continues like this, he may really be unable to catch it, and then said to the girl who had just been hit by him, "Little girl, sorry. I was in a hurry just now and I accidentally bumped into you. I'm here to apologize for you." It's okay. Qian Lingyu had wiped off the water stains on his clothes at this time, and smiled. "It's just a cup of coffee, uncle, don't mind." "Well, then I will leave first. If there is anything, I can come to the police station to find the uncle." The uncle is a policeman, who specializes in catching gangsters. He said. He glanced at Lian Qinjun and the three of them. The police are amazing. After Sen Qianshan left, Lian Qinjun complained, rubbing his wrist. No wonder the family listed Xiaokeng and Jingcheng as two major forbidden places, and a small policeman who came out was so powerful. Qian Lingyu cared. "Brother Qinjun, are you okay?" "It's okay, what can it do? Let's go buy another cup of coffee." Lian Qinjun immediately showed a smirk when she heard her care. Sen Qianshan was so delayed by Lian Qinjun, she immediately lost her daughter, and hid her feet bitterly. "Don't let me know who that stinky boy is." Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a mission. He quickly turned around and looked for Chen Guangming's trace, but there were so many people at the signing party that he could find it nowhere. After tracking for a few days, Sen Qianshan was already convinced that Chen Guangming was a very dangerous existence. He had followed before, so don't worry, but once he left his control, it would be bad. It seems that there is no way. For the safety of these ordinary people who came to the signing event, Sen Qianshan had to run to a corner with no one, and in the next second, his pupils turned silver. At almost the same moment, Ximen Qing, who was still looking for Qin Yuyao, suddenly shook her whole body. She seemed to look at the gymnasium with feeling. This is the guardian Sen. He actually used his abilities. Did something happen? Forget it, it doesn't matter to me anyway. Since he is over there, then I will stay away. Click it. She was about to leave, and suddenly turned her head to look at the building in the distance. This is the gymnasium? It seems that the charter-in-law's signing meeting is in the gymnasium, right? Could something happen to the signing? Thinking of this, Ximen Qing couldn't avoid Sen Qianshan, and hurried to the gymnasium. However, the sun is really getting in the way, and now it is approaching noon. The shadows are getting less and less. Ximen's love is difficult. Damn, how come there is no one to project Haoyi? It would be nice to shoot the sun. Ximen Qing complained while hiding in front of a store. In this weather, I was lucky to find a taxi before, but now I can't find another one. At this time, two people also came to the door of this store. It's here. If I buy a sound card, this store has always been my first choice. Tang Xiaotang pointed to the store and introduced Zhang Miao Miao, but Zhang Miao Miao didn't seem to be listening to her. Instead, he looked at a woman wearing a mask and sunglasses standing in front of the store. Little boy. Ximen Qing obviously didn't expect to meet Xiaoguai here. Xiaoguai pointed to the store and said, "I'll buy a sound card." Ximen Qing didn't care about this. Instead, she looked at Tang Xiaotang who was standing beside her, and smiled comfortedly. "Haha, you also made friends, not bad. Miao Miao, who is she?" Tang Xiaotang only thought that this sister's voice was very good, and he was immediately pleased. "And it sounds familiar, but I can't remember it all at once." Ximen Qing changed her voice when she played Sing Yi Yeast, and she spoke differently, so she was not easily recognized. She saw that the little girl looked cute, so she took the initiative to say hello. "Hello, I'm Zhang Miao Miao's sister." "Oh, it's my sister," Tang Xiaotang suddenly realized. "Hello, sister. Our family Miao Miao doesn't have many friends, so I have to trouble you to take care of her more." Ximen Qing wanted to pinch Tang Xiaotang's face, but after meeting for the first time, she was a little embarrassed to stretch out her hand. "Well, I will." Tang Xiaotang nodded, and then asked, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Xiaoguai also cast a puzzled look. Ximen said with affection, "I want to go to the gym, but the sun is too big. By the way, Xiaokai, you can drag me over." Xiaoguai nodded. Tang Xiaotang was at a loss. "Oh, why can't the sun pass when the sun is too big? Also, what does it mean to drag?" Seeing Xiaoguai turned around, Ximen Qing was lying behind her. The little Xiaoguai dragged Ximen Qing, who was 1.7 meters tall, like a large piece of breadcrumbs. Advance. The two people walked out of the shadows, and Ximen Qing said in ecstasy, and fell soft. Fortunately, Xiaoguai was very strong and dragged her quickly across the street. Although Ximen Qing dragged her feet below her knees to the ground, she didn't get any snow. Snow is also water. Xiaoguai used his power to get them out. Tang Xiaotang did not know why, but he still followed. When it was in the shadows across the street, Ximen Qing immediately stood up. Resurrection. She took off her mask and kissed Xiaoguai's face. Thanks to you, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Tang Xiaotang looked at Xiamen, who showed most of his face, in a daze. It's so beautiful. Huh. Xiamen looked at her, and then thought for a while. By the way, since we are here, should you two go to the signing meeting with me? Signing event. Tang Xiaotang asked in surprise. www.novelmtl.com. Sister, are you talking about the signing event of the teacher dancing love? Can we go in? She is also a fan of Working Cell, but she couldn't grab the special edition booklet issued by the publisher for the signing event, so she had to give up. Xiamen saw a primary school student looking at him so admiringly, and was very satisfied. Of course it can. Said, she took two little loli to the side entrance of the gymnasium. Sorry, no traffic here. The security guard stopped the three of them. Xiamen was to give Tang Xiaotang a "don't worry, look at me" expression, then took out his mobile phone and called Song Yunmu, the charter lady. I'm coming, pick me up quickly. No time? I am too busy with autographs now. Where are you to stay cool? Beep. The phone hung up. Xiamen was a little embarrassed, so she had to discuss with the security. Then what? Do you think I am so beautiful? Can you let us in? She said and took off her sunglasses. Her appearance is indeed amazing, and Tang Xiaotang on the side was dumbfounded. The security guard couldn't help but take another look, but he still said categorically, no. Damn. Xiamen vomited with emotion. Young man, you would be an orphan like this. I'm married, the security guard said solemnly. Xiamen. She thinks that at this time, probably only MMP can express her feelings. But there are elementary school students around, so you can't say bad words. At this embarrassing moment, a man hurriedly ran into the gym. He came to Xiamen and asked, are you Miss Xiamen? Xiamen heard his voice, and immediately recognized it. You are the editor Go. Go Yu was originally in a good mood because he saw that he was a big beauty, but the other party ruined the atmosphere as soon as he spoke. Well, you can directly call my name Go Yu, or you can call me an editor. All right, Xiamen nodded. So Go, edit, are you here to bring us in? Yes. Go Yu wanted to complain. Don't think that if there is a pause in the middle, he will think that he has changed his mind. But forget it, now is not the time to care. Then let's go in quickly. Xiamen breathed a sigh of relief for not getting slapped in front of the elementary school students, and urged Go Yu to take them in. Go Yu took the three people all the way around the stadium, and finally came to the football field in the center. The home stadium of the signing event is here, and you can see a path specially separated by a barrier, which is full of people. Each of them is holding a separate copy of Working Cell in their hands, looking forward to meeting the author on stage. Song Yunmu was sitting there at this time, signing a local signature, and then chatting with readers a few words. Because there are too many people, each reader basically can only stay for 5 seconds after she writes her name, and after a while, a security guard will come up and pull the person away. How do you feel like touching hands? When Dalong was still there, Xiamen had participated in idol touching meetings, and the pattern was similar to now. Teacher Xiamen, please here. Go Yu motioned to Xiamen to follow him on stage. Simon's love is unknown, so, what are you doing? Teacher Song said. Go Yu said, go up and ask her. Xiamen shook his head. Don't go. She had an ominous premonition. As a result, she was discovered by Song Yunmu before she could slip away. The latter immediately stopped signing and ran over to hold her. What are you running? Come here for me. What are you doing? What are you pulling me to do? Xiamen wanted to struggle, but the center of the gymnasium was open in the open air. When she was exposed to the sun, she suddenly lost her strength and could only let Song Yunmu drag onto the stage. Of course it's for me to sign together, Song Yunmu said. I didn't expect that so many people would come in such a cold day. If this goes on, I will have to break my hand. Since you are here, help me. Share it, and I have them all ready. Xiamen saw that there was indeed a parasol on the stage that I didn't know from which canteen. She was pressed under the umbrella, as if on an isolated island. She couldn't get out at all. You are so ruthless, the charter woman. Xiamen did not expect that she would be scammed. Song Yunmu ignored her, picked up a microphone next to her, and said to the readers who were still in line, explain to everyone, the dance is a duo. I am the dance who is responsible for painting. Next to me this is the love responsible for the story script. The two of us together are the dancing love, so the two of us will sign the book for you next, but in order to be fair to the readers in front, the two of us will not be in the same sign the book. You can choose one of us to sign it for you. If you are lazy, you can be lazy. For the sake of fairness, you can really talk, Xiamen whispered. She is uncomfortable here, but the readers below are crazy. What? Is Wuqing teacher originally a group name? 2 people? In charge of the dance of the painting and the love of the story. Hey, look, the teacher of love is so beautiful. Really, shit. How could it be so beautiful? Who can stand it? Is she really a star? Mom, I feel I'm in love. Of course, some people also expressed doubts. Really? Isn't it because there are too many people coming? Just find an internet celebrity to make up the number. Yes, why haven't I heard that Wuqing teacher has 2 people before? And even so, why does the second person come so late? I just saw that she seemed to be pulled up. What's the matter? But such doubts were quickly dispelled. Just because there was a sharp-eyed said, damn, you are blind? Didn't you see that the teacher Qing is exactly the same as the fairy sister? How could it be made up temporarily? I'll go, really. I said, how so familiar? It turns out that the fairy sister really has a realistic prototype. I actually saw the fairy sister in reality? Damn, I feel almost suffocated. The fairy sister is so beautiful. Why is it so beautiful? I'm dead. The queue suddenly became messy. Fortunately, the staff sorted it out in time, and it didn't get worse. But no one doubts that Ximon Ching is one of the dancing feelings anymore. On the contrary, when the queue was divided, more people ran to the Ximon love column, which made Song Yun-woo secretive for a long time. Damn it. This made Ximon Ching feel bitter and unable to tell. Damn the charter wife, deliberately pretending to be ugly to cheat me. I said I want to iron your hair. But in desperation, she still has to sign the readers one by one, and then talk a little while writing. Of course, she responds more passively, sometimes with just a few and sentences. Wrote and wrote, it was the turn of a fat mansion. Ximon Ching didn't mean to look down on people, but felt that this fat house was a bit familiar, so she looked up at him while signing his signature. The latter was also very nervous when she saw it like this. Teacher, hello, I have your book, I like it very much. What? Ximon Ching's pen flicked, and the she part of the dance was directly written by her as a countertext. Ximon was stunned when she heard this. Why didn't she know that she had written a book? And looking at the look of this dead fat house, is it possible that he has licked it? What are you talking about? Where did I get the book? That's it. Fiazai wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. Jian Yang, yes, that, Zai. Oh. Ximon's love suddenly realized when he heard the words, and at the same time he remembered who this fat mansion was. I remember? You were the first person to buy our book at the time, and you bought 10 copies in one go. Do you remember me? Lu Cheng was overjoyed, but he didn't expect to be remembered. He, of course I remember. Ximon Kingzin said, it is not so easy to forget such a fool. Lu Cheng wanted to say something more, but it was a pity that the time came when the security guards came up to take him away forcibly. Before stepping down, Lu Cheng grabbed the manga that had just been signed and yelled, Teacher dance? I will love you forever. Ximon Ching shivered, S.I. steaming goose heart, I am not your wife, why do you want you to love me forever? After Lu Cheng was dragged away, Ximon Ching continued to sign the book. She did not expect that so many people would come to the first signing of Dancing Love. They have only debuted for less than half a year, and their popularity is greater than she thought. Of course, after chatting with so many book fans, she also knew that if only Working Cell would have been so many people, more of these people were actually fans of Dragon Baba, and some even never watched Working Cell at all. Tianlong Ba Bulletin hasn't issued a separate book, and they want to meet the author again, so they snapped up the Working Cell booklet as a ticket for the meeting. If you buy a book, you can meet and talk with Working teacher, and you can get a signature. Who cares about the content of the book if you make such a profit? Especially, after discovering that one of the Working teachers is so beautiful, she is simply the fairy sister in reality, they are even more excited and brain congested. Some witty people have quietly taken out their phones and started to take pictures of Ximon Ching. Ximon Ching didn't notice so much for the time being, just kept signing. Nice to meet you, next one. Thank you for buying the ticket, oh no, buying a book, next one. She answered the book fans' words mechanically, and she was able to sign the name without looking down. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted her rhythm. Big sister. Ximon Ching took a look and found that it was the spectacle Lady JK that she had seen on the subway. What a coincidence. Yes, I didn't expect you to be one of the teachers of Working, elder sister. I regret that I didn't talk to you much at that time. Su Qian's eyes seemed to flash with little stars, which was exactly the expression of worship when she saw an idol. Ximon had an idea, grabbed her hand and touched it while saying, it's okay, maybe we will meet again in the future. Really? Su Qian was overjoyed, but her time had come. Before the security came up, she reluctantly stepped off the stage, and looked back at Ximon Ching one step at a time. That's it. Su Qian is followed by Sen Xin. Ximon Ching is a cute JK again, and she is even more enthusiastic. Are you three here together? Sen Xin nodded, but didn't say much, just watched Ximon Ching intently. She felt that Ximon's love was familiar to her on the subway, but now she suddenly realized that she turned out to be the fairy sister. No wonder Li Yuki kept talking to herself there. Touching her hands as usual, Ximon Ching bid farewell to Sen Xin, and then it was Li Yuki's turn. Compared to the two girls, he was obviously more nervous. We've gods and gods, oh. He bit his tongue before saying a few words. Don't be nervous, boy. Ximon Ching smiled. By the way, I'll ask you a question. Who was your girlfriend just now? Girlfriend oil? Li Yuki bit his tongue again and shook his head vigorously. Simon's love misunderstood. Oh, you don't need to say more. I understand. The young man has a high level of consciousness. Indeed, children only make choices, and adults want everything. She signed her name and handed it to Li Yuki, who was full of annoyance without saying a word. I wish you happiness, and be careful with the hatchet. Li Yuki was pushed away by the security guards in a daze. At the back entrance of the gymnasium, Su Qian and Sen Xin waited for Li Yuki together. Seeing his strange expression, Su Qian immediately asked him, what did the teacher Wuking tell you? Li Yuki tilted his head, puzzled. I didn't understand. She said I wish us happiness? Where are we? What the is happiness? Su Qian and Sen Xian are girls in the end, they are delicate in their minds, and they immediately heard what they were saying, and the two blushed at the same time. Then he glanced at each other tacitly. They are still a long time before they grow up, and before that they have a lot of time for him to choose. The result is not really important, at least now they are enjoying their own youth. Let's go. Su Qian took the initiative to hold Li Yuqi's hand and said, "It's really great to be able to see Teacher Wuking today. How can there be such a beautiful person in this world? I feel like I am about to fall in love with her." "NS. Of course." Li Yuqi said very seriously, "Sister Fairy is #1 in the world." Sen Xian hurriedly followed. After hesitating for a while, she learned how Sen Xian grabbed Li Yuqi's other hand. "Okay, the signing meeting is over. It's time to go back and study." "Huh? Still studying?" Li Yuqi's head grew as soon as he heard the study. "You can kill me." The three left side by side, but they did not see the two dumbfounded men in the corner. "Wow, are the young people so open now? I don't have one, but he actually has two. It's unreasonable." Lei Ming felt that he was hit by a 40-meter knife. In this regard, Li Xiaosong next to him expressed his calmness. "People are cashiers, how can you compare with others? People are hard to dismantle." "Teacher Yan Yun," Lei Ming said with a bitter expression, "isn't I working so hard to make your comics sell well?" "Yes," Li Xiaosong thought for a while, "will I come to accompany you in this kind of event next time for women's wear? To be honest, I am quite confident in my own women's wear." "Hey." Lei Ming suddenly got goosebumps. "Teacher, you unexpectedly, then please come next time." The two were chatting. www.novelmtl.com suddenly saw a man and a woman walking by. "Huh." Lei Ming recognized the man at once. "Isn't this Teacher Ying Zhang?" "Huh." Zhao Zhenying subconsciously looked back when someone called her pen name. "Are you?" "Hello, teacher." Lei Ming greeted politely at once. "I'm Lei Ming, a newcomer to the squat editorial department, and this is Mr. Yan Yun next to me." Yan Yun. Zhao Zhenying couldn't help taking a look at Li Xiaosong, a thin young man who was not tall and looked pretty, and she might look good in women's clothing. "It turns out that you are Teacher Yan Yun, and I am lucky enough to meet you." As one of the two members of the falling team, he is naturally very curious about Yan Yun. To be honest, since the Tianlong Ba Bulletin was riding on Jueshan, he was crushed to the point that he couldn't even rise in his heart to win. After that, he had been secretly competing with Yan Yun's the King of Thieves for the next 2 issues. Li Xiaosong actually had similar thoughts. He shook hands with Zhao Zhenying. "Are you here to see the Wuking teacher?" "That's right." Zhao Zhenying laughed. "After all, it squeezed me away from Mars Squat, and almost robbed me of my old enemy serialized in the weekly squat. I have to take a good look at this monster rookie as a man or a ghost. He is open-minded." Although he was targeted by the dance twice, Li Xiaosong couldn't see that he had any resentment at all. Since the purpose is the same, Lei Ming and Li Xiaosong made an appointment with Zhao Zhenying to have a look. Zhao Zhenying has acquaintances in the Mars editorial department, so he can go through the back door. Lei Ming had time to ask Zhao Zhenying, "Is this teacher your girlfriend?" Zhao Zhenying is nearly 40, but the girl next to him is only in her early 20s, about the same age as Li Xiaosong. Although it looks very unsuitable, considering that the other party is a very talented cartoonist, and I heard that he just divorced a while ago, it is not surprising to be able to have such a girlfriend. Zhao Zhenying was taken aback when he heard the words, and then quickly nodded. "Yes, my girlfriend, Xiao Jia." His female companion also nodded politely to them. Upon seeing this, Lei Ming turned to Li Xiaosong and said, "Teacher Yan Yun, have you seen it? As long as you become a successful cartoonist, you will find such a beautiful girlfriend in the future. Let your girlfriend introduce her to me." Li Xiaosong thoughtfully, "So, as long as you draw a good cartoon, there will be a big-breasted lady." "Thank you, senior, I will definitely try to become a cartoonist like you in the future." "Haha, right? Then come on, ha ha ha." Zhao Zhenying smiled very guiltily. The beauty next to him is not his girlfriend, but the female college student he met through the rounded corners. Even the name Xiaojia is not necessarily true. Because he was coming to see Dancing Love today, he specially asked her to support the scene. It was 3,000 yuan a day, and after a discount for returning customers, it was 2,970. Zhao Zhenying made a call, and the money from the Mars Squat editorial department came out after a while. After learning the identities of Li Xiaosong and Lei Ming, they led all 4 of them in. Qianlai had always worked with Zhao Zhenying before he was in charge of working cell, so he also knew that this person had a good temper. Even if he was robbed of his job by the dance, he estimated that he felt that he was not as good as the newcomer, and he would not hate him. Otherwise, he would never take Zhao Zhenying through the back door. The security guard waited for the 4 people to enter and then prepared to close the door, but pushed the door a bit and didn't push it, as if it was stuck by something strange. He looked at it, and the door was empty. How could it get stuck? He tried again, but this time it closed successfully. This door is really strange. He didn't care too much, and continued to stand guard. As everyone knows, just now, Chen Guangming entered the stadium invisibly. The door was jammed because it happened to be caught in his leg, and now he can only follow Zhao Zhenying and the others. He stared at Zhao Zhenying with resentment. It was this guy who ruined the goddess in his heart. If he didn't give him any revenge, Chen Guangming would only feel a gas in his chest and panic. He took out a glove from his arms, which he transformed from the woolen gloves he bought at the roadside stall. It can generate static electricity by rubbing with fingers, and then amplify the static electricity and inject it into someone else's body. This kind of static electricity is not fatal, but it is enough to make people embarrassed. It is serious, and even public incontinence is not impossible. Chen Guangming followed Zhao Zhenying for a long time, and finally waited for a suitable occasion. He didn't know what was going on in the gym, but he knew there were many people in it, so let Zhao Zhenying make a fool of himself in front of so many people. Zhao Zhenying and the four came to the bottom of the signing stage with the money. The money came to give them a certificate. Hang it up, you can pretend to be a staff member and have a look below. There are so many people, the dance teacher and others have not time to chat with you. Zhao Zhenying was taken aback, isn't the dance feeling alone? Money came and pointed to the stage, can't you see it yourself? Two sitting there and can't see it. Zhao Zhenying, Lei Ming, Li Xiaosong, Xiao Jia, and even Chen Guangming following behind looked up at the stage almost at the same time. It happened that it was time for the book fans in front of Xi Ching to be pulled away by the security guard. At this time, her face was completely exposed to the vision of several people. Fuck. Zhao Zhenying subconsciously let out a surprise. He did not expect that the dance is actually female, and it is so beautiful. He has done so much healthcare over the years, and he has seen many beautiful women, but he has never seen such a good-looking one. Mom? It's so big. Li Xiaosong's attention was mainly focused on Xi Ching's chest on the table. He gestured with both hands, feeling like a watermelon. As for Lei Ming, he glanced at Li Xiaosong subconsciously. It seems that if teacher Yin Yun wants to win the dance, she really needs the blessing of women's clothing, otherwise she will lose 10 streets. There was another person who was surprised, and that was Chen Guangming. When he saw Simon's love, he felt his soul flew away. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? He feels like the goddess who has been licking a dog for 3 years is like a bumpy part of the surface of a potato. She is the real goddess? At this moment, his resentment towards Zhao Zhenying dissipated. His heart has been completely captured by Simon Ching. www.novelmtl.com. Where is there time to get angry for other rotten potatoes? Goddess? I want to dedicate everything I have to you. Zhang Shan is easy to change, but the nature of licking a dog is hard to change. Chen Guangming seems to have found his faith again. What he didn't notice was that he was aiming at Zhao Zhenying just now to call him, but after seeing Simon's love, he had completely forgotten about the glove. As a result, his fingers shook, and a pinch of static electricity passed through the gloves, and turned into a flash of lightning to shoot at Simon Ching. Just at this moment, a dragon's claw suddenly appeared in the void and extinguished the lightning. At the same time, a chain made of water suddenly appeared on Chen Guangming's body, which immediately dragged him into a small room nearby. Chen Guangming was shocked and wanted to shout, but his mouth was blocked by the water, and he couldn't shout at all. Be honest with me. A woman kicked him and cursed. Did your kid eat the courage of the bear heart and leopard? You dare to do it to her. Next to the woman stood a young man, who was Lian Qinjun's cousin Lian Fang. His right hand was still in the form of a dragon's claw, and he was shocked in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I move fast. If it really hits her, he can't imagine it anymore. Dignified 8 evil spirits, if you are suddenly attacked by a science fiction guy in public, there will be ghosts if you don't get angry. When the female ghost is angry, she will be thousands of miles away, and the entire Xiaoqing city will immediately become a desert. People like them must be unavoidable and become corpses. The woman took out a tablet and swiped it a few times, and suddenly said in surprise, hey, this guy is not registered, is it just awakening? Really? Lian Feng looked at Chen Guangming in surprise, a newcomer who has just awakened. Is this the unexpected harvest my dad said? Chen Guangming was taken away by Lian Feng, leaving the woman to continue to monitor Ximen's situation. On the other side, she didn't know that Ximen Qing, who was almost assaulted just now, was still signing the book. She looked at the long dragon in front of her, feeling a little desperate. I won't come to any book signings after killing me. On the other side, Song Yunryu was relieved. Fortunately, Simon Qing came to help with an idea, otherwise she would definitely sign her hand off today. How come there are so many fans here? She had thought that it would be more than a few hundred. Hello Ryuking teacher. A female fan holding a comic book came to the table with some excitement. Song Yunryu looked up and found that the girl was quite cute, and the clothes and accessories on her body were definitely high-end goods in the identity of the rich second generation. She should be a big lady. Hello, Song Yunryu said with a smile. Ryuking is the name of the two of us, you can call me Dancing Dot. Okay, Mr. Wu, I really like your work. I watch it every night. I like it. The girl was a little excited and spoke incoherently. Don't worry, Song Yunryu comforted, you have to give me the book first, so I can sign it for you. Oh. The girl reacted at this time, and quickly handed over the book. I wanted to buy a few more copies, but I can only buy 1 copy per person. It's a pity, I should bring all my bodyguards. Hehe, don't use it. Song Yunryu just smiled. The child reminded her of her brother, and that guy often said something inhumane so naturally. The time is up, and the local tyrants have no privileges. After the girl reluctantly left, the book fan caught Song Yunryu off guard. Hey, she showed an expression of disgust without hiding. Just because the person standing in front of her is actually Lian Qinjun. What are you doing? Even Qinjun was embarrassed. First say yes, I'm not a fan of yours. I haven't even watched it. I'm not interested in this kind of kids stuff. Then why are you here? Song Yunryu waved his hand, get out, get out, get out, take a taxi. Lian Qinjun gritted his teeth, but had to hold back the fire, and handed the book over. I'll leave after you sign your name. I'm here to recharge. Who makes your order so troublesome? You can only buy one copy. That is to prevent people like you from buying it, Song Yunryu said, but still wrote the name. Okay, let's go on. You don't need to say. Lian Qinjun took the book and quickly ran off the stage. From just now, he noticed that the woman on the other side of the stage was the famous Xingyi leader. Had it not been for the girl, he would have slipped on the solace of his feet. At first, she planned to go to Ximenqing to sign an autograph, but even Qinjun repeatedly fooled her to make her change her mind. Fortunately, he said, the key is that his two little brothers, Mao Fengtai and Du Yushan, have already frightened 2 battles just by being close to Ximenqing. If this is really facing her, shouldn't they be scared to faint? For them who have the blood of Fengbo and Rain Master, the celestial woman is completely a natural enemy, and it is already a great thing to be able to stand in front of her. Heavenly Master Song Jiaxin is really big enough, Lian Qinjun muttered with lingering fear as if he had just finished riding the pirate ship. I actually hid such a big boss in Xiaking City with a middle boss next to him. If it wasn't, I thought you wanted to rebel. Brother Qinjun, here. Qian Lingyu's greeting came, and Lian Qinjun immediately put these behind him, showing a foolish smile. Hey, here I am. Behind him, Mao and Du, who were frightened into mollusks, helped each other slowly forward. Boss, wait a minute. Lian Qinjun looked back and ran back quickly. When the two of them just showed a smile, they reached out and took away the comics in their hands. I almost forgot this. After said, he turned and ran to the girl. Only the two guys were left with their eyes facing each other, and both saw the hardship. Boss, where shall we go next? Qian Lingyu Lian Qinjun walked out of the gym with a stupid expression on her face, thinking about where she was going. Suddenly Lian Qinjun's expression became serious. He said to Qian Ling, I just forgot to go to the bathroom. Wait for me here, and I'll be back soon. Said, without waiting for her to say anything, she turned around and disappeared around the corner. In the gymnasium, 2 figures are fighting fiercely. There was a comatose person lying in the corner. It was Chen Guangming. Lian Feng was kicked in the chest and rolled out more than 10 meters on the ground like a ball. Sen Qianshan retracted his foot and said coldly, young man, didn't your father let you go out a little bit today? Cough. Lian Feng clutched his chest, feeling a little dizzy. Counsel? I don't know how this word is written. While speaking, he cursed in his heart. Who is this guy? Why is it so powerful? The old man never said this? MMP stock is about to fly? Sen Qianshan shook his head. It seems that you even have a wholesale batch of pirated dictionaries. www.novelmtl.com. Forget it. This kid has been eyeing on him. If you take him away like this, I will be deducted from my salary. Lian Feng stood up, his hands turned into dragon claws, and dragon scales appeared on his face. Obviously there is no meaning to admit defeat. Sen Qianshan helplessly, looking at the head green. Before the words fell, he had appeared in front of Lian Feng, and pressed his face with his 5 fingers and pressed it to the ground. A deep pit was smashed out of the concrete floor. Even though Lian Feng had a dragon scale body, he fainted. Sen Qianshan had a headache. Hey, this should be reimbursed, right? Forget it, you can throw the pot to him then. Said, turned around and planned to go to Chen Guangming's side. However, a dragon claw suddenly appeared from the side, forcing him to avoid it. Sen Qianshan took a look and found that the person here was actually Lian Qinjun. Boy, I remember I told you that if you do something, I will arrest you. Lian Qinjun glanced at Lian Feng, who had fainted next to him, and snorted coldly, I take care of you so much and beat my brother, then naturally this face must be retrieved by my brother. After that, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed out of his eyes. This is much stronger than Chen Guangming's static electricity, which can directly penetrate the air, which is similar to real lightning. However, when the lightning hit Sen Qinshan's body, it only ruined his coat, revealing his strong upper body, without any scars on it. Sen Qinshan's eye pupils turned silver, staring at Sen Qianshan and said, Boy, did you get on a list of natural and man-made disasters and ruined you? Tell you one thing, 100 years ago, that list was the top 10. The name was taught by Art Xingyi. Xingyi teaches. Lian Qinjun was startled when he heard this, and then he understood the identity of the policeman in front of him. However, it seems that it is not unreasonable to think of the leader of Xingyi who is holding a signing ceremony in the center of the gymnasium. No wonder this guy is so difficult to deal with. It seems that at least it is also the existence of the guardian of the Xingyi sect. To be honest, Lian Qinjun really wants to bugger. After all, even if he had beaten Sen Qianshan, there was a Xingyi leader waiting for him next to him. But Lian Feng is now fainting behind Sen Qianshan. Even if he wants to slip, he has to take his brother away first. Sen Qianshan didn't seem to realize this, just watching Qinjun motionless, thinking he was planning something. Just took a hit with Lianjun. Although it was okay, he almost reached the level of Lianjun. If he really wants to fight, the outcome is not certain. So he also raised enough vigilance. Alas, the down jacket I just bought just broke. 600 yuan. Just as the two were in a stalemate, there was a sound of footsteps at the end of the corridor. Time goes forward for a while. Ximenqing and Song Yunryu were signing a book on stage. Suddenly, both of them sensed the battle in a certain direction at the same time. Song Yunryu was aware of energy fluctuations, while Ximen Qing sensed the existence of Sen Qianshan more accurately. This guy is really going to do things here. What should I do? Will it be discovered by him? Ximen's love is a bit panicked. This is mainly due to the psychological shadow that Sen Qianshan left on him 100 years ago. Back then, he was beaten by Sen Qianshan. Song Yunryu had already taken the initiative to stop, and the time was just right. She said that she and Ximen Qing needed to have lunch and rest, and then pulled Ximen Qing off the stage. When Ximen Qing got out of the parasol, she lost her strength, so she had to drag her into the gymnasium. Hey, what are you doing? Ximen saw that Song Yunryu actually dragged herself in the direction of Sen Qianshan, and his liver was almost frightened. There are evolvers working over there. I will go over and take a look. You just go there. Why do you pull me? If I don't hold you, you will definitely take the opportunity to drive away and leave the signing meeting in the afternoon to me alone. Song Yunryu said, just stay with me. Damn, isn't it alright if I don't run? Don't. Ximen Qing almost cried, but Song Yunryu didn't listen to her at all. He posted a magic talisman under his feet, and rushed to the fight in the blink of an eye. When she saw Lian Qinjun, she thought he was causing trouble. Lian Qinjun, why do you really think I dare not touch you? Damn, why did Lian Qinjun throw the pot on his head? Sen Qianshan saw the symbol on Song Yunryu's feet and recognized it. He is from the Song family of Heavenly Master. His tone is not very friendly. After all, zombies and Taoist priests are old enemies, and he thought Song Yunryu was against him. Song Yunryu only noticed that there was a big winter shirtless uncle in the corridor. When she saw Sen Qianshan's silver eyes, she immediately understood his identity, Zombie King. Ximen Qing is an evolutionary after the projection of the godhead of the goddess, but because she is still a virgin, she has no descendants. All of her first-generation bloods were developed by biting their necks, so only the zombies were separated, and the rest of the abilities like the sun god were not acquired by anyone. Therefore, the most evolved among her descent is the Zombie King. There is no I have a date with zombies in this world, and naturally there are no zombie kings and ministers. The so-called Zombie King is actually more of an abbreviation for the King of Zombies and has no special meaning. Song Yunryu looked behind him subconsciously. Ximen Qing was hiding behind the corner. No wonder she was dragging the handle of a door and refused to come over. It turned out that she had sensed her own blood. But it's not right. Why is she afraid of her blood? Song Yunryu didn't have the time to think so much for the time being, because Sen Qianshan showed obvious hostility towards her. This is the normal reaction of zombies when they see Taoist priests. The kind of Ximen love is totally an exception. Seeing this, Lian Qinjun immediately came to Sen Qianshan's back, picked up the unconscious Lian Feng and Chen Guangming and went off. He felt that since the leader of Xingyi and Song Yunryu were in the same group, Sen Qianshan, who was a Xingyi cultist, must also be with them. 1v1 is unstable, not to mention that there is even a Xingyi leader behind 2v1. Although I don't know why Sen Qianshan is distracted now, if he catches such a good time, can he stay and get his lunch if he doesn't run? Sen Qianshan wanted to chase Chen Guangming back, but Song Yunryu gave him a very dangerous feeling, so he did not act rashly. Song Yunryu drew his money sword from the bottom of the skirt, and Sen Qianshan's fangs also stretched out his lips. The two people faced each other in the corridor like this. No one had started. On the other side, Ximen Qing was shivering in the corner. How to do? The charter-in-law is not going to fight with Guardian Sen. Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com. This guy is so fierce. Will it hurt the charter-in-law? When thinking that Song Yunryu would be injured, Ximen Qing felt that she had to do something. She took a few deep breaths and rubbed her cushion again. No way, I originally wanted to touch my heart to calm my heartbeat, but my chest was too big to be touched. About 5 seconds later, her closed eyes opened again, as if she had made some determination. Fight. A little. The corridors of the gymnasium are most likely to have echoes, and a rhythmic sound of heels hitting the floor came from behind Song Yunryu. Sen Qianshan gave a glimpse, then opened his eyes in shock and looked at him. The whole person seemed to have been fixed. Teach. He opened his mouth, only to find that he was so excited that he couldn't even speak. Long time no see, Qianshan. An icy voice sounded, which made Song Yunryu turn around and look curiously. She knew this was the voice of Ximen Qing, but this tone was too different from the Ximen Qing she knew. I saw Ximen Qing's expressionless face, like an iceberg that hasn't changed forever, and like an emperor who is not angry and prestigious. Even if the power in her body was still sealed, she still felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Sen Qianshan snapped a kneel on the ground, his face tears. Leader finally found you. He cried a mess. The whole human emotions have collapsed. Ximen said coldly, okay, I told you to learn how to control your emotions. Haven't you learned it after so long? Don't dare. Sen Qianshan said hurriedly, I'm just so excited. Sucking for 100 years. We have found you for a whole 100 years? Sucking, we thought you didn't want us anymore. Master, where have you been all these years? We all miss you so much. Sen Qianshan cried out. Back then, the kingdom of Sakura invaded the kingdom of flowers. We thought you were counted by the kingdom of Sakura, but we took the invaders of the kingdom of Sakura. Killing all went to Sakurakuni Island and killed them again, but I just couldn't find you. Simon King's face remained unchanged. Okay, do I have to report to you where I want to go? It's okay, don't cry in front of me. Yes, Sen Qianshan said in a panic, it's me who talked too much, but the teacher, everyone miss you very much, do you think I should call everyone here to meet you? It's not necessary, Simon Qing said with an aggravated tone, I don't need you for the time being, you just continue to live as you were. But, Sen Qianshan wanted to say something more. Simon Qing looked at him with cold eyes. He immediately swallowed what he had said to his lips. Yes, I will go now. This is my business card. If you want to find me, please call me. Sen Qianshan left a business card, and then left quickly. Song Yunwu stared blankly at the dialogue between the two. She felt that Simon Qing had become another person, very strange and a little scary. But just when she was hesitating how to continue getting along with Simon Qing, who had been squeezed, suddenly slumped towards her and buried a face directly on her chest. Oh, has he gone? Scared me. Huh. The trace of fear that had just risen in Song Yunwu's heart disappeared instantly. Sure enough, it was an idiot zombie or an idiot zombie. The one just now must have been an illusion. Hurry up and leave, if he comes back, I don't know how to deal with it. Simon Qing leaned in Song Yunwu's arms, half of her legs were soft, and the other half was mopping oil. The charter wife's body was fragrant and soft. Comfortable. Song Yunwu didn't notice Simon Qing's little movements, but was puzzled. Isn't he your disciple? What are you afraid of him doing? Oh, it's very troublesome to explain. Anyway, what do you think about the group of fans outside of you two fighting? Simon Qing said casually. Song Yunwu was right. I heard that the people taught in Xingyi were lunatics. If she could, she didn't want to face them for no reason, especially at her own signing event. When she left, she hadn't forgotten to pick up the business card and saw, oh, it's from the City Criminal Police Brigade. Because of an excuse to have lunch, the two have some time to rest. Song Yunwu came to the lounge with Simon Qing, and couldn't help but ask, what happened to you just now? Why do you use that way of speaking? Simon said with affection, scare him, otherwise I have to smile and ask him, have you eaten? Really? Why am I so unbelievable? Don't believe me? Pull it down. Simon Qing looked at her with a straight face. Song Yunwu finally gave up, while Simon Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was just pretending to be the former owner of this body. Simon Qing is not the true leader of Xingyi. She is just an ordinary otaku who entered this body 100 years ago. She knows who is in Xingyi Church better than Song Yunwu, so she has to deal with it more carefully. If Sen Qianshan knows that the soul in this body is no longer the original one, God knows what will happen. As for why she can imitate so much without inheriting the memory, this is a long story. In short, the two of them sent Sen Qianshan and continued to sign the sale. Until the sun went down, Simon Qing didn't know how many copies he had signed. Add up to 2 people, maybe 5 or 6,000. Fortunately, for this signing, you have to buy a limited edition special edition booklet, otherwise the signing may not be finished in one day. Ah, I feel like my hand is about to break. Song Yunwu rubbed her wrist. Even though she had changed her left and right hands halfway, she was still sore. Simon saw this, and quickly went up and grabbed her little hand. Come on, I'll rub it for you. Song Yunwu looked at her innocently, and said, zombies are so good, hands won't be sour, or you can do it for the future signings. No, you cheat me once, and I won't be fooled by you next time. 2 people walked out of the gym and found 3 people waiting for them there. It was the 3 roommates of Ziliang Ye's Wang. Yeah, why are you all here? Simon Qing asked in surprise. Dad boy, didn't you go out to play with Akalin? Damon Zi said. She answered the phone and said that she had something to do with her and she had to rush back. Now she is on the plane. Oh, how about you boy? Where are your friends? Her home is here, I have already gone back. Simon Qing looked at Qin Yuyao at last. She suddenly remembered her purpose of going out today. Are you Yao? How about you? Why are you here? Qin Yuyao said. Let me see what Yunwu's signing event looks like. www.novelmtl.com for reference. I didn't expect that Sister Simon will also come. It's strange, when did you go out? You were obviously still watching TV when you went out. I just wandered around in my spare time, and I was arrested by the charter wife. Simon Qing said with a guilty conscience. She wouldn't admit that she came from Qin Yuyao. Did you go out to hang out in broad daylight? Qin Yuyao only thought it was incredible. You actually went to the side where you have to take a few subway stops. That's right. Even though Song Yunwu cast a look of you lie too badly, Simon Qing said so bitterly. But Qin Yuyao obviously doesn't care much about this, she just complains routinely. Then she took out her mobile phone and said to Ximen, Sister Ximen, do you know if you are hot? Look at this. Ximen Qing and Song Yunwu looked at it and saw that there was a Weibo page on the phone. The Jugaga above was all photos of Ximen Qing when signing the book, and there was a paragraph on it. Sister Shenxian actually exists. You regret that you didn't come to the dance teacher's signing event? The number of comments on this Weibo has exceeded 50,000, and the number of likes is more than 100,000, and it is reposted more. Ximen loves to leave a message. The first one on the top is really? Is this a P played? Then the first message below is for the blogger. There is no P picture, it is just casually taken with a mobile phone, and the beauty is not turned on. There is another unfolded message. It's true, I went too. Wow, she is so beautiful. Xiamen Qing looked at the horrible number of likes and forwards, and only felt a little headache. These are cheers. Those in Xingyi must know what they are doing now. Things are even more exaggerated than Xiamen Qing imagined. This incident started at noon. A book friend who came to the signing event secretly took a photo of Xiamen Qing and uploaded it to his circle of friends with the text, "I have found the reason why I have been single for 28 years. Just to wait for you, my goddess." Then the first comment of this circle of friends is, "You can see Jill clearly with your A-powered picture quality. Is your goddess a pile of mosaics?" This immediately made the book friends who posted to Moments angry, and asked a girl next to me on the spot to borrow a phone she bought specifically for selfies. She had a set of 9 continuous shots, and then WeChat sent it back to her mobile phone and reposted a Moments. Some people question my camera, some people question my shooting techniques, and some people question my goddess? Hehe, please witness the moment of face slaps. He didn't pay attention to this circle of friends later, because he just finished posting the circle of friends and suddenly found out that he seemed to have reached the WeChat of a sister paper. So I chatted with this sister who had similar interests. Both of them are fans of dancing, and they hooked up while chatting. And the guy who mocked him at first, after seeing the clear 9 pictures, he didn't even bother to mock his friend anymore. Damn, are you even asking for a manga face to be so high these days? You must post on Weibo for such excessive things. Coincidentally, this friend who posted on Weibo is a professional esports player and has a lot of fans. This incident was immediately terrible. First of all, those marketing accounts who stared at him on Weibo all day found these pictures, regardless of the number of 3721, in any case, use it to post the news first. Then there are photos of Xiamen Qing appearing in post bars such as Black Pot and Keep Pressure. The neat row of GKD below makes the host hurry up. In this way, even the huge number of Emperor Bar appeared a lot of stickers using Simon's love photos to deceive experience. Emperor Bar is a super large post bar with more than 30 million followers. If this can stay on the homepage for a while, the traffic is really not to be underestimated. At the same time, Xiamen Qing became popular on Weibo. Originally, the flow of Dragon Babo is huge, but when it comes to the dance of the author of Dragon Babo, almost no one knows that they are actually 2 people, and they are all sister papers. The key is still so pretty. If Xiamen Qing's appearance can generate more heat than other internet celebrities, then the chemical reaction after encountering the pseudonym Dancing Love is very scary. Within a few hours, the word Dancing Love rushed to the top of the hot search list. At the same time, several other entries related to her also occupy 6 seats in the top 20. More than 1/3 of the top 20 searches are what her concept is. This is really out of the circle. Originally, the 8 parts of the dragon was a near phenomenon level work. Now, with the addition of a fire, Xiamen Qing and this work have become the hottest topics at the same time. Playing a game of Low Man Machine, your teammates are talking about Dancing Love, making you almost think you have played the wrong game. Go to the B station to chase after a fan, the bullet screen is talking about Tianlong Ba Bulletin, so you almost think that you have clicked the wrong video. Even when I went out for a meal, the boys and girls at the next table were all talking about dance teachers. Is so exaggerated. Xiamen Love raged all over the country almost overnight, and the editorial phone of the weekly squat was almost blown up. Without him, because the outside world has no contact information for Xiamen Qing, they can only find Xiamen Qing through the editorial department. All kinds of phone calls for cooperation are coming, and the people in the editorial department are getting big heads when answering the calls. At first they were still confused, but later they realized that this was a pit by Mars. Maid, they opened a signing meeting over there and blow up our phone call? What's the matter? Yang Yuan grabbed his hair into a chicken coop. My wife can't even call me. When she came in, she thought she was going out for health care. Where can I go about making sense? You will be content. The editor-in-chief was overjoyed. How much benefit can this heat bring to us? Don't you have any points in your heart? Everyone's year-end awards are expected to rise this year. This is also true. When the other editors heard it, they all smiled happily. In the second week, Li Yuki showed off under the enviable gaze of his classmates. Haha, that's right, I did participate in the signing event, and I also talked to her. Damn, I said why you were a pigeon when I called you to drive a black one? It turned out that I went there, and I strangled you. The same table envied Li Yuki's neck and shook it vigorously. Other students were curious and asked, Li Yuki, is the dance teacher really that beautiful? Haven't any photos on the internet been uploaded? Of course I haven't been Pete, Li Yuki said. It's better to say that those inferior mobile phones have reduced the beauty of the fairy sister. Only when you have seen her real person can you know what is the upper limit of the human beauty. www.novelmtl.com. Damn it. Why did I play games at home yesterday? I really want to see the dance teacher. If she has a signing event in the future, I will go by plane. Li Yuki put his index finger in a bewitching manner, and said, to be precise, Wuking teacher is 2 people, the fairy sister is Love, and there is a Wu teacher who wears glasses and a strange hairstyle. But when I was queuing, it looked pretty. On the other side, Sen Xin and Su Qian, who also participated in the signing event, were also surrounded by classmates. But they are surrounded by girls. Cici, is what Li Yuki said true? Well, Su Qian said, the Love teacher is really kind, and the voice is very nice. Listening to her can make your ears pregnant. Sengxin also nodded, it's really beautiful, she's tall, and she's in good shape. I see in the photo, her breast is so big that she is resting on the table. How can it be so big? Isn't it long? Absolutely not. Sen Xian immediately retorted, that is absolutely true. How did you know? Because she has leaned on her whole person, Su Qian said. It's really enviable. I knew I would have leaned on. Wow. This caused another exclamation from the classmates. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said, wait a minute, all three of you went to the signing event? So, did you two go with Li Yuki? Damn, blind students, you found Huidian. The gossip of the crowd spread from the Wuking teacher to the three of them. The classmates were talking about each other, and both girls blushed and did not speak. In the dimly lit room, a group of people were sitting around a table with solemn expressions. Sen Qianshan is still on the head, and his hands are in the shape of a few and 10 fingers are interlaced in front of his mouth. The law protector, a man in a suit and leather shoes, couldn't help but speak. However, Sen Qianshan suddenly reached out and stopped. Okay, no need to say more, I know what you want to ask me, but I was also surprised. Boom! The blonde JK dressed as a bad girl slapped the table. Then you can't just tell us now? How long has this been? If we don't find out, are you going to keep hiding from us? Legal guardian, this matter must be explained. The lady holding the cat also agreed. Yes, yes. The electrician in overalls and the others nodded. Okay. Sen Qianshan stopped drinking. What can I do? How can I think that he would still encounter a box with a broken light after changing a store modally? The man with golden glasses pushed his glasses, his eyes shone with a wise light. I think it may be that you have the passiveness of 100% able to book a box with a problem. I don't have that kind of strange passive skills. Sen Qianshan said angrily, you guys have written too many novels? My mind is full of pits. Then how do you explain it? The man in glasses said, pointing at the broken lamp. Sen Qianshan said, that's not important, think about the subject I am looking for you today. Then you have to order food first, the electrician said. I haven't eaten dinner yet, I don't want to have morning meals anymore. Don't worry, I didn't ask the boss for candles this time. Sen Qianshan smiled triumphantly. 10 minutes later, the dishes are ready, and the lighting is here. The people at the table, each holding a portable flashlight in each hand, light it from below, illuminating everyone's face half bright and half dark, just like a ghost in a ghost movie. Everyone's expressions are exactly the same as last time, _ It still feels a bit wrong. The electrician whispered. Sen Qianshan coughed and explained, the boss said that there are no spare light bulbs in their store. He bought these small flashlights temporarily from the grocery store next door. Isn't this still cheating? The blonde JK threw the flashlight to the table. I propose that I will deprive Lao Sen of the right to convene everyone for a meeting in the future. Well, I agree with this. The glasses man nodded first. I agree too. Then the electrician, the lady, all the members agreed one after another. In this way, Sen Qianshan was seized from power. He whispered, you are a rebellion, I obviously have the highest position. Then you made this lamp light up. The blonde JK's words made Sen Qianshan stunned. Everything is the fault of the lights. I blamed this lamp for making him lose the majesty of Zohufa. Sen Qianshan hates the lamp now. Okay, let's talk about business, the blonde JK said. I believe everyone has seen the leader on the internet. Lao Sen, I heard that you were in the gym that day, and you met with the leader. Yes, Lao Sen nodded. The master's prestige remains the same as before. It's great. Then why didn't she come to us? The blonde JK stroked his cheeks with both hands. His eyes flashed with scarlet light. Could it be that she was fascinated by which coquettish bitch? I think she is now in the form of a combination as a cartoonist, who is her partner. Sen Qianshan said, the specific identity is not clear, but the means should be the Song family of the Heavenly Master. That group of idiot Taoists. As soon as they heard the Heavenly Master Song family, the expressions of everyone present changed. I'll kill her. The blonde JK immediately showed a pair of fangs. Fortunately, the man with golden glasses next to her pulled her in time. It's okay, you are not afraid that the leader will be angry. Huh. The blonde JK stopped getting up when he heard the words. Glasses man, I feel that the leader is probably playing with the Taoist priests, and then kill them after playing enough. Something makes sense. The others agreed. Sen Qianshan said, the instruction given by the leader is, let us continue to live the same life as before, don't expose it. What do you think? The lady holding the cat said, I think the leader means that we will continue to penetrate in all walks of life. When one day she gives an order, the whole country will be under her control. Hey, it makes sense. The blonde JK's eyes lit up. Now the head of state belongs to the Song family, and the reason why the leader is close to the Song family makes sense. The electrician asked, then what should we do next? Sen Qianshan thought for a while, and said, things are not in a hurry, our days are long, everything will come steadily, and we must first gain a foothold in all walks of life, not to mention officials and businessmen, but also public figures. Jin, in this era, the appeal of a celebrity is definitely not to be underestimated. Those young people regard celebrities as more important than their parents. As long as they become their idols, it will be much easier to develop believers. Did you give us a good example? Well, www.novelmtl.com makes sense, said the man with golden glasses. It seems that I will start to resume the update too. You're so embarrassed to say. The blonde JK repeatedly bumped his ribs with his elbows. Last time I said that thoughts were springing up, but after I went back, I updated the 6 words update after Christmas without punctuation. The result? It's been half a month since Christmas. What about your updates? Cough cough. The man with glasses clutched his ribs and said in pain, there will be some. You don't want to be pestered, you're out of breath. Let's go, Sen Qianshan said. Writing novels is a good way, and you can also do some film and television related work. Maybe you can cooperate with the leader in the future. That's right. Blonde JK was suddenly inspired. I'm going to start an animation company, and then adapt the master's manga into animation. Then, when she comes to talk about cooperation, won't we meet each other? Haha, at that time, seeing that I am so capable, the leader will definitely spoil me. She was talking, and she became intoxicated again by herself. Snee. Ximen in Ziliang Demon Village sneezed affectionately. What's wrong? Qin Yueo on the side cared. It's okay, which fan probably missed me. Ximen Qing shook his head. Why is there a vaguely bad premonition? Forget it, it may be an illusion. Do not care. She took her mobile phone and said to Qin Yueo, the publishing house helped me open a certified Weibo. What do you think I should post on my first Weibo? Just hello everyone. Qin Yueo thought for a while and wanted to add another selfie. That's okay. Ximen Qing passed Qin Yueo, and the phone camera pointed at the two. Come on, talk to me. Click. Sister Ximen, why do you want to take me with me when uploading your photos? Qin Yueo asked in confusion. Of course it's because you are cute. Ximen King put his arms around her waist, squirming without a trace of her fingers. You think, didn't you be very popular on the internet before? Now we upload a photo together. What do the people I see think? I must think I have a leg with you, right? Then these people will automatically make up for the love-hate entanglement between me and you and the charter wife. What's obviously I came first, yeah, why are you so proficient? And so on. Isn't the heat coming out? Qin Yueo heard the clouds and mists. Although she didn't understand very well, she always felt that Ximen Qing said something extraordinary. Then, she saw that Ximen Qing had added a text to the photo of the two of them. Hello, the cartoonist love, this is the Weibo I just opened. I don't know what to post, so I just picked a photo of myself and uploaded it. The one next to me is another partner of mine. Wangshu, beep send. With the funny sound effect, Ximen Qing pressed the send option. Then she said to Qin Yueo, quickly give me this like. Oh. Qin Yueo did as he said. Then the two got together and watched the changes in Ximen's Weibo. The Weibo of Ximen Qing originally had only one notification of opening Weibo automatically sent by the system. Just below that one, there have been about 100,000 comments. No way, everyone has only one place to leave a message, so naturally they all crowded together. When the new Weibo of Ximen Qing was posted, someone replied almost within a few seconds. Then, the number of replies soared upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's just that Qin Yueo opened her Weibo and clicked a thumbs up. The number of comments on Ximen Qing's Weibo has exceeded 1,000. Open it casually, in addition to the meaningless front row, confession teacher, lick again and other comments, there are also some comments on the photos. My god, what did I see? The two goddesses took a picture together. So you are best friends. Is the circle of talented women so small? There is so much love, seeing teacher Shu so cleverly leaning on the shoulder of teacher Qing'er, it will be separated after a hit. Oops, both are so beautiful, I can't even lick them. Hey, this group of licking dogs knows how to lick. Ximen Qing flipped through the comments and found that half of them were with the word lick, a group of perverts. Are you not afraid of being poisonous on your screen? After a while, the tricks in the comments began to come out. Someone sent an emoticon package. The material was a photo of her secretly taken at the signing ceremony. That happened to be Lu Cheng standing in front of her, and then she suddenly realized Lu Cheng's face when she recognized Lu Cheng. But the matching text is, Mom, this fat house is so big. There is also a picture of her chest resting on the table, with the text, oh, her chest is so heavy, no one should find it after resting on the table for a while. Or the accompanying text, life cannot bear the burden. Ximen Qing finished reading a black line, why don't you guys be so talented? Ha ha ha. Qin Yueo looked very interested. Ximen Qing slapped her when she saw it. Are you still laughing? I tell you, you will end up like this sooner or later. It's okay, Qin Yueo smiled. Anyway, my are not so exaggerated. Ximen King looked down and muttered, it's not too small anymore, or should I measure it for you? I have a type of day measuring hand that measures people's chest circumference with an accuracy comparable to that of a microscope. Do not want. Come on, everyone is a woman, so shy. No, that would still be shy. Hey, it's up to you. Two people twisted into a ball on the sofa. If fans saw this scene, they would not know how many people would suddenly die of excitement. The power of this photo of Ximen Qing is obviously huge. Originally, when the photos of Ximen Qing were just circulated on the internet, people compared her with Qin Yueo. However, because Qin Yueo's photos were taken by professional photographers, some corrections have been made, while Ximen Qing's photos are all secretly taken by mobile phones, and the quality gap is there. Therefore, for a while on the internet, there has always been who the two cartoonists are the most beautiful dispute. Some fans on both sides even started to tear up. But fortunately, their fans are mostly straight male fans. They are more willing to lick and lick in harmony, so there is no big disturbance. And this time the photo of Ximen Qing was released, which eliminated many of these barriers. No one thought that these two big beauties were friends. At this time, CP fans began to climax. They had just made up for these two talented women who were enemies and friends to engage in Lily. No one thought that they would actually know each other, and they seemed to be quite close. The heat of the two people undergoes a chemical reaction. You reading www.ukanshu. Only a few days after the celebrity studios and agencies who wanted to hype once again recalled the fear of being dominated by cartoonists. Why is this person so annoying? A third-rate female singer from a talent show looked at the hot search list on Weibo, with a depressed expression. I bought the #1 hot search, why did I get squeezed out for half an hour? Down. Who knows, her agent is also painful, did they also invite the Navy? Otherwise, why can't even our Navy be brushed? Can I buy their hot search for plastic surgery? These two people are too disgusting. I finally release a single. If this continues, they will be confused. The female singer hated. The agent sighed, I'm afraid it won't work. With their popularity, it must be very expensive to buy that kind of hot search. We don't have these resources to waste for you. Damn, then I can't fight back after being beaten. In fact, that's the case, and people still hit you without even noticing who you are. The agent did not spare his poisonous tongue. Actually, that's how it is. Ximen Love, do they have a navy? Was not there at the beginning, but it was able to be the #1 in the hot search so quickly, and there was indeed a navy in action behind it. The one who bought the navy was Jo Hong. Quick, don't let go of such a good opportunity. As Jo Hong, who fired Qin Yueo first, he would naturally not give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now our sales will definitely skyrocket. The editors of the editorial department all started to get busy together because of his order. One by one, they began to prepare for the follow-up work of the hype. Of course, Jo Hong will not be satisfied with the simplicity of the last hot search list. The editorial department of Boy Manu, the editors are too busy to stop. According to Jo Hong's instructions, their next main job is to stir up JoJo's Bizarre Adventure before the Spring Festival and make it the signature pillar of their comic magazine. Because of Qin Yueo's speed of ghosts and animals, JoJo is being updated at a rate of 60 pages a week. This seems to be the readers screaming, and the peers are exclaiming that they are not people. With the various methods of Hongzhou last year, this comic has already become famous in the comic circle. At present, the sales volume of Weekly Manu has increased from less than 10,000 per week, which was taken over by Jo Hong Gang, to 50,000 per week. The increase of 7 or 8 times is a miracle in the industry. It also makes the industry more agree with the recovery of the paper media industry. Of course, some people think that this is just a reflection. Squad and Weekly Manu are actually overdrawing the last vitality of the entire industry. Once the two works fail to be connected, the paper media will completely decline. Jo Hong doesn't care about these, he only wants sales. As long as there is JoJo, there is no need to worry about this. As for the follow-up, when the Wangshu is created, the entire publishing house can be supported by the fan economy. Different from his optimistic attitude, the editors of the Weekly Squad editorial department were a little anxious this week. Because Dragon Babu finally ushered in the death of Azu. The scene of Xiao Feng accidentally hurting Azu is definitely very stimulating to the readers, which is challenging the reader's bottom line. Not surprisingly, a lot of voices discussing Azu soon appeared on the internet. Ximen Qing has just been on a wave of hot searches relying on his face value, the popularity has dropped a little, and the result is immediately lifted by Azu's death. Damn, she was still the third-rate female singer. She looked at the hot search list and was about to cry, why it's you again? I waited for you to get off the hot search list before buying the Navy, why are you here again? Once. She looked at her agent, she's definitely targeting me, right? What hatred or grievances do I have with her? Why is it so difficult for me to be the #1 in a hot search? Don't think too much, the agent comforted, people don't even know who you are, so why are they going to target you? It's just a coincidence. Then what? Brother, what you said is a bit heartbreaking. The other side. Ximen Qing opened Weibo, ready to see what the group of dog-licking fans did today. Yushui's blade emoji package in the message area. 10,000 people's blood books, return my Azu. If you don't follow, close the small black house. Teacher, do you want to make a fortune by selling blades? Why do you want to write my Azu to death? Eat my 6-vein blade? Don't think that you are a beauty and you can do whatever you want. Teacher, you must be joking, right? Azu will definitely be resurrected afterwards, right? Please tell me this is a lie. These people are crazy, more than 300,000 comments, how did you get it together? Ximen Qing was a little startled. To tell the truth, she was a little bit confused. She is now a weak woman. What if she gets by angry fans? Chartered woman. So, she ran into the sky and clouds, and threw into Song Yunwu's arms. What are you doing? Song Yunwu only felt inexplicable. What kind of nerves did this idiot zombie make? Ximen Qing rubbed against the renter's soft breasts, and said, the world is too dangerous. Only this pair of puppies can give me a sense of security. For renters, if there are readers who come to deliver blades, you must protect me. What? I protect you? What happened? Song Yunwu rolled his eyes. I thought that your magnificent goddess can burn a city with a single breath, and need my little Taoist to protect it? Don't you know? Ximen Qing asked her, did you not read Weibo? Weibo? Read it, what's the matter? Song Yunryu puzzled. Those readers didn't threaten you to send you blades. Oh, I posted a Weibo saying that I was only in charge of painting, and you were controlling the plot, and then no one scolded me anymore, all begged me to intercede with you. You. Ximon Qing was shocked. So you sold me? It's too much. No, I need comfort. As she said, she continued to rub Song Yunryu's arms, rubbing her hands irregularly. Click. A certain button behind Song Yunryu was opened by her. Enough of you. Song Yunryu's eyes widened suddenly, and he kicked Ximon Qing to the floor. Ouch. Ximon Qing slammed into the corner of the wall in an M-shaped open foot posture, dizzy for a while. Song Yunryu clutched his chest to prevent the cover from falling off, blushing and said, if you mess up again, there is no blood bag tonight. Don't, Ximon Qing said hurriedly, I still have to eat rice. Anyway, have the sales of the single book come out? Song Yunryu said, the editor told me this morning. In fact, the first edition was sold out the next day, and the subsequent printing caused the sales to be restricted. www.novelmtl.com. The current 5-day sales volume is about 200,000 copies. About. So much. Ximon Qing immediately broke his fingers and counted. A copy of 20 yuan, the two of us can get 2 yuan, I am 1 yuan, 200,000 copies is 200,000? My god, so many? More than my salary for a year. Song Yunryu said righteously, yours is before tax, and the tax deduction is probably more than 170,000. That's a lot. Ximon Qing slapped his thigh, and said to Song Yunryu proudly, chartered woman? Give the Sajia a bottle of 82-year-old panda blood. No, get out. Although this royalty has brought a lot of income to Ximon Qing, in fact the money did not arrive so quickly. The publishing house has to do statistics. After all the processes are completed, it will take at least 1 more month for her to get the money. After more than a month, I am a real rich woman. Ximon wondered whether to sell another song. The game of Dragon Babu is in full swing, the wild monster is still very conscientious, and has no plan to make money for the mobile game circle. It takes at least half a year to customize a game for comics from the beginning. The trailer is also scheduled to be released during the Spring Festival, so her song The Sutra of Difficulties also received a basic song and music fee of 7,000 yuan, and the follow-up don't think about copyright dividends for the time being. This is also because Xie has a good character. After changing to another company, he bought out the copyright of the song and gave you some money. There is no follow-up. Or post a Weibo to see if there are any local tyrants among the fans. But when I think of those guys who want to send blades, Simon's love always feels a bit square. Sure enough, they still have to calm their emotions first. She thought about it for a while, and thought she might try to be cute. Then the question is coming. How to sell cute? Ximon Qing said that he is a pure man, although he has lost the big dragon, he can't be a stranger without a bottom line. This professional question really has to be asked by professionals. So she went to Feng Yuxuan and found Qin Yueo, who was painting the second part of Jojo. Rieo, ask you a question, selling cute, what is it? Huh? Why do you want to ask me this question? Qin Yueo was puzzled. Don't you think about the kids in your usual class? Or ask the little boy? It's useless to ask Xiaoguai, her cuteness is born, invisible selling cuteness can't be learned, as for those small pots. Ximon Qing chuckled, the layman may think that it is cute, I see them as a group of bear kids, can't be cute at all. Qin Yueo vomited, kindergarten teacher is obviously such a loving profession, so all illusions about how to come to you have been shattered. She vaguely remembered that when she resigned from the kindergarten, the poisonous chicken soup of Ximon Qing accounted for 90% of the effect. That's the truth. Ximon Qing sat on her bed and complained. Do you think the kindergarten teacher just takes the kids and finishes things every day? It doesn't exist. The group of things that force the leader is really troublesome, so you can come down and review it whenever you want. Open class today, visit the exhibition tomorrow, the energy spent on them is at least 2 or 3 times that of the children. Qin Yueo, who had only been an intern teacher for a few days, couldn't help but feel thankful when she said that. It seems that I chose to resign at the beginning. Isn't it? Ximon said with emotion, that group of giant babies is just fine, and they always find work for the people below. If it weren't for those lovely wives, I would have resigned long ago. Qin Yueo originally nodded in agreement, but suddenly she felt as if she had heard something terrible. Sister, what did you just say? I said that leaders are all giant babies, what's the matter? No, I seem to hear what you think of those ladies. Upon hearing this, Simon's expression suddenly became funny. Hey, don't you think about it. In our kindergarten, those are all the children of rich people. How many ugly wives are those men's wives? And one by one is so moisturized, tisk tisk, just looking at it is eye-catching. Qin Yueo sighed, Sister Ximon, if you weren't so beautiful, do you know that what you said is actually very wretched? I am gone, why don't you allow me to be wretched? Ximon said aggrieved, I used to be very innocent, but it wasn't until after losing the dragon that I suddenly realized that it hadn't been used for meat, I sorry about it. Ximon Qing suddenly felt sad when he thought of his big dragon, and threw herself into Qin Yueo's arms and started crying. Qin Yueo is also helpless. Ximon Qing, who always imagines that she is a man, is well known to everyone in Ziliang Demon Village. At this time, she can only comfort her as much as possible. She touched Ximon Qing's soft hair, but she felt something wrong when she touched it. Why did he put a hand into his sweater, as if he was still planning to drill into his underwear? Qin Yueo was suddenly shocked. She immediately wanted to stop, but one of her hands was pressed by Ximen Qing, and the angle of the other hand was not right at all. Seeing that Ximen's love drove straight forward and was about to climb to the top, she had an idea and changed 9 tails. The 9 fox tails were wrapped around Ximen Qing's hands like tentacles and pulled them apart, smashing the conspiracy of Ximen Qing. Sister Ximen, I will tell Sister Yunwu if you do this. Hearing this threat, Ximen Qing had to withdraw her hand angrily. You won't lose a piece of meat if you touch it. Anyway, you will all be mine sooner or later, so why are you so shy? Why did I become yours sooner or later? Qin Yueo couldn't laugh or cry. Ximen love is really weird, sometimes she feels like a child. Don't pay attention to such details, Ximen King said casually. You haven't told me how to sell cuteness. A cute girl like you will definitely master 1 or 2 cuteness skills. I really can't. Qin Yueo shook her head, suddenly remembering something. Wait a minute, I know someone will. I'll help you ask. While talking, she picked up her mobile phone and opened WeChat, and contacted her best friend who hadn't been in contact for a long time. Just because of opening WeChat, Qin Yueo found out that the dialogue between herself and Liang Xinyu was too long out of thin air. When have we talked about this? And this tone? She immediately turned her head to look at Ximen Qing. Ximen loves his head shook like a ghost video. It's not me, it's not me, it's definitely not me. I haven't said yet, you know what I want to ask. Ximen King stuck out his tongue. Hey. Qin Yueo didn't bother to care about her and sent a message directly. Wind and rain are shaking, Satsuki. How do you sell cute on Weibo? On the other side www.novelmtl.com Liang Xinyu is knocking on the door. The salted fish is big. Open the door. I know you are inside. Open the door. Such a big movement caused a house next door to open the door and check it out. Snapped. The door was opened, and Xiaoyu dragged Liang Xinyu in. Oh, don't you be so rough. It's better to be gentle. Liang Xinyu said pitifully. In front of her, Xiaoyu Zhang looked at her impatiently. What are you doing? Haven't I updated everything these days? Why are you still here? I made lunch for you. Liang Xinyu raised the lunchbox in her hand. I have eaten takeaway. What's so delicious about takeaway? Mine is handmade lunch. Xiaoyu opened it, and his face became a little weird. Aren't you the yellow braised chicken from XX? I just ate exactly the same one. What a handmade bento. I put them in the lunchbox by myself. Are they not considered handmade? Liang Xinyu said without any embarrassment of being exposed. Mode. Yes, is it? Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a sad fact. I have never received chocolate. Then I will be your first time? I will definitely give you this Valentine's Day. Liang Xinyu was overjoyed, and suddenly her mobile phone rang. Wait a moment. She took a look. Xiao Yaoyao actually wants to learn to sell cute. So she quickly typed a line of words on the touch screen with her hands. That's not easy. Beautiful women are cute, and you only need to show your breasts. Isn't that common sense? Breasts exposed. Ximen Qing looked down at her pair of plump cushions. Don't even think about it. They are mine. Then, she glanced at Qin Yueo unkindly again. Are you Yao? Would you like to sacrifice? Qin Yueo's hand covering her chest became harder, and she shook her head vigorously. Impossible. It's also. Ximen Qing thought about it for a long time, and finally gave up this cute way of selling. Just use the account of Tsing Yi Yeast to post a Weibo with customized songs, and then use the account of Manga Jiaking to forward it. The accompanying text is also self-proclaimed. Her song is very good. Sure enough, this Weibo has just been forwarded, and immediately there are a lot of comments appearing, as if this group of people are staring at her Weibo without eating and working for 24 hours. Dragon chair. Kick away. So fast? Devil. So, teacher, you are also a fan of Godmother. For the sake of everyone likes the Godmother, I just, don't think I will forgive you. Give me back to Ezo. Do you think this can divert my attention? A blood book, please resurrect Ezo. Yes, 2 people's blood book. Xiao Feng is already so miserable, how can you bear to ruin his last soul sustenance? 3 blood books? By the way, lick the teacher in the front row. 4 people's blood book, I will lick it too. Licking the dog may be late, but he will certainly not be absent. Simon Love really wants to post. Promise me, don't do dog licking anymore, okay? But she thought about it. Maybe it's useless if you post it. Maybe these guys will just lick it more happily? Forget it, you can lick it if you want to lick. Anyway, you can't lick me through the screen. Ximen Qing now mainly focuses on Yeast's Weibo, and wants to see if there is any private message to invite her to sing. But unfortunately, most of them are urged to update. I want her to update the video of Station B, whether it is original or a cover. Do you think I can use love to generate electricity? Ximen Qing sighed. I too. I want to eat rice. Without money, where does she have the strength to sing? Flipped through, occasionally there are a few who want to buy songs. But not to mention the low price, it is still the kind of complete buyout, which is completely new people's price. Although Tsing Yi Yeast is indeed a newcomer, how can Ximen Qing like this group of misers after experiencing the big boss like Xia Fiyin? All of them are good businessmen. Just thinking about squeezing me, I won't be cheap for you even if I'm hungry. Ximen King complained. Just when she was about to endure this month, a private message suddenly attracted her attention. The person ID is called 17-year-old girl loves to grind her teeth. Hello, can I really customize songs according to my requirements? The price is negotiated. Is 100,000 enough for a song? Couldn't this guy be a liar? Ching couldn't believe it when she saw this private message. How could anyone bring their own price when they came up? It's just a little white. And it's 100,000 when he opens his mouth. Is this guy too much money to spend? But with the idea of trying and not getting pregnant, Ching replied, the price is enough, but how do we trade? Do you want to meet to sign a contract? I think the other party almost immediately replied. Need not. You tell me the WeChat ID. I will transfer the money directly. That's it. This sentence has to be divided into segments, which seems to be impatient. Ximen thought for a while, and felt that Xiafiyan had been added anyway, and it was okay to add another person, so he told the other party the WeChat ID. After the two sides were added, Ching immediately heard a ding-dong. She opened it and found that the message suggested that the other party had transferred 100,000 yuan. Mom? What is this? She was really taken aback. Is it the latest fairy dance? First transfer the money to her, and then sue her for fraud? She didn't dare to order the payment, she just sent a message and asked, why is this money being paid? You are not afraid that I will take the money to blackmail you? The other party actually replied, I believe you. After a few seconds, he added, the person who sings such a good song will not be a liar. Is this a rich second generation who hasn't been involved in the world? Ximen couldn't help thinking. But with a screenshot of the conversation, she safely accepted the 100,000 yuan. Anyway, she didn't mean to cheat other people's money. Let's talk. What kind of song do you want to customize? Anything is okay, right? Ching originally thought that the other party would make a condition soon, but she waited for a long time and did not wait for a reply. Is this asleep? She put her phone aside and turned on the TV to watch the news. At the same time, Woolen City, Zixi Private High School. A young girl with dyed blonde hair is running nervously in the corridor with her mobile phone. Hey, that classmate? What are you running in the corridor? A new teacher who just arrived was about to stop her, but was dragged into the classroom by some of his classmates. www.novelmtl.com. You for what? Being inexplicably dragged, the new teacher is naturally very angry. Does he still look like a student? Teacher, we are saving you, said a classmate who pulled him in. Do you know, you were so close to passing away on the spot. Said, he used his thumb and index finger to compare a pinch of the ant. Another classmate with him also nodded. Huh. The teacher looked dazed. What do you mean? Did you curse the teacher like this? Are you still a student in the city's #1 high school? The student shook his head. Teacher, correct your misunderstanding. Our school is indeed the city's #1 high school, but it is not the #1 high school in academic performance. It refers to the force value. What? The new teacher almost thought he had heard it wrong. Did you enter our school without knowing anything? The two students were surprised. Go and ask, which high school in Woolen City has not been beaten by us? In addition, why can you be a newcomer? You came to us to get a high salary as soon as you graduated. Don't you have any points in your heart? It's because the teacher is not beaten enough. What? Fa. The new teacher is a man who teaches bad language. His eyes widened, and he felt that he was being mocked, and he also heard a terrible thing. It's no wonder that at the orientation meeting, other teachers looked so weird in their eyes, and some people asked themselves to buy more insurance. The two classmates looked at him sympathetically, and comforted. In short, you should be careful not to get seriously injured. Just like the one just now, she is the culmination of our school. Beating the principal is like beating the grandson. Don't mess with it. Bang. Blonde JK kicked open the door of the principal's office. The principal, who was admiring his new antiques, trembled in shock, and the handle of the magnifying glass was directly inserted into his nostril. Oh, my grandma, you have to scare me to death. The principal quickly pulled out the magnifying glass and said, covering his heart, don't talk nonsense. Blonde JK didn't bother to care about it, and said directly, I want to buy a song now. You have culture. Give me a theme. Ah, when did you like to listen to songs? The principal didn't turn his mind. Isn't it because of your opposition that my dad didn't become a singer and turned to a high-ranking official? Although he is the principal now and she is in the 3rd year of high school, she is actually the foster mother of the principal's father. Calling her grandma is not fair, but true generation is like this. If you want you to think about it, who asked you to ask a question? The blonde JK slapped the table and shook everything on the table by a centimeter. The principal hurriedly guarded his antique, and was shocked in a cold sweat. Don't get excited, don't get excited, no, don't you just think about the subject. The principal was sweating out from behind, his mind was spinning quickly, and suddenly, he saw the antique in his hand. Grandma, what do you think of this? Huh. The blonde JK looked at the antique in his hand and asked in confusion, what are you doing to show me a columbarium? Are you mocking me for living too long to die? No, where can it be? The principal's desire to survive broke out and shook his head again and again. I mean, the theme of the song can be set as blue and white porcelain. Isn't this kind of cultural relics that condense the essence of the ancient culture of the flower country worthwhile? Do you sing a song for it? Isn't it just a porcelain? The blonde JK was puzzled. This kind of stuff used to be used for dog food. I really don't know what you are so rare about. She was born in the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty. That was the last bubble period of the blue and white porcelain industry. Various treasures and fakes were uneven and endless. Her biggest memory of blue and white porcelain is probably when she was chased 3 streets by a vicious dog for a bowl of dog food. That time, if she hadn't met the leader, she might have been bitten to death by a dog. But since you said that, let's do it. The blonde JK took out his phone immediately. Xiamen Qing was watching the dialect version of Cat and Mouse, and suddenly heard the WeChat prompt. When she opened it, she was stunned. Huh? Blue and white porcelain? Damn it. For a moment, she almost thought that the other party knew that she had crossed over, maybe it was trying to do him. However, after calming down, this possibility was ruled out immediately. After all, she had already released so many songs, and it was confirmed long ago to confirm, there is no need to do this kind of thing. But, blue and white porcelain. As a post-90s, J-Jo must be a part of childhood that cannot be erased. From the Nunkaku to the breaking of the east wind, from the hair like snow to the unspeakable secret, to the nocturne, thousands of miles away, confession balloons, there are too many classics to count. She can sing all these songs without even the memory aid of the goddess. She had been trying to avoid using J-Chu's songs before, after all, whoever would come up with normal people would lose the king. But since it was such a coincidence this time, she didn't need to hide it. Then, she replied, okay, blue and white porcelain, I will give you a sample 1 week. Put down the phone, she immediately found Xiaoguai. She was typing the code at this time, and Xiamen Qing couldn't understand it. According to her, she planned to develop an app. Although this kid is similar to his peers elsewhere, he can really embarrass most programmers on the computer. Do you want to record songs again? Xiaoguai is used to it. Xiamen Qing's songs are all very good, and it is also a pleasure to record songs for her every time. Although she didn't like some of them very much, for example, the song Serious Snow, she couldn't understand the love in it. Xiamen Qing nodded. Xiaoguai quickly set up the software, and then gave way to Xiamen Qing. Xiamen Qing cleared his throat, then sang after brewing for a while, the original embryo outlines the blue and white pen and the sharpness becomes lighter. Xiaoguai found out that the Xiamen love this time seemed a little different from usual. It's not just that the style of the song has changed again, but that she sang more devotedly. From her singing, one can even see a scene of Misty and Rainy Jiangnan and Basho swaying. Before she knew it, she had already finished singing a song. Although Xiaoguai still didn't understand the lyrics this time, he understood the general meaning. There is reluctance, longing, love, all the feelings are integrated into the singing, making people seem to be reverberating in their ears after listening. Xiamen Qing looked at Xiaoguai in a daze, and asked her with a smile, do you like it? The latter nodded, it sounds so good. It's good to listen to, and I will trouble that friend of yours to compose a song for me, Xiamen Qing said, but it's a bit bad for people to work for nothing. Why don't we give someone a red envelope? You? How about 10,000? Little Obedient said, it's okay, you reading www.uukangsha.com, she will have something to ask me for help, not owed her. Xiamen said with affection, then count it as I owe you. When the song comes out, I will take you to a barbecue. Barbecue. Xiaoguai's eyes lit up suddenly, and he nodded happily, yeah. So, Xiamen Qing gave the follow-up of the song to Xiaoguai, and she continued to go to Xianyu. These days, blood still needs to be saved. Although the kindergarten teacher's job can guarantee her daily blood needs at the beginning, her appetite seems to be getting bigger and bigger recently, so that hunger will hit from time to time. If she can't figure out a way to make money, she will definitely do it now. More sad. Xiamen loves guessing. This may be related to her becoming more and more proficient in the control of this body. The 8 evil spirits are powerful, but they do not belong to he is just an outsider. To master this power completely cannot be achieved overnight. But it will happen sooner or later. As time goes by, the soul of his is getting closer and closer to this body, and the corresponding power is getting stronger and stronger. The seal of chartered wife is constantly being broken, and the increasing demand for blood is the most direct manifestation. Maybe one day, Xiamen Qing will become the real 8 evil. Thinking of this, she couldn't help showing a sad look. This scene happened to be seen by Qin Yueo passing by. Sister Xiamen? What's wrong with you? Xiamen Qing was suddenly shocked. What's wrong? I just saw you look very sad. Qin Yueo asked with some worry, did something happen? No, Xiamen Qing shook his head decisively, I just remembered some of the past, I'm fine. Really okay. Qin Yueo was a little unbelievable, you can tell me if you have something to say, it will be easier to say it, my tone is very tight. Really? Xiamen Qing looked at her, and then said, well, actually, this red duck is so spicy, hiss. Qin Yueo looked at the box of red-skinned ducks Xiamen Qing held in her hands. It was really covered with spicy oil, which looked a little scary. Xiamen Qing wiped her tears while sticking her tongue out. The idiot must have found the wrong store. Damn, why the spicy oil in this store is so spicy. Qin Yueo quickly picked up a glass of water next to her and handed it to her. Come on, drink some water. Thank you. Xiamen Qing took a mouthful of the water, but the next second she squirted out the water she had just drunk. Her expression was like a little finger kicked to the foot of the bed. Rua, what did you drink for me? I don't know. Qin Yueo looked innocent. I saw a glass of water here, isn't it water? At this time, Damon Zi came over with a pile of clothes. Where is the laundry detergent I just prepared? Xiamen Qing's expression became even more distorted when she heard this, and Qin Yueo also curled her neck in embarrassment. Love, did you see the glass of water just here? Why is the cup in your hand so familiar? Damon Zi intends to ask again. Xiamen Qing can't stand it anymore. No more? I drank it? Who told you to leave it indiscriminately? I deserve to go, said. She slapped the cup on the table, and then went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. Why does she drink laundry detergent? Does this thing taste good? The door looked at Qin Yueo in confusion. Qin Yueo whispered, probably because the duck is too spicy. Really? Damon Zi looked at the red duck on the table. I thought that the chili oil is red. She definitely likes it, so I asked the boss to add more. After speaking, she shook her head, picked up the empty cup and continued to mix laundry detergent. Qin Yueo looked at the bathroom where the sound of retching could not stop, clasped her hands and closed her eyes and said, sorry, Sister Xiamen, I don't know it will be like this. 5 days later, Xiaoguai came to Xiamen Qing with the compiled blue and white porcelain. Xiamen Qing listened to it, and couldn't help but sigh, your friend is really talented. Now she sounds very similar to the arrangement in her memory. It has the same guhan, the same flute, and an electric guitar. But this may be related to her not understanding music, and it feels similar to what she listens to. I don't know how many years the original owner of this body has lived. There are countless things he learned when he was idle, but after the soul changes, Xiamen Qing can master some things that remain in his muscle memory. For example, how to energize when singing, how to move the fingers when playing the piano, or how to disassemble and reassemble an old pistol within 10 seconds after touching it. And there is nothing left of knowledge, such as music knowledge, historical knowledge, biological knowledge. If this knowledge is still there, she will not be as hungry as an antique connoisseur as she is now. She sent the source file of the song to 17-year-old girl loves to grind her teeth and asked her if she could send the song to Station B. The other party immediately replied that they could post. This made Xiamen Qing more suspicious whether this person stayed by the phone 24 hours a day. But if you can post it, don't waste it. So she used the number Tsing Yi Yeast to post the recorded video together. Then posted it again on Weibo. In fact, she is unqualified like this. Generally speaking, she should set up an account on other music websites and post it again. Something like Cool Cats, Wanjiun, Oily Turtles, etc., because if she doesn't send it herself, someone will definitely carry it, which is equivalent to absorbing the traffic that should belong to her and earning the money that should belong to her. But now she mainly relies on comics to make money. Singing is just a sideline, so she doesn't care about the details. Currently, the base camp of Tsing Yi Yeast is still at Station B. In the past few months, her fans are almost 150,000. This is quite a terrifying number. After all, she only posted a few videos. If she could take care of it, she would actually have no worries about food and drink just by relying on this account, and she wouldn't have to make trouble for 1 month's food expenses as before. The fan value is high, and some places are actually privileged. For example, other small UPS may have to wait for several hours, but as soon as the video of Xiamen Qing was sent out, the reviewer immediately checked it, and then it passed within half an hour. As soon as the video was released, the number of simultaneous viewers continued to rise. Her 1.5 million fans are not zombie fans. In almost half a minute, the number of people watching at the same time reached 4,400 plus. There are screen confession, some grab the front row, and there are construction subtitles and empty ears. Almost a song, the number of barrage in this video has overflowed. Look at the price of Station B. I rely on www.novelmtl.com. Do you really live in Station B? Long live Godmother? Godmother is so cute. But apart from these boring people, more people are still listening to the music carefully. Because this song is very different from the previous one, it is easy to immerse people in and listen to it without knowing it. Damn, how come it sounds so good? AI Tingyu decisively pulled out his earphones and listened again after plugging them in. Although I thought the song of Tsing Yi Yeast was very good before, it has never been so exaggerated as it is today. In the past, all she felt after listening to it was you can steal it, but with this song, she felt a little bit reluctant to steal it. The sky is waiting for the rain and I am waiting for you. Before she knew it, she sang along. Mom. Xia Yan originally came into the room to look for her, but AI Tingyu was so drunk in the singing that she didn't hear her daughter's shout at all. Did not react until Xia Yan walked over and pulled her hand. Huh? What's wrong? Mom, I want to learn to sing. Oh, okay. AI Tingyu picked up her daughter, then pulled out the earphones. Let's learn this. It sounds so good. Chen Guangming trembled all over in the Woolen City garrison area. People who didn't know thought he was taking some hallucinogenic potions. Half a month ago, he was taken to Woolen City by Lian Qinzhan. After Lianjia explained the specific situation to him, he chose to join Lianjia and served as a science and technology consultant in the Woolen City military district. Although he is an evolutionary of the science fiction system, his black technology is actually available to him, and there is no way to disassemble it into knowledge and develop it, because he himself does not know the principle. So he is actually quite leisurely now, and he has a lot of time to fish. Chen Guangming's awakening ability was stimulated by listening to Serious Snow, and because of this opportunity, he became a fan of Tsing Yi Yeast. He has circulated all the songs of Tsing Yi Yeast, and he has to listen to it every day, otherwise he will feel uncomfortable. And today Xiamen Qing just uploaded a new song. He naturally opened it the first time. After hearing this, I couldn't stop immediately. This kind of special national style song is really rare, it is almost unheard of. He feels that this song has a special charm compared to other songs. But suddenly there is no way to describe it well. No, I have to find a company. He thought it would be a pity that such a nice song could not be shared with others. But now he is in the military area, surrounded by a group of soldiers, and they are not recruits. Such a serious atmosphere is really not good for Amway. Just as he hesitated, someone suddenly came to him. Hey, Guangming, do me a favor. The man came was a young man named Du Zitang. As a family of dragon kings, the Lian family held military power and existed like princes. There are two evolutionary families under the subordinate, namely the Fengbo bloodline Mao family and the Yushi bloodline Du family. Mao Fengtai and Du Yu come from these two families by the way, and this Du Zitang is also a descendant of the Du family. After awakening his blood, Du Zitang didn't gain too much power, so he sprayed a little water, similar to a shower. However, when he became a net rider, his ability in water was truly manifested. In just a few years, Du Zitang is now a hot writer, and the Interstellar Tyrant has long occupied the top best-selling list of the leading website uyuan.com. Although the novel he wrote is watery and can write hundreds of thousands of words in a day's affairs, it also gives people the feeling that they can't jump at all, and they don't understand. This made readers love and hate him, calling him the Water Emperor, and invented a kind of Water Emperor emoticons for him. Du Zitang relied on his family's relationship, and he also had a temporary post in the military region. Chen Guangming's arrival made him very happy, because he was surrounded by a group of mythology, so he wanted to discuss the content of novels and it was easy to be taken into the fantasy category. Chen Guangming has a headache, brother belly. How many times have I said that my technology is black technology, I just can use it, and I don't understand the principle. Du Zitang asked him how the railgun was made before, and where did he know such things. He hasn't graduated from university yet, and he is from the School of Foreign Languages. It's okay, Du Zitang said generously, I thought of a way. Since you can't tell the principle, you can just create one. Anyway, I only need rough parameters to write a novel. The specific structure does not really matter. You let me build a railgun. Chen Guangming was dumbfounded. Oh, no, Du Zitang said as he took out a piece of paper to him, I want you to make this. Chen Guangming took a look, a fang gong fu, du mu? Huh. I've studied it, Du Zitang said solemnly. A fang gong fu said it overwhelms more than 300 miles and isolates the sky, but how can the building on the ground separate the sky? We are not underground people, so I suspect that this A Fang Palace is actually a cosmic battleship floating in the sky. Maybe some science fiction evolutionary made it through the Qin dynasty. In my novel, I plan to let the protagonist build an A Fang Palace. See if you can handle this and I have a model. You sell it. Chen Guangming held back for a long time, but after all he didn't swear, he just slumped into the chair and said, you can kill me. He usually modifies a woolen glove. This Du Zitang actually wants him to build a space battleship. If he really builds it, wouldn't he be at the level of the 8 evil spirits? Still need salted fish in this military area? Sure enough, can't it be made? Du Zitang touched his chin, thinking, or you can reduce the size and try to make an airplane-sized one. Stop. Brother, eldest brother, you should stop first. Chen Guangming felt that if he went on like this, the other party might let him make a transformer, and quickly stopped. You usually use code words so much brain power. Do you want to relax by listening to a song? I just found a very nice song. Du Zitang was interrupted by him and turned his attention to the song. Chen Guangming gave it to him. Du Zitang said nothing during the whole process, his expression was extremely serious. How about it? Chen Guangming just wanted to ask about his thoughts, but Du Zitang did a SHH action. Play it again. Repeat. Has been circulating for half an hour, and Du Zitang suddenly clapped his hands. Blue and white porcelain. What, a blue and white porcelain? Yes, I didn't expect it. Why can't the battleship use blue and white porcelain? So www.novelmtl.com he immediately reposted the video of Xing Yi Yeast on Weibo, and then added the text, it's so good, I want to design a battleship specifically for this song, the name is Blue and White Porcelain. After sending it out, Du Zitang looked at Chen Guangming. Guangming, let's discuss how to build battleships from blue and white porcelain. Chen Guangming, As a celebrity in the online literature circle, Du Zitang has about 4 million followers on Weibo. His repost added a handful of firewood to the already popular blue and white porcelain. The quality of this song was hard enough, so it was easy to sing. Some people don't even know who Xing Yi Yeast is, but his mobile phone ringtone is set to blue and white porcelain. Ximenqing also received a large number of cover license requests this time, and she simply posted a statement of not for commercial use on both Station B and Weibo. This time, the music area of Station B was directly exploded. The phenomenon of slaughter in the fairy tale town once again appeared, and this time it was more fierce than last time. The 10 songs on the list were all blue and white porcelain. There are male voice version, male and female chorus version, dialect version, rot version, all kinds of things. If it wasn't for the slow production of the ghost animal video, maybe the ghost animal area would also be slaughtered by this song. Of course, this is the foreseeable future. Ximenqing also received Xie Fiyian's WeChat at this time. Godmother, don't you have such a nice song? Don't you contact us? We just happened to come up with a Chinese-style fashion. Simon Kingson wanted to know if you wanted to make skin after listening to the song, so she replied, sorry, this song is customized by someone else. I have already sold it. If you really want to get a skin, then do Tianlong the skins of the characters in 8 parts, don't the difficult sutra sound bad. Where can it be? Xiefeiyan immediately replied, the hard-to-read sutra is a great one. Thanks to your song, our development process has been much smoother, but the work linked to the skin is still a must. The publishing house authorizes it. Let's talk, let's talk. Simon Ching didn't say much. Anyway, he urged Xiefeiyan to buy the copyright. If this is done, then it will be another substantial income. Ending the conversation, Simon Ching continued to look up the private letter. Blue and white porcelain became popular too quickly, and invitations for various commercial cooperation were flooding in. It's a pity that she has already sold this song, and the buyer is willing to let her release it. It is good for the owner to buy it. As for other commercial cooperation, she can only reluctantly refuse. Oh, it really was Wang Zhan. Now that I think about it, I definitely sold it at a loss for 100,000 yuan. Simon Ching didn't regret it much. The long-term income of this song is definitely more than 100,000, but far water can't stop near thirst. All she wants is a quick money. By next month, she will be able to rely on royalties to become a rich woman, and then money will be for her. It doesn't make much sense. After the pressure of life eased all at once, Simon Ching began to pursue spiritual enjoyment. She was fed up with simple transportation, and felt like she was writing a text silently, too boring, still original and passionate. Before Qin Yueo said that the story she wrote was not interesting enough, she went back to the furnace and reorganized it. Now that I was finally satisfied, I went to Qin Yueo and asked her to help draw a cartoon. Qin Yueo's speed in drawing comics is really inhuman. Others have 20 pages a week and she has a lot of time to spare at 60 pages a week. So when Simon King approached her, she almost agreed without thinking, okay, but I have a question. What? Sister Ximen, can't you paint by yourself? Qin Yueo felt that Ximen love is versatile, and painting shouldn't be a problem. Ah that, Simon King said honestly, I'm a zombie, so, there is nothing spiritual in my paintings. Spirituality. Yes, for example, let me draw a portrait of you. Simon Ching said, picking up a pen and paper, and scribbled a picture. Her muscle memory makes her feel like a great painter when she writes. People can't help but ask why are you so skilled. But when she painted it for Qin Yueo, her original expectation suddenly became extremely complicated. So, why are you staring at me and drawing a skeleton? Sister, are you expressing Zen? Ximen said with affection, I always say that my paintings are not spiritual. Aren't you lacking spirituality anymore? You don't even have life at all. Qin Yueo vomited vigorously, then you try to draw a pig. Okay. Swish, a pig will take shape in 10 seconds. So why is it a suckling pig? Qin Yueo struggled for the last time. Sister, would you like to draw a plane? Dead thing, can't die anymore, right? Result. Why the crash? Qin Yueo was already unable to complain, and she completely gave up her plan to let Ximen love painting. Since then, she has also used Simon Ching's script to create more comfortably. Originally thought that Simon Ching could be famous by himself, and then deliberately brought him along. But now it seems that she does need a ghostwriter, otherwise she can't draw cartoons at all. Simon Ching also has no choice. Her drawing skills are all derived from muscle memory. When she draws her hands will move by herself, so what she draws is really beyond his control. And if she tries to force a change with her own will, then the original painting skills will not be reflected. With the true ability of his, every person can paint with 6 fingers, and it is impossible to see it at all. Then I beg you. Simon King handed over the script to Qin Yueo, and then went back to continue writing the follow-up. With the retiring of time, Dragon Babu has also developed to the midterm. Although Aju's death has attracted a lot of dissatisfaction among readers, they threaten Simon Ching to send her the blade, otherwise he would abandon the pit. However, as soon as the latest content came out, they still couldn't escape the true fragrance theorem, and one by one they ran to buy magazines. Even, the sales volume of Weekly Squat has not declined, but has increased even higher than in previous periods. If someone asks, many of them will answer, I just want to see if Azu is resurrected. But not, after Qiao Feng killed Azu by mistake, he was entrusted by Azu to take care of Azi. Azi is a girl who is diametrically opposed to Azu, sinister, cunning, cruel, and extremely self-conscious. Because of her willfulness, Qiao Feng lost the opportunity to learn from Kong Min to take the lead. He was immediately discouraged and no longer cared about revenge, so he took Azi out of the customs to herd horses and herd sheep. However, Azi's almost diseased brain circuit made her plan to attack Qiao Feng, but the Qiao gang leader is so easy to attack. As a result, like her sister www.novelmtl.com, Azi was also injured by Qiao Feng. Later, in order to save Azi, Qiao Feng became the hero of the suppression of the chaos by chance, and was named the king of the South Court of Liao State. Azi also became the princess. During this period, Tianlong's first licking dog, Yu Tanzi, also appeared on the stage. His series of behaviors are really painful. So, one after another on the internet began to discuss this story. Everyone thinks that Azi is really annoying. If Azu is the perfect image of a woman in everyone's mind, then Azi is undoubtedly the kind of woman most people hate. How did the dance teacher write about this woman? Isn't this too extreme? Why didn't Azi die? Aren't the two of them twins? It's totally possible to dig a pit of sisterhood interchange. This Utenzi is really useless. Aza has treated him this way, and he actually treats her willingly. Dogs are more dignified than Utenzi. This kind of person can only say that he deserves to be a Zi Kang, who wants him to be a dog licking. But if it's not true love, who would want to be a licking dog? Of course, there is no lack of bargaining skills on the internet. When everyone fell to the ground and said they didn't like Aza, someone must jump out and sing the opposite. What do you say? You men just want women to be slaves like Azu, and women are not allowed to have any personality? Azi is also pursuing his own happiness, what's wrong, and so on. Ximen Qing always blacked out this kind of sand sculpture remarks at will. She never scrupulously cares about the bar, and the best way to deal with such people is always to stay away. Tianlong Babu is in full swing here, and the situation on JoJo is also very good. Due to the crazy update on the young Manu side, the first part of JoJo has finally come to an end. As the serialization progresses, JoJo's popularity continues to rise. Especially the previous internet boom between Ximen Qing and Qin Yuyao has brought this work extremely high popularity. After all, the strength of JoJo itself is hard enough. As long as it passes through the filter screen of the style, most people will like it. Many people who keep saying who wants to see this ugly will sigh, oh, it's so beautiful in the end. Qi Bailin's beheading was undoubtedly a very explosive scene in the later stage of the whole work. This person, who was also a teacher and friend of JoJo, passed all his ripples to JoJo before his death, which moved countless readers. Maybe this is a gentleman. After inheriting Ripple, JoJo experienced 9 deaths and finally defeated Dior. The readers breathed a sigh of relief after successfully returning to his hometown to get married. But the more sensitive people have realized something is wrong, because there are still more than a dozen pages in the end. Could it be? Sure enough, Dior was dead and not stiff, but he finally left his head, attempting to sneak attack on the occasion of JoJo's honeymoon. In the end, JoJo hugged Dior's head and died, and JoJo's pregnant wife Alina survived with a baby girl under his protection. This scene is very strange to see. I feel that JoJo and Dior are a pair, in gay. Damn. As a loyal JoJo fan, Jin-Kei was very depressed after seeing this ending. I will come here when it's over. Isn't this superfluous? Let JoJo and his wife be safe and stable together. Is it a bad life? At night, he found that he couldn't sleep at all, and he was always thinking about the last scene of JoJo in his mind. It's uncomfortable. Isn't this ending unfinished? He decided to write a letter to the publishing house, hoping to change the ending. But halfway through the letter, he suddenly reacted, huh? Did I miss something? So he opened the magazine again and looked at the last page. Sure enough, what was written on it was not finished, but first part finished. So there is a second part. He checked on the internet again, and sure enough, someone on the internet had noticed this a long time ago and had a heated discussion about the content of the second part. The opinions of the book friends are mainly divided into 2 groups. One group adheres to the theory of explosion must live. As long as he has not seen JoJo's body, then he is definitely not dead. Since there is such a surreal thing as a stone mask, what's so strange about the undead exploding? The other faction is that the protagonist is the child in the belly of Alina. Otherwise, there is no need to specifically mention Alina's pregnancy at the end. The 2 sides have been arguing about this. The public said that the public is reasonable and the wife is reasonable, and no one can convince anyone. Jin-Kei, of course, hopes that JoJo can survive. So, he posted a post, don't forget the name of this comic? Only JoJo is the real protagonist. I bet that his son will never be the protagonist of the second part. JoJo will definitely be resurrected and lose the 10-speed electric fan of the live broadcast day. After posting, he didn't continue watching it because the task came. Jin-Kei is a killer, but he never accepts domestic tasks because domestic security is too strict. The reason why he lives here is to be safe, and when he does tasks, he goes abroad. The goal this time is in Ying country, and the distance is not far away. It took him a week to come back. Just in time, the second part of JoJo was officially released on this day. Jin-Kei bought a boy menu at the airport and looked at it. There is such a saying, Jista's family has been gentlemen for generations. This is fully reflected in the first generation of JoJo. However, when this gentleman's blood met Lisa, the baby girl rescued by JoJo's wife at the end of the first part, he started to run in a strange direction. Big Joe's son, George Josta, commonly known as 1.5 Joe, is still a gentleman. But he and Lisa gave birth to the second Xiao. The problem went big. Old Yin, women's gangster, cheating on female college students, smashing cameras, beating Japanese, transportation killers. He can be called a man with the style of the entire Chiao family. Of course, this does not mean that Chiao's story is not good. On the contrary, the second JoJo is definitely one of the best in the entire series. As of this one, the JoJo series has not yet appeared as a stand-in, and they still need to use a rather restrictive ripple. This also makes the wit fight in this film incisively and vividly manifested. Jin-Kei was looking forward to Dichiao's resurrection, but when he opened it, he found out that, let alone Dichiao was not alive, even his son was dead. The protagonist of the second part turned out to be the grandson of Dichiao. Because Joseph Jista can also be called JoJo, the name JoJo's Bizarre Adventure can still be used. No wonder it is called the second part. He can even imagine that the next 3 and 4 protagonists will all be called JoJo. Then, is my post lost or won? Jin K suddenly thought of that question. De Chiao's son is indeed not the protagonist of the second part www.novelmtl.com, but he is not resurrected either, which means that he guessed half wrong. Isn't that half of the bet? A 5-speed electric fan in Japan? Okay, then don't go to that post again. He made this decision decisively, and continued to concentrate on the story of Chiao. At the beginning of the second part of JoJo, it explained the origin of the stone mask and filled the holes in the first part. He also explained how Spitewagon once made his fortune and became the Oil King. Then, the 25 Sun Stray pits Spitwagon, and uses a stone mask to become a Dior-like vampire. But his force is not as high as Dior, because he was defeated by Chiao not long after he played. And the most fascinating thing is naturally Chiao's endless strategy and mantra. Your next sentence is, "Damn, are you so hungry?" After reading this issue of the serial, Jin K has completely left De Chiao behind. Just because Chiao's story looks so cool? Although De Chiao's gentleman is worthy of respect, it is precisely because he is a gentleman that he is deflated in many places. Especially when he was bullied by Dior at the beginning, the life-saving dog was burned to death, the girl he liked was taken away for the first kiss, the old man was killed. This kind of looks really uncomfortable. But Chiao's side is completely different. The scene of him playing with the gang boss in the restaurant shows his high IQ, and a simple and rude refreshment can attract readers at once. After, the battle with Stray was even more one after another, which was unexpected. Is Stray very good? He is good at Dior. He even prepared a scarf to defend against ripple attacks. He is still a ripple master, and his strength is really not weak. But it's a pity. He didn't meet De Chiao but Chiao.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.